Chapter 181 even more powerful. The temperature rose a little in the afternoon. Qin brought back a box of Coke from the martial arts plane, and only took one bottle, and put the rest into her personal space. The benefit of connecting to an extremely cold plane is that she can save the electricity bill for frozen drinks. After opening the Coke, she took a sip, and then clicked on the small space of the plane supermarket. The space of the plane supermarket is a bit similar to her own personal space, except that she has not yet determined the specific capacity of the latter, and the former is limited most of the time. But it seems to be limited to the goods she stored there that need to be sold. In the supermarket space of the zombie plane, 32 zombies were stored like small ornaments. If you look closely, you will find that the color of 2 of them is darker. She guessed that these 2 were the zombies that used her 2 puppet talismans. But the problem now is that the number of puppets she can control is limited. If it is limited to this, then when she faces the zombies in the zombie plane again, she can only send the zombies on hand to kill each other. Sitting behind the cashier, she took out her phone and found the Taoist priest she had added as a friend before. "Are you there?" The Taoist priest was also holding the talisman sent by Qin at this time, and was surprised to feel the energy in the talisman. Even if he didn't use it, he could be sure that these talismans were effective. When the message came, he immediately picked up his phone and replied, "Yes." "Is there any problem with the puppet talisman?" The puppet talisman was drawn by him according to the talisman book in the temple. The other party could draw talismans, and perhaps he realized that there was something wrong with the puppet talisman. Qin didn't know what he was thinking, and asked directly, "It's about the puppet talisman. I want to ask, do you have the formula to remove the puppet?" Taoist, remove the puppet? Did you use it? Qin, things are complicated. You know the rules of the ability user. I just want to ask, is there any way to remove the puppet talisman? After all, it was you who drew the puppet talisman. Taoist, ability user? Qin stared at the phone for a while, and found that the other party didn't even know the ability user. So he immediately pushed him to Zhang Wei, and asked Zhang Wei to explain the situation to him. About half an hour later, the Taoist priest responded, "I'll help you look through the books in the temple." Qin, thank you. Qin thanked him readily, while the Taoist priest looked at the message on his phone and felt a little helpless. "Zhang Wei, this is the cause and effect. It depends on your thoughts whether you want to reveal it or not. If you need anything, you can always find me. I can contact you. I know a lot of people." Taoist priest, I thought I was the only special one. Zhang Wei, many people thought so at the beginning. It's okay. Even if there are many people with special abilities, you are also special. Don't underestimate yourself. I believe you can do it. Taoist priest, is the person who just chatted with me also from the Taoist temple? She is very good at drawing talismans. Zhang Wei, she is not. But her ability is also quite special. She is not willing to reveal too much information. If you want to find her, you can ask her directly to see if she is willing to tell you. Taoist priest, I'll think about it. After replying Zhang Wei's message, the Taoist priest entered the Taoist temple and whispered something to someone. If someone was outside at this time, they would find that there was no one else in the hall except the Taoist priest. Qin finished a can of Coke, took a big sip of ice crystal stone soaked in water, and continued to read the puppetry notes in her hand. She had read this book over and over again, but perhaps because the owner of the notes did not have a solid understanding of puppetry, there was not much content on how to control puppets and how to release puppets. If she hadn't met the Taoist priest who could draw puppet talismans, she would not be able to control puppets until now. However, according to the book, most cultivators only control 5 or 6 puppets, or 1 or 2 at most. There is basically no situation where she controls dozens of puppets at once. However, the notes also wrote that some cultivators who can drive puppets do not always have the same puppet around them. In this case, it means that there is indeed a way to release puppets. At present, the limit of her controlling puppets is 32. If she releases all zombie puppets, there will be 32 places left, and she can continue to fish for zombies. The Taoist priest was still looking up information, and Qin was not in a hurry. She did not go to the zombie plane at noon that day, but went to the wasteland plane. The projection screen that she mentioned to Zhang Mingchun before has been made. When she arrived at the wasteland plane, she climbed out of the garbage wall skillfully. As soon as she walked out, she saw another high wall not far away. This high wall enclosed Zhang Mingchun's garbage wall and the space inside. Qin Qing was at a loss for a moment, then took out the communicator to contact Zhang Mingchun. The contact was successful. Before she could ask, Zhang Mingchun spoke first. I forgot to tell you that this wall was just transported over yesterday. In addition to the wall, there will be a roof later. It will be installed in 2 days. Look on the left. There is a door there. The authority has been given to you. You just go over and open the door. I have also prepared the means of transportation for you. Qin Qing listened to Zhang Mingchun finding the door. After going over, a sound immediately sounded at the door. Identifying. Identification successful. The moment the voice fell, the door in front of her opened. Qin Qing said to Zhang Mingchun, you have to close the lid as soon as possible, otherwise I can fly out directly. Zhang Mingchun laughed over there. Aren't you afraid that I will trap you in there? Why trap me? To be your canary? Qin Qing smiled and walked out of the door, and the door behind her closed quickly. She continued to talk. If you want to be a canary, you must be treated better. If you have no worries about food and drink and can lie down happily, that's not impossible. Then wait for me to build it up, and I will give you an environment where you don't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Zhang Mingchun's laughter came from over there, and he pointed Qin Qing to the parking place of the vehicle. There is a fully automatic driving program inside, which can recognize voice, so you don't have to ride the bike yourself. Qin Qing quickly found the car Zhang Mingchun mentioned. The style of this car is also a sedan. After she sat in the back seat, Zhang Mingchun directly confirmed the destination and speed for her. The car quickly drove out of the carport and headed for the destination. Qin Qing looked at the unmanned driving seat and was a little excited. I want this too. I'll modify it for you later. Do you have several cars? Zhang Mingchun remembered what Qin Qing had mentioned before. Isn't there a car that is going to the snowy mountains? You go back and leave the car in the carport later. I will help you modify it so that the car can better adapt to the environment of the snowy mountains. Yes. And there are drones. Qin Qing mentioned the Heihe River on the other side of the snowy mountains. And then said, there is a crack, which does not affect the flight. But I dare not go to Heihe anymore. Zhang Mingchun, I'll help you find out if there is a more cold-resistant material and replace the shell. The unmanned driving does not require Qin Qing to operate. On the way there, she kept talking to Zhang Mingchun until they arrived at the spacecraft base. Unlike the empty space before, there are several large buildings not far from the spaceship base. From the outside, they seem to be just square, but she guessed that the purpose of these buildings must be not simple. Zhang Mingchun quickly walked out of the spaceship base and saw Qin Qing looking at the base not far away. She said, you can't fly drones there. That's the newly built building printing area. Amelia found the location. Surveillance you? Qin Qing frowned. It's just mutual benefit. She can bring me more things. And what she wants is just the hidden environment on the wasteland planet. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qing and smiled. Dealing with her is better than dealing with those people before. Qin Qing saw that Zhang Mingchun was not unhappy, and she was relieved, but still looked at the building not far away. The level of technology in the interstellar space is more advanced than she imagined. In just a few days, the environment near the spaceship base has changed, but it is indeed very different from before, and all of this is brought by the guard named Amelia. Qin Qing followed Zhang Mingchun into the spaceship base. Last time you asked me for a projection screen that is not affected by the network and can be charged by solar energy. I have been helping you find it, but there are always some suitable parts missing. Amelia asked someone to transport a batch of electronic waste a few days ago, and I put together a few display screens for you. The connection cable cannot connect to your mobile phone and tablet, but it can install your app that can transmit data to each other. Are you talking about the app designed by the Soul World? Qin Qing asked. Yes. I have tested it for you. Zhang Mingchun took Qin Qing to the equipment room and took out a large box with several folding display screens inside. According to your requirements, it has been made as large as possible and can be used after opening. Qin Qing tried it on the spot, and it was able to connect to the program in the phone and successfully play the documentary stored in the phone. The display screen is also large enough, and when it is unfolded, it can be as large as an entire wall. Moreover, the material is hard after opening, and it is not so easy to be blown by the wind. In this way, both the Cultivation School plane and the Golden Dragon plane can watch videos on the big screen. After folding the display screen and putting it back into the box, Qin Qing put it back into the portable space and followed Zhang Mingchun out of the equipment room. Actually, I have one more thing. You say. Zhang Mingchun said directly. Seeing that Qin Qing was embarrassed, he smiled and said, Go ahead. You are my sister. What is there to be ashamed of? I always ask you to help me. I am embarrassed to compare my age with you, Qin Qing said with a smile, and took out a pistol. This is it. There are no bullets in it. I want you to help me with some bullets. Where did you get it? You should not be able to get a gun in the real world? Zhang Mingchun held the gun in his hand and compared it. A new plane. A zombie plane. With guns everywhere. So I picked up some, Qin Qing said. After telling her about the zombie plane, she took out the puppet talisman. This is it. Can it control non-human creatures? Zhang Mingchun put down the gun in his hand, looked at Qin Qing, and after Qin Qing nodded, she smiled and pointed to a place not far away. Try that. Qin Qing looked in the direction she pointed. Robot? Didn't they say that puppet talismans can control non-human creatures? Robots should also be considered. Zhang Mingchun leaned to the side. I'm free anyway, so why not give it a try? Qin Qing looked at the robot, and her heart was also a little eager. In the end, she took a puppet talisman, pasted it on the robot, and then recited the puppet technique formula. As the formula was recited, the color of the puppet talisman gradually faded. At the last moment, it paused on the robot, and then disappeared completely. This was the 33rd puppet controlled by Qin Qing. It was a bit difficult, but she finally succeeded in controlling it. Following her thoughts, the robot began to walk in the opposite direction of the predetermined direction, and the speed was getting faster and faster. After a while, a shocked voice came from a distance. The robot is out of control? Qin Qing closed her eyes and concentrated her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she was a little stunned. The puppet talisman is invalid. In the distance, it's okay. It's just that the program is disordered and out of control. It will return to normal after forced initialization. Fortunately, it is just an ordinary patrol robot, and initialization does not affect its own functions. Qin Qing and Zhang Mingchun looked at each other. Zhang Mingchun raised his eyes. It needs to be initialized to erase the influence of the puppet talisman. The effect of your puppet talisman is more powerful than you think. Qin Qing thought for a moment, and said, after the robot is controlled, as long as I don't drive the puppet talisman, it will still work according to the established program. Zhang Mingchun stretched out his hand, and placed it on his lips. Shoo. Qin Qing's eyes lit up slightly, and nodded immediately. Chapter 182 Puppet Use. At present, neither of them can explain clearly what the puppet symbol can be used for on robots. But in this interstellar plane, having such a card is equivalent to having a unique card that no one will find. When it is needed, the puppet symbol can turn the tide. Because it has been put into practice, they have confirmed that the puppet symbol can be used on robots, and there is no need to confirm it again. After that, they tacitly did not talk about it again. Zhang Mingchun took away all the different types of weapons in Qin Qing's hands, and helped her configure bullets that can be used for different types of weapons. Qin Qing can take away things from the other world unconditionally. When the bullets are made, she can take them away, and use them at any time. The firearms in this plane have long been developed to a more advanced mode. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the protection. They are just toys. It is not difficult to find suitable bullets. Qin Qing did not stay here for too long, and let the driverless car take her back. On the way, she directly selected return to the store, and returned to the supermarket with one click. After putting the Snow Mountain off-road vehicle in the garage, she left the plane supermarket here. There was still some time left. She chose between several planes, and chose the Snow Mountain martial arts plane. Jean Rui was not there. She took out the drone, and first went to the place where the coal was found before, and indeed found his traces after a circle, as well as the circle of coal that was dug out. Qin Qing remembered the zombie puppets that she had put away, clicked on the control panel of the plane supermarket, asked a question, after getting the answer, smiled and flew in the direction of the coal. The answer given by the plane supermarket was, outside the zombie plane, there are no conditions for the spread of the zombie virus. Although she didn't know what the conditions were, she could rest assured to let the zombie puppets move in the other world. As for whether they would be coveted by others, there was no need to worry. The zombie puppets all belonged to the plane supermarket. No matter who took them away or where they appeared, it would be easy for her to recall them. There were several small snow-capped mountains between the plane supermarket and the place where the coal was located. Compared with the location of the plane supermarket, and where most people lived, this location could indeed be called deep in the snow-capped mountains. Brother John. Qing Qing landed gently on a small snow-capped mountain. John Rui held a shovel in his hand, dug a shovel of snow, looked up at her, and pointed to the coal pile in front of him. The amount of coal here should be huge, but it has been covered by deep snow. If it snows, this circle will be covered again. We have to find a way to build a shed. Use ice crystal stone to build it? Qing Qing landed in front of him and looked at the coal in front of him. I don't know much about coal, but judging from these coals, the quality should be good. I don't know much either, but it's better than cutting trees endlessly. John Rui jumped out of the bottom of the pit. For the shed, you don't need ice crystal stone, just ordinary ice cubes. It's mainly for blocking snow, not for keeping warm. Ice cubes have to be dug too. Qing Qing looked around. There is a thick layer of ice under the snow mountain. Because there is no human habitation in the snow mountain, people do not necessarily need to use ice cubes to get water, and snow water is not a big deal, resulting in almost no change in the amount of ice. It is more convenient than digging ice crystals, but the hardness of ice cubes is a little worse. John Rui said, looking at Qing Qing. Do you have any sharp tools? Can you lend them to me? He was talking about what Qing Qing had mentioned before. Real things cannot be sold, but can be borrowed. Yes. Qing Qing immediately took out some sharp tools and some shovels. I'll help you clear the area nearby, so that you can chisel the ice and pile it up directly. No, I can do it slowly by myself. John Rui refused subconsciously. You are good at using clever strength. This kind of physical work is not suitable for you. I use clever strength. Qing Qing smiled, looking at John Rui. Brother John, please step back. John Rui looked at her blankly, and subconsciously took a few steps back. As soon as they walked away, they saw something suddenly appear between the two of them. They looked closely, stepped back a few steps, and exclaimed in shock, Is this a person? They can't be considered people. To be precise, they are zombies. Qing Qing briefly introduced the situation of the zombies to John Rui, threw the tools in her hand to the ground not far away, and controlled the zombies to pick them up. She didn't summon many zombies this time. Only 5 in total, including the 2 upgraded zombies. She wanted to release zombie puppets, and she would definitely release low-level zombies first. Of the 5 zombies in front of him, the 2 upgraded zombies were obviously faster and more flexible than the other 3, while the other 3 were still picking up tools. These 2 had already started shoveling snow according to Qing Qing's instructions. Qing Qing took out a large water tank and asked the zombies to put the shoveled snow into it. When the tank was full, they would pour it all out to a farther place at once. John Rui watched for a while and couldn't help but admire. This ability is really good. These zombies are obedient and hardworking. They don't complain or feel tired. In your words, they are really chosen workers. Yeah, that's what I thought when I fished them. Qing Qing said with a smile. If those martial artists come here, I will recruit a zombie to fight them. Will they be scared? Maybe. John Rui nodded. I'll knock some ice over, and you can stack them up. Add some water between the ice, which is a natural adhesive. If they fall here, they will never break unless the ice and snow melt. Okay, go ahead. Let me rest. Qing Qing calmly played bad. John Rui smiled. It's okay to have zombies to help you work. You can take a rest. After that, John Rui left. He didn't walk far. After all, there were ice cubes everywhere in the nearby snow-capped mountains. Not long after, he chiseled out more than a dozen ice cubes. Qing Qing looked at the ice cubes around John Rui, and summoned a few zombies to move the ice cubes. After moving 2 pieces back, she looked at the blood and flesh attached to the ice cubes, and took out a pile of white cloth from her personal space, and cut it into small pieces according to the shape of the zombies with scissors, and cut 2 holes in the cloth to place the zombies' 2 hands respectively. This was not enough. She also took out a long half-arm glove. Each zombie was given 2 gloves. This time, she continued to let them carry ice cubes. She also cleaned up the ice cubes that had been carried over. Then she controlled the zombies, and let them pile up the ice cubes, with the cooperation of many parties. In half an hour, a low wall had been built next to the coal pile. Why don't you show them their heads? John Rui came over with a pile of ice cubes. Anyway, they don't need to use their eyes, Qing Qing said. Seeing John Rui's lingering fear, she couldn't help laughing. Are you scared? Just now, when I looked up, I found white figures bending over to carry ice cubes. I almost thought I saw a ghost. Jean Rui thought of the situation just now, and his heart was still pounding. He knew that Qin Qing was controlling the zombies to move the ice. So he didn't look up, thinking that he could chisel out as many ice blocks as possible in a short time. Who would have thought that after chiseling a batch? He looked up and saw a group of white figures floating. He was really scared. It was not until he saw the hands of these figures that he realized what they were. As he said that, Jean Rui put down the ice and looked at the zombies who were working. Had their movement slowed down? I didn't do anything else. Qin Qing also looked over. It seems to have really slowed down. What do they eat? Jean Rui asked. Qin Qing was silent. Jean Rui, you didn't feed them? Qin Qing. Do zombies need to eat? Jean Rui frowned and thought for a while. There is no perpetual motion machine in this world, and zombies naturally cannot become perpetual motion machines without any energy intake. The energy they take in either comes from you, or from the outside world. There should always be an option. Qin Qing suddenly realized that. She only thought that the zombies in the novel seemed to be perpetual motion machines, but forgot the reality. Thinking in this way, the energy for puppets in the cultivation world is probably also from the puppet's master. So the puppet master must have a higher cultivation level than the puppet. Otherwise he cannot supply the energy needed by the puppet, which will lead to backlash. Qin Qing touched several existing energy stones. White stone, soul bead, red gold sand, ice crystal stone. Zombies have crystal cores in their heads, which is probably the energy source for maintaining zombies' daily actions. But the energy of crystal cores is limited. If the energy of crystal cores is always out and not in, there will definitely be a day when it is exhausted. She was reluctant to give away the big pieces, so only the smallest red gold sand was left. She summoned the two upgraded zombies, controlled them to open their mouths, and a grain of red gold sand was ejected into one of their mouths. Perhaps because the zombies in front of her were her puppets. She immediately felt something when the red gold sand entered their mouths. After the red gold sand was completely absorbed, the energy of the zombie crystal core was also filled up. It really works. Qin Qing immediately asked the two zombies to work. Sure enough, their movements were faster than before, even faster than at the beginning. She had plenty of red gold sand, which was more than other energy stones. The main reason was that the red gold sand particles were small. Zhang Mingchen sold them in large bags, and each bag contained at least several thousand red gold sand particles. Using red gold sand to feed zombies was more cost-effective than using meat to feed zombies. Jean Rui confirmed the situation here and hurried to chisel ice. He planned to try to chisel as much ice as possible with helpers and build a snow shelter. Qin Qing fed the zombies that had lost their power with red gold sand. Almost every zombie will increase its crystal core energy after absorbing the energy of red gold sand. Comparing low-level zombies and upgraded zombies, Qin Qing found that the biggest difference between the two is the crystal core energy. If she feeds enough red gold sand, can she also feed low-level zombies to upgrade? If they are already upgraded zombies, can they be upgraded further after feeding red gold sand and become more flexible? She looked at the zombies, who were doing things according to her will, and felt a little more happy and excited in her heart. She had to hurry up and try to catch as many zombies as possible. After all, these were excellent laborers. They didn't need to be fed or paid. Just a grain of red gold sand would make them work obediently. She couldn't control so many zombies at once now. But that didn't mean she couldn't in the future. So she had to catch as many zombies as possible while she could see them. Otherwise, if they were all killed, she would suffer a great loss. There was no soul in the zombies. These were all walking corpses, no different from machines. Qin Qing felt no burden in controlling these zombies as puppets. Chapter 183, Cultivator's Magic. Jean Rui placed a large stone on the ice wall, standing underneath to support it, waiting for the water to freeze, sticking the eyes together. Qin Qing still controlled the zombies to move the puppets. After waiting for the next wave of ice to be moved over, she looked up at the shed in front of her, standing at the diagonal corner, and said, "If this shed cannot be completely closed, should we make an ice pillar here?" Jean Rui's hand was still on the ice, looking down at where Qin Qing was. "You can move back a little bit. The ice on the ceiling is relatively thin, as long as there is a little support." Qin Qing took 2 steps back, after Jean Rui nodded, took out a small hollow cylinder from the portable space, placed the small cylinder under his feet, took out a cup of water and poured it into it. The ambient temperature was very low. After the water was poured into the small cylinder, it quickly froze into ice. although it was not very solid. It had a certain degree of support. She moved the small cylinder upwards, removed half of the small ice block, and continued to pour water into it, layer by layer. When the small cylinder reached the waist, the ice blocks at the bottom had already solidified into a hard icicle. In this way, it didn't take long for the height of the icicle to be the same as the height of the ice wall. However, the icicle was still very thin at this time, and the support was insufficient. Chin stood on a high place and carefully poured half a cup of water from the top of the icicle. Cold water fell from the top, covering the icicle, and it quickly froze. In this way, one layer of water was added, and before long, the thickness of the icicle doubled. The icicle at the bottom was thicker than the top, which just compacted the base. At the same time, the thin ice blocks on the ceiling also covered it, and fell on the icicle, forming a perfect ceiling. Jean-Rui jumped down from above, stood in front of Chin, and pointed to the shed behind him. After that, this shed only needs to expand outward. I'm sorry to bother you for the past 2 days. As for the coal below, I plan to ask the people living nearby to come and dig it. And I also need your help. Chin looked at him. You say, I need enough food. Find a food that is full of satiety at the new sales window. When the time comes, I will cook a big pot of rice. I will also change some more instant noodles, salt, and oil, Jean-Rui said, looking at Chin. What do you think is more suitable? Sweet potatoes or corn? Chin thought about the inventory during this period. I have sweet potatoes in hand, and you have to buy corn online, but the other plane buys more sweet potatoes. I'll find corn for you here, you can just buy corn kernels directly. Then buy corn. Jean-Rui nodded. You go buy it. I'll dig some more ice crystals in the next 2 days, and find someone to come and do the work. Should I find you some books on coal processing? Chin remembered that although coal can be used after it is dug out, but the utilization rate will be higher after processing. That's better. Of course. This way, the coal will be better used. Jean-Rui agreed with Chin's opinion. I'll take care of the rest. Chin nodded, without saying much, turned back to her supermarket. Although she had internal strength to protect herself, there was still a big difference in physical sensation from the ice and snow to the environment with a suitable temperature. She washed the coal dust off her hands in the bathroom, and after returning to the cashier, she searched for corn online. The corn on the internet has different grades. The better the corn, the more expensive it is. She searched around, and finally settled on ordinary corn with a slightly lower price. One store bought hundreds of kilograms of corn, and bought thousands of kilograms of corn in total. Then she went to the grain and oil supply platform to look for corn that could be purchased in large quantities. After the post was sent, no one responded in a short period of time. She temporarily saved the post, and took the time to give it a thumbs up in the next few days. If she could get enough corn at a low price, she could save money. Not long after buying the corn, she received a message from the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, picture Taoist priest, this is what I can find. All the information about puppetry in the Taoist temple. I don't know whether it can be used or not. You need to judge it yourself. Chin clicked on all the pictures and looked at them. There were some methods to remove the puppet spell written on them, but the descriptions were not absolute. It was obvious that the person who wrote them did not know whether they would work. But it was already very useful to her. Chin, thank you very much. I will try it myself. Taoist, you are welcome. These are originally the information in the Taoist temple. I am just borrowing them. Taoist, actually, I want to buy some amulets from you. I will pay the same price as you paid to Zhang Wei. Is that okay? Chin, sure. How many do you want? Taoist, 500 ordinary amulets, 50 special amulets. Please send them to my previous address. Taoist priest, transfer 100,000 yuan. Chin. A full 100,000 yuan. I didn't expect that selling talismans could make 100,000 yuan. With this money, many of her previous purchases were reimbursed. Even if she still had millions of yuan in savings, she couldn't help but be tempted by this 100,000 yuan. But she really didn't have that much inventory. Chin, I'll give you less first. I can only give you 1/5 at the moment. You can transfer the money again. Taoist priest, you take it. Send 1/5 of the goods first, and you can send the rest slowly. Chin, okay. After replying the message, she collected the money, took out all the talismans she had drawn before, and after counting them, she found that the number of talismans was more than she thought. After another afternoon of hard work, she finally sent out 200 ordinary talismans and 50 special talismans, so that there were only 300 vacancies left. When sending the courier, she put all the talismans in a plastic bag and pressed them with cardboard to prevent them from being crushed during transportation, and then put a few paper boxes on the outside, and then placed the courier order and sent the expensive courier away. The price of special talismans differed tenfold from that of ordinary talismans. The only difference was whether they contained golden dragon blood. Fortunately, 1 drop of golden dragon blood could draw many special talismans. Her inventory was still sufficient. Thinking of this, after the supermarket closed at night, she went to the Golden Dragon plane to replace the electronic products for the Golden Dragon. As soon as she arrived at the Golden Dragon plane, she heard the sound coming from outside through the open door of the plane supermarket. As soon as Qin Qing walked to the door, a branch appeared in front of her. Grabbing the branch, she was sent to the ground soon. Not far away, a huge screen was still playing a cartoon. She turned around, followed the huge dragon body, and found the dragon head, who was concentrating on the big screen. Even if it was a huge screen, it was not inferior to the equally huge dragon head. The size difference was like the difference between a human and a mobile phone in a human's hand. Just as the cartoon was coming to an end, the golden dragon noticed her, and the huge dragon head turned around, and the raised dragon whiskers gently slid over Qin Qing's body, making a soft roar sound. This wave of dragon breath just blew on Qin Qing. She lost her balance and flew backwards. Fortunately, she was soon rolled back by the entangled vines. Roar the golden dragon lowered its head and retreated cautiously. It almost hit the huge screen behind it. Fortunately, the huge screen was also fixed by the vines. When the golden dragon retreated, the vines quickly took the big screen away, finally preventing it from being hit. The voice of the big tree sounded in Qin Qing's ears. "It's very happy. Don't blame it. I know. It's just a baby after all," Qin Qing said with a smile. Took 2 steps forward. Touched the dragon's whiskers. "I brought you cartoons again. This time, there are more cartoons than before. Enough for you to watch for a long time." Her hands were still a little bigger than the dragon's whiskers, and she easily held the dragon's whiskers in her hands. The golden dragon did not spit out dragon breath again, but just blinked and moved closer to where she was. Vines rose under Qin Qing's feet, turning into a swing, carrying her to midair, so that the golden dragon could face her without lowering his head. Qin Qing raised the tablet in her hand and asked the tree to send the previous tablet over. After replacing it, it was connected to the huge display screen not far away. This time, the tablet was touch-sensitive and could be controlled directly with branches. She gave the control method of the tablet to the tree, so that it could change the cartoons for the golden dragon to watch. Just as she was teaching the tree, there was a rustling sound above her head. The tree's helpless voice sounded, "Okay. Okay. If you keep shaking, you'll be bald." Qin Qing looked at the golden dragon's claws that had retracted, lowered her head, and looked blankly at the golden fallen leaves on the ground. "Are these all for me?" "It said you would like it," the tree said, sighing. "Forget it. They have to be replaced anyway. And it's time for new leaves to grow. These are all for you." As it spoke, the vines of the tree gathered all the golden leaves that fell on the ground together, and finally formed a ball. Then some broken vines fell out from the depths of the tree, weaved into a ball again, and all the leaves were poured into it. "These are enough for you to use for a long time. Just consider it as a thank you for letting it watch cartoons." Qin Qing was confused for a moment. How to use these? The tree was also a little confused. "Don't you humans like these things?" "I think so, but I don't," Qin Qing said, and hurriedly said, "But thank you anyway. Since the humans in this world like these things very much, they must be very useful to me. I will keep them well. After all, this is a gift from the golden dragon." After teaching the tree how to use the tablet, she jumped off the vine, put the vine ball filled with leaves underneath into her personal space, and then took out a large piece of ice crystal stone and asked the tree to give it to the golden dragon. When she was about to leave, she noticed the noise in the distance. Faintly, there was a sound coming from there. Then, there was a crackling sound. The golden tree shook, creating a wave that shook all the people away. Soon, the sound in the distance disappeared. Qin Qing looked up. Was that a cultivator's magic just now? Maybe. What annoying humans. The tree sighed, and the vines shook, and soon pulled back a wooden boat. The wooden boat was docked beside the island formed by the vines. This boat could probably accommodate more than a dozen people. There was still some water on it, probably because it capsized before. The people on the wooden boat just now were all cultivators. Qing was not worried about those people, but was a little curious about the wooden boat, but just stood by and watched. The golden dragon looked down, turned it a few times with its claws, and found nothing inside, and suddenly felt bored, and pushed it towards Qing. It asked you if you wanted it? Qing was shocked. Such a big boat, give it to me? Do you think it's too big? The tree asked, and used vines to lift the whole boat, and rotated it 360 degrees, and soon found a button in the corner. Human things are like this, there are always some unnecessary functions. The big boat came in front of Qing, and the vines made her sit in front of the boat, and the thin branches pointed at the button on the boat. Qing looked at the big tree behind her, and reached out to touch the button. The moment she pressed it, a big boat that could carry more than a dozen people, instantly became the size of a palm. Qing, damn! Chapter 184c. Land and Air. Looking at the palm-sized boat in her hand, Qing was bewildered. God knows she said the boat was too big, she simply thought it was too big, she was embarrassed to take it. Who would have thought that this thing could actually have the ability to grow and shrink? Even if she was knowledgeable, if someone put this boat in front of her and told her that it could become a large boat that could carry more than a dozen people, she would definitely not believe it. You don't like it? I like it. Qing answered immediately. I just haven't seen the world. I don't know there are such special boats. Are you really giving this to me? Will those monks who lost their boats come to trouble you? The people who appeared just now were obviously monks. The lightning and thunder were probably caused by them. Without this boat, they will find a way to come here. Dashu said calmly. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Just consider it as their apology. A group of rude humans. Listening to Dashu's complaints, Qing immediately shut up. After all, she is also a human being. The boat was in Qing's hand. It was very light, as if it was really just a palm-sized boat. Although she didn't understand the situation in this world, it must be difficult to make such a boat. She chatted with Dashu for a few more words, and then returned to her supermarket. The time was just right, so she went to open the door of the supermarket. The sky was a little gloomy today. After opening the door, the brightness in the supermarket was still insufficient. She could only turn on the fluorescent lights in the supermarket. After they were lit up, she looked down at the boat in her hand. The shrunken boat still had its original appearance. There were exquisitely carved guardrails at the bow and stern, and even a cabin that was also shrunken. She could even open the small door of the cabin by extending a finger. Obviously, everything inside was also shrunk as the boat shrank. She placed the boat in front of her, took several photos with her phone, and then took a video and sent it to the Soul World Everything app. Unlike other accounts on short video platforms, her account on this platform has a very high number of followers. Not long after she posted the video, she received many messages, all praising the boat for its exquisiteness. It's like a lesson I learned when I was a kid. What a beautiful boat, I want the same one. I want one too, Boss Qing. Please give me one, please. I want this ornament too, I want the same one, but I want a larger one. Can the larger one be used? Yes, why can't it be used? Cars can fly in the sky, why can't boats run on the ground? Yes. Boss. Give me a luxury warship. And a yacht. I have money. A boat is okay, I want one too, boss. Put it up quickly, I don't have anything else but a lot of money, and put up airplanes and other things. As a qualified capitalist, boss. You have to put more up, can't stop. Qing had just sent a customer away when she opened her phone. She saw a lot of comments under the new video. She thought everyone was talking about her boat, so she could talk about the boat getting bigger. After all, such good things are rare. And she also wants to show off. Who would have thought that everyone's topic has changed from ships to warships? And then to airplanes. The ships in the Soul World can naturally operate on the ground. After all, whether it is a ship or a car, it does not use its own power, but the soul power of the operator. As long as there is enough soul power, it is indeed omnipotent. For them, transportation is just an appearance. In this way, the ship in her hand that can be enlarged and shrunk is nothing. After reading everyone's comments, she replied, I will first customize a batch of ordinary ones. If you want them later, you can send me special customized ones separately. However, the price will be higher. After the reply was sent, someone responded quickly. No problem. Sure. You will have to spend more if you want better ones. Thank you. Mr. Qin. What are you talking about? What are you customizing? A warship? Qin silently looked at this living person, who obviously strayed in, and silently chose to ignore the questions of this living person. Although everything in the Soul Realm has been released to the public, some things are still not disclosed. At least for now. They are not suitable for large-scale publicity. Like her. The others ignored the ordinary person's question. After all, it is really hard to explain. Even if you explain it, people will not believe it. You can't just say you will know if you go and see it for yourself. Right? No one replied. After a while, the ordinary person posted 3 question marks below. Of course, there was no response. Qin smiled, exited her account, and turned to look at the accounts she followed. When she scanned John Rui's account, she found that he had uploaded several martial arts videos without knowing when. However, not many people followed these videos. She thought about it, and did not do anything special, just clicked on the collection and follow, and sent him a message, Brother John. If you need to find me for anything, you could also find me here. John Rui must be busy, and there has been no reply. Qin did not care, and casually scrolled through the short videos. In the past few days, there have been many live people registering on Soul World Wanshur. In the comment area of the short videos, some comments from real people were also seen. However, most people still think that these short videos are just for fun, although they think other people's comments are strange. Most of the time, they are just laughing. It can be seen that they have gained a lot of happiness. Old Tang, shall we build a warship for fun? What? A warship? Old Tang looked up in surprise. Can this thing be built? Well, it's just something for printing and copying. I'm not really going to do it. Why not? Boss Qin agreed. Zheng Zong opened his phone. A lot of people want it. Let's build one too. I didn't have the chance to touch it when I was alive. This is my lifelong dream. If I can touch this thing after I die, then my life will be worth it. You've already lived that life. Old Tang complained, glancing at the message on his phone, paying attention to the last half of the sentence. Boss Qin said it can be specially customized. Let's wait a little longer, and then we can pool some money and customize a ship with more details. Otherwise, it's meaningless to just have a silhouette. Okay, then you agree? We'll pool our money together and order a good one. Zheng Zong said with a smile. Old Tang took out his phone. I'll ask if there's anyone who knows more about this, and then ask someone to draw it, and make some more special parts. When he was looking at Qin's account, he suddenly clicked on her follow. This person is actually called John Rui. As he spoke, he clicked on it, and opened John Rui's video, and then froze there instantly. What's wrong? Can you be stunned by watching a video? Zheng Zong came over to watch. After watching the video, he was also a little surprised. Although the front face is not shown, but the side face and the figure. No, how could it be John Rui? Didn't he leave 8 years ago? Didn't those souls in the Soul Realm 8 years ago leave long ago? Maybe he is not in the Soul Realm. Old Tang frowned. If he can exist in the Soul Realm, maybe there will be other places. And John Rui was missing at the time, and his body was not found. But his body was not found. Ah. Zheng Zong whispered. John Rui's situation at the time, it was impossible for him to survive no matter what, but the figure and appearance of the man in front of him looked, and he was almost the same as the John Rui they knew. The reason why I say almost is that 8 years have passed. Even if you live in a normal world, 8 years can make a person change a lot. Not to mention that John Rui may not be in a normal world. After being surprised, Zheng Zong became interested and pushed Lao Tang beside him. Quick! Quick! Contact him and ask him if it is him. It looks like it is probably him. When this kid got into trouble, I shed a few tears for him. As a result, he is still alive and well. But we are dead. This kid has also become vicissitudes of life. Lao Tang smiled and sent a message to John Rui. It doesn't matter if the other party doesn't reply. Just talk about what happened in the past with Zheng Zong. The 3 of them were in the same team back then, and they had a good relationship. John Rui disappeared after the accident. Although everyone knew that he was in danger, they still searched for a long time, until there was no trace of him at all. And then they gave up. In the following years, the team dispersed, each carrying out their own tasks. Naturally, Lao Tang and Zheng Zong were separated for a few years, until the mission more than a year ago, the two met again, and it was also during that mission that some accidents occurred, leading to the death of the two. But fortunately, the mission was successful in the end. They had thought about asking Chin to bring news to their relatives in reality, but they felt that it was not good to bring news after more than a year. In addition, humans and ghosts have different paths. The current soul world only looks good, but it is actually full of problems. Not only them, the others also had similar ideas after discussing it. Especially after Su Xinyang mentioned that his parents wanted to come to the soul world to accompany him, they were even more scared. No one knew what would happen after the soul world. What if the ghosts in the soul world were the ones who got into trouble in the end, and their relatives committed suicide for them and came here? No one would be able to feel at ease. Moreover, before reaching the soul world, there is still a checkpoint to pass. Once a ghost stops at that checkpoint, it will not be mentioned whether it will be destroyed in the end. But as long as it is trapped there, it will continue to suffer. Given the current situation in the soul world, if there is a sudden stuck, the checkpoint will not distinguish between good and bad and trap the ghost there, which will be even worse. For this reason, everyone unanimously decided not to disclose their information to the outside world. Even if it is the soul world everything app, all ghosts have changed their faces, and it is certain that no relatives can recognize them. Even if someone finds this app weird, no one will choose the soul world for a stranger, at least before the situation is confirmed. Some things cannot be done. Now we are waiting for his reply. If it is really him, we will have something to talk about. I really want to see what he looks like now. On the other side, John Rui had no idea that someone had sent him a message. He was busy recruiting workers. Now the martial arts world is in chaos. The news that the martial arts secret book was hidden in the newspaper has spread. Many people began to look for the martial arts secret book silently, and no one looked for his traces. For ordinary people, the martial arts people are very intimidating. As long as he shows his strength, there will be people willing to work with him. What's more, working with him will provide food. Chapter 185 15 tons. Do you really provide meals? How many meals? What do we eat? As many meals as you can provide. I won't be picky about what we can eat. You tell us where we should go, and we'll listen to you. Yes. Yes. Yes, we'll listen to you. John Rui looked at the many people in front of him, and said, it's too late today, so we won't go, and there aren't enough people. Tomorrow you can call more people, and gather here early in the morning, and then I'll take you to work, and provide 2 meals a day, so you can be full. As soon as these words came out, everyone got excited instantly. Do you really provide full meals? Full meals? How much food would that take? Are you lying? No lie, you just come when the time comes. John Rui said, pointing to the place under his feet. It's right here, you just come tomorrow morning. Okay. Okay, we'll definitely come tomorrow. We'll definitely arrive early. How many people do you want? If we call too many people, will you refuse? As long as you come, you'll be fine, any number of people will do. John Rui promised directly. There's still time now, you just go and call people. Okay. After that, these people walked back to their homes, walking faster and faster, and even heard people shouting from a distance, shouting for people to come out quickly. It was indeed late. But John Rui did not return to the snow mountain immediately, but went to the nearby town. It was time to sell newspapers again. This time, he went out, not to go door to door, but to hand the newspapers to several smart and serious intelligence agents, asking them to sell some of the newspapers. And he distributed the remaining newspapers in the dark, and collected the intelligence in his own hands. The huge martial arts world has many secrets. But as long as someone knows, the secrets cannot be hidden. Through this information, John Rui got more information about the martial arts world, successfully expanded the suspicion between the major sects, making them not care about things outside their own family. In one night, John Rui did a lot of things, and rushed back to the snow mountain late at night after finishing, and put the information he brought back in the house outside the snow mountain. It was still early, so he sat in the kitchen and took a short rest. Now the house is burning charcoal, which burns from night to morning, and it basically won't cool down. But the closer it gets to the morning, the lower the temperature will be. John Rui added some charcoal to raise the temperature of the Kong, so that no one would need to get up early in the morning to add charcoal. After adding the charcoal, he looked at the sky outside. It was almost dawn, and he did not plan to sleep. He just sat on a chair, squinting his eyes, and waiting for dawn. When the time was almost up, he took out his mobile phone. This phone needed to be charged, but he did not use it much. Most of the time, he just used it to check the time. After checking the time, he clicked on the Soul Realm in his mobile phone, and soon saw the message sent by Qin Qin. He replied directly, I hired people to dig coal today. There are many things to do. You just need to do your own things. After replying to Qin Qin's message, he saw another message. After reading it clearly, he immediately frowned and quickly replied, Why are you in the Soul Realm? Are you okay? The message was sent, and there was a response from the other side soon. Jean Rui, you are such a good boy. I thought I would never see you again. Wow, Brother Rui. You are awesome. You have lived longer than us. You are still alive now. Right? Where are you now? What world? The two people replied to the message one after another, without running in. Their tone was already familiar. Facing a familiar person, Jean Rui's expression was much more relaxed. After laughing, he replied, I am now in a world where I can learn martial arts. I traveled through it 8 years ago, and have been here for 8 years. Is it the Snow Mountain Martial Arts Plane? The person who traveled through it, that Boss Qin mentioned before. I didn't expect it to be you. What are you doing now? Is there anything we can help you with? Or can we ask Boss Qin to bring you some clothes? Yes. It should be very cold over there in the Snow Mountain. The two of us have earned some cash from the Soul Realm. Other things are not enough. But the money is enough to buy a cotton coat. Neither of them is good at making a living. They don't earn much money. They originally thought of saving up to buy a warship. The warship needs to be made a little more delicate. And a few hundred yuan is probably enough. If Jean Rui needs it, this money will definitely be used to buy him a cotton coat. No need for a cotton coat. One is that I have internal strength to resist, and another is that Boss Qin also gave me a lot of cotton coats before. I have enough to wear. Jean Rui said, remembering what he had to do today. Yes, I see that there are many capable people over there. If you have time, can you help me ask how to deal with coal, and some ways to survive in the snowy mountains? I found a large coal mine here. If it can be dug out and used, the damage to the forest will be much less. If he could directly ask his comrades for help, Qin Qin wouldn't have to be busy. After he finished speaking, the two people on the other side immediately gave a definite answer. Okay. We will ask for you when we are free during the day. And we will sort it out and send it to you. Thank you for your hard work. After Jean Rui sent this sentence, he remembered something and smiled and said 3 words. Old comrade. After the message was sent, the two people on the other side also responded quickly. Old comrade. Yes. We are old comrades. There is no need to say whether it is hard or not. This is what we should do. After replying the message, Old Tang and Zheng Zong looked at each other, and they couldn't help laughing, and laughed until they laughed out loud. Being in the soul world, the two of them already knew that people would become souls after death, and would be reincarnated after a period of time. But they still felt very complicated when they found out that they could contact teammates who they thought had passed away long ago. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jean Rui got the exact news from his comrades, and immediately sent a reply to Qin Qin, telling her about it, so that she could be less busy for a while. This led to Qin Qin receiving a lot of messages as soon as she got up in the morning. In addition to Jean Rui's message, there were also messages from Lao Tang and Zheng Zong. Although Jean Rui said that he didn't need cotton clothes, the two still sent messages to Qin Qin to help take care of him. This is also a matter of fate. Qin Qin gave a positive reply, and she didn't need to work for the time being, so she naturally relaxed. After going downstairs to wash up, she got another good news. A supplier contacted her, saying that he had a batch of old corn that could be used as feed, and asked her if she wanted it. The price of old corn is much cheaper than tender corn. Although it is used as feed, it is still edible. At least the ancient people who were short of food and clothing would not be picky about whether the corn was tender or old. That batch of old dry corn is in the next city. If you ask someone to bring it over, you have to pay for the freight. If you go to bring it yourself, you can save some freight. The distance is not far. It only takes 3 or 4 hours to drive there. Unlike buying frozen meat before, she had to transfer to the high-speed rail. If she went out by herself at this time, she could catch several batches of corn that arrived in the county town at night. After confirming this, she placed an order directly with the supplier, and then asked Wei Xiaoshuang to help manage the supermarket, and drove out in the old factory car. There were 15 tons of dry corn in total. A total of 30,000 kilograms of corn. Not all of which were new corn this year. The other party asked for 2,200 yuan per ton, and received 33,000 yuan. With this calculation, the price of dry corn is more than 1 yuan per pound. But it is dehydrated, And this price is the current market price. Dry corn is durable in storage. If it is stored well, it can be stored for 3 years, including the corn she bought in the past 2 days. She can have 40,000 kilograms of corn, which is enough for the people working at John Rui to eat for a long time. She asked John Rui for his opinion, and he replied quickly, "Don't say dry corn for feed. Even if you bring feed directly, there are still many people willing to eat it, as long as it can fill their stomachs. Who cares what it is? Feed is also okay?" Qin Qing asked, thinking of the messy things she had hoarded before. For example, cat food and dog food. Although these things are not very good, and no one would eat them in reality, but under the conditions of ancient times, they are also food. When she bought canned herring, the cat food and dog food given by the seller, plus the scraps, weighed a full 6,000 kilograms, and they are still in her personal space. She only thought about giving normal food before, but forgot that modern feed can also be considered normal food in ancient times. After all, under extreme poverty, let alone cat food and dog food, even dirt, there are people who really eat it. Thinking about it, she didn't wait for Jean Rui to reply, and said directly, "I know. I will ask more about whether there are dry corn and other foods with suitable prices. By the way, I put 100 pounds of corn in the vending machine for you. I bought it directly in the town. It should be enough for you to eat for a few days." Jean Rui, enough. This is already a lot. I was thinking that I could only buy instant noodles. You go and get the dry corn, and I will go to exchange the corn. Qin Qing, okay. After that, Qin Qing continued to start the car. 15 tons of corn was a lot. The small truck she was driving could not fit it all, so she rented a large truck temporarily, and drove the large truck to load all 15 tons of corn at once. When she was leaving, she left the other party's contact information, so that the other party could contact her when they had the goods. This batch of corn at 2,200 yuan per ton was not an expired food, and the price was normal, but she was not in this business after all, and she had no source of goods. Now that she finally met someone, she must communicate more. When she went back in the afternoon, she looked at the logistics and found that most of the corn she bought had already arrived at the logistics center in the county town, and only 2 stores would have to wait until tomorrow to arrive. The corn she bought from these 2 stores was not much, only about 200 or 300 kilograms in total. So she simply contacted the courier directly, changed the delivery address, and asked them to deliver the corn to the town. There are logistics trucks going back and forth between the county town and the town every day. After she submitted her request, the courier said that it would arrive a little later, and waited for her to agree, and agreed without saying anything. It was still early, and she went to stock up on supplies as usual. When she passed by a large supermarket, she remembered the situation in the zombie plane, and bought 20 or 30 boxes of ordinary bread that was cheap and good quality, and also picked some soft bread with fillings according to her own preferences. There were no direct traders in the zombie plane, and occasionally she would give some bread to the elderly, the weak, women and children, and those who had nowhere to go. As for those who robbed everywhere, she would never be kind to them. On the contrary, she thought the guns in their hands were quite useful. Chapter 186, Removing the Puppet. While Qin Qing was shopping, the people who had been digging coal for the whole morning smelled the fragrance. The coal was deep underground, and it needed to be dug out and moved to an open space, and then processed accordingly. Because there was a lot of coal in this area, the coal needed to be carried to a farther place. There were no better tools, so everyone carried the coal on their shoulders. In addition, some people built ice walls, and built a bigger shed, so that they could dig more coal later. The boiler was also set up far away. The temporary boiler was extremely simple, and could only be used as a temporary place to eat. However, when the water boiled and the food was put into the pot, the aroma still reached the noses of the people who were working. What a nice smell! What is this? It smells really nice. I have never smelled such a nice smell. Do you think all of us can really eat enough? If you can't eat enough, everyone should eat less. It's not easy to do such a good job. It's good to eat half full. Don't ask for too much. Yes, we can't say it even if we can't eat enough later. Otherwise, we won't be allowed to work in the future. We won't even have this meal. It's not easy to find a job these days. As they spoke, everyone continued to carry their burdens and walk to the other side of the boiler. All the coal was piled there. When we were walking back after carrying the load, someone came over in a hurry and said with a smile, We can go eat now. Really? What to eat? Now? Is it really edible? Yes. Edible. I don't know what it is. But it's hot. And it has salt and oil. So it won't taste bad. However, there are not enough bowls and chopsticks. So we can only eat separately. After some people finish eating, wipe it with white snow. And then give it to others. You were here when we were eating just now. And you have to wait for the next wave. As the man said this, his nose moved, savoring the taste just now. Let me tell you, it smells so good. I have never smelled such a good smell in my life. Then tell us, what is the smell? What is in it? How should I put it? In that big pot, there are orange-yellow noodles. One by one. The color is so beautiful. And there are noodles. Oh! And the smell is very good. Fragrant and pungent. Which makes people want to sneeze. But the people who ate in front of them all ate comfortably. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the coal mining site. Here, the fragrance in the distance was even stronger. The greedy people who heard this unconsciously sped up their pace and headed towards the big pot. The closer they got, the more fragrant the smell became. They couldn't help but start to swallow their saliva. When they arrived, a few people had just eaten. When they saw them get up, they immediately dug a handful of snow from the side, wiped the bowl and handed it over. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. It's delicious. We are all full. Are you really full? One of them asked, and couldn't wait to take the bowl. The other party didn't care, and smiled. We are really full. This big pot is enough for us to eat. Okay. Okay. Give me a spoonful. The person holding the bowl immediately stepped forward and asked someone to scoop a bowl. The temperature of the snow mountain is low, and he simply blew it and put it into his mouth. He ate a mouthful of corn kernels, and the more he chewed, the more satisfied he felt. A few people who hadn't received a bowl yet ate half a bowl directly from someone else's bowl, chewing and saying, "It's delicious." In this way, a large pot of corn porridge was eaten up. When they left, many people still had some left in the pot when they were full. So they ate until they were full before leaving, fearing that there would not be so much food later. With this pot of food, everyone worked more seriously in the afternoon, seeing that a large hole appeared in the place where a lot of coal was stored. It was not shallow. Jean-Roy came over and saw the scene, and asked people to dig to the side. There was a lot of coal underneath, and they had to go layer by layer. Otherwise the hole would be too small, and it would be easy to collapse when working underneath in the future. While digging coal, the ice wall was also being built around. The roof was relatively high, so he did all the work himself. The only problem was that no matter whether it was building an ice wall or a roof, melted water was needed as an adhesive, and it needed to be burned by fire, and then someone would be asked to carry it. Otherwise it would freeze little by little in a short time. From this point of view, it would be much more convenient when Qin was there. After all, she could directly take out water from her personal space. The coal mining work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The coal dugout was still piled not far away, and it needed special treatment before it could be used. The coal and firewood currently used were all in stock. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin waited for a batch of corn she bought from the logistics center in the county town. After loading all the corn into the truck, she drove the truck to the town. After arriving in the town, she parked the truck and rode the electric bike to the supermarket. It was just time for dinner. She handed the takeaway food she brought back to Wei Xiaoshuang and ate a takeaway meal openly. As soon as she put away the takeaway food, she saw Qin Jiangxin, the familiar, memorable Qin Jiangxin. You were not here during the day, and I thought you would not be back at this time. Qin Jiangxin came to the supermarket to buy things during the day. I went to the county town, Qin said with a smile. But luckily you still have some talismans in your hand. Otherwise it would be troublesome if I was not here. As she said that, she took out a few more talismans, some for her to use, and the other for emergency use. In addition to the talismans, she remembered that she had more things in her hand, and felt around, and found a golden leaf. Qin Jiangxin pinched the leaf and expressed doubt. What is this? I don't know, but it won't be a bad thing. Just keep it with you, Qin said, since this is what the cultivators of the Golden Dragon Plain dream of. It must be good. After your last mission, something happened there, which may not be a big problem for you, but you will feel inexplicably cold all over, and you must hold the amulet and control talisman in your hand. Thinking about it, She took out another puppet talisman and handed it to her. Of course, she didn't want to use Qin Jiangxin as a puppet. It was just that in the previous accident, the amulet was completely useless. It was only when she took out the control amulet that it worked. If Qin Jiangxin encountered any problems, an extra amulet would provide an extra guarantee and give her a chance to go over and help. Qin Jiangxin didn't ask any more questions and directly put away all the amulets. When the time was almost up, she immediately went to the mission point. A few more people came through the back door, and Qin sold the amulets to them one by one. After these people left, the supermarket returned to normal, and Qin took the fast food box to deal with it. The supermarket officially closed at night. After she closed the door of the supermarket, she did not go upstairs immediately, but opened the door of the supermarket to the zombie plane. As the plane supermarket linked more and more planes, her time became more and more tight. She always felt that there were many things to do, and except for the lunch break, she only had time at night. She could use her phone when she was watching the store in the supermarket during the day, and she did not have to use her phone before going to bed at night. The supermarket closed at 8 o'clock in the evening, and she washed and went to bed at 11 o'clock. And she still had 3 hours of free time. The plain supermarket was naturally bright at night. After arriving at the place, she took out several methods of removing puppetry that the Taoist priest had given her, summoned an ordinary puppet and tried it, but no matter which method she used, she couldn't remove the puppet. There was no other way. She changed another plane, and went to the school's cultivation plane. Everyone was busy here at night, and many places were lit with torches, and Qin's appearance did not attract much attention. When they saw her, everyone just smiled and greeted her, and didn't care where she went. She naturally went to the school library. She had already copied most of the books here, and a small part of them were too fragile, and she was afraid that they would be damaged during copying, which would affect reading, so she didn't touch them. Qin's goal today was to find these books that had not been copied, and that she had not read. In the evening, she read books in the library, and took pictures with her mobile phone while reading. Although it could not be copied, the pictures taken by the mobile phone could be printed directly. She read until 11 o'clock. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the 3 words puppetry in the last book she took out. Puppet, also known as a puppet. The puppet string must be cut off. It can be completely destroyed, or untied. Time passed bit by bit. She read the contents of the book carefully. She had to read it again several times after reading the last part, as if something made her memory hazy. Fortunately, after several times, her memory gradually became clear, and she also remembered how to remove the puppetry. There are 2 ways to remove puppetry. One is destruction. The other is temporary removal. Because puppets are extremely powerful, people who want to remove puppetry will not want the puppets to fall into the hands of others. So the way to remove puppets is to destroy them directly. If it is temporarily removed, the operator needs to leave a trace of consciousness, which can not only temporarily remove it, but also recontrol it later, compared with the consciousness required for manipulation. The puppet after temporary removal only needs 1%, or even 1,000th of the consciousness. The specific amount depends on the ability of the operator. That is to say, her current limit of controlling 32 zombies is her limit. As long as she removes 30 zombie puppets, she can continue to control 30 new puppets. But if she only leaves a trace of consciousness, she can control at least 320 zombies. And this is only a temporary limit. As long as her strength can continue to increase, it will not be a problem to control thousands of puppets at once. Qin turned the last page. The book also said that there is no distance limit for removing puppets. Even the retention of a trace of consciousness can keep the puppets under control to a certain extent. What if she removed the puppets near the plane supermarket in the zombie plane, and then let these puppets move back and forth along a specific route? Wouldn't her plane supermarket have a natural protective barrier? She didn't even have to worry about someone intercepting her. After all, these controlled puppets belonged to her, and even if they were attacked, the puppets would return to the vending machine space in her plane supermarket. She did it as soon as she thought of it. She took a picture of the last bit of the book in her hand, and immediately used the panel to return to the store, and then went to the zombie plane, released the zombies, and then used the new formula for releasing the puppets, and indeed successfully released all the control over these zombie puppets. The little bit of control left is enough to make the zombies move back and forth unconsciously within a specific range. Qin left 8 zombie puppets for herself, 2 upgraded zombies, and 6 ordinary zombies. and let the remaining 24 puppets rotate around the plain supermarket. Soon, these zombies formed a circle around the plain supermarket. However, this is not enough. If there are 300 zombies forming a circle here, the defense will definitely be tighter. Wait, if there are 300 zombies, they won't explode directly at a fixed point. Right? Forget it. Forget it. These 20 or so are enough for the time being. Chapter 187. There are so many zombies. Chin was busy all night, and she got up late the next day. She took out her phone and saw the time. She immediately got dressed and ran downstairs, without even having time to wash up. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Wei Xiaoshuang's voice. It's okay, there were no guests this morning. You're waiting for me to get up at the door? Chin was helpless. Hey, it depends on what time you wake up. I don't have anything to do here, Wei Xiaoshuang said, carrying milk tea to the supermarket. It's like this in the town. Most of the time there is no business, and I'm just waiting for you. Chin yawned. Who did you bet with? Myself. Bet on what time you wake up, and if I guess right, I'll reward myself with snacks. After Wei Xiaoshuang poured the milk tea, he carried the bucket into the kitchen, and then came out with a basket to pick snacks. Chin smiled, waved her hand and went upstairs. I'll go wash up first. You can pay for it yourself. Don't worry. I can be self-reliant, Wei Xiaoshuang said calmly, picking some snacks she liked. Chin washed up and went downstairs. Just then, a customer came over. Wei Xiaoshuang was paying behind the cashier. She walked over calmly, went to the breakfast shop opposite to eat breakfast, and sat down. The customer left. Wei Xiaoshuang walked out of the supermarket, saw this scene, and looked at her speechlessly. You are too relaxed. You're welcome. Chin smiled and waved at her, eating the fried dough stick in her hand. Do you want one? It's time to have a snack for the morning. Half a stick is fine. Wei Xiaoshuang walked up to Chin, tore off half a fried dough stick and left. Do your business yourself. I won't care. Okay. There are no customers anyway. It hit the nail on the head. Until she finished breakfast, no customers came. There was nothing to do in the morning. She was drawing talismans while watching videos. She had been using up a lot of talismans during this period. So except for the occasional rest time, she was drawing talismans all the time. She was almost turning it into her full-time job. If it weren't for the money, drawing a talisman costs 100 yuan. This one talisman sometimes makes more profit than the business of her supermarket in a day. Uncle John, I'll bring you some food. John Rui put down a bag of corn kernels in his hand. You can cook it, or eat it as a dish. I'll give you some food. What is this? You looked at the bag in surprise. It's called corn, and it has a high yield. John Rui opened an empty jar and poured the corn into it. I will come to deliver a batch of corn every once in a while, and you can eat it. Can it be planted? You was curious. John Rui thought for a while. It's not possible here. The temperature here is too low, and it's not suitable for growing corn. But you can put a wooden basin in the house and try to plant one. Just sprinkle the corn kernels directly. Okay, then I'll try it. You nodded immediately, remembering something. By the way, Uncle John, Sister Dashua said that someone near us froze to death last night. How could it be? John Rui frowned. He said he drank at night, went out for a walk, and accidentally fell outside. We looked for him, but couldn't find him. We found him at dawn. He was in the snow and was frozen stiff. You said seriously? It's very cold outside. Uncle John, you should be careful when you walk outside. I'm not afraid. But you should not go out at night. Don't save on coal. You always save it. Your bed is cold by dawn. John Rui warned. I found a coal mine in the snowy mountains. There will be plenty of coal in the future. Really? You looked up in surprise. Really? When have I ever lied? John Rui put away the bag of corn and put it in the backpack he carried with him. Okay. I'm going to get busy. You guys be careful here. Got it. We won't go out. You nodded immediately. John Rui gave a few more instructions, and then turned and walked into the snowy mountains. Not far from the house, he passed by the door of the family that froze to death last night. Listening to the wailing in the house, he sighed in his heart. Such things are not uncommon in this world. Every time he saw these scenes, he felt powerless. On the way back to the snowy mountain, he did not use Qigong, but took out his mobile phone to chat with his comrades while walking. In the past, he did not know who to talk to about many things. Although Qing was from the same world as him, they were not very familiar with each other. Now that he could contact his former comrades, he could not help but talk more. The reply was also very fast. I know what you think. If it were me, I would definitely feel helpless. Yes, especially after seeing the life of modern people. Looking at the situation on your side, my first reaction is there are frozen corpses on the road. It's really cruel and terrible. What's wrong with ordinary people? They have no force. They can only be driven away. It's not enough to drive them to the edge of the snow mountain. They have to be driven to the depths of the snow mountain. I think you lack a coordinating government. How can the martial arts sects alone do it? In addition, the so-called martial arts leader on your side is like that. The people have no place to complain when they have grievances. The only people with power and influence are those who have relatives in the martial arts sects. This model is definitely not feasible. The martial arts sects are small sects in the final analysis. Everyone has their own duties. There are big sects above them, and they will definitely only care about their own little piece of land. As he was talking, the other side suddenly asked, John Rui, how is your current strength? Can you beat them? Yes, Brother Rui. You can do it yourself. At the beginning, don't ask for too much. Just take the land next to the snow mountain. Anyway, that land is almost a no man's land. With that land, all those houses are taken away. Wouldn't it be great to bring the people living in the snow-capped mountains out? John Rui looked at the news from his comrades and said with embarrassment, I'm not that kind of person. What are you afraid of? We will help you find a military advisor. That's right. There are so many of us here. Are you still worried about not being able to find a military advisor? Wait. We will find one for you right away. And then give you a one-to-one customized plan, starting from the vicinity of the snow-capped mountains, and then slowly expanding outwards. Your environment can also be surrounded by the countryside. Seeing such a reply, John Rui immediately smiled and quickly agreed. Then I'll trouble you. It's great to have you here. If the people living in the snow-capped mountains can move out, the people's lives will definitely be much better than before. You're welcome. We also want to see the people's lives get better. John Rui returned to the plain supermarket with a happy mood, and changed another bag of corn inside, and carried a pot that Qing had placed here in the morning. Water is needed to hire people to dig coal, and water is also needed to build ice sheds. The existing pot is used to boil water during the day, and now this pot is used to cook. When he arrived, a new stove had been built there. It is called a stove, but it is actually a roughly shaped table. The base material is ice crystal stone. This kind of stone will not burn, and water can be boiled for a long time. It is most suitable for use in such an environment. He took a look around and saw that everyone was doing well. So he put down the pot and corn, and handed over the cooking work to the hired people. He went back to the outside of the snow mountain to inquire about the situation of the town outside and see who was in charge. But before I found out who was in charge, I heard a lot of people gathered together to discuss whether to move. The temperature outside the snow mountain was too low. If you were not careful, you might lose your life in the snow mountain. Although the cost of living was higher in a farther place, at least you could survive. But the most important thing was that the number of trees around was further reduced. If the trees were cut down in the long run, they would have to move away. But if they moved at that time, the cost of moving would be even higher. John Rui was not good at management, but he could remember. After listening for a while, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the useful and useless information. When he found the military advisor, he would give all the information to the military advisor and let the military advisor command. My hands are sore. Qing looked at the talisman she had just drawn, put down the talisman pen in her hand, and shook her hands heavily. But fortunately, after this batch of talismans was finished, the task to be handed over to the Taoist priest was completed, so there was no need to rush, and she could just draw slowly. After confirming that the cinnabar was dry, she put away all the talismans in front of her, packed them, and placed an express order, and told the Taoist priest, by the way, this batch of goods had a lot of quantity, but there were no talismans stained with golden dragon blood, and the value was lower than the last batch. The last batch of goods had been successfully signed for. Even if there were some problems with this batch of goods, it didn't matter. But we must avoid problems. Qing spent a huge amount of money to ensure this express delivery, and then waited for Xie Hengliang to collect it in the afternoon. After lunch, she closed the door again, looked at the situation in several planes, and calmly went to the zombie plane. She wanted to see the result of yesterday's array. The door of the zombie plane was still closed. This time, Qing did not wear protective clothing and directly opened the door of the plane supermarket. Then she was greeted by the zombies. Head-on attack. She closed the door with a swipe. It was a mistake. She forgot that zombies can only stop humans, but not other zombies. But she still didn't wear protective clothing. Instead, she summoned an upgraded zombie and asked it to open the door. The door opened, and the upgraded zombie collided with the zombie outside the door. They roared at each other for a while, and Qing quietly pasted the puppet talisman on the back of the zombie's head. This zombie also used 2 puppet talismans, which meant it was also an upgraded zombie. The puppetry formula was successful, and the zombie on the opposite side instantly quieted down, and walked into the receiving door of the vending machine obediently, and became a member of Qing's zombie puppet. After dealing with this zombie, Qing calmly walked out of the plane supermarket. She saw zombies wandering around the plane supermarket from any angle, forming 3 circles of octagons. From the inside to the outside, there were 8 zombies in each circle, which was exactly 24 zombies. After making sure that there would be no more zombies attacking nearby, she took out the drone, took out the piece of meat, and hung it on the drone. Not long after, the drone flew into the sky. She adjusted the lens downward, looking for the town where zombies were densely populated before. As soon as she adjusted it, she saw zombies everywhere under the drone lens. They were not the zombie patrol team she had dispatched, but other zombies. No, there were no zombies nearby a few days ago. So why are there so many zombies today? Chapter 188 Self-Preservation Ability. The further you go towards the city, the more zombies there are. There are groups of zombies in several places. There are at least a dozen zombies. Compared with the zombies in those places, the 20 or so zombies that are surrounded by the supermarket in your own plane are really nothing. Perhaps because there are so many zombies under the drone, the journey is particularly smooth, and there is no obstacle at all. Further ahead is the place where many zombies gathered before. There is no way that so many zombies around can appear out of thin air. There must be a source. Sure enough, as soon as she got close, she saw the open gate, and the zombies running out of the city in groups of 3 or 5. Even then, there were still many zombies blocked at the gate, which showed how many zombies there were in this small town. Even though Qing had the means to deal with zombies, she took a breath of cold air when she saw this scene. The drone camera turned, aimed at the small town. At that moment, gunshots rang out. The drone landed on a high-rise building nearby, looking down from above, saw the fierce gunfight below, and in addition to the gunfight, there were even people pushed into the zombie group. Everyone was holding or carrying something in their hands. And every time a person carrying something was attacked and lost his fighting power, the things in his hands would be snatched away. This cycle went on and on. The mantis stalked the cicada, while the oriole waited behind. So far, no one was the final winner. Qing frowned subconsciously. The scenes in front of her were completely beyond her expectations. And they were also developments she had never thought of. In her opinion, zombies were everywhere. And as humans, the biggest enemy should be those zombies. Since there is a lot of food in the town, we should work together to drive all the zombies out of the town, and then close the gate, and when the zombies can't get in, then divide the food inside. In this way, everyone can get a batch of food, and the amount of food may not be too much, but it is enough for them to take these foods to find the next supply point, instead of killing each other like now. In her opinion, now here, it seems that more people die at the hands of humans than at the hands of zombies. After all, the zombies nowadays are still slow-moving, and if they encounter humans occasionally, humans can still resist. But if they encounter other human beings, a volley of bullets comes, they can't resist. The drone has been parked on the high-rise building. Looking at the images captured by the drone, Qing stood at the door and thought a lot. There was a gunfight going on over there. Even if she had strong internal strength, she might not have much room to fight against hot weapons. But such a scene of fratricide still made her feel glaring. She controlled the drone downstairs and turned around in the small city. At this moment, several zombies suddenly jumped out of some houses. Qing narrowed her eyes instantly. She thought that all the zombies in this city had gathered at the city gate and went out of the city. She didn't expect that there were still zombies in the city. With zombies hiding like this, once people in this city relax, they will be attacked by zombies, and it will be difficult to escape. She sighed secretly, no longer caring about the zombies in the city, pulled the drone up, and turned to go somewhere else. At this moment, There were not as few zombies in other places as before. Every time the drone flew for a while, it would hit more than a dozen zombies along the way. All the zombies came out of that small town. The biggest problem was that the surrounding area was no longer safe. The drone did not attract the attention of the zombies, and it easily passed over groups of zombies. It walked and stopped like this. She tried to find more useful things, but almost all the stores were looted and smashed. The useful things were taken away, and the useless things were all smashed. The living environment here is worse than she imagined. The drone flew back to the location where the gunfight took place before. After pausing in the air for a moment, she saw the scattered guns below. She immediately leaned down and rushed down, hooking the guns, and then flew up. There was nothing else, so she could only pick up the things that people didn't want on the ground. The drone is coming again. Shoot it down. The moment the voice sounded, gunshots also rang out. Qin heard a dull sound and immediately controlled the drone to fly up. The sound of gunfire continued below. She turned the camera of the drone and saw the people below clearly. They were familiar people she had seen before. Unfortunately, her drone was not equipped with attack weapons. She frowned and flew the drone to a position where it could not be hit before the next attack. In this way, the people finally gave up the attack. However, she did not call back the drone immediately. Instead, she placed the guns and meat on the drone on the roof and let it quietly follow behind the people, following their steps silently. These people have almost reached the point where they will attack anyone they meet. At any intersection, as long as there is movement on the side, whether it is a zombie or a human, they will attack. After emptying the magazine, they quickly took out a new magazine from their backpack and continued the next wave of attacks until they met their teammates. That drone is amazing. It can still fly in such a situation. If we can grab it, it will be much easier for us to do things in the future. Fortunately, the drone is not very aggressive. It seems that there is a kind person behind it. Find a way to catch up with it. We must grab it no matter what. If we don't have it, others can't have it. Then let's find it. Eat something first. One of them took out a pink bag and poured out a bunch of things from it. In addition to food, there were also several intimate women's clothes and sanitary napkins. Is the person still alive? What's the point of being alive? In such an environment, it's no different from being dead. There's no need to waste bullets. What's more, she's a woman. She can be useful in the future. The person who spoke chuckled, put everything except the food back into the backpack, grabbed a bag of food and bit it open with his teeth. The women are dead. The future life will be boring. Who knows how long we can live? The person who spoke also took a bag of food. But women and children are really not worth wasting bullets on. They are nothing. That's right. Several people talked loudly, not caring whether anyone around them could hear them, and they were not afraid that what they said would be heard. At this time, someone else came over, carrying a backpack full of blood, after dumping out everything in the backpack, throwing the backpack into the corner. The few people who were here earlier just took a look, and no one asked where this backpack full of blood came from. Most of the things at this time were stained with blood, and it was rare to find things without blood, and it was the end of the world, so who cared whose blood was on the backpack? In the corner, the red light on the drone lens flashed. Qin was fully armed, standing on the balcony not far from the drone, looking at the people below who were still talking loudly, and called over the 20 or so zombies she had just controlled. The people were very alert, standing at the fork in the road, and there were people watching the situation on all three sides, so that if they found anything abnormal, they could respond in time and find the easiest way to escape as soon as possible. Now, there were zombies at the fork in the road. Qin selected the upgraded zombies, let them take action first, and rushed towards the people quickly. At the same time, the zombies at the fork in the road staggered over, making unconscious low roars from time to time. Upon discovering this, the group immediately fell into panic and began to attack the zombies frantically. Unfortunately, their attacks did not have much effect. The zombies continued to move forward, getting closer and closer. Qin also took action at this time, jumping down from the balcony, and before the few people could react, she took away all the backpacks they were carrying. She didn't kill anyone, but she wanted to see if these people could still accomplish their goal without bullets. After snatching the backpack, she deliberately controlled the zombies to make way for them, and let them run away after they had used up their bullets. The drone followed them silently again, and before it got close, it heard angry curses coming from the other side. Qin went up to the high building again at this time. More than 20 zombies gathered together, walking calmly on the empty street. Occasionally, when they met other zombies, they would directly bump into them. Those zombies would not react too violently, and would even unconsciously follow the zombie puppets she controlled. As she walked, she watched the drone images, watching the group of people who had lost their bullets, panicking and dodging when they met others. And she couldn't help laughing. When she came across a small supermarket on the road, she would go in and stuff a few loaves of bread into the cracks in the wall or the shelves, so that if someone came later, she would still have a few loaves of bread to fill her stomach. After a while, she saw a few girls gathered together through the drone. After seeing the girls' situation clearly, she quietly approached them and threw a few guns and some bullets, as well as some food, to them when they didn't notice. In such an environment, she still hoped that it was the girls who had the right to use force. However, she was not completely indifferent. She still let the drone follow them after she left. When she saw them helping other women, she knew that her choice was right. In this way, she found several groups of people along the way and distributed the bullets in her hand one by one. She did not require these people to help others, but just hoped that when they encountered danger, they would be able to protect themselves and not become helpless lambs to be slaughtered. After distributing the bullets, she led the 20 or so zombies she controlled this time out of the city, and swaggered all the way to the plain supermarket. Next time, she would not go into the city, but collect all the zombies outside, which would be a big harvest. After bringing them all back to the plain supermarket, Chin kept only the 8 puppet zombies that she controlled as usual, and stored the rest in the space of the vending machine, and then summoned another batch of zombies, and let this batch of zombies patrol around the outer circle. It was still the same problem. She could handle zombies that broke in, but if humans with guns broke in, she would be in a difficult situation. Chapter 189 Control Limit. There was still some time, so she asked the drone to lure some zombies from the periphery and turn them into her puppets. At present, the number of puppets she controlled was still 32, but if the puppets with only a trace of consciousness were included, her current limit should be 33. The patrolling puppets did not need to be too smart, they only needed to move along a specific route. As for the ones in her hands, if they were needed at any time, she could not control them temporarily. The only problem was that the puppet talisman consumed a lot, and the puppets that lifted the puppet restriction still consumed the puppet talisman. Fortunately, the batch of talismans for the Talis priests had been drawn, and now she could focus on drawing the puppet talismans. She continued to draw until the evening. After the supermarket closed, she did not go upstairs, but went to the hell on earth. Qin Jiangxi was on a mission last night, and she came back in a hurry. She only had time to tell her everything went well, and went back home. She was not in a hurry to see it. When she came here today, she saw the new building, but as soon as she approached, she heard the sound coming from the new building. Some people were running in the building. Some were shouting anxiously, and there was even the sound of an ambulance coming from inside, until it appeared at the door, and then it disappeared completely. And then, there was another urgent sound of an ambulance being carried up. Boss Qin by Yunqing saw her and took the initiative to come over. I thought you would come during the day. Something happened during the day, Qin said, turning to look at her. What task is this? Looping task? All taskers will be forced to enter the loop, watching the people around them leave. But next time, they will lose their memories. Bai Yunqing whispered. This task cannot be completely broken. Fortunately, Boss Qin, your friend has a lot of talismans in his hand, and finally took them out of this task. You guys went in too? Qin asked, and she already had the answer in her heart. Bai Yunqing nodded. I just used some talismans. Qin listened to her, looked up at the commercial building not far away, and saw that some of the talismans on the outside had been peeled off. Looking at Bai Yunqing's anxious eyes, she smiled and said, I will make up for you later. Bai Yunqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Boss Qin. Qin turned around and continued to look at the noisy hospital. So is this mission considered a success? Will the tasker be summoned later? Bai Yunqing shook his head. Qin continued to look at the hospital. She didn't know how to crack the task. She didn't know what to do with the repetitive task in front of her. After thinking about it, she could only say to Bai Yunqing, then you can help keep an eye on it. If someone comes to do the task later, you can help them if they need help. After that, she looked at the commercial building not far away. I'll give you some more talismans. You can just peel them off when you need them. Some talismans are not suitable for you to wear. Bai Yunqing nodded immediately. Okay. Qin Qing looked at the hospital again, turned around and went to the commercial building. As she said, she pasted more talismans on it than before. Some of the talismans were posted very high, so that most people couldn't get them. Bai Yunqing watched her movements from afar, and heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She had been worried that she would be unhappy if she used the talismans on her own initiative, but she didn't expect that not only was she not unhappy, she even posted many more talismans. In this way, she wouldn't hesitate when she needed to use the talismans in the future. The new mission space was still in progress, and Qin Qing didn't dare to go in. If she got trapped in it, it would be very troublesome. Besides, the mission space in progress was now in front of her, and she wanted to see what was going on. Hell on earth. Bai Yunqing is here. She usually has nothing to do, so it's good to let her watch over it. But before leaving, she still went into the commercial building, and took a batch of new clothes, and a few new bags from the castle, planning to sell them in the clothing store. Speaking of the castle, no one has mentioned going to the castle in the past few days. Everyone stayed in the building obediently, even if they were crowded together, without complaint. Qin Qing stood in the hall, holding a pile of paper clothes, burning them and calling out names, after saying, "Take them and divide them among yourselves," smiled and asked, "Are you really not going to the castle?" The clothes burned out in the small basin, and a pile of brand new clothes instantly appeared in front of everyone. In response to her question, everyone shook their heads. No. No. What's so good about a castle? It's just a room and a bed. It's boring. Yes. A room is just a place to sleep. We are very rough. And it doesn't matter where we sleep. This place is good. Yes. It's very comfortable to sleep on the floor. We are ghosts. So we must be down to earth. Really? Don't you want the bed? Qin Qing took out another paper bed, looked at the people who were choked, and said directly, "You help me do things, and I will burn a bed for you every once in a while. In addition to beds, you can have other things in the future, such as mobile phones, tablets. You can. Yes. Actually, having clothes to wear is enough. If you don't want it, I will. Boss Qin, don't worry. I will definitely help you with the work. Yes. I also went to that mission last night. It was really scary. Even the ghosts were almost trapped in there. Moreover, those ghosts could not be awakened. They had no self-awareness at all. They felt different from us." Qin Qing was about to light the paper bed in her hand. Hearing this, she looked up and asked, "Why is it different?" The other party said confidently, "We have self-awareness." "But they don't?" Qin Qing smiled, lit the paper bed, muttered, and burned it. After it burned on this side, a large bed big enough for several people to sleep on appeared on the other side. "Qin Qing, if you find anything different, tell me anytime." "Everyone, no problem." After burning the clothes and the bed, Qin Qing put away her things and stood up. "I'm going back to sleep first. You guys should rest too. I'll come over when I have time." After that, she went back to her supermarket. It was still early today. She went upstairs early, washed up, and went to bed to rest. In the next few days, she spent a lot of time on the zombie plane. There were too many zombies in that plane, which posed a great threat to humans. She tried her best to turn the zombies around her into puppets. She didn't stop until the number of zombie puppets she could control dropped to 20. Further down, the zombie puppets in her hands had no deterrent power. And for some reason, she always felt that her head was pulled a little when she sent out so many so-called spiritual consciousnesses at once. She still believed in her intuition very much. At this point, she naturally chose to stop controlling further. After lying on the recliner, she drank a sip of ice crystal stone soaked in water, relieved the discomfort of her nerves, and closed her eyes for a nap for half an hour. After the discomfort of pulling the nerves disappeared, she opened her eyes and slowly exhaled. She raised her hand and gently rubbed her temple. She sighed silently in her heart. She was still a little reckless. She shouldn't have controlled so many zombies at once. Fortunately, nothing happened now. She should go to the zombie plane less for a while. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself, and would not be able to control the zombies when she saw them. She held the cup and took a big sip of water. "Qing Qing, can you sell this bag for 100 yuan? Qin Qing turned her head, and saw the bag that she had priced at 88 yuan. She also saw Wei Xiushuang winking at her, and frowned slightly. 100 yuan is a bit low. "Yes, but the customer really likes it, so I'm asking you," Wei Xiushuang said immediately. "Really, the customer is very sincere. If 100 yuan is okay, he will take it directly, right, miss? The customer was standing next to Wei Xiaoshuang, wearing exquisite clothes, and her hair was also done very exquisitely. Qin sat up and took a look, and nodded. Okay, this price is fine. Wei Xiaoshuang immediately talked to the customer, and finally made the deal at 100 yuan. After the guest left, Wei Xiaoshuang took the initiative to talk to Qin about the situation. The guest just now wanted a bag to show off, and he saw that bag as soon as he entered the door. Although our bags are not big brands, they are exquisite. 100 yuan each is not expensive. Qin listened to Wei Xiaoshuang's words, and thought that although the bag was not a big brand in this world, it must be a big brand in another world. Otherwise it would not appear in such a big castle. There were many bags in the castle, both big and small. Not to mention whether the accessories were expensive. The workmanship was still exquisite. There were too many bags, and Qin couldn't carry them. Besides, she liked the bigger bags. Small and delicate bags didn't suit her, so she just sold them, because those bags were not famous in this world. The prices were not high, ranging from dozens to hundreds, and the most expensive ones were only a few hundred yuan. Anyway, she didn't spend a penny on these bags, and she could make as much money as she could sell them. You can pick one if you like, Qin said. There are so many bags. You can just use them. Can I carry one tomorrow? Wei Xiaoshuang asked, smiling at Qin. I'll ask for leave from you. Tomorrow I'm going to the county town to visit my old classmates. My former high school classmates. The two were classmates in elementary and junior high school, but they didn't go to the same school after high school. Listen to her saying that. Qin nodded directly. Okay, you go. I have nothing to do tomorrow. You can watch the store. Okay, thank you. Wei Xiaoshuang said, looking back immediately. When you leave Qin's vision, talk back to her. Then I really don't be polite to you. I really fancy a bag. It's my favorite in those bags, even if you don't give me. I plan to spend money. Send you. Qin's generous road, smile and tease again. You ask again, I really want to regret it. She said that. Wei Xiaoshuang closed his mouth immediately, back to the shop with a smile. Not long after, she walked to the supermarket door with a bag on her back. Qin laughed, knowing that she wanted to see which bag she took, and smiled and stretched out her hand, and gestured to her okay, which meant that she agreed with her choice. After Wei Xiaoshuang returned to the store, Qin received two messages one after another. One was from Zhang Mingchun, and the other was from Zhang Rui. Chapter 190. A lot of military advisors. Zhang Mingchun, all the bullets you want are ready for you. You can come and get them anytime. Zhang Rui, Boss Qin. Do you have any corn? Add some more, urgently needed. Qin looked at the messages of the two people, and compared them. Zhang Rui's message was more urgent, and immediately replied to his message. Okay, I'll go add more. Adding more goods is a quick thing in itself. There is no one in the supermarket now. Qin went directly to the Snow Mountain martial arts plane, and clicked on the vending machine. The vending machine can show the current inventory situation. There is indeed no corn in it at present. Qin added 1,000 kilograms of corn in one breath. After adding, she asked Zhang Rui on the app, why are you so anxious suddenly? After asking, she turned around and went back to the supermarket. Zhang Rui had probably been waiting for her reply. And soon he replied, under the guidance of the military advisor, I conquered the town on the edge of our snowy mountain. Qin had just closed the back door of the supermarket when she saw this message. She leaned against the door and replied in shock. What? Conquered? No. Where did you get the military advisor? I found it on our app. They are all from the Soul Realm. Several of them were very powerful when they were alive. They are said to be good at playing strategy games. I told them about the situation here, and they gave me suggestions. Sure enough, it didn't take long for me to become the leader of the town. Now I am directing everyone to renovate the houses and build a Kong. When replying to Qin's message, Zhang Rui was sitting on the roof of the only 3-story house in the town. From here, he can see all the situations in the town and play a supervisory role. When the people below saw him sitting there, they could also be alert and would not cheat or be lazy. Although it was not very comfortable to sit on the roof, he still listened carefully to the military advisor's advice and did the job well. He even sent a photo to Qin to show her where he was now. Qin. Modern China is powerful, and some ordinary people with leadership skills can only put their abilities on some strategy games. She had also seen some screen recording introductions of strategy games. But she never thought that the Soul World Everything app in John Roy's hands could be used in this way. After being surprised, she asked curiously, "Is this okay? Will there be martial artists who come to trouble you?" "No." The military advisor said that the places that military strategists must fight for are those good places. This town is on the edge of the snow-capped mountains. Even ordinary people are unwilling to live there, let alone those self-righteous martial artists. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the coal mine we found. Now we have to completely control the town and control the entry and exit of the people. Only in this way can we better control the spread of news about the coal mine, which is beneficial to our future development. John Roy sent a series of messages to Qin Qin, and also intercepted part of the chat records. The military advisor is right, Qin Qin affirmed. John Roy gave her a smile, and then said, "The military advisor also said that we have an advantage, because Boss Qin can provide food. With the food advantage, it is not difficult to occupy the high ground. However, for the next period of time, we must focus on building the town first. So in addition to corn, I would like to trouble you to supply more coal. When the coal processing plant here is of scale, I will return the coal to you. I live in the south, and I don't need much coal in winter. I still have a lot of coal stored before. I will keep it for you. You can change it whenever you need it," Qin Qin said, and admitted her weakness by the way. "I don't know much about management, Brother John. Just listen to the military advisor. What they say makes sense." Coming back to her senses, she felt that it was most appropriate for John Roy to manage the town near the snow mountain. With him, the people's lives would definitely be better than now. At least bring out those people who have to live in the snow-capped mountains. The living environment in the snow-capped mountains is indeed not suitable for ordinary people to survive. The snow-capped mountains here are different from some places in the real world where winter grows. Although these places in reality do not have distinct 4 seasons, there are also seasonal changes. In the right season, there will be plants growing. And this snow-capped mountain is the same all year round. Except for some animals and plants that adapt to low-temperature environments, most of them have been eliminated by nature. If ordinary people can choose, they will definitely not want to live in the snow-capped mountains. John Roy has the help of the Soul Realm's military advisor, which is much better than her and John Roy staring at each other. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. There are so many people in the Soul Realm. With everyone's brainstorming, they can always come up with useful methods. Just when she thought of this, she saw that someone on the Soul Realm Launcher app was collecting information on how to make cement and how to quickly make adhesives. These questions are waiting for responses from living people. Are you kidding me? People who can surf the internet these days can't find these things? Are you really giving me forum coins? Hey. Are you really giving it to me? Are you really sending it to me? Oh my god. It's really great. What are you doing? Playing cosplay? This app is all weird. But if you give me some more forum coins, I will find whatever you want. And I guarantee that they are all from legitimate sources. And there will be no mistakes. Qin Qin looked at the responses from living people and couldn't help laughing out loud. But this saved her a lot of trouble. If she had to find the information herself, it would take a lot of time. Now someone is doing it for her. She is naturally very happy. After reading the message here, she quickly opened the chat box with Zhang Mingshun. "I'm free in the evening. I'll go get it then." It takes time to get the bullets from Zhang Mingshun. Unlike Spreadtrum, where you can just add the goods directly. Not long after replying the message, Zhang Mingshun replied with a "okay," and she calmly returned to the cashier. Not long after sitting down, she couldn't sit still, took out the yoga mat and placed it next to the cashier, and began to practice internal strength. Some things are definitely more secure the more you have, such as inner strength and puppets. These 2 things are likely to be positively correlated, as long as her inner strength is cultivated enough. The number of puppets she can control will surely increase. If she gets into a fight with someone, she can just wave her hand and get hundreds or thousands of puppets, and directly gather a team of heavenly soldiers. That would be great. She practiced inner strength for an entire afternoon, and when the supermarket was about to close at 8 o'clock in the evening, she immediately got up, put away her yoga mat, closed the supermarket door, and went to the Wasteland Planet. The plain supermarket on the Wasteland Planet was closed today. She thought for a while, maybe she forgot to open the door in the morning, but it shouldn't be the case. She opened the door of several planes every morning. She would definitely not forget. Thinking about it, she walked over and opened the door of the supermarket. As soon as she opened it, she saw the starry sky. And the garbage wall. She remembered that it was still there in the morning. Why is it gone now? The stars are fake. Zhang Mingchun was sitting not far away, waving at her. Didn't you say that this place was going to be built? In the morning? I asked the car to come over and tear down the garbage wall, and then built a base on it. You don't have to go so far to find me in the future. I'm here. So this is an artificial starry sky? Qin walked forward a few steps, and her eyes lit up after she looked up. The moon? Is this our moon? Does it look like it? Zhang Mingchun asked with a smile. Like, this is too similar. There are traces of osmanthus trees on it. It feels like our Chunga and Moon Rabbit are on it. Qin looked at the moon and the starry sky for a while, and walked quickly to Zhang Mingchun. Are we having hot pot today? There are vegetables? Just grown vegetables. You can eat some with me. Zhang Mingchun asked Qin to sit down. You will walk around here in the future. I have asked people to pave the ground around you. During the day, the sky above your head will become a simulated clear sky, maybe a little lower, but the brightness is definitely enough. Is this also a closed environment? Only a few people can come in? Qin saw a familiar door not far away. When she came last time, that door was also there. Zhang Mingchun smiled and nodded. You can say that. Only the two of us have access to that door. But in addition to that door, there is another door over there. You can go directly to the base upstairs through that door. You will do an iris authentication later. You can walk freely in the base in the future. That's fine. This way, it feels very high, and Qin said, looking at the vegetables in front of Zhang Mingchun. She was reluctant to give them to her, so she took out a pot of vegetables herself. You can eat your own vegetables. I'll eat this so I can. We still eat at the same table. You have a hard time getting some green leafy vegetables here. You should eat more to supplement your nutrition. Zhang Mingchun did not force it. Looking at the fresh vegetables in front of her, she smiled and said, Aren't you just hoarding expired food? But I live in town. I have to buy vegetables. Otherwise, I always eat hoarded food. People will think I live on snacks from the supermarket every day. Qin threw the vegetables into the pot, and lowered her head to smell it. It smells like the instant noodle seasoning packet. Are you okay? Zhang Mingchun also picked up a chopstick of vegetables. Although it's strange, there's nothing that can't be eaten. Qin smiled. If I had known that you were developing so fast, I should have replaced the canned herring with hot pot base. That stuff is almost omnipotent, and can be used for everything. Instant noodle seasoning packets are the only seasoning that Zhang Mingchun can find on this planet. Qin is very clear about this. So she only talked about canned herring. As she said that, she mentioned the spiritual rice again. It should be about to be upgraded. If you put some red gold sand, I will give you spiritual rice. Spiritual rice is better than other foods, and can also nourish your body. Red gold sand is also useful to Zhang Mingchun. She can't urge him. But Zhang Mingchun has sold some red gold sand in the past few days. It is estimated that it is about the same. Zhang Mingchun's health condition is from the inside out. Although she is alive and well now, it is only because her body has adapted to the environment here, which does not mean that she is still healthy. Spiritual rice nourishes the body, which must be of great benefit to Zhang Mingchun. This time Zhang Mingchun did not refuse, and nodded directly. Okay. I still have a few bags of red gold sand. I will sell them to you later. Is the red gold sand useful to you? Yes, Qin nodded immediately. It is just right to feed my zombie puppet with red gold sand. A small piece can replenish enough energy, which is very cost-effective. Other energy stones are too big, and I am reluctant to use them. The two chatted while eating hot pot. As they chatted, speaking of the matter of genre, Qin said with a smile, this idea must have been proposed by the Soul Realm. Who would have thought that a military advisor could be found in this way? But the conversation between the two sides went smoothly, and I felt much more relaxed. Zhang Mingchun raised the Coke in his hand, and clinked glasses with her. You are also very good. My ability is still slightly insufficient, a little bit of ability. Qin showed 2 fingers and compared them. But I can find external aid, others don't have as much external aid as I do. Zhang Mingchun also laughed. That makes sense. Being able to find external aid is also a skill. Qin, that's right. Chapter 191. Someone is going through a tribulation. The two of them happily ate a hot pot meal. Qin's dishes could not be kept. She had almost finished eating, so she put the dishes on the table away again, so that she could eat them next time, and not waste them. The car is still being modified. I have prepared the bullets for you. Zhang Mingchun stood up, entered a room on the left, and when he came out, he was holding a box in his hand. You can use these first, and if you need them later, you can always find me. The box opened, revealing a box full of bullets. Qin didn't know any of this, but she believed in Zhang Mingchun, so she just put the bullet away. Do you still need clothes? Zhang Mingchun looked at her. There are a lot of clothes in the factory. I plan to sell a batch through the channels of the guard army in exchange for some necessary supplies. If you want, I will leave more for you. No need. There are not many people buying from my side. After the previous batch of 1,000 pieces were sold, they were sold in small quantities. There are still a lot of stocks left. Your supplies are more important, Qin said, and thought for a while. If you need anything else, you can also tell me, and I will help you find it. Then let me see. As he said, Zhang Mingchun brought a bag of red gold sand to the side of the vending machine. After all the pieces were sold, the vending machine was indeed upgraded. Qin immediately threw the spiritual rice in and asked her to buy it. I have enough spiritual rice. You can buy whatever you want. Qin was afraid that Zhang Mingchun would not change, so she reminded him. You really need to eat more spiritual rice. It's good for your health. Zhang Mingchun smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. After talking about what they needed to talk about, it was almost time. Qin went back to her supermarket, washed up and went to bed, and slept until dawn. She didn't stay up late the night before, so she got up on time in the morning, washed up, and went to open the store. Not long after opening the door, she received a large package. It arrived last night. I put such a large package aside and forgot to send it to you. Xie Hengliang put the package at the door of the supermarket. If you send more and buy more, my express delivery business will be supported by you. Qin laughed. Then I will continue to buy with confidence. Xie Hengliang also smiled and rode away on a tricycle. Qin opened the package, revealing the pure white fabric inside. This was the puppet suit she bought specially, which was specially made for puppets to wear. Otherwise, the appearance of zombies would cause a sensation if they appeared in places other than the zombie plane. After unpacking the package, she threw away the courier bag and put all the fabrics inside into her personal space, so that she could take them out whenever she needed them. At noon, she came to the school's cultivation plane and found the team that was going out today. Are you still going to buy spiritual rice? Of course, the more spiritual rice the better, but I don't know the inventory of spiritual rice in this world. This is what Qin is worried about. If there is more, I will definitely store more. There is a lot of spiritual rice in stock, but most of it is in the hands of those high-level cultivators. If we only use salt, I am afraid it will be difficult to exchange for a large amount of spiritual rice. One of them said, We have exchanged a lot of spiritual rice these days, and we can help later. You also have to live, and exchanging all of it to me will have some impact on your life. Qin said, I will go out with you. If I can meet someone selling spiritual rice, I will buy more. I can't let all the purchasing needs fall on you. After Qin said this, the others didn't say much, but just said they would go out together. But she had been out once before, and now she had determined the direction. After walking for a while, she took the initiative to talk about going there in advance. You usually go together. I'm here. You have to pay attention to me. I will go there directly. We will meet at the market then. That's good. Boss Qin is as strong as us. If he can fly over, he won't waste time on the road. But Boss Qin still has to be careful. If he encounters a powerful cultivator, he should avoid him if possible. I know. Don't worry. After saying that, Qin determined the nearby position, exerted force on her feet, and jumped up. There were mountains all around the school, so the people who had traveled through time had to climb over mountains to get out. But it was also because of the mountains that the teachers and students of the school were able to survive well in the 10 years after they traveled through time. Of course, it was mainly because there were no excellent resources nearby. If there was a spiritual vein nearby, the students and teachers would not be able to live peacefully for 10 years. Qin used a lot of strength to go up, until he came to a relatively high mountain. And then, he didn't have to go up any further. After confirming the direction, he jumped down. This world is a world of immortal cultivation. Not to mention Qigong, there are even people flying in the air. Qin landed directly near the market. Some people saw her, but they just glanced at her, and didn't pay much attention to her. Others didn't pay attention to her, and she didn't say much, just looked all the way, looking for people selling spiritual rice. If you want to say what is most lacking after the apocalypse, it must be food. Spiritual rice is not only of good quality, but also contains spiritual energy, and it can be eaten in any world. Compared with ordinary rice, she still prefers to buy spiritual rice. The problem now is what she should use to exchange for the spiritual rice. According to the rules of the vending machine, except for currency, all other things in reality can only be traded through the vending machine. In this way, she can only take out those energy stones. Then, the things in purgatory on earth. Salt is also okay, but if she wants to exchange it with salt, she still has to go through the school account. It's better to let them exchange it themselves, and they can earn more. It is cost-effective to exchange white stone for spiritual rice. One white stone can even be exchanged for dozens of kilograms of spiritual rice. In her transaction with the white stone plane, the value of white stone is almost equivalent to that of expired instant noodles. But knowing that white stones are spirit stones, she couldn't help but be stingy. She was reluctant to use them unless she had no other choice. After walking around for a few times, she went into a store selling cinnabar and talisman paper and exchanged a white stone for a lot of them. She found a place to draw a few puppet talismans to make sure they were usable before she felt relieved to accept them. She went back to find out what kind of talismans were popular at this time, so that she could still make money by drawing talismans. The talisman paper and cinnabar were all put into her personal space. After a round, she took a skewer of barbecue in her hand and finally waited for the few people who came later. The speed of the few people was faster than Zhao Yu and his group last time. It was obvious that they did consider her last time and did not speed up. How is it? Did you get anything? Not yet. I need to think about it, Qing said, looking at the baskets on their backs. If you want to exchange for spiritual rice, go and exchange it directly. I'll go shopping again. I may go back directly when the time comes. The few people looked at each other and nodded. Okay. By the way, this is for you. I picked it on the way here. You said you like to eat fruits? One of them took out a red fruit from the basket. This fruit is very sweet. There are only a few ripe fruits on the tree we came from. I'll take the rest back. Then I won't be polite. Qing took it with a smile. When she was about to leave, she saw two people walking not far away. Is that also a puppet? The person who gave her the fruit turned around and looked carefully. Right. It looks a bit like it. I also saw someone with a puppet last time I came here. Qing shook the fruit in her hand. Are there so many puppets in the world of cultivation? I read in a book that it is said that only when the consciousness is dispersed can it be used as a puppet? I don't know, but now that you mention it, the number of puppets in the past 2 years is indeed a bit large. There were not so many in the past few years, the other party said, and then said, but it may be that we didn't understand it in the past few years, and didn't recognize the puppet. Qing looked at her, and saw that she looked confused, and didn't ask, it's okay, I just asked casually, I'm leaving first. As she said, she walked out of the street market. There was no rush to exchange for spiritual rice at this moment. She still had to think about it, determine the amount of white stones in her hand, and then decide whether to exchange white stones for spiritual rice. Although there were many white stones in Sunset Forest, they were not inexhaustible. Now she knew that white stones were spiritual stones, and the red gold sand in her hand could also be used to feed zombie puppets. In contrast, excluding the influence of spiritual energy, she could completely use ordinary rice instead of spiritual rice to stock up. And she didn't have to exchange white stones for spiritual rice. But this time, she had to walk more places. As she walked, she came to the outskirts of the city. Looking at the beautiful house not far away, she pricked up her ears and listened, heading for the sound of running water. Sure enough, not long after, she saw a stream. She washed the fruit in her hand in the stream, picked it up and put it in her mouth. Feeling the sweetness in her mouth, she immediately squinted her eyes, took another big bite, stood up happily, and turned to leave. As soon as she took a step, she heard a loud noise. A bolt from the blue? Qing suddenly looked up, looking at the still clear sky, and she never thought that in such a good weather, there would be thunder, and it was such a loud thunder. She looked around and subconsciously avoided the big tree beside her. As a result, she had just taken 2 steps when there was another loud noise, which scared her so much that she shivered and almost dropped the fruit in her hand. Feeling that the thunder would come again, she quickened her pace and planned to find a secluded place to return to the supermarket. At this moment, A shrill scream came from not far away. She turned around and saw a lightning bolt strike into the beautiful house. Only then did she react that the two loud noises just now were not normal thunder. But someone was going through a tribulation. Going through a tribulation. This is rare. Qing took several steps back, avoiding the big trees around her. Standing in an open space, took out her mobile phone, and quietly aimed it at the house. Sure enough, the next thunder also came towards this house. And it accurately struck a fellow Taoist in the house. You don't need to see it with your own eyes. You can know it just by listening to the sound coming from inside. At the same time, a huge thundercloud gathered above the house. And it was pitch black. The sky around the house darkened instantly. Qing looked at her position, and quietly moved away a little, until she hid behind a rock in the corner. And after she was sure she was safe, she raised her phone again to record. But when she took out her phone again and turned on the night mode, she saw several people hiding in the dark through her phone. You can't see it with your naked eyes, but you can see it with the night mode of the phone. Chapter 192 Thunder Puppet. 1, 2, 3, 4. My goodness, why are there so many people around here? Qing quietly hid in the corner, holding her phone, scanning through the camera, and counted 8 people, but before she saw it with her own eyes, she really thought there was no one around. Fortunately, she didn't do anything special before. The world of cultivation is really dangerous. She hid a little deeper, looked at the phone in her hand, changed the phone case to black, only showing the camera pointing not far away, and also clicked on the plain supermarket panel. Once there was an abnormality, she could go back immediately. After doing all this, the thunder sounded again, and the shouting in the house was even more shrill than before. Qing couldn't help but frown. Although it was a thunder tribulation, each upgrade had to endure such pain, and it required extremely strong endurance. This alone was not something that ordinary people could do. But what was the purpose of these people around? Could it be that they wanted to add insult to injury? Just then, someone else came from a distance. She immediately hid deeper. The man who came was also reckless. As soon as he arrived nearby, he spoke loudly. "Dao Yu, how about we compete fairly this time? If we fight again for this, the puppet will not be restrained, you and I will both suffer, which is not good for our great success." No one answered him, and the man continued, "If you don't agree, then we will have to fight later. In the current situation, the Taoist inside will definitely not be able to survive the thunder tribulation. If we can cooperate, it will be mutually beneficial. If there is a next time, this time, those who have already obtained the puppets cannot rob them. Who can guarantee that they will keep their word? The fellow who is going through the thunder tribulation this time is a gened on-stage cultivator. Not everyone can control it. I believe that no fellow cultivator present has the cultivation level to control 2 gened and puppets. Nowadays, many cultivators in the cultivation world cannot go through the thunder tribulation. Except for those who have already discussed with their friends before their death, most of them are won by the winner. But even so, most of the participants are seriously injured. When you go through the tribulation yourself, do you want to? Seeing someone waiting outside your tribulation formation? It sounds good. But there is a golden elixir puppet. The puppet's cultivation can also feed back. The better the control, the easier it is to succeed in your thunder tribulation. If you don't want it, you can just quit. You don't want to monopolize it? If I want to monopolize it, why would I waste my time talking to you guys here? Isn't it because you are not strong enough? I am also a Yuanying. So what? Who here is not a Yuanying? Cultivation? Although the people hiding in the dark have lower cultivation, I am afraid they will also want to snatch it. Do you think the people with lower cultivation don't want it? It's just that they can't control it. The little friend hiding in the dark is just passing by. There is no need to mention it. This fight must be between us. I won't say much. If you are willing to give me this puppet, I will not fight with you next time." Qing hid in the dark. Hearing this, she shrank back behind the stone. She always felt that she was being implicated. But since everyone knew of her existence, she naturally wanted to hear the whole story. If she ran away now, it would be a waste of her time here. Thinking of this, she raised her cell phone and pointed it at the people who were talking. Anyway, they didn't know how to use cell phones. She could record this drama and bring it back for everyone to see. At this moment, the man just now spoke again. "Bah! Your abacus beads are about to hit people in the face. In terms of seniority and cultivation, it should be my turn. I can also make a promise. If you give me this puppet, I won't fight with you next time. Everyone wants it. Can we still come to an agreement?" It depends on our ability at that time. Why don't we have a fight in advance? And whoever wins will get it. People haven't failed to pass the tribulation yet. What's the point of fighting now, and passing the tribulation successfully after the fight? As soon as the voice fell, another huge thunder fell. Qing immediately raised her phone when she heard the sound. But unfortunately light travels faster than sound. When she raised her hand, she only captured the appearance of the thunder, but not how it was formed. This time, the thunder tribulation fell, and no sound came out of the house. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that the people in the house could successfully pass the tribulation. Although they could only pass the tribulation to the nascent soul stage, they could slap the faces of those outside and make them lose the meaning of waiting. Those people stopped talking and looked towards the house, as if they were also waiting for the reaction of the people inside. It was also at this time that the originally intact house suddenly exploded. It was a pity that Qing didn't wait too long. The waiting cultivators immediately rushed over and even started to attack each other. Taking this opportunity, she hid farther away and found a big rock to hide again. She took out her mobile phone, adjusted the magnification of the mobile phone, and continued to record the video. While shooting the video, she turned her head to look at the blurred talisman. It should be a puppet talisman, but it was not the same as the puppet talisman drawn by the Taoist priest for her. She immediately found a few clear angles and took a few photos. If she was lucky, she might be able to copy this puppet talisman. The puppet talisman in the cultivation world might allow her to control more zombies. Not far away, the house was completely destroyed. A person stood upright inside, and a group of people around him were attacking each other for this person. At the same time, puppet talismans were thrown at the person in the middle one by one as if they were free. Obviously, none of them was willing to hurt the cultivator, who was about to become a puppet. The number of puppet talismans needed to control a Jindan cultivator was much more than the number of puppet talismans needed to control a zombie. Qing observed for a while, and saw that those people recited the puppetry formula again and again. But the cultivator in the middle did not move at all. He counted the puppet talismans in his hand in his mind, and it was not enough no matter how he counted. But if you think about it carefully, there is no problem. After all, he is a Jindan cultivator. With this level of cultivation, it is not a problem to fight 1 against 100. Even 1 against 1,000. If it were ordinary people, even if there were 10 times more of them, and they all attacked together, they would not be able to break the defense of the Jindan cultivator. She shrank back and wanted to retreat further. After all, the Jindan cultivators are so powerful. And those Yuanyin cultivators must be very powerful too. She stayed away to avoid these people using their ultimate moves and harming her. An innocent fish. Do it as you think. She looked at the big tree farther away and ran over quickly. At this moment, she was sure that the thunder was a target attack. So even if she hid under the tree, the thunder would not hit her. As soon as she ran behind the tree, she heard a loud noise behind her. She immediately turned her head and looked over there. As soon as she saw the situation over there, she couldn't help but shout in shock. The one who was attacking at this moment was actually the Jindan cultivator, who was almost sentenced to death, and was regarded as a treasure by those Yuanyin cultivators. So this person didn't fail to pass the tribulation just now. She just pretended to fail to pass the tribulation, in order to lure out the monks around. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. A large area around was razed to the ground, including the stone where Qing hid for the first time, which had long been reduced to fragments without even a grain of debris. Dao Yuzhenlin, why do you have to struggle so hard? You want to survive the tribulation, but you have only survived 6 thunder tribulations, and there are still 3 thunder tribulations left. Now you are at the end of your strength, and you will definitely not survive the last 3 thunder tribulations. It is better to accept your fate. Under the thunder tribulation, no one will be intact. If you have not survived the thunder tribulation, you will disappear between heaven and earth. In order not to take a step back, you should leave a complete body? Yes. Then Dao Yuzhenlin can still leave his name in the world, which is better than dying without a complete body, facing a circle of Yuanyin stage cultivators around him. The cultivation of the cultivator, who was still in Jindan, and Yuanyin was obviously not enough. At first, he was a little embarrassed when the people around him fought back. But now, he felt like an eagle catching a chick. Qing couldn't help frowning when she heard this. She felt that it was a little right, but she also felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, she finally remembered what was wrong. Isn't this forcing people to donate their bodies? It is a good thing for someone to donate their bodies voluntarily, and it should be respected. But forcing people to donate their bodies is a mean act no matter how you look at it. Moreover, these people force people to donate for their own sake, for their own selfish interests. As she was thinking this, the thunder above her head started again. When she looked up, the others also raised their heads. Not everyone can withstand the thunder tribulation. Even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage would feel a little scared when facing the thunder tribulation of the golden core and the nascent soul, and would turn around and leave immediately. But when they turned around, they found that they could not move at all. What did you do? Nothing. I just borrowed a fairy weapon from someone in advance. The cultivator named Jeline took out a small green bottle. The bottle was only the size of a palm, but it made the people around him gasp. The life bottle. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "It's a low-quality immortal weapon. It can bind for 3 hours, which is enough." Another person looked up and suddenly laughed. No one has ever tried what will happen to a cultivator bound under a thunder tribulation. Today, I have seen the world. Are you crazy? If the thunder tribulation increases its power because of our existence, we will all die. So what? Although the life bottle is only a low-grade immortal weapon, it is also an immortal weapon. Can you unbind it? It's better to see what the thunder tribulation will be like today, just as an advanced experience. Not good. The power of the thunder tribulation has really increased. As soon as these words came out, the person who was still talking just now shut up instantly. Chin kept pointing her phone camera at the sky. She didn't understand thunder tribulation, but even so, she could feel the threat of the thunder tribulation above. It was heavy and seemed to be able to come down at any time. She felt the threat, but she didn't stay there stubbornly. Instead, she ran a lot further away. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the threat gradually dissipated. It turned out that her intuition was correct. Just after she stood still, the thunder tribulation in the distance fell again. This time, the diameter of the thunder tribulation fell not far from her feet. The screams in the distance were even more shrill than before. It was obvious that this thunder tribulation also included the few nascent soul cultivators trapped there. How miserable! Chin looked at the thunderclouds slowly forming again in the distant sky, took out the fruit she had not finished eating before, and took a big bite. This fruit had been kept in the personal space, and when it was taken out now, the juice had not been lost at all, and the taste was still as good as before, which also soothed her pounding heart. She looked at the flattened ground. Only a few scorched trees were left, and she felt sad again for the destruction of the beautiful house before. But is this tree any use? After all, after being struck by the thunderbolt, it still has something left. Thinking of this, she took advantage of the fact that the next thunderbolt had not gathered yet, and immediately stepped forward, and put all the trees that had not disappeared into her personal space, including their roots and branches, and also picked up some stones that had not been struck and disappeared. She was so distracted by the picking that she accidentally entered the inner circle. The thunderbolt above her head was still slowly gathering, and there was no sign of it hitting her for the time being. Chapter 193 Puppet Substitute. If this continues, we will all perish together. The person who spoke spat out a mouthful of blood. Let us go, we will help you block the thunder tribulation, at least help you survive this tribulation. The previous thunder tribulation injured everyone, including the person who survived the tribulation. It was hard to tell if they were seriously injured, but their condition did not look right. Chin looked up at the sky, and saw that the thunder tribulation was slowly condensing, so she stayed for a while, watching these people bargaining back and forth. There are still 2 thunderbolts left. If they fall again, even if they are not seriously injured, they will be seriously injured. The monks involved naturally want to escape as soon as possible. As for the monk who is undergoing the thunderbolt, although these people have increased the power of the thunderbolt, they will also use magic tools to resist, which can help share some of the thunderbolt. How can I trust you? We can swear a vow. Once the vow is made, if you do not obey, you will definitely fail in the thunderbolt. The man who vomited blood before spoke, and immediately raised his hand and began to swear, saying that he would definitely help Jeline survive the thunderbolt after escaping. Those who violated the oath will not be tolerated by heaven and earth. The others also wanted to survive, and immediately raised their hands and swore. After all, leaving the thunder tribulation circle to help is different from standing in the thunder tribulation. Apart from other things, the power of the thunder tribulation is different. Although the thunder tribulation needs to be survived by the person himself, they can hand over the magic tools and elixirs in their hands, and help the other party recover as soon as possible before the last two thunder tribulations. The better the recovery, the higher the probability of surviving the thunder tribulation. But just as they all made a vow and waited for a good result, the man named Jinlin laughed. Unfortunately, if you had said it earlier, it would still work. But now it's too late. Did you lie to us? I didn't lie to you. I also wanted to let you go. But after being bound by the life bottle, you can't get away unless someone takes the initiative to replace you. Jinlin laughed to the sky. You came here today. You must not have controlled the puppet. Then you can't leave. So it's good. I have you by my side. I will die without regrets. After saying this, everyone's face changed. What Jinlin said was right. They really didn't control the puppets. Even for Yuanian cultivators, the number of puppets they could control was limited. What's more, they had already been eyeing Jinlin. With this half-step Yuanian cultivator around, how could they look down on others? Is there no other way? I said, unless someone takes the initiative to replace you. Jinlin said, turning his head to look at the outer circle. Little girl, you have been looking at it for a long time. Do you have any ideas? The circle around the thunder tribulation was almost raised to the ground. There was no more obstruction around Qin Qin, so the group of people could naturally see her at a glance. However, they were restraining each other, so they would not take action easily. She was holding a peach that had only been bitten, and seeing that the other party was talking about her, she could not help but be curious. What does your business have to do with me? Besides, I am the only one. And if you let me take your place, you will have to fight among yourselves. After all, the power of the remaining two thunder tribulations will not be too weak, and no one wants to die. Right? Are you willing to take your place? Someone asked. Qin Qin wanted to roll her eyes, but due to the cultivation of these people and her next plan, she just snorted softly. I'm not stupid. You don't want to die. But you say it as if I want to die. But here today, you really can only ask me for help. She could turn around and leave, but she was afraid that these people would catch up. So it would be better to take the initiative to reveal her ability. As she said that, she immediately summoned a zombie puppet. The zombie puppet was covered with pure white cloth, covering its face and all parts of its body, so that they could not see what it was. Then, she summoned the second, the third, a total of 6 puppets, corresponding to the other 6 people except Lei Jia, standing beside her in a row. Under her command, several zombie puppets began to move back and forth. You swear in your heart that you will not hurt me, and give me the corresponding reward, and I will let the puppet go in to replace you. Qin Qin saw that several people were tempted, and immediately stated her request. I don't want much. 1 million kilograms of spiritual rice, or something of the corresponding value of these spiritual rice. After she said this, the expressions on everyone's faces softened a little. Someone wanted to bargain. Qin Qin looked up at the sky. The man immediately agreed. Okay. I swear a heart oath. Seeing that the thunderbolt was about to condense, several people immediately rushed forward to swear a heart oath. Jinlin would naturally not stop them. After all, these people had just sworn not long ago, saying that they would help to overcome the calamity. After the heart oath was sworn, Qin Qin breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't understand the heart oath, but since these people believed it, it meant that the heart oath had control over them. Thinking of this, she immediately drove a zombie in, and after meeting one of them, she replaced that person. Dao Yu, this puppet will be reduced to ashes under the thunder tribulation. It doesn't matter, Qin Qin said, and put in the second zombie puppet. After letting the second person in, someone looked up and exclaimed, has the thunder become weaker? The third zombie went in, and when he was about to replace the person, the man lifted the white cloth on the zombie, and then took a breath. A rotten person can actually be made into a puppet? Qin Qin tilted her head to look at him. You have to compensate me with more spiritual rice. The man, why? I lost the puppet. I was already sad. And you lifted its clothes, which made me even sadder. Qin Qin sighed, raised her eyes and looked over. I got the puppet with great difficulty. The man looked at Qin Qin's face, and immediately nodded. It's just spiritual rice. I'll compensate you. Then it's settled. I believe that the Yuan great power will never go back on his word, Qin Qin said with a smile, and ordered the remaining few zombie puppets at hand to replace the remaining people. After all were replaced, The thunder tribulation returned to its original intensity. Without the bonus of these Yuanian cultivators. The intensity of the thunder tribulation in front of them was the intensity of the most common Jin Dan to Yuanian. The few people who were replaced could only keep their word and gave everything they could use to the other party. And also transferred spiritual power to the other party. So that the Jinling cultivator could survive the thunder tribulation. Several people restrained each other. And no one dared to disobey in public. So they could only help with all their strength. Not long after, the thunder tribulation formed again and struck the Jinling cultivator. After successfully surviving, the faces of the people around him did not change. Although they were all willing to help and had put in some effort. Whether Jinling could make it or not still depended on the situation. If he could make it, that would be good. If he couldn't, they had done their best, and it wouldn't be considered a violation of their vows. When the influence of the thunderbolt faded, everyone's attention was on the puppets. How strange. Such weak puppets could be safe and sound in the thunderbolt? What kind of puppets are these? As they spoke, several people focused their attention on Qin Qing. Qin Qing looked at them and stretched out her hand. The last thunder tribulation will not come for a while. So why don't you pay me first? So that I won't help you for nothing. Give it to you. Of course we can give it to you. But it's only 1 million caddies of spiritual rice. Which is not worth much. I don't know what sect you belong to. You can actually control so many puppets. And those puppets are so strange. Never seen before. I happen to have 1 million caddies of spiritual rice. Which I collected not long ago to give to my sect. I don't know if your storage. Where is the ring? I will transfer the spiritual rice to you. Qin Qing. She has a portable space. But she does not show any external objects on her body. How to transfer? Dao's storage ring. Qin Qing, it's full. She looked at the faces of several people. It doesn't necessarily mean you need 1 million kilograms of spiritual rice. You have things equivalent to spiritual rice. Such as magic tools, elixirs, I can take them all. Those things don't take up much space. As she said, she smiled and looked at everyone, with a cunning look, as if she had planned it in advance. Several people looked at each other. And one of them immediately said, the storage ring can be exchanged for 500,000 kilograms of spiritual rice. I will give you a storage ring, and another 500,000 kilograms of spiritual rice. How about that? Qin Qing looked embarrassed. The person who had just asked her for the storage ring immediately said, then the spiritual rice here can also be transferred to the storage ring. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Qing to react, he immediately handed over the storage ring to the person who gave him the storage ring. The other people didn't have much spiritual rice on hand, but they discussed it privately and felt that it was more cost-effective to take the spiritual rice. So they borrowed the spiritual rice from the people around them, and then transferred it to the storage ring. When he handed it to Qin Qing at the end, he said, we agreed before that it would be spiritual rice or something else. Giving only spiritual rice does not violate our oath. It's not that we don't want to give other things, but fellow Taoist has seen that there will be another thunder tribulation later. We want fellow Taoist Jinling to survive the thunder tribulation. Today is a big loss. Qin Qing took the storage ring and tried to see what was inside. She was worried that she would not be able to open the storage ring because she had no spiritual power. Fortunately, the result was good. Even if she cultivated internal power, she could open the storage ring. And it was opened smoothly. Seeing this, the people around her thought that she was trying to confirm the amount of spiritual rice in the storage ring. When they saw her looking up, they were watching her expression change. Seeing that she was expressionless, she was a little nervous. This happened only after they reached the nascent soul stage, and only when facing a spiritual transformation cultivator. Little did they know that Qin Qing was trying to suppress the joy in her heart. 6 people, 5.5 million kilograms of spiritual rice, plus a storage ring. If she ate it alone, she would eat 1 kilogram of rice a day. This amount of spiritual rice would be enough for her to eat for 5.5 million days, which is 15,068 years. After such a long time, I'm really going to become an immortal. After figuring this out, she remembered the conversation not long ago. She asked the monk who had taken off the zombie puppets' clothes for some more spiritual rice. The amount was not much, only a few thousand kilograms. Compared with 1 million kilograms of spiritual rice, it was really a drop in the bucket. But a few thousand kilograms could last for a long time. Don't miss it. It was the spiritual rice I mentioned at the beginning. That's it. Qin Qing put the storage ring on her hand and looked at the people in front of her. We're even on this matter. They all breathed a sigh of relief and continued to focus their attention not far away, while regulating the breathing and treating the Mongshan. They were also waiting for the ninth thunder tribulation to fall. At this time, someone walked up to Qin Qing and said, "Fellow Taoist controls so many puppets. Do you have any puppet talismans?" Qin Qing turned to look at him. The other party smiled and said, "If it doesn't work today, it may not work in the future. The puppet talisman in my hand is different from yours." Qin Qing thought, and said, "How about I use 2 puppet talismans to exchange for 1 puppet talisman in your hand?" As she said that, she turned her palm over, and 2 puppet talismans appeared in her hand instantly. The other party took a look, probably found that they were indeed different, and did not force to buy, but used one of his puppet talismans to exchange for Qin Qing's 2 puppet talismans. By the way, she took 2 more talismans, put them in Qin Qing's hand, and took the initiative to explain, "This is a sound transmission talisman. After parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. If your puppet talisman is useful, I would like to buy more from you. This business can be done." The puppet talismans she traded were drawn with cinnabar on the talisman paper she bought in this world. She originally planned to do this business, and the more customers, the better. Thinking about it, she nodded, "Okay." Chapter 194. The Thunder Tribulation is huge. The ninth Thunder Tribulation is more powerful than the previous 8. Even those Yuaning stage cultivators are troubled. But at this time, others can no longer intervene. They can only see whether the original body, who is going through the Thunder Tribulation, can survive. In addition to the cultivator, who is going through the Thunder Tribulation, there are 6 zombie puppets nearby. Someone asked why the zombie puppets were still there under the Thunder Tribulation. Qin Qing heard it, but she did not respond, because she herself did not know how to explain it. However, there are plenty of zombies in the other world. Even if these zombies are smashed by the thunder, it is no problem. But if they can survive, she will definitely take them away. After all, she has taken away all the trees that were struck by the thunder. So it is impossible for her not to take these zombies. Without her control, the zombie puppets were motionless in the center of the thunder. When the last thunder fell, a shocking thunder sounded in the air. Qin Qing was pulled away by the Yuaning cultivator beside her. As soon as she stood still, the place where she was originally was struck by thunder. The originally normal yellow land now has turned into a burnt black. She was horrified, and now she realized the horror of the Thunder Tribulation. The cultivators nearby couldn't help but sigh. It has become increasingly difficult to pass the tribulation in recent years. I wonder if we can pass it smoothly when we pass it. Those cultivators who have reached the great perfection of the nascent soul are still suppressing their cultivation. They wish they could give up some of their cultivation. I'm afraid they have realized something, and dare not pass the tribulation. I'm not in a hurry. My cultivation is low. It will take at least a few hundred years to reach the great perfection of the nascent soul. By then, the crisis may be resolved. What we are most afraid of now is not us, but the gods. They are only one step away from becoming immortals. Now even the golden core is difficult to advance, and it will be even more difficult to become a god. I heard that there are already great people who have reached the half-step heavenly realm. They only need one more realization to attract the thunder tribulation. When the 99 and 81 thunders fall, what can they do even if they are gods? Qin Qing was paying attention to the cultivators, who were passing the tribulation not far away. But he was distracted and kept his ears perked up to listen to the people around him. Until someone looked at her. "I can't see through your cultivation level." Qin Qing pursed her lips and tried to respond calmly. "I cultivate the way of talismans, and I control special puppets. So I am different from you." "I see. There are indeed different ways to cultivate the way of talismans. And the way of talismans is also orthodox. But your situation is slightly different. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have had a hard time getting out of this situation." Qin Qing was alert in an instant. "You won't settle accounts with me later, right?" Several people were startled, and then laughed. "We are all nascent soul cultivators. Why should we argue with you? A little girl who cultivates the way of talismans? Every family has to settle accounts, not to mention that you only asked for 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual rice." Another person shook his head and laughed. "If you want something else, we will consider taking it back, but now it's just 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual rice. We have been fasting for a long time, and spiritual rice is only eaten by low-level cultivators, and those who can barely draw chi into their bodies. Apart from being used by the sect, The spiritual rice on us has been stored for who knows how long, and it is of little use. Do you regret it now? Qing was just testing the attitudes of several people just now. After all, these people have been waiting for someone to fail in the tribulation to rob the body, and they are not gentlemen. If there was something in the words of these people, she would prepare to leave early. When they were not paying attention, she would immediately choose return to the store to leave, and they would not be able to catch up. Otherwise, when they passed the tribulation, she would not be able to escape. However, judging from the current situation, they really did not care about the spiritual rice. She wanted spiritual rice as a reward, and their loss was estimated to be only a fraction of the value of the pills and magic tools used before the thunder tribulation. She lowered her head to think for a moment, and when she looked up again, she asked softly, "Can it be exchanged?" Several people shook their heads almost at the same time. Of course not. Then forget it. Qing stroked the storage ring in her hand and said seriously, "I haven't fasted yet. I can eat these spiritual rice myself, and I can also take them out to exchange for other things. I will hide and not offend powerful people like you, so that I don't need pills and magic tools. Yuanian cultivators are naturally powerful. After all, from nascent soul down, there are golden core, foundation building, and chi refining, and all the teachers and classmates in the school. Their cultivation can't even reach chi refining. The difference in cultivation at each level is similar to the difference before and after each major upgrade of modern weapons. Her ability against nascent soul is similar to an ant shaking an elephant. You have an idea. With your cultivation and the deviation of the talisman path, it is better to avoid it." Qing nodded in agreement. After confirming that these people had no ill will towards her, she didn't plan to hide. After all, she was still planning to take the zombie puppet back openly. As they were talking, the thunderbolts gradually subsided. Only a few lightning bolts occasionally struck from the inside, but they had little effect and would not fall on Qing. After the Jindan was upgraded, it was the Yuanying. The previous thunderbolts were so powerful because there were several Yuanyings. Now there was only the Jindan cultivator. The strength of the thunderbolts could be resisted by Yuanying cultivators with bare hands. However, the same thing still applies. You have to overcome your own thunderbolts by yourself. Even if someone helps you during the process, it will not be of much help. After all, the injuries from the previous 8 thunderbolts cannot be healed in a short time. Did he pass? Only dying, but still alive. What a pity. Yes, what a pity, just a little bit short. Hearing the people around her say what a pity with real emotion, Qing couldn't help but turn her head to look over, and then when they looked at her, she immediately retracted her gaze. The people around her were amused by her actions. What do you think we are? Although we are waiting for this fellow Taoist to fail in the tribulation, we will never attack the fellow Taoist who succeeded in the tribulation. If that is the case, we will definitely become the public enemy of the entire cultivation world. If the tribulation fails, the spiritual consciousness is about to disappear, and there is still a lot of majestic spiritual energy in the body. It is a good time to refine the puppet. If the spiritual consciousness is completely dissipated, even if it is refined into a puppet, it will be an empty shell, a puppet without cultivation to come. What's the use? Why do you think we have to wait here? One after another, words accompanied by reprimands rang in Qing's ears. She silently covered her ears, turned to the side, blinked innocently. I haven't said anything yet. You didn't say it, but your actions have revealed everything. One of them said, looking at her with gentle eyes, poking her head. Are we the kind of people who take advantage of others' misfortunes in your heart? Qing blinked again. Someone else spoke up and sighed. Why do you think we need to refine puppets? It's just to protect ourselves when we are going through the tribulation. When we are going through the tribulation, puppets are equivalent to magical instruments that we carry with us. Although they will also strengthen the thunder tribulation. For us, they will provide an extra layer of protection. The more spiritual energy there is in the puppet, the more spiritual energy we can use when we go through the tribulation. If we fail to go through the tribulation, we will die. But the time is extremely short, so waiting is our only chance. Qing was a little surprised when she heard the words of the people around her. She asked, hasn't this situation happened before? The nascent soul cultivator beside her shook her head. No. In the past, as long as the cultivation and state of mind were up to par, most people could pass the tribulation successfully. But now only 1 or 2 out of 10 can pass the tribulation successfully. Not to mention the golden core and nascent soul. Even low-level cultivators, who are refining qi and building foundations, and have low requirements for state of mind can also fail in the tribulation. Qing opened her eyes slightly. This was news she had never heard of in this plane. The students and teachers in the school, because of their insufficient cultivation, could only contact the people at the bottom. And most of those people were just drawing qi into their bodies, and were far from the time when they needed to advance to the tribulation. The only thing we know is that the number of puppets seems to have increased in recent years. But no one suspected anything. They had no idea that the probability of high-level cultivators failing to pass the tribulation had greatly increased. That means there was something wrong with this plane. I was mistaken. Qing looked at the few people and apologized sincerely. Sorry, I had a preconceived idea and misunderstood you. Since ancient times, in order to survive, there have been some unimaginable things in history such as eating children. Compared to those, these people in front of them just want to control the cultivators who have already died. How can it be considered a sin? Of course, for the coveted monks, this is the greatest sin. She was not in their situation, and had no right to say anything from the perspective of either party. She could only apologize from her own perspective. Her apology also gradually calmed the excitement of several people. What can I say to you? You don't know anything. What is there to say? I don't know what kind of conditions can raise a child like you, one of them said, looking at the center of the thunder tribulation that had passed. You can take those puppets back. The thunder tribulation has passed. As soon as the voice fell, the dark clouds above the head instantly dispersed, revealing the bright sun. After a long period of dark clouds, looking at the sun above my head again, I felt that this sun was a bit dazzling for some reason, but soon, I felt that this sun was very warm. The cultivator at the center of the thunder tribulation was charred all over, but he still had breath. After lying for a while, he propped himself up and sat up, started to meditate and practice, and the charred skin on his skin was also falling off bit by bit. I didn't know whether those zombies were good or bad, anyway. The white cloth on their bodies had long lost their original color, and was all charred under the effect of the thunder tribulation, and merged with the zombies. Let's take them away first. Thinking of this, Qing stepped forward, collected all the zombie puppets, confirmed that none were left behind, said goodbye to the Yuanian cultivators, turned around and left. She even forgot to use Qigong. Halfway through the run, she remembered something, took out her phone and took a look. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. The supermarket opened half an hour late. Chapter 195 Mutated Tree. When Qing appeared in the supermarket, Wei Xiaoshuang was standing at the door, still holding a cell phone in her hand. At the same time, her cell phone rang. Seeing her appear, Wei Xiaoshuang hung up the phone directly, and said at the door, I can't get through to you. It's muted. Qing opened the supermarket door. Next time if there are customers coming, and I'm not here, you could open the door and let them in. Sometimes I may accidentally oversleep. I understand. It must be that the alarm clock rang and then turned it off. Thinking of taking a nap for 2 minutes. But when I opened my eyes, 20 minutes had passed. Wei Xiaoshuang said with a smile. Since you are here, I will go back. Next time if you accidentally sleep late, don't worry too much. I will do it myself. Yet Qing nodded, and handed her the extra key. By the way, you take it. There is nothing too important in the supermarket itself. And it is not the first day that Wei Xiaoshuang has helped to look after the store. She still trusts her. As the number of plain supermarkets increases, she is likely to encounter a situation like today again. Wei Xiaoshuang is here. At least, she doesn't have to rush back to open the store. While the two were talking, the customer who had just entered had already picked out the things he wanted to buy, because he heard the conversation between Qing and Wei Xiaoshuang. He smiled and asked, then next time I come, if you are not here, can I ask the boss next door to open the door directly? Sure. Qing smiled and turned back to the cashier, and calculated the bill for the customer. If she is here, just ask her to open the door at any time. I am sometimes very busy. Busy sleeping? The customer smiled. That's right. Qing admitted directly, nodded with a smile. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise people will know that I sleep during my rest time, which is so embarrassing. The customer laughed immediately after hearing this, nodded and agreed, okay. I will definitely not tell anyone. After the customer left, Qing sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, she was still at the scene of the tribulation. And now, she has become an ordinary supermarket owner again. Thinking about it, She subconsciously looked outside, and it was clear and bright outside at this time. The power of the thunder tribulation still left a mark in her heart. If such a powerful thunder tribulation fell on her, she would not be able to resist it no matter what. After a customer came to the supermarket, there was no trace of the customer. Qing was not in a hurry. After resting for a while, she took out the puppet talisman of the cultivation world that she had just exchanged. Compared with the puppet talisman in her own hand, there was indeed a certain gap between the two. She took a photo and sent it to the Taoist priest. Qing, can you see the difference between these two puppet talismans? Taoist priest, wait a moment. After a while, the other party returned the new news. The other is indeed a puppet. How is the specific effect uncertain, but more complicated than the puppets I give you? Qing, if I don't say it is a puppet, can you see it? Taoist, I can't see it, but my master can see. Qing, thank you. By the way, I received the amulets that you gave you 2 days ago. Can it be used? Taoist, I want to tell you, I just received it. Like the previous batch, trouble you, I still have demand here, will find you to buy it again. Qing, okay. Ordinary amulets are 100 yuan each, and I can earn money by selling each one. If the other party wants it, she is willing to sell it. Since the other party wants it later, she can draw a batch more in advance. But at present, she is more concerned about the puppet amulet on hand. She read the strokes of the puppet amulet in her hand several times, and after remembering it clearly, she held the amulet pen and was about to start drawing. She glanced at the cinnabar and amulet paper in front of her, put them away, and took out the batch she bought in the cultivation plane. Unlike the puppet amulets that she was already skilled in drawing, she was really not skilled in this puppet amulet, and failed several times. Even after more than 10 attempts, she still failed. It was not until the 20th time that she succeeded. But in her opinion, she still did not draw well enough. At this time, she looked at the messy pile of things in front of her, raised her hand and patted her head, put them all away, and then took out ordinary pen and ink, and began to practice the puppet talisman. However, this time, she successfully drew the puppet talisman. After 5 consecutive successes, she took out the talisman paper and cinnabar. But what awaited her was 5 consecutive failures. At this time, she suddenly realized that it was not that she was stupid and could not remember, but that the puppet talisman was indeed limiting her performance and preventing her from drawing successfully. She started to draw the puppet talisman given by the Taoist priest again. This time, the success rate of the puppet talisman she drew reached more than 50%. This percentage was increased because she had been drawing puppet talismans during this period. Before that, the percentage was even lower. Originally, she thought that she was not proficient enough. Now that she thought about it, it was probably also limited. Thinking of this, she no longer insisted on drawing the puppet talisman that always failed. Every time she drew the puppet talisman of the cultivation world, she could always feel that her writing was stagnant and obscure. This was probably related to her own cultivation. It was useless to just improve her proficiency. Qing stood up, rummaged around in the supermarket, found a beautiful empty box, put the box beside her, and began to draw puppet talismans with the talisman paper and cinnabar she bought in the cultivation world. This batch of puppet talismans can be sold in the cultivation world, so they should be placed separately. She drew a full 50 puppet talismans in one breath. If they can be sold, they will be sold. If they cannot be sold, she can use them herself. There are still so many zombies in the zombie plane. They must be caught as much as possible and not wasted. She put away the talisman she had just drawn, and took out the talisman paper and cinnabar she bought in reality, intending to draw a talisman. Just after she took out the tools, she touched her hand and felt the ring on her middle finger. She remembered that this was a storage ring, the legendary storage ring. Qing took out the ring, put it in front of her eyes, and looked into it. She saw the bottomless spiritual rice in the storage ring. 5.5 million kilograms of spiritual rice. The storage space of this storage ring is really not small. She put the ring back on her finger with satisfaction, walked to the shelf selling spiritual rice, and once again focused her mind and carefully drew out a strand of spiritual rice. The white spiritual rice fell on it, colliding gently, making a clear and pleasant sound. It was really nice. Thinking of it, she put some spiritual rice out of her original portable space, and then grabbed a handful of spiritual rice and put it into the storage ring. Comparing the two, her own portable space was more useful. But it was still worthwhile to exchange 500,000 spiritual rice for a storage ring, after all. This storage ring could store a lot of spiritual rice, which was an important material. Just as she was tired of drawing talismans, she spent some time and transferred all the spiritual rice in her portal space to the storage ring. Compared with the 5.5 million caddies of spiritual rice in the storage ring, the original 10,000 caddies of spiritual rice in her hand was really nothing. However, if all of this batch of spiritual rice could be sold at 10 yuan per caddy, she could earn more than 55 million yuan. It was not a lot. Qin thought in a daze. She felt that she was very rich now. Not to mention those strange energy stones. Just the gold and gold ornaments in her hand were very valuable. Last time she estimated, she still underestimated the weight and value of gold. Later one day, she took the time to calculate, and the value of the gold in her hand was at least several hundred million. If she sold all of this, she could instantly achieve financial freedom and go around the world to buy all the materials she needed. When she has a chance in the future, it is not impossible. When she has used up all her savings, it will not be too late to buy materials. After the spiritual rice was transferred, Qin returned to the cashier and continued to draw amulets. With her savings coming in and out, she would feel more at ease when spending. Damn it, why are there so many zombies here? Where are there no zombies now? There are fewer zombies in the suburbs, but there are more zombies in the city. Let's go over there, where there are fewer zombies. Let's settle down first. Let's go! Don't pull me. I didn't pull you. Be careful, it's a mutant tree. You can't cut the branches. The more you cut it, the more excited it will be. Go and catch a zombie. Here it comes. Hurry up, quickly, several trees here are mutated. What's wrong? Qin stood at the door of the plain supermarket, through that ray of consciousness, feeling the position of the patrolling puppet zombies, looking up in one direction. Who is so wicked that he captured her patrol puppet? She took out the drone and flew in the direction she felt. After arriving, she used the drone to see the patrol zombie's position. It was tied to a big tree. After a moment of shock, she remembered the hint in the plain supermarket at the beginning. In addition to zombies, cats, dogs, and plants in this plane may mutate. This tree is most likely a mutated tree. After confirming the location of the drone, Qin walked out of the plain supermarket and went to the location of the tree. Although the zombie was no longer under her complete control, it still needed to continue to take on the responsibility of patrolling. And it must be rescued if it could be rescued. After walking for a while, she came to the big tree. As soon as she approached, she saw traces of attacks nearby, some of which were attacks on the big tree, and some were attacks on the zombies. However, the zombie's weakness was in the brain. As long as the crystal core in its brain did not dissipate, it would not completely lose its movement. Now the zombie tied up by the big tree was still shaking its hands and feet, trying to continue to complete the patrol route. Qin closed her eyes and concentrated on feeling the situation of these zombies. The brightness of the crystal core of the zombie in front of her was weaker than that of the other patrolling zombies. It was obvious that its energy was being absorbed by the mutant tree. This was also the reason why the tree took the initiative to attack the passing humans. She turned around and guessed the situation not long ago. It was likely that someone was caught by the tree. And then those people, in order to escape, directly caught a zombie. Another substitute attack. She shook her head, took out a handful of red gold sand from her personal space, picked up a piece, and threw it at the tree. The tree really stretched out its branches and frantically grabbed the red gold sand in the air. Qin threw another one, and this time the red gold sand was thrown farther, forcing the tree to stretch out more branches to grab the red gold sand, and finally let the zombie that was caught before escape. Once the zombie escaped, it went to the patrol route that was set, and soon it left the attack range of the mutant tree. The mutant tree grabbed another red gold sand, and continued to show its teeth and claws, waiting for the next energy stone that fell from the sky. Qin didn't let it go. She collected all the red gold sand in her hand, and held a puppet talisman between her fingers, and threw the puppet talisman at the mutant tree. Zombies can do it, and the mutant tree can do it too. Chapter 196: Human Nature and Human Heart. Is it really possible? When the divine consciousness disturbed the branches of the tree, making it move according to her will, Qin was sure that she had successfully controlled it, but she thought she would fail. The reason why she tried to operate it was mainly because she had no other weapons in her hand, and the only thing she could use was the puppet talisman. With the idea of giving it a try, she threw the puppet talisman at the tree, but she didn't expect it to be successful. Controlling a mutant tree is more concealed than controlling a zombie. The latter will attract attention no matter what environment it is in, but the former, no one would think that a tree can move by itself. The only problem was that she had no other environment to use this mutant tree. She couldn't let it move coal. Oh! Right, the second vending window of this plain vending machine hadn't been opened yet, which meant that she couldn't take this tree to another world. She looked at the mutant tree in front of her, thinking that if she could really take it to another world, and it could do it by itself, it would be a good weapon. She retracted her gaze from the mutant tree, and did not release the control over it for the time being, letting it stand here, but since the tree already belonged to her, she was not stingy, and went forward to throw a handful of red gold sand to the roots of the mutant tree. Even though it was a controlled puppet, the mutant tree still had the subconscious behavior of absorbing energy. The red gold sand was dropped, and was quickly sucked into the roots of the mutant tree, leaving no trace on the ground. Chin turned around and walked to the main road. Her zombie puppet would be used as a stand-in and controlled by the mutant tree, which meant that there were people nearby. And there were quite a few of them. The drone flew into the sky. The higher it went, the more scenes it could see. Through the drone's lens, she clearly found the zombies scattered around, which were even more numerous than what she had seen before. The suburbs, which were originally quite peaceful, have now become a place full of dangers. She summoned the 6 zombies that had just been struck by lightning. With just a slight movement, she felt that the 6 zombies had improved their flexibility, even more flexible than the upgraded zombies in her hand. You know, during the Thunder Tribulation, she was reluctant to take out her upgraded zombies, and summoned only ordinary zombies. Now it seems that these ordinary zombies have obviously been upgraded after the Thunder Tribulation. Not only are they faster, but they are also more obedient. She can even feel the smoothness of the operation. If she had known this, she would have summoned upgraded zombies. Ordinary zombies upgrade so quickly. Wouldn't upgraded zombies be even faster? However, Thunder Tribulation is not easy to encounter, and no one will give her another chance to let her use zombie puppets as substitutes. She took a look at the appearance of the zombies in front of her. Except for the blackened bodies, there were no other problems. She simply did not deal with them, and directly controlled them to move around. The drone was above her head, scanning the surroundings with her as the center. After making sure there were no humans ahead, she took out her electric scooter with peace of mind and rode toward the city. The drone followed her all the way, continuing to scan the situation around her. After riding the scooter for 10 minutes, a car appeared under the drone's camera. Just when she thought the car would come towards her, it drove in another direction. It was a direction she had never explored before. Chin lowered her head, glanced at the drone controller in her hand, and immediately controlled the drone to turn around and follow without saying a word. She also moved the front of the electric scooter, found a passable road, and went in the same direction. After walking for a while, she saw a car parked on the side of the road. There were 3 zombies in the car, yelling at her through the window. Because the window was closed, the 3 zombies had been trapped in the car for so long, and they looked much weaker than other zombies. She rode her electric scooter and watched for a while. She originally had an off-road vehicle in her personal space, but Zhang Mingchun was helping her to modify the car, so she also reserved space for the off-road vehicle in her personal space. There was also a truck, but the truck didn't have much gas, and the place was like this. If she drove the truck out, it would be fine if it got covered in mud, but if it got covered in blood and flesh, it would be hard to explain. Chin tightened her grip on the electric bike and got off the car. After putting the electric bike away, she walked forward and opened the door. The zombies immediately climbed down with their fangs and claws bared, and attacked her as soon as they got off. She estimated the distance from here to the supermarket on the plane, and chose to let her zombie puppet control the 3 zombies, and then got on the car herself. It might be that when the mutation occurred, the 3 people easily assimilated with each other in the car, and did not experience a fight. The car was still clean, and she just took a piece of cloth to pat it. Then she put away her zombie puppets, quickly started the car, and drove forward. From the speed alone, the electric scooter is no match for the car. An hour is enough for her to reach the edge of another city from one city. Chin sat in the car, watching the images from the drone, and finally managed to resist the urge to vomit. Not long ago, she just remembered the incident of eating children for food. From the perspective of modern people, she felt that the scene of eating children for food at that time was really cruel and disgusting. But she also felt that it was because the ancients were ignorant and under extreme hunger. They chose to exchange their children for food, which was just a restoration of the beast instinct of humans. In the picture before her, she clearly saw the head of the child thrown aside, the boiling pot, and the shivering children and women who were curled up and hugged themselves or the people around them. And those who were holding bowls by the pot were smiling. The car she had seen before also stopped there, and several people got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out the 20 or so children stuffed in the trunk, and threw them beside the boiling pot. These children were at most 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest was still a baby. After one of them carried the child, he took a bowl from the side, took a large spoon, and fished something out of the pot. After seeing it clearly, Chin finally couldn't help it, opened the window, and vomited the food in her stomach. That thing was nothing else but a child's arm. An arm with a palm attached. Chin vomited until tears came out of her eyes. But she still insisted on holding the controller in her hand. After seeing the figure of the zombie puppet on the display screen, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were firm. The 6 zombie puppets in the drone camera rushed out in an instant. There were only a dozen people around the cauldron. 6 zombie puppets. And one puppet only needed to deal with 2 people. She blinked her eyes, watching one of the zombie puppets bite one of the men's arms. When the sound of grabbing sounded, she immediately controlled the zombies to leave. But she did not run far away. Instead, she controlled the zombies to grab one of the men's arms and pull the arm off. Throw it into the boiling pot. In modern society, killing is illegal, and she never does anything illegal. But these people have long lost their humanity. Since they don't want to be human, she doesn't mind letting them really lose their lives. However, the zombie puppets have limited power and flexibility, and they can't kill with one blow. Occasionally, mistakes will occur. She looked at one of the zombie puppets. This zombie puppet was controlled to break off the head of one of them, but the other party dodged it, resulting in only time to peel off the man's scalp. Blood was dripping everywhere. It was really ugly. The drone quietly hid not far away. With the help of the angle of the building, it hid most of its body, leaving only one lens, recording all the scenes in front of it. Blood was splattering. Catherine closed her eyes and did not move. Someone was afraid and trembling, but she felt relieved. She was sure that the blood would not fly into her eyes again. She opened her eyes again and stared at the scene in front of her. She wanted to remember every scene and keep it firmly in her mind. Even if she died, she would remember it until she died. Her child died in the hands of these people. They said the child was tender and delicious, and it had been a long time since she had tasted such delicious and fresh meat. Kathleen gritted her teeth, watching a zombie bite off an eye from one of the men's heads, listening to the man's painful roar, and only felt relieved, but her real thought was that she wished she could bite off the eye herself. At this moment, a zombie came over. Everyone screamed, but the zombie just turned around, walked back, and picked up a gun from the ground. Catherine looked up and watched the zombie walk towards her. She closed her eyes. She originally thought that the most terrifying thing was zombies. But now she suddenly found that zombies were far less terrifying than humans. She tried hard to avoid zombies, but she could not avoid humans who were of the same race. Her greatest pain came from humans. The worst that could happen is that she would be bitten and turned into a zombie. So she could participate and do it herself. Even if she didn't turn into a zombie, she could still accompany her children. The gunshots rang out, but she didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, her hands moved and she found that the handcuffs on her hands had been opened. She looked up at the zombie in front of her, but it didn't look at her, dropped the gun in its hand, and turned to go in the direction of those people. Catherine looked at the gun in front of her, picked it up immediately, and without saying a word, hit the handcuffs between her feet. After opening it, she stood up and went to the villains. She has a gun, but she doesn't just use it. Catherine bit off an ear, felt the blood in her mouth, and suddenly laughed, then pounced on them, biting them like a wild beast. These people had already lost their fighting power when facing the zombies. Catherine's biting also made them completely powerless to resist. They could only wail helplessly, begging Catherine to let them die quickly. Catherine refused. Not only did she not do it herself, she also opened the handcuffs on others and asked them to join in the fight. Let these people clearly feel the pain of losing piece by piece of flesh on their bodies. The zombie puppets did not take action again. They just acted as guards, protecting the poor people who were seeking revenge. Chapter 197 Upgrading Zombies. A box of bread was hung on the drone. After throwing it out, the drone and the zombie puppets turned around and left together. There were still many weapons in the car she followed. If Catherine and others could use them well, it would not be difficult to survive. But if they could not fight, no one could save them. Chin could not stay here for 24 hours, and she was alone, plus a few zombie puppets, and could not help much. Those people followed for a few steps, but finally stayed where they were, probably understood something. She sighed, and drove the drone to the other side. The city was big. Much bigger than the one she came from. Even though she was far away, she could still hear the sound of gunfire coming from the city. One after another. Kathleen. We can't. Yes. They can. Why can't we? Kathleen took a box of weapons from the car. Those who are willing to follow me. Each of you will be equipped with a gun. And some bullets. Those who don't want to. You can leave. As she said. She looked at the babies on the ground. Those who don't have the strength. You can take care of the children in the car. She opened the box of bread. Took a bag from it. Bit it open with her teeth. Looked at the blood stains on the bread packaging. And opened her mouth wide. Biting half of the bread. Then, she picked a gun for herself and put a backpack full of bullets on her back. I have died once. It's no big deal to die again. But even if I die, I will kill a few evil people. Why can they be so lawless? She glanced at the crowd. If you don't want to follow me, hide. And each of you will get 2 pieces of bread. The anxious crowd looked at each other. And after a while, they gritted their teeth and said, we will go with you. I want a gun. As long as you can kill one more person. It's a profit. The drone stopped in the corner. And the camera swayed left and right. And finally stopped on a corpse lying not far away. This person brought a backpack with him. There should be something good in it. Chin was sitting in the car. After seeing this scene, she did not operate the drone, but let the zombie puppet jump out, pick up the backpack and carry it on her back. No one would think there was anything wrong with the zombie puppet carrying a backpack after all. Before the zombies become zombies, they will be in any situation. The drone can also hook the bag, but it is obviously not as convenient as the zombie puppet. The gunshot rang out. Chin controlled the zombie to avoid it, and let the zombie run in the direction of the bullet. Why can this stupid zombie run so fast? Hurry up, if we get bitten, we will become damn zombies too. It's not certain whether they are good or bad. The zombies stopped where they were. Just then, the drone's radio equipment received another conversation. After hearing the content of the conversation, Chin laughed and immediately controlled the other 2 zombies to attack from the front and back. Sometimes, the combat power of zombies is not as terrible as that of humans. But facing zombies that are deliberately controlled and upgraded by someone, these people with weapons have no room for resistance. Letting them become zombies, even if they still have combat power, is better than continuing to let them be humans. 3 people, 3 backpacks. Chin transferred all the backpacks to one of the zombies. Let it follow slowly. And then let the other zombies run around the city, looking for targets to attack. That zombie has 4 bags on his back? Where? No. Did you see it wrong? I can't see it wrong. I just ran over. Really? That zombie really has 4 bags on his back. I saw it with my own eyes. There is no mistake. You must be dazzled. Maybe the man's clothes are just shabby. Like a homeless person. Chin saw the 4 bags on the zombie's back through the drone and blinked. A zombie may carry 1 bag. Or 2 bags. But it usually won't carry 4 bags. After all, ordinary people won't carry 4 bags for no reason. Chin called back the zombie with the bag. After getting it in front of her, she opened the bag the zombie brought back. There were weapons, bullets, and a lot of food in the bag. Although these things could be taken away, they were not very useful. Especially bullets and food. She could ask Zhang Meichun to order the former. And the latter. She felt that this plane would be more short of food than she was. So she only took the weapons inside, leaving the bullets and food behind, and asked the zombies to carry the bags back. According to the locations where the drone had scanned several people hiding, and the elderly, women and children, at least the people hiding in these places would not be as cruel as the previous group of people. After letting the zombie puppets drop the 4 bags, let them join the main force, and continue to pick up bags. Not to mention whether the things she picked up could be useful, but at least she was happy, especially when she turned those bad guys into zombies one by one. However, for these zombies, She had no interest in controlling them as puppets. So she let them continue to wander around the city. Sooner or later, someone will discover the existence of the crystal core. And at that time, the zombies will become the prey of humans. The time is almost up. Qin recalled the zombie puppets and drones. And at the same time put the car in the corner of the portable space. Clicked on the plain supermarket panel. And confirmed the choice to return to the store. After returning to the store, she went out again and moved out the car she had just taken in. So that when she comes next time, she can drive this car directly. She didn't want to keep it in her personal space. After all, she always felt that this plane was quite dirty. After doing all this, she began to look for suitable zombies that could be used as puppets near the plane supermarket. This time, she mainly focused on upgrading zombies. The 6 zombies that had survived a wave of thunder tribulation were too powerful, which made her feel the fun of controlling zombies. If they could continue to upgrade, they would definitely become a great helper. Qin currently has a total of 9 upgraded zombies, 3 of which were upgraded when she first controlled them, and 6 were upgraded under the thunder tribulation. According to their differences, they can be temporarily divided into second-level zombies and third-level zombies. The higher the level of zombies, the more flexible they will be, and the easier it will be to control. She grabbed a handful of red gold sand and fed it into the mouth of the zombie puppet one by one. When one of the zombies swallowed a red gold sand and spit it out, she knew that the energy absorbed by the zombies was also limited. She looked at the red gold sand on the ground and controlled a level 3 zombie next to her to pick it up and eat it. The level 3 zombie was very happy to eat it. And she was also very happy, although she had a lot of red gold sand in her hand. Since these things were useful, they must not be wasted. After feeding the zombie puppets, Qin clapped her hands and put them away. After putting away all the zombies, she closed her eyes, felt the zombies patrolling around her, and asked them to change their positions, so that no one would come and find that these zombies were going back and forth. After doing all this, it was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she went straight back to the supermarket. After opening the supermarket door, she went to the bathroom to wash up, and after rinsing out the bad smell in her mouth, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that the end of the world was cruel, but she didn't expect such a cruel scene to appear. In her previous life, she experienced the apocalypse. After several major disasters, the number of humans dropped sharply. Although food was grown in the later period, the geographical environment changed greatly after the natural disasters. Many foods were produced or grown before the apocalypse and stored. In this situation, there was naturally a problem of food shortage. But it gradually stabilized in the later period. The government even organized food distribution from time to prevent people from starving to death. The overall environment of the apocalypse was chaotic but orderly. People were more afraid of the next natural disaster that they didn't know when it would come, rather than the humans around them. The zombie apocalypse just now made her realize that the apocalyptic living environment in her previous life was actually not bad. She rubbed her face, sighed, and turned to walk out of the supermarket. Today's weather is good, even very good. The sun is hanging high above the head, but it doesn't make people feel hot. On the contrary, the temperature is just right. It's not time yet, and it won't be time even next year. In the next 2 or 3 years, the weather will be changeable. Hot, cold, floods, and heavy rains. They will also come unexpectedly, but they are all within the controllable range of humans. There are air conditioners in the heat, air conditioners in the cold, heating, kangs, and rescue efforts for floods and heavy rains. These will happen even in non-apocalyptic environments. Although these disasters came very strongly in the next 2 years, most people thought that they would pass, as long as they could hold on, until the arrival of the 10-magnitude earthquake. What are you looking at? It's late in the afternoon, and I just opened my eyes, and I saw you standing at the door basking in the sun? Wei Xiushuang opened the door of the clothing store next door and looked up at the sky blankly. I think I may be a little calcium deficient. Qin opened her hands, felt the warmth of the sun, and said with a smile, Sunbathe to supplement calcium. Sunbathe to supplement calcium? Wei Xiushuang didn't know about this. Of course. So I need to bask in the sun from time to time. Qin nodded, looked at Wei Xiushuang. Do you eat popcorn? I made some popcorn at noon. It's so fragrant and sweet. Yes. 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 Wei Xiushuang nodded immediately. You give it to me. I'll eat anything. Qing Qing laughed, walked into the supermarket, took out a plate of popcorn from the kitchen, and moved a small chair to sit in the shade at the door. Although the weather at this time is not hot, it will still be hot if you bask in the sun for a long time. After moving the chairs, she brought out a stool to put popcorn on, and then greeted Wei Xiaoshuang. Nothing. We played cards. 2 people? You can play landlord on your phone. Qing Qing took out her phone. I haven't played cards for a while. Hee hee. Let's get together and cheat. Wei Xiaoshuang also brought out a small chair, sat on the side, and opened the card game software on his phone. At the beginning, the alliance between the two was very stable. But slowly, a little controversy began to arise. "Aw, you have such good cards, but you didn't tell anyone. I'm the landlord this time. I'm sure to win, hee hee. Wait, I'll be lucky next time. Wow. You look good. Humph, I won't tell you either." Chapter 198 Feed is on the shelf. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Qing Qing did not go to the zombie plane again that day, but came to the ancient white stone plane. As soon as she walked out, she heard a crisp chicken cry. She smiled and followed the sound. Soon she saw 3 chicks, enclosed in a fence made of rattan, picking up food on the ground while walking. A child stood by, holding a bowl of earthworms, and throwing them into the fence. Not far away, someone was hanging clothes on a long rattan that was wrapped around several times. When Qing Qing appeared, everyone was very surprised. They did not kneel down like they did at the beginning, but they still maintained a respectful attitude towards Qing Qing and greeted her immediately. "Master God. Master God. You are here." Qing Qing nodded, walked forward, and saw the sweet potato vines drying on the ground. The vending machine on her side only sold sweet potatoes, not sweet potato vines. "Have you dug out the sweet potatoes by now?" The people on the opposite side also saw the sweet potato vines on the ground, wiped their hands, and said embarrassedly, "We were not careful, and a few were dug up by wild boars. They were all rotten. We could only dig them out and eat them. They are small, but they are edible." "Are there wild boars around here?" Qing Qing asked. The main reason was that the plain supermarket here was in the Sunset Forest, and the Sunset Forest was too full of white stones left and right energy, which caused the animals to die. She basically had never seen animals near the Sunset Forest. Yes, but they must have come from a distant mountain. People have a hard time these days, and these wild animals have a hard time too. There is nothing to eat in the distant mountains, so they came here. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. Qing Qing suddenly realized, nodded, and asked, "Did you catch the wild boar?" "No. That wild boar was very strong, and it ran away. It's a pity. Otherwise such a big wild boar would have a lot of meat. It's a pity." Qing Qing nodded seriously, looking back at the chickens in the fence next to her. "Are these the chickens you bought? Roosters or hens? Can they lay eggs if they grow bigger?" Speaking of chickens, the person in front of her became interested and immediately told her the origin of these chickens with great interest. Since Qing Qing asked them to go out and sell sweet potatoes some time ago, they would go out almost every few days, sell the sweet potatoes, and exchange for some supplies or copper coins. Qing Qing provided them with a lot of supplies, but some things were still not enough, such as tables, chairs and benches. They were not very good at making them, and they were not good at making them. There were many people outside who could make tables, chairs and benches, but they had nothing to eat. They wanted to exchange them for food, which was naturally the best choice. As for these chickens, it was just a coincidence. The family who raised them really had nothing to eat, and was very hungry. They couldn't wait for the chickens to grow up and lay eggs for them to exchange for money, so they wanted to kill them. Just then, Yunyang came over and saw this scene. She traded a large basket of sweet potatoes for 3 chickens that could not lay eggs yet. They had a lot of sweet potatoes, besides being able to exchange them at the plain supermarket. They also planted some in the field. Seeing that the sweet potatoes in the field were about to be harvested, they were naturally willing to take them out for exchange with hens that would lay eggs in the future. They also exchanged some tables, chairs and benches. Everyone was full of hope for the future. Qing Qing listened to the other party talking about her happiness and her expectations for the future word by word. Even though the food was not particularly abundant now, they were satisfied. She looked at the shed built not far away and guessed their thoughts. After raising chickens, if conditions permit, we can also raise a few pigs. Raise them for a year, and then slaughter them during the Chinese New Year. In addition to eating a few meals during the Chinese New Year, we can also make pickled meat. So we can always eat some meat later. Well, we think so too. But it's hard to find piglets, the other party said, pointing to the pile of sweet potato vines drying in the sun. It's written in the information given by the immortal that these sweet potato vines can be used to feed pigs. We have been reclaiming new land these days, and planting another crop of sweet potatoes. After a few months, we can harvest them, and there will still be some sweet potato vines, which can be cooked and used to feed pigs. Your situation is still a little worse this year. When there is enough land next year, sweet potatoes will be planted one after another, and life will be better. By then, there will be no shortage of sweet potato vines to feed pigs. Qing also felt that now is a good time to raise pigs. She talked to the other party for a long time. It seemed that in the other party's mouth, there was nothing bad now, and there was no worry about food and clothing. Life was more promising than before. When Qing asked her what she still needed, she just shook her head and looked at her blankly. For a moment, she couldn't remember what she could lack. In this regard, Qing did not force it, but smiled and said, in this case, let me decide for myself. She chose feed as the newest sales outlet in this plane. The plane supermarket has restrictions on what it sells, but the restrictions are not too strict. For example, instant noodles will not limit different flavors. Sweet potatoes will not care whether you sell sweet potatoes or white potatoes. And the same is true for rice and cloth. They will not care what the quality is. She chose feed, which is a large category. Under the large category, ordinary pig, chicken and duck feed is counted. Cat food and dog food is counted. And some processed scraps that can be used as feed are also counted. After confirming the large category of feed, she immediately tried it. Normal food cannot enter. But the cat and dog food she had given away when she bought canned herring, as well as some processed meat scraps, can all be put into the space of the vending machine. These two things together, a total of 6,000 kilograms. She did not mark the price of these things too high. According to the amount of 1 kilogram sold each time, the price is equal to that of sweet potatoes. Although they belong to the category of feed, they are food. Edible food. She put these feeds here. And she also wanted to help. But not today. After making sure that there was enough stock, she went to where everyone lived, said something to the person who stayed behind to look after the house. And then she jumped onto the tree with Qigong and went out of the sunset forest. During this period, she didn't pick up much in the hell on earth. The two planes in a row were hospitals. The former was a black clinic, and she couldn't get into the latter at all. So she couldn't get anything inside. So there was really nothing to distribute. But she missed Sanyang a little. After all, Sanyang was the only person other than refugees she had met in this plane. Of course, what she remembered most was that Sanyang gave her a gold hairpin. Although she couldn't sell the hairpin, it was gold after all. The place where she landed this time was a little far from the city gate. She was wearing a linen dress today, which she felt was the closest to the clothes of ordinary people in her pile of clothes. She chose this one for no other reason, but simply felt that it was a waste to leave new clothes there without wearing them. As the weather was cool now, she did not take out the electric bike, but walked briskly towards the city gate. She met many people along the way, but none of them looked at her. At this time, she no longer had the little trepidation she had when she first came here. She looked at the open city gate and lined up with the people in front of her. Before it was her turn, she heard a dispute in front of her. Qing turned around and listened, and found that the person in front of her was carrying a load of vegetables grown by himself, intending to sell them in the city. But he was stopped by the guard. The guard did not want to pay, but wanted to take 1/3 of the vegetables in the load for free. If you don't give it, you won't be allowed to enter the city. She was about to go out, when she heard someone shouting in front of her, "Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the immortal?" When this was said, many people responded, "The immortal is acting on behalf of heaven, and he will definitely help us. You bunch of villains, if you dare to do evil again, the immortal will never let you go." The people shouted angrily, and the guard subconsciously looked around, confirmed something, and laughed loudly. "What about the immortal? She can't control the affairs of the city. You just take out the things honestly, and we can still let you in. If you don't take them, you will leave everything behind. Are you robbers? You are worse than robbers. Brothers guarding the city all day long. Outside the door, if we can't get anything, isn't it a waste of effort?" The guard saw that no one would listen, and he drew his sword from his waist, pointing at the people in front. If you want to be good, just take out the things obediently. I tell you, no one in this city can control me. Even if I kill you here, I won't be in any trouble. Please be kind. This is all we can rely on for our family of 8 in the future. Who cares about you? I don't want those things just now. You put down these 2 baskets, and I will let you go, otherwise. The guard's knife moved forward. At this moment, his sword tip was suddenly grabbed by someone who has no eyes. Didn't you see that I was doing something? The guard turned his head. Chin Chin smiled, exerted force with her hand, and broke the sword into 2 pieces. The broken sword fell to the ground, collided with the stone on the ground, and made a crisp sound. The guard stepped back subconsciously, and the other half of the sword in his hand also fell to the ground. At this moment, someone ran over quickly from a distance. The moment he saw Chin Chin, he immediately knelt down and leaned forward. My Lord God. Miss Chin. Chin Chin recognized the man. He was the one who had been guarding outside the city gate every time she came. Seeing him trembling, she smiled and said, So your governor also knows what happened outside the city? The other person crawled on the ground, shaking even more violently, but still forced himself to respond. Reply, Miss Chin. These guards are not ordinary guards, but the sons and daughters of the rich families in the city. The governor also. He didn't know what to say next for a moment. If he said I don't know, it would seem that the governor did nothing. But if he knew, it would make it seem that the governor had done something wrong. I only heard that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. I didn't know that the rich young masters in your city actually have such immunity. Chin Chin looked at the so-called rich young master, who was also trembling on the other side. Okay. Since you can't say what the governor is like, then I will meet this governor. As for the guards, she summoned a zombie puppet covered with a white cloth. Let it go over and grab the man's hand, and drag him forward. After all, zombies are ugly, and they can't scare the people around. Little did they know that in the eyes of the crowd, a person covered with a white cloth, without even showing his eyes, but able to walk forward, was not much less scary than a zombie. However, the most frightening person was naturally the rich young master guard. Chin Chin glanced at him and said coldly, Don't shout. I will kill you if you shout again. Having experienced the zombie dimension not long ago, she was much more accepting of bloody scenes than before. Chapter 199. The old lady is in charge. Miss Chin, calm down. Chin Chin stopped, looked up at the zombie puppet that was walking forward, and controlled it to stop. Looking at the person in front of her, she narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Before he could speak, someone beside him replied, Miss Chin, this is our governor. Oh! Chin Chin responded, looked at the governor with a wisp of mustache, secretly curled her lips in her heart. This guy is the shameless old man who married San Young. Perhaps because her eyes were too direct. The governor's face was not very good, but he still forced himself to bow. Miss Chin, there are some misunderstandings about this matter. Let me explain it to you one by one. Please don't be too harsh on me. Miss Chin, I am too harsh? Chin Chin raised her eyebrows. Who is being too harsh? You let me listen to your detailed explanation. Why don't you listen to what the people outside the city say? Is this how you are a local parent official? Local parent official? The governor asked in surprise, seeming a little confused, but soon admitted it. Yes. It is my fault that I did not do my job well. Chin Chin pursed her lips. It seems that there was no title of local parent official at that time. No wonder the governor didn't seem to care much about what she said. Seeing this, she simply stopped moving, and directly took out a big enough armchair from her personal space, and sat down in the middle of the road. Okay. Since you want to say it, then make it clear here. I want to hear what you have to say. As soon as she finished speaking, the governor's face changed, which was colorful. At this time, the acquaintances of the governor's mansion heard the news and rushed over, just in time to hear her last words. Miss Chin. Chin Chin stood up and called out, Old madam, I haven't seen you for a while. Are you doing well? Good. Very good. The old madam nodded, looking at the governor with an ugly face. Her own face changed. Then she looked at Chin Chin and said, Miss Chin, it's dusty outside. If you have anything to say, why don't we go to the governor's mansion to talk? Chin Chin glanced at her and sat down again. No need. The old madam came here and should know what happened, since this matter concerns the people. It should be explained in front of the people. If you say it in the governor's mansion, after I leave, you will whitewash it again, and the people will still know nothing." As she spoke, she looked at the people who were stopped outside the small circle. Hearing her words, the people's eyes lit up. Qing retracted her gaze, lowered her eyes slightly. She still couldn't change the world now, but at least she could do more than before. She raised her eyes again. She looked at the old man she had been with for a long time. "Old lady, I trust you. I thought you would love the people." "Who would have thought?" "Yes. I only come here occasionally. I am far away. I can't control the political affairs in your city." She looked at the expressions of several people, raised her hand, and the rich young master guard, who was caught by the zombie puppet, was immediately thrown out. After being thrown to the ground, the man began to tremble wildly. Qing bowed slightly. "I didn't expect that the rich young master would need to be a guard at the city gate." After saying that, she paused for a long time, and asked in surprise, "You didn't wait for me at the city gate on purpose?" "That's impossible. What am I? I am nothing. I can't control the political affairs in the city. Nor can I control your bullying of the people. Right? No. No." The rich young master turned around and cowed out to Qing frantically. "Miss Qing, spare my life. I dare not. I will never dare again." Qing ignored him and looked at the governor again. "The servants of the governor's mansion are also guarding outside the city gate, waiting for me every day. Not just 1 or 2 days. But they don't care about the bullying outside the city. Are they afraid? Or don't care?" After saying this, the servant who had been guarding her all the time also knelt on the ground. The governor's face changed again. He looked at the situation on both sides and said with a stiff face, "People who are not from the city need to pay an entry fee to enter the city. This person just did something a little extreme. Don't worry, Miss Qing. I will keep a close watch on him, and will never let this happen again." Qing's eyes swept over him and looked at the old man beside him. "What do you think?" "Old lady? Punish." The old lady immediately spoke. "As a guard at the city gate, you don't follow the rules of guarding the city, and take vegetables from the people to pay for the entry fee without authorization. You should be punished. Beat him with 20 sticks to set an example." Qing looked at the old lady for a moment, and she smiled and raised her hand. "Then let's start." The old lady also looked at her, and directly bypassed the governor, called someone to come, and beat the rich young master guard with 20 sticks. At the beginning, only the man's painful wails could be heard. But starting from the 10th stick, someone shouted, "Good job." Seeing that no one stopped them, each subsequent stick was followed by a round of cheers, and the cheers became louder and louder, and more people responded, until the 20th stick. In addition to the cheers, there were cheers one after another. After 20 sticks, everyone watched, and no one dared to do anything. After 20 sticks, the man was still alive, but was already dying. Several people around showed sad and painful expressions. Not ordinary people, but the man's family members. But in the face of this situation, no one dared to say anything more. The governor looked at her, gnashed his teeth secretly, but still asked, "Miss Qing, have you gotten rid of your anger? Why are you asking me? Why don't you ask the people around you if they have gotten rid of their anger?" Qing raised her eyes, looked around. "What do you think?" "Good. Miss Qing did a good job. People like this should be punished like this." "Yes, the punishment is good." After the people shouted, they quietly hid behind the crowd, not daring to look at the people in the inner circle, and also to avoid them recognizing themselves. It was okay to cheer with everyone before, after all. The law does not punish the masses, but now if you shout alone like this, if you are remembered, you will have a hard time in the future. The people are stupid but not dumb. When encountering such things, they also know to seek good fortune and avoid danger. Miss Qing has seen it. Everyone is satisfied. The governor suppressed his dissatisfaction in his heart, glanced at Qing, thinking that if he didn't need help from others, he wouldn't be so humble. But this person hasn't shown too many magical powers that hurt people so far. Maybe there is some limitation. If that's the case, maybe you can make some money. Since everyone thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Qing turned her eyes, and happened to see the cunning flash in the eyes of the governor. She blinked and smiled. "But I don't trust you." The governor's face changed again. "As the lord of a city, you are too cowardly. You are being led by the nose. This person dared not do anything even if he made a mistake. Since that's the case. Qing paused. Her eyes swept from the governor and looked at the old lady beside her. Why not let the old lady take charge? The old lady looked at her in surprise. Madam, do you know who is in charge of the guards in the city? I'll have someone capture him and make him follow your orders. Instead of letting the governor take charge, it's better for you to make the decision. Qing said calmly. Don't worry, madam. Even if that person disagrees, I have a way to make him agree. Coincidentally, as soon as she finished speaking, someone led the troops over. Qing turned around and controlled the zombie puppet to capture the man. The man subconsciously drew out the knife in his hand. At this moment, another zombie puppet appeared from his side and snatched the knife in his hand. The two zombie puppets together easily suppressed the man. That person also knew Qing. Although he was suppressed, he still shouted immediately, Miss Qing. It's best if you know me. Qing stood up. You just came. You didn't hear what I said before. I'll tell you again. From now on, you and your subordinates, you must listen to the old lady. Are you willing? The man struggled subconsciously, but when he was about to struggle away, he lifted the white cloth beside him and saw the rotten legs under the white cloth. He immediately lost his strength. Yes, I am willing. Behind him, the governor and the old lady looked at each other and were conveying some information through their eyes. Finally, the old lady nodded. The governor also nodded. Miss Qing is right. I was wrong in this matter. Since Miss Qing wants the old lady to take charge of military affairs temporarily, let her take charge. Really? Then the old lady can catch all those who are doing evil in the city within a few days? Qing turned her head in surprise. The two of them changed their faces at the same time. Many dignitaries and their families in the inner circle also changed their faces. If there is no unforgivable crime, I just want them to go to the outside of the city to farm, Qing said, sighing. If you don't want to, then I can only come by myself. Miss Qing means, after catching those people, let them go to the outside of the city to farm? The old lady asked nervously. Yes. Otherwise it would be a waste of resources to lock them up. Qing nodded, and then looked at the old lady. You can do it, right? This is not a big deal after all. There are so many people that the old lady can use. She pointed to the group of soldiers not far away. Of course you can. The old lady nodded. I am grateful for Miss Qing's trust, and I will not let you down. That's good. My requirements are not high. I will plant for 8 hours a day, and there are 4 hours of rest time. Qing smiled and showed her white teeth. You don't have to go home to rest. You can sleep in a few sheds beside the farming. The old lady nodded again. Okay. Well, then it's settled. I'm still at ease with you doing things. Qing agreed with satisfaction, and suddenly remembered something. Clapped her hands. By the way, I have to come to see you in the morning, afternoon and evening when I am free. If you are lazy, then you can farm with us. She glanced at the people around her. Don't think about finding someone to replace you. Your people are easy to recognize. The most delicate skin and flesh. Ordinary people don't have such good skin. Her words dispelled the thoughts of some people, but they could only hate them in their hearts. It was still early. Qing simply moved the chair to a shady place nearby, sat there, and waited for the old lady to give orders to arrest people. She also thoughtfully prepared a comfortable chair for the old lady. Now the weather is cool. There is no need for an air-conditioned car. Just put a chair in the open air. If nothing else, at least it won't be so closed. What a bullshit-rich young master. He doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, but he actually robs ordinary people's vegetables. Disgusting. Shameless. He deserves to be beaten to death. If it was in the past, she would never dare to do this. But now she has profound internal strength. And zombie puppets. And the group in front of her are ordinary people with little martial arts. She is just being reckless. What's wrong? Chapter 200 Power Transfer. Let me go! Let me go! Do you know who I am? Just shut up if you know what's good for you. If you offend Miss Qing, no one will be happy. She's just a woman. Why should we listen to her? If she has the guts, she can kill me. Let's see if she dares. As he was talking, a pure white figure suddenly appeared in front of him, carrying him towards the city gate, and after running to the city gate, he was directly hung outside the city gate. At this time, the man finally realized what was happening and screamed subconsciously. Miss Qing. He didn't mean it. Please forgive him. Miss Chin. He's still alive. Isn't he? Chin raised her eyes, looking at the man hanging on the city gate. But he seems to be sure that I dare not kill anyone. As she said that, she looked at the people around her, focusing her eyes on the governor, and then shifted to the man's family, since he doesn't believe it. You can let him try first, if you don't have any objections. No. 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 Miss Chin. He just has a bad mouth. He definitely doesn't mean it. Really? Chin turned her eyes and looked at the man who was hanging on the city gate. The man's family members reacted and shouted loudly, asking him to beg for mercy. Chin took out a cup, listened to the begging voice, and drank water. Let him continue to shout, and let the people behind him hear it. If there is such a person next time, I will not be polite. It's just a life. I have seen countless lives, and 1 or 2 won't make a difference. Of course, there are countless lives. How can we count the lives of people in the soul world and the zombie plane? As she thought so, the people who listened to her shuddered. As expected, the people who were pulled over later did not dare to shout anything. They were all pulled to cultivate the fields outside the city. However, every time they passed the city gate, they would look up for a few times, and then look away. Their expressions would become more obedient. This continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chin glanced at the zombies around, and then at the zombie puppet on the city gate. In the end, she kept the zombie puppet on the city gate, but set it to stay still. The controlled distance of the zombie puppet is limited, and it cannot be too far. Not to mention that it is separated by 2 worlds. However, it is not a problem to just let it stay still. She also believes that after the previous scene, no one will dare to do anything to the zombie puppet. Of course, even if something was done, the one who would be afraid would be the one who did it. She put away the chair she was sitting on, and let the old lady continue to sit on the chair she gave her. She smiled and said, "The old lady is indeed more reliable than the governor. I will trouble you from now on. Miss Chin, take care." The old lady also knew the time Chin was away each time, and she immediately stood up. "I will be back." Chin smiled, and disappeared in an instant after she stood up. As soon as she left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and someone immediately came to the old lady and said, "Old lady, she's gone. Can we stop this matter?" "Yes. That Miss Chin only comes at noon every time, and leaves immediately at this time. I'm afraid she has something important to do, and she will definitely not come back," someone said anxiously. "Our child has never done any heavy work since he was a child. Please relax. Old lady, if you are not afraid that your child will be hung on the city gate like the Wong family's child, you can try to bring him back." The old lady looked at the person who spoke. When she left before, Miss Chin never left anyone behind. And now, on the city gate, the figure covered by the white cloth was particularly eye-catching. The man was covered with a white cloth, hiding his head, and wearing long gloves on his hands. Although nothing could be seen, just this scene was frightening. After all, no one had ever seen someone move freely with his eyes covered. "No, don't move," someone on the side spoke loudly. "That person. No, that's not a person. I just saw it. There's not a single piece of good flesh on that person's body. It's not a person at all. If anyone touches it, we'll all be in trouble. Not a single piece of good flesh on the body? How could that be? Isn't that Miss Chin a fairy? How could she have such a follower? Isn't this something only evil people would do? She never said she was a fairy. She just showed us her extraordinary abilities. From beginning to end, we unilaterally believed she was a fairy. If she's not a fairy, could she be a demon? If that's the case, we should be even more afraid. If she's really a demon, and we expose her, she'll probably be extremely angry. With her abilities, she'll probably kill all of us in a rage. Don't forget, she said she's seen countless deaths." As soon as these words came out, everyone who heard them couldn't help but shudder. Someone trembled and said, "She is a demon. Can we ask someone to catch her?" "Call someone. Who are you going to call? In the entire White Lion Kingdom, who else has the ability like her? As long as she has the thought, everyone will die. From ancient times to the present, almost none of the so-called masters who appear in books have real abilities. She is the only one who we have seen with our own eyes. If we go to find someone to catch her, unless we can really find a capable immortal, we will only die faster. Then is there nothing we can do? Who said there is no way? Only. Otherwise, it would be better to provoke her. I think although she threatened us, she didn't really kill us, which means she still has some humanity. As long as we do what she said, we will be fine. In my opinion, these people who were arrested deserved it. If they were good people, why would they be arrested? It's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. Yes, while she still trusts the old lady, we should do these things as well as possible, and we can't anger her again, unless you want to risk your life for those prodigals. When it came to this, many people's eyes flickered. Most of the people standing by now are from the big families in this city. They have seen what the prodigal sons and their families have done. But since they are prodigal sons, they must be the favored children in the family. Since there are many people in the family, the favored children will definitely get some of the things they deserve. If they can take this opportunity to discipline the prodigal sons in the family and change the situation at home, it will not be bad for them. Thinking about it, everyone looked at each other and started talking. Yes, since she trusts the old lady, then the old lady will make the decision. Yes, the whole Zhang family will listen to the old lady. We have an unfilial son in our family. He is always domineering and should be punished. The old lady just arrests him, and we will have no objection. Everyone bowed together. It's all up to the old lady. Okay, the old lady got up from the chair. Her always deep eyes became slightly bright. Since you all trust me, I will definitely do this well. And will never let Miss Qin lose her trust in us. Sanyang. Yes, old lady. Sanyang stepped forward. The old lady looked at her and said, "Go to the mansion and bring me the sandalwood box next to the dressing table in my room." Yes. Sanyang bowed slightly. The old lady nodded and watched Sanyang leave. After she walked away, someone asked curiously, "Is that Sanyang who has a very good relationship with Miss Qin? Is she the stepmother?" Miss Qin didn't seem to talk to the stepmother just now. Even so, Miss Qin seems to trust people she has known for a long time more. The person who spoke glanced at the old lady. The stepmother and the old lady were both known to Miss Qin first. As long as you don't offend Miss Qin, you can get her trust. Maybe so? The old lady smiled. But no matter who we know first, we can't let Miss Qin down. Yes, yes, it should be so. The old lady is right. Under the flattery of everyone, the old lady looked at her own son not far away. In that case, you should take a rest these days. Didn't you say you wanted to go out to play before? Today is a good day. It's a good time to go out to play. Mother, your son is the lord of a city after all. The governor frowned. Mother doesn't want your position as governor. The old lady also frowned. Mother thinks you are too tired recently. It's just right for you to take a rest. There is nothing important at the moment. And Miss Qin will come over anyway, so it's better to avoid her. After a while, Miss Qin will calm down. You don't even trust your mother now? How dare I? The governor bowed. Filial piety is the most important thing these days. The governor has always had a very good relationship with the old lady. He thought for a while, and decided to listen to his mother. In that case, I will go out for a walk and take a look around. This is also a serious matter. The old lady nodded. Then pack up and set off later. By the way, take the heads of the families with you. The punishment does not involve the heads of families this time. But if Miss Qin knew what they did, she would be dissatisfied. The governor wanted to delay it, but he immediately agreed after hearing this. Yes, it would be fine if the younger generation was dragged out to farm. But if even the heads of families were dragged out to farm, then His Majesty, as a governor, would no longer exist. If we really talk about doing evil things, the actions of those heads of families are even worse. Of course, the governor himself did not think it was a big deal. Since ancient times, people who do great things have never been particular about small matters. After that, the governor discussed the trip with all the family heads in the afternoon. After experiencing Qin Qing's angry response, everyone agreed and packed up without saying a word and set off immediately. However, when they set off, they could not help cursing Qin Qing in their hearts. Qin Qing felt the slight itch in her nose and rubbed her nose. Thinking of the situation in the Baishar plain, she guessed that someone must have cursed her behind her back. But it was just a curse, and it could not hurt her at all. She really couldn't stand the so-called governor. He was still eating young grass at such an old age. Then look at the old lady. She was called the old lady, but she was actually only in her 50s. In modern times, people of this age have not retired yet. If the old lady were to share the power of the governor, Even the governor himself would have to swallow his anger. Although doing so might not be very useful, it could at least make life a little better for the people in and outside the city. As for the future, we'll just take it one step at a time. Qing Qing held the cinnabar pin, looked at the sound transmission talisman that was destroyed again, and sighed. The talismans in the world of cultivation are really difficult to draw. Not only the puppet talisman is difficult to draw, but also the sound transmission talisman. It's not that it can't be drawn completely, but it's mainly because it has no effect after drawing. Forget it. Let's think of another way. She put away the pile of destroyed sound transmission notes and began to draw the familiar puppet talisman again. The puppet talisman given by the Taoist priest. She is now very skilled. The success rate is not 100%, but it is about 70 to 80, which is much better than the beginning. It would be great if this puppet talisman could also be used in the cultivation world. Chapter 201 Millions of Spot Goods. Qing Qing's puppet talisman can really be used in the world of cultivation. Although the principles of the puppet talismans on both sides are somewhat different, their uses are the same. It's just that when people want to contact her, they find that they can't contact her at all. The sound transmission talisman fell into her hands. It was like she had arrived in a secret place, and the connection was completely cut off. Qing Qing had no idea that there was such a situation. She had given up drawing the sound transmission talisman, and focused on the puppet talisman. In addition to the puppet talisman, she would draw some amulets from time to time, or she would lay out a yoga mat to practice internal strength. She made full use of the time she spent watching the store in the supermarket. Her life was much more fulfilling than when she was reborn. After drawing another amulet, Qing Qing looked up, as if she had forgotten something. Oh, I forgot to mention the feed. But it didn't matter. The goods were in the feed category. And although they were feed, they didn't affect people's eating. Even if they bought them and ate them themselves, it didn't matter. They definitely wouldn't care about these things. Thinking about it, she buried her head in drawing amulets again. At the same time, the people in the Baishar plain really exchanged for feed. But it was not cat food or dog food, but scraps. The reason they exchanged for scraps was purely because they were curious about what it was. Meat. It's actually meat. There are a lot of bones, but there's still a lot of meat on the bones. Here's a big piece of meat. Really? It's all meat. How come it's also a scrap? If Qing Qing was here, she would find that they took a piece of chicken breast. Under normal circumstances, chicken breast is not considered a scrap. But it is also the main ingredient for making various cat and dog foods because of its relatively dry taste. The place where the gods live, those people have such a good life. So much meat. It's all here in the feed. Isn't the feed used to feed chickens and ducks? And the price is so cheap. Exchange a few more pounds for a snack at night. I hope the people who go out today can exchange a piglet so that we will be even happier. Those sweet potato vines can be eaten. Life is so good now. It's so good. Okay. Isn't there milk tea? Drink it slowly. Qing Qing smiled as she watched the customer talking to the child, and sent him to the door. Goodbye. This group of people alone bought 10 cups of milk tea, almost half of all sales today. But that's not all. There was also a group of people who came to play today, making the milk tea business particularly good. Wei Shuxuan came out. Qing Qing smiled and said to her, "Look, I told you not to worry. Even in normal times, we consume a lot. And today we consumed even more. If we make back the money in the days when business is good, won't it make up for the loss of not selling all the goods? I didn't expect the business to be so good. But to be honest, do you think there are more people in our town recently than before?" Wei Xiaoshuang looked at the people who had just walked away. Although most of them are here for tourism, maybe people nowadays have more free time. And the place where the film and television dramas were filmed before is also a good place to play. Qing Qing also took a look, and quickly retracted her gaze. Besides, we have only been back for a short time. Maybe the business was still good before. Otherwise the original owner of my supermarket would not have run it for so many years. Yes, that place where the TV series were filmed before is indeed quite interesting. And I have friends asking about it, Wei Xiaoshuan said, smiling at Qing Qing. I asked them to come over to play, and I will be the host and treat them to a meal. And by the way, let them take care of your business. Qing Qing immediately raised her thumb. Thank you, friend. Wei Xiaoshuang returned to his store. But Qing Qing subconsciously looked elsewhere. Just as Wei Xiaoshuang said, the supermarket business has been really good recently. She originally told Wei Xiaoshuang that she didn't need to worry about the milk tea business. But it was just an excuse. But now, she really doesn't need to worry. Except for a few days when the milk tea is not sold out. Most of the time the milk tea in the supermarket can be sold out every day. There are even times when it is not sold out, forcing her to take out the stock she had saved before. Even the town seems to have tasted the sweetness of the small film and television base, and is trying to build a larger film and television base, and even set aside a large piece of land. This will take a long time, but it can be imagined that as long as the new film and television base is built, the business of these small shops in the town will definitely be able to reach a higher level. She returned to the supermarket, took out her phone, and opened the Seoul World Everything app. The Crossing the Tribulation video she had taken before was uploaded to it. After the video was released, everyone in the Seoul world was very supportive. But most of the comments were concerned. Oh my god. It's really crossing the tribulation. Boss Chin, are you okay? When crossing the tribulation, you should stay away. As it's written in novels. If you stay too close, it's easy to get hurt. Since the video has been released, there will definitely be nothing wrong. Boss Chin, the burnt wood you picked up is probably lightning struck wood, which is very intimidating to ghosts. That thing was struck by lightning, so the effect will definitely be better. Hide it well, in case it can be useful in the future. In addition to the concerned comments, there were also some friends who strayed in. Playing COS again? You are all so supportive. Who is this Boss Chin? Is he really your boss? This Thunder Tribulation video is so real, it seems that I can really see the deterrent power of Thunder Tribulation through the video. It's amazing. If a TV series or movie uses this lens, it will definitely be amazing. The Thunder Tribulations in the TV series and movies I watched before, it's like playing house. It's boring. After reading the comments below, she was about to quit, but saw a message asking someone. The other party, are there any rice and clothes available now? Chin took a look, as expected. It was news from a living person. The ghosts in the Seoul world would not ask the price of these two things. She did not ask much, and directly replied, there are goods. Since she learned from Zhang Wei that there are already many superpowers in this world, she did not ask much about the shipment of these things, whether it was 1,000 pieces of clothes from someone before, or the 100,000 talismans that the Taoist priest wanted, or today. With the current situation of Blue Star, many superpowers are not good at revealing too much information about themselves. This may be a private superpower, or a country, or some organization, but no matter which party, as long as it is helpful to the future of Blue Star, she is willing to sell. However, if it was someone from abroad, she might not be willing. But if it was really from abroad, someone would definitely come to her directly. The other party did not say anything. But it was probably someone, or an organization, that was informed of the situation of the ability users, and the situation of Blue Star. The other party, how much can you deliver? Chin, how much do you want? The other party, do you have as much as I want? Chin, don't underestimate me. The other party, I want 10,000 kilograms of rice, and 2,000 vests. And I want the model you marked above, which is the minimum quantity. The other party, please. Mr. Chin. Chin looked at the message sent by the other party, frowned slightly. Since it is the minimum quantity, there is a high probability that the demand will be more, although it is not clear what happened over there, but she may be able to help. Chin, how much can you afford? The other party, how much can you deliver? I can deliver as much as you want. Chin laughed. This really hit the point. She is not short of goods, and the other party is not short of money. If you really want to quote, then you have to quote a sky-high price. Of course, she would not really offer her bottom price. Otherwise, if all 5.5 million caddies of spiritual rice were sold, what would she do in the future? There would never be another opportunity like before, which would allow her to get millions of caddies of spiritual rice at once. Chin, I can give you 50,000 caddies of rice and 5,000 vests. You can rent a warehouse in advance, and I will have someone deliver it to you. The other party, okay. The other party, transfer 940,000 yuan 940,000. Transfer it as soon as you say it. Chin received the transfer from the other party, suppressed her happiness, and immediately replied, tell me when you rent a warehouse, and I will have someone deliver it. She was not wary of the other party, but her intuition told her that it was not the time to show her cards. After Zhang Wei appeared, she believed in her intuition even more. So after replying the message, She began to look for a suitable transportation company and planned to rent a car in advance. The transport truck stopped at a specific place. And then she put the spiritual rice and vest on the truck. And then asked the transport company to deliver them to the warehouse. Today is the information age. If someone really checks, they can easily find her information. But if they don't check, they can also conceal the information of both parties. After the other party sent the location of the warehouse. It was a city far away from here. It was obviously not suitable to drive there. And even taking the high-speed rail would take a long time. However, she didn't say much, and directly replied okay. She quickly found a local transport company, and then searched for flight information. This time she was going far, so it was more appropriate to take a plane. And she could also buy some local specialties. Things from the place of origin are always cheaper than those from other places. After the flight information was confirmed, she immediately found Wei Xiaoshuang. Wei Xiaoshuang had long been accustomed to her going out from time to time. As soon as she sent the message, she replied with, "Okay," and then sent an, emoticon. Qing also quickly replied to her message, "No problem, I may be out for a little longer this time, I will definitely bring you more delicious food." Wei Xiaoshuang, "Then you go, I'm here, apart from anything else, it's no problem to help you manage the store, after all. The business itself is not too much haha Qing. The business is still better now than before, at least there is no problem paying your salary." Wei Xiaoshuang, "I am so happy to be supported by you." Qing was about to reply, when she saw Wei Xiaoshuang walking to the supermarket entrance. As soon as they met, Wei Xiaoshuang said, "I thought you were upstairs. We are so close to each other. Why do we still chat on WeChat? How many days will you be out this time?" "Not sure, maybe 2 or 3 days, maybe 3 or 5 days, not too long," Qing said. "Luckily you are here, otherwise this supermarket will be closed. Business is not a big problem, mainly as the only supermarket in town. If I close the door, I am afraid it will be inconvenient for everyone." "That's true." Wei Xiaoshuang went to the refrigerator to get an ice cream, went to the front desk to scan the code. "It's okay, you go and get busy." Qing stood up and went to get a bag of spiritual rice. "Thank you." Wei Xiaoshuang looked at the bag of rice with a smile. "Did you see through that I didn't want to cook these 2 days, so you sent me rice?" The two looked at each other and laughed. After saying what she needed to say, Qing quickly went to pack her things. The flight was at 5 in the morning, and she needed to leave now. Otherwise she would not be able to get up early tomorrow morning and might miss the flight. Chapter 202 Plane Accident. Not long after packing up, Qing caught the bus to the city. After arriving in the city, she took another high-speed train, and finally arrived at the city with an airport. She found a hotel next to the airport and checked in. "Hello? Oh, this one, I booked it in advance." Qing was talking, and suddenly remembered something that had been bothering her all the way. She really forgot one thing. She forgot to go to the Baishur plane to call back the zombie puppet. But if she went back now, she would have to spend several hours on the road again. Qing took the room card and stopped for a while. In this world, she didn't have the ability to return to the store with one click. She could only take a car to go back. Forget it. It shouldn't have any impact. Anyway, the zombie wouldn't die if it didn't eat or drink. At most, she could feed it some red gold sand when she went back. At present, the crystal core in the zombie's brain should be enough to provide it with energy. Thinking of this, she took the room card and went upstairs. The white stone plane at this time. Several people at the gate looked at each other. Who will tell them? If we don't go up, I'm afraid people will starve to death. But that is still here, and he hasn't eaten anything, there won't be any problem. Right? He's not a human, how can there be any problem? If he needs to eat, Miss Qing will definitely come to feed him, but that person has been hanging there for so long, even if he's still hungry, he can't stay hungry forever. Miss Qing didn't say to let people starve to death. I'll go ask the old lady. After a while, a group of people walked to the gate, looked up at the top of their heads, and looked at each other, and for a moment they couldn't be sure whether to feed him or not. It was the old lady who made the decision. Since Miss Qing didn't say she wanted to starve to death, feed her something, but not too much, just keep her alive. Since she doesn't know how to think about the people, she should know how hungry and painful the people are. Yes. After responding, the 3 people who were chosen quickly went up to the city gate, first whispered a few words to the zombie puppet, but seeing that it had no intention of giving in, they could only ask the old lady again. Until the old lady nodded again, they carefully pulled the man up and fed him food. The man came up and ate some food, and then begged for mercy. I don't dare anymore. You go and ask Miss Chin for me. Master, it's not that we don't ask, but Miss Chin didn't come tonight, so you should eat something quickly. We finally asked the old lady to agree. When will Miss Chin come? The three of them shook their heads. Miss Chin is always elusive. We don't know. Why should I do it? I didn't guard the city gate, and it wasn't my fault. Oh, my master. Eat quickly. If you keep shouting like this and Miss Chin comes, even the old lady of the prefectural government won't dare to help anymore. As soon as these words came out, the man called the master immediately lowered his head to eat. At this time, outside the city, someone was struggling to swing a hoe. This person was the guard of the rich young master who caused the trouble in the first place. He dared not work hard, fearing that if he was discovered, he would also be hung on the city gate. The family came to deliver food and whispered to him, "Don't be impulsive. Don't make trouble. If you are also hung on the city gate, we can't do anything." "No, I won't. I will definitely work hard," the man said, stuffed something into his mouth, and started to carry the hoe again. "We can't afford to offend Miss Chin, nor can we afford to offend the prefectural government." As he said, he slapped himself hard. He chose to guard the city gate just to make friends with Chin, hoping to get benefits from her, but who would have thought that she would not come no matter how long he waited, and he thought she would not come today, and even if she did, she would definitely show up in an ostentatious way, but who would have thought that she would actually line up in the queue to enter the city today, not to mention him. Even the servants of the prefectural governor's mansion did not recognize her. And now, the servants of the prefectural governor's mansion were also arranged to hoe the fields. He was a servant, and he was the young master. The thought flashed through his mind, and he still just buried his head in the hoeing, for fear of meeting Chin, who appeared out of nowhere again. Of course, Chin definitely couldn't show up now. Originally, in her plan, she had to go there at night, not to keep an eye on them, but mainly to retrieve the zombie puppets. Who would have thought that a big order would suddenly come in? The 940,000 big order was more than the money she had earned since her rebirth. It also made her head hot for a while, and she walked out without thinking about anything. As a result, she left in a hurry and forgot about going to the Baishar plane. Although she was in a hurry, it was not worth it for her to go back at this time, so she simply didn't think about it. After a good night's sleep, she went to catch the plane the next day. After finally getting on the plane, she thought about it. The plane was fast, so she could just shorten the time and come back early. Otherwise, she would not feel comfortable letting the zombie puppets stay in the white stone plane. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Please turn off all electronic devices or switch to flight mode. Thank you for your cooperation. Chin took out her mobile phone, switched it to flight mode, glanced at the time on the phone, and waited quietly for the plane to take off. Not long after, the reminder before the plane took off sounded again. She sat by the window, watching the scenery outside the window change, rising little by little. After the discomfort in her body dissipated, she immediately took out her headphones, found a movie to watch, to kill time, so as not to make the journey too boring. After watching the movie, she turned her head to look out the window. Through the clouds, she saw the high mountains not far away. Landing. She suddenly raised her eyes and immediately checked the time on her phone. How could it be landing at this time? Did the plane deviate? But she had not heard any reminder about the plane's deviation before. Just as she hesitated, someone stood up. What landing? How can we land at this time? It's not raining in the city I'm going to. There's no weather problem. Why land at this time? I'm in a hurry to go to a meeting. Where are you landing? Accompanied by the passengers' angry voices, the flight attendants and stewards began to walk around, obviously trying to find the cause of the landing accident. But at this time, they found that the door to the cockpit could not be opened at all. Chin immediately stood up and looked out the window. Soon she saw the runway outside the window. It was not a mountain, but a runway. This was better than she expected. However, judging from the current situation, even if it was better than expected, it was not a good thing. This road was definitely not a normal road. Please don't be nervous. The plane is landing normally. Then where is this place? What is normal? You can't even open the door of the cockpit. How can it be normal? Can't you receive the tower message? Ask where this place is? Damn it. Why is there no signal on the phone? Please don't turn on the phone without permission. The stewardess hurriedly reminded. If you just accidentally arrived in another city, just wait for it to land. There may be problems after turning on the phone. As soon as the stewardess said this, a passenger immediately echoed, "That's right. You? We don't want to die yet. Turn off your cell phone quickly, don't disrupt the signal. Wait for the plane to land, and then think of a way. It's still flying now, are you crazy? Everyone sit down, don't make trouble, wait for the plane to land. Can't you wait until it lands to talk about it? Why make trouble now? Anyone who makes trouble again is against a plane full of people." As the dissatisfied people stood up, the people who spoke before also sat down. They didn't want to die either, but suddenly encountered this situation. No one could relax. For a while, many people thought of many plane crash cases in their minds. Chin didn't think about anything. Just looked out the window. She had never been on a plane before. But the situation in front of her was obviously wrong. It didn't look like a normal landing. If it was, it would never be impossible to open the cockpit. She pursed her lips and kept looking outside the plane vigilantly until the plane landed smoothly and slowly on the route. The plane was not big. And after confirming the landing, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Chin felt a little relieved. Before the plane landed completely, she looked at the thorns around the route and realized something was wrong. But when she turned around, she found that the others were motionless. At this moment, the door of the plane slowly opened, and something came up and jumped on the plane. Her heart tightened, and she subconsciously remained still like everyone else, wanting to see what the purpose of the thing that came up was. Accompanied by a series of sparse sounds, a little man about 1 meter tall came to the aisle next to her, and there were 2 people between her and her. The passengers next to her were a couple, who had been immersed in each other's world since they got on the plane, and had no communication with Chin at all. Now the 2 of them were motionless, as if time had stopped. It would be best if time just stopped. Chin turned her eyes slightly, watching the little man pull out the backpacks of the couple, and pull the backpack on Chin. Her backpack was just a decoration, with some common daily necessities, mainly to cover up the fact that she occasionally needed to take some things, but it was inconvenient to take them directly from the portable space. When taking her backpack, she watched the little man tilt his head and stay on her hand for a moment. Someone came to urge him from behind. The little man retracted his gaze, jumped up and climbed onto the luggage rack, and took the luggage down from above, and every time he took down a luggage rack, there would be someone to catch it below. Chin took a look. There were at least 30 or 40 little people on the plane now. Luckily, they just wanted to take the backpacks and luggage, and didn't do anything else. Outnumbered, she just pretended not to see them. When no one was paying attention, she turned her tired eyes away silently, and waited quietly for them to take away the things they should take. She waited for half an hour. Just when she was about to give up, she heard the sound of a little person walking out of the plane and jumping down. After the first one, there was the second one, then the third and fourth. Before the previous little person left, he looked at Chin's hand again, and finally, at the urging of others, he left quickly. Chin glanced at her finger. There was nothing on it except a storage ring. The plane door closed again, and the people in the car gradually moved. Where is this place? No signal. Still no signal. I have old people and young children. If something happens here, what will happen to my family? There were bursts of wailing in the car, and even the couple next to Chin were crying. The flight attendants and stewards also saw such a situation for the first time, and they were a little at a loss for a while. Chin stood up. Go and check the cockpit quickly. I don't know what's going on here. If we leave now, can we still fly out? After she said this, someone immediately stood up and agreed. This time, the cockpit was opened. Chapter 203. Stay a few more days. The captain and the co-pilot recovered, without thinking too much. As soon as they saw that the situation in front of them was not right, they immediately drove out along the runway, until the plane was lifted up. Everyone looked out the window at the same time, for fear of seeing something wrong again. Fortunately, this time, the plane flew away smoothly. What made everyone regain consciousness was the good news conveyed by the flight attendant. We have contacted the tower. Being able to contact, it means there is no problem. It was also at this time that everyone noticed that their luggage was missing. Whether it was a backpack or a suitcase, all of them were gone. Someone wanted to make things difficult. But at the reminder of the people around him, he remembered the strangeness that happened not long ago and shut up instantly. It's good to be able to go back. As long as we can go back. Let alone just losing the backpack and luggage. It doesn't matter even if all my clothes are gone. Don't be such a pessimist. Then tell me. What do you want? Everyone knows that the situation just now is not right. It is a blessing from God that I can save my life. What else do you want? I didn't say anything, the man muttered, looking out the window, and said with a long sigh, I hope we can land smoothly. Qing listened to everyone's voices, but her eyes were always looking out the window. She withdrew her eyes from the place where the plane left. She sighed in her heart, secretly guessing whether the situation just now was also one of the reasons for the collapse of Blue Star. But she was on the plane now, and she couldn't do anything. She could only hope with everyone that the plane could land smoothly. Fortunately, everyone's expectations were not in vain, and the plane landed successfully. She turned on her phone again, or canceled the flight mode, and successfully contacted her relatives and friends. But at the same time, a group of people came to her house, saying that they would arrange accommodation for them and chat about what happened on the plane. Qing also went there, but she didn't reveal too much. She just said the same thing as everyone else, saying that she'd lost consciousness. And when she regained consciousness, everything was gone. Fortunately, the plane took off smoothly. Some things can be concealed, and naturally they should be concealed, while some things cannot be concealed, and they should also be explained in advance. After listening to the person in front of her softly telling her that it was not recommended to tell the matter to anyone, and that she would compensate for the loss this time, she nodded directly, Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. As for the loss, she quoted a low price. Thank you for cooperating with our work. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Qing stood up, shook hands with the person in front of her, and was sent to a nearby hotel. At the door of the hotel, she saw a familiar amulet. No, rather than being familiar, it is more accurate. After all, the amulet was made by her. Even without seeing it with her naked eyes, she could sense it, but the amulet was useless for the problem on the plane. Right? She retracted her gaze and walked into the hotel calmly. The amulet in her hand was mainly in the hands of two groups of people in reality. One group was from Zhang Wei, and the other group was from the Taoist priests. The Taoist priests gave more. This time, the amulet was most likely made by the Taoist priests. However, Qing did not go to find the Taoist priests, but stayed in the hotel, and let the people here check her condition. The final result was that, including her, no one on the plane was found to have any abnormalities, as if they had just taken a simple flight and nothing had happened. This also made many people relax and began to express their own ideas. Can I leave now? I still have to go to a meeting, and it will be too late if I don't go now. Of course, anyone who wants to leave can leave directly, the person on guard said with a smile. After getting consent, several people proposed to leave. Qing stepped forward after the others in front of her expressed their opinions. Are you leaving too? I'm not leaving. I'm going out for a while, and will be back soon, Qing said. It shouldn't matter if I just go out for a while. Can I still stay in this hotel tonight? Of course you can. The other party nodded. Not only tonight, you can stay here for the next few days, until you want to leave. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Qing left the hotel. When she left, she saw the amulet hidden in the dark again. At this time, she couldn't help thinking, maybe there was no other way, she could only try it out. At least the amulet proved to be useful. Even if it didn't apply to the scene in front of her, she would try it out, just in case a blind cat meets a dead mouse. The fact is indeed as she thought. The amulet is just a last resort. After the plane Qing was on lost its trace, the relevant departments immediately joined forces to start an investigation, and the news reached all the people with special abilities. But the disappearance of the plane was too strange, and no one had a solution. At this time, the missing plane appeared again, and when the plane was still in the air, everyone had already learned about the strange things that happened on the plane. As a result, when the passengers got off, except for the loss of items, everything was normal. There was no problem to be found. They could only find something relatively relevant to help temporarily, which was the reason why the amulet appeared outside the hotel. There were people who knew that the amulet was drawn by Qing, but no more people were looking for the owner behind the amulet. The collapse of Blue Star was happening, but the ability of the ability users was limited. Sometimes, even if they were contacted, it might not be effective. So instead of some ability users showing up, it was better for only a few people to know about it, so as to slow down the collapse of Blue Star as much as possible. Qing didn't know that so many things happened later. Since she got some information from Zhang Wei and found that these information corresponded to her own intuition, she began to believe in her intuition. However, she left the hotel at this time, not to determine the reason for the disappearance of the plane, but to deliver the goods. The destination of her delivery was here. After leaving the hotel, she quickly found the transport vehicle that had been rented in advance, put all the spiritual rice and vests on it, turned around and left, and temporarily rented a small truck to stock up the goods. It was not until she was about to return to the hotel that she called the transportation company and asked them to send someone to drive the car to the designated location and store the things in the warehouse. What is this? Why are you being so secretive? Is it a crime? What crime? They sent us the manifest. It clearly states that we are transporting vests and rice this time. Is it true? I don't know. You can check it out when we move it later. That's what he said. But he still believed it. Why is there so much to hide about rice and vests? The trucks are transporting them back and forth, and then transporting them to the warehouse? They also wrote down the reason why they did so. They said that the trucks that had brought the goods here would be busy when they returned, and that they could go back and do other things earlier if they unloaded the goods in advance. Is this okay? Sure, I would definitely make more money if I could go back, and I would do the same if I were in their place, but it has nothing to do with us. We just need to get the goods. The truck drove all the way to the warehouse, and when it arrived at the warehouse, it stopped, and the things here were taken down one by one. While carrying them, the clothes were very obvious, and the rice also had a clear feel, and the people who had been talking before were silent now. Is it really rice and vests? What else do you want? Well, I just thought that if there is something that cannot be sold, I will report it. Maybe I can make more money. If there is such a thing, it must be hidden deep, so we can't find it. That's right. Qing received the confirmation of receipt from the customer here, and gave a good review. Although the good reviews in the soul world are of no use to her, she still replied with a smile. Even if it is for the price of 940,000, she has to give a smile. When she was replying to the message, the car stopped on the roadside. After replying the message, she looked at the swimming rings on sale on the roadside and bought them all in one go. After she was reborn, she had already stockpiled a lot of food. It was time to stockpile some other supplies. If she waited until after the apocalypse to purchase, if she was unlucky and didn't find what she needed, her savings would be wasted. Do you want a life jacket? Let me tell you. If you really want to go into the water, a swimming ring is not enough. You have to use it with a life jacket. It will be safer. Even if you sell it outside, it will sell better if you match it like this. The owner was selling to Qing seriously. Qing looked at the items in the warehouse. Are there any life jackets with good quality and good prices? The color doesn't matter. Life jackets don't have very beautiful colors. They are all conspicuous, about the same. How many good quality ones do you want? If you want, I can give you a discount. The owner grasped Qing's needs, looked at her, and immediately took out several life jackets. Look, this one is 20, this one is 30, the quality is good, but the best one is definitely the 30. If you want more, I'll give you 28, the most affordable price. Qing really didn't know much about life jackets, but just listened to the owner's introduction, and finally chose 500 of each of the two types, and matched them with some miscellaneous rescue items, altogether costing a total of 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan is not a lot, compared with the 940,000 yuan she just received. It is really a drop in the bucket. After loading the things onto the truck, she paid the money readily. In the afternoon and evening, she was wandering around the city, stocking up on many things that she had not stocked up before, including water purification tablets, lighters, dry batteries, and various large-capacity power banks. She didn't buy a lot, but it was enough for emergencies. She could stock up on these things slowly in the future, so that when she really needed them, she would not be completely in the dark and lacked everything. Among them, lighters were the most purchased. You can buy them in a pack at the wholesale market, but there are too many of them, which is not suitable for taking on public transportation. This did not affect her, as they were all stored in her personal space. In addition to these, she also went to some large supermarkets and stocked up on salt, bread, canned food, etc. Compared with her inventory during this period, canned food is the most durable food. She has not seen any of these things near the expiration date, so she has to stock up more now. She went shopping for several hours in the evening, until after 10 o'clock in the evening. when she parked the truck near the bus station a little far from the hotel and took the bus back to the hotel. Originally, she came here to stay for a few more days. She planned to go back early on the plane. But seeing the situation here, she decided to stay for a few more days. After all, people here are desperate and use amulets to support themselves. Chapter 204, A Good Deed. You're back. Did you have fun today? Yes. And I bought a new bag. Chin turned sideways, so that the people in front of her could see the bag she was carrying behind her. Is everyone in the hotel okay? She told these people that the reason for her trip was to have fun. She'd lost a bag on the plane, so she had to buy a new bag to make up for it. Of course, she didn't really spend money on it. It's okay. It's okay for everyone who left, the other party said, and reminded. You can leave at any time if you want to, but it's best to register before you leave, so that you can contact us in time if anything happens. I will. After that, Chin returned to her hotel room, and sat down, and sent a message to Wei Xiaoshuang, telling her about her return after 2 days of fun. The reply was quick. Didn't you say you wanted to play for a few more days? Chin, just to let you know, I saw some little things today, and brought them back to you plus pictures. Wei Xiaoshuang, they are all things I like. I won't be polite to you anyway. Chin, you're welcome. After replying, she looked at the message on her phone that just popped up. Someone had created a group for everyone, and someone was talking in the group right now. I can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, I think of the plane crash. What should I do? I'm afraid too. Afraid +1. By the way, are you really okay if you leave today? I don't even dare to leave. What if something happens? It's too late for rescue. Anyway, I have the subsidy. I really have to stay in the hotel. I can't help it crying. I really have to have a meeting. It's a very important meeting. If I'm not there, I can't stay in the company anymore. If I can choose, I don't want to leave. I have important things to do, so I have to leave. I hope everything is okay. God bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Ah. When the voice sounded, Chin raised her eyes quickly, and ran out of the room immediately. This floor was basically full of people who got off the same plane. When she appeared, the others also appeared one after another, with a lingering fear in their eyes. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Nothing will happen again. Right? It shouldn't be a big deal. Right? What's the reason? I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't think too much. Just then, several people in a room came out, and as soon as they walked out of the door, they started to explain, it's okay. I just found a stone in my pocket when I was sleeping, and I was scared. You should have. Is there anything else? After asking this question, everyone reached out to touch their pockets, and after searching around, they all breathed a sigh of relief. No, I don't have it either. It's just a stone. What are you afraid of? I didn't have this stone in my pocket before. The person involved also walked out of the room. Who knew that before going to bed, I suddenly found it. I didn't do it on purpose. Who knows what will happen next, after all? Before he finished speaking, everyone knew what he meant, and they all shut up. Chin didn't say anything. Just looked at the stone for a few more times, and subconsciously touched the ring on her hand. One was a stone, and the other was a ring. But she had a feeling that there was a certain similarity between the two. However, she didn't go forward. After everyone went back to their rooms, she also went back to her room. In the next few days, she still kept the routine of going out to stock up supplies during the day and coming back at night. She always told others that she was out for fun. Nothing happened in the past few days, and everyone's vigilance was much lower. One after another, people chose to leave. Chin also planned to leave. If she didn't leave, she was afraid that the people in the Baisher plane would be waiting anxiously. After you leave, you should still pay more attention to the group messages. If you have any questions, please give us feedback in time. Okay. The plane accident on the way here made her feel a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, she had a lot of experience and was not too afraid of airplanes. So she still chose to take a plane on the way back. This time, the plane returned safely to the airport near her home. After getting off the plane, she breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to Wei Xiaoshuang in advance, saying that she would be home in the evening. On the way back in the car, the group message popped up again. To be honest, I really didn't feel the stone before that day. It seemed to appear out of thin air. Except you, No one else has the stone. That doesn't mean the stone is fine. I think there must be something wrong with the stone, and it's not a simple problem. Stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. I have a shadow on flying. Every time you talk about this, I think of what happened on the plane before. I'm so scared, so scary, it seems like in just a blink of an eye, everything we have disappeared. Is this the time stop mentioned in many movies, TV shows and novels? According to you, the stone that appeared out of thin air is not the space stone? What? Is it a space stone? How should I put it? It is a stone with the ability to jump through space. It can appear anywhere out of thin air. In that case, the situation on the plane we took that day also felt a bit like a space jump, as if we appeared out of thin air in a different world. It is possible, but what's the use? It's useless. What's the use of knowing about space jump? We can't do anything. That's right. After reading the group message, Qing touched her ring. If it was a space stone, it would indeed explain why she felt that the stone had similarities with her ring. The existence of a storage ring is ultimately a storage device that uses space. She just couldn't guess the purpose of those villains. They moved the plane, stopped time, but only took their backpacks and suitcases. Later, when they wanted to leave, they also let the plane fly away, as if their purpose from the beginning was the backpacks and suitcases. The bus drove to the town. Qing got off the bus with a backpack that was twice as full as when she left, and distributed the things she was going to bring to Wei Xiaoxuan to her. Then she said, I want to take a rest. You can take care of the supermarket. I will go to work on time tomorrow. No problem. You go and rest, Wei Xiaoxuan said, smiling and looking up. I know that I am short-handed. Qing smiled, said a few more words to her, went upstairs and downstairs, and when she didn't notice, she set off to the Baisher plane. Does it really not need to eat? It's been several days. No. It's still standing steadily. Is it really possible? Or does it not move at all? Since Miss Qing left, it has not moved at all, and it doesn't care about anything, it feels like it's nailed there. Will Miss Qing come again? Not sure, Miss Qing doesn't always come in fits and starts. If it wasn't for this time, nothing would have happened. Here she comes. Look at the mountain above. Miss Qing flew over from the mountain. Really here? Another person rubbed his eyes. If Miss Qing had come like this a few days ago, she would have been discovered. Quickly, go and inform everyone. Miss Qing is here. She's flying over. While talking here, Qing had already landed on the city wall. She first took a look at the zombie puppet's condition, confirmed that it had not run out of energy, and immediately put it away. After that, she noticed the person still hanging on the wall. You are still here? The person was still alive, but he was thinner than 2 days ago. When he saw her, he no longer had the initial pride. He quickly begged for mercy in a low voice. Miss Qing, I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore. Please let me go. Please. Qing smiled and reached out to untie the rope tied to the side. The person being hung noticed this and struggled to beg for mercy. Miss Qing, I really know I was wrong. I will do more good things in the future and will never hurt the people again. Qing looked at him, said nothing, and still calmly untied the rope. The moment the rope was untied, the man struggled more fiercely, and she also loosened the rope, and then smiled as she watched him scream and fall. At the same time, someone under the city gate also saw this scene and screamed subconsciously. It was also at this time that Qing stepped on the city wall and jumped down. When she jumped down, she grabbed the rope by the way. When the man was only 1 meter above the ground, she loosened the rope again and let him land. As soon as he landed, the man turned over and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Miss Qing, for your mercy. Thank you, Miss Qing, for sparing my life. The people who hurried over also breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Qing. Old madam. Qing looked over. I had some urgent matters these days, so I didn't have time to come. How is old madam? I'm fine. The city has already arrested those who did evil things according to Miss Qing's opinion, and sent them to farm outside the city. The old madam said seriously. Miss Qing can go and see for herself. That's not necessary. I still trust old madam on this point. As she said that, she looked around. Is the governor not here? The old madam shook her head. Like this, Qing smiled. To be honest, I think the old lady is much better at doing things than the governor. From now on, the old lady will be in charge of the city's affairs. If anyone is dissatisfied, the old lady can tell me when I come. The old lady was slightly stunned, but still nodded. Although she is the old lady of the governor's mansion, she has almost never been in power. However, filial piety is the priority in the world nowadays. When facing her son, she still has the final say, which makes people from other families in the city respect her. But after these few days, she suddenly found that it was not difficult to be in power. She looked at Qin Qing. Qin Qing also looked at her, but the old lady has to take care of herself. If something happens, even if I kill someone else, I can't bring the old lady back to life. The old lady nodded slowly, but was thinking about what she meant. Qin Qing naturally had no other intentions. She just thought that letting the old lady be in charge was much better than letting the governor be in charge. She was just dissatisfied with the governor. Oh, right. Qin Qing remembered something. Now there is a crop called sweet potato in Shinanba. Madam, you can ask someone to find some. The yield of sweet potato is very high. If you can promote it successfully, it will be a great merit. Merit. The old lady thought of these two words, and suddenly realized something. She bowed and said, "Thank you for your advice, Miss Qin." Not only the old lady, but also the others who heard this, all had bright eyes. Qin Qing didn't say much. "I'll go first. You can do whatever you want." After that, she disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. After she disappeared for a while, someone quickly reacted, "Hurry up. Go to Shinanba to find sweet potatoes. Go now." Chapter 205 Powerful Energy. Back to the plain supermarket, Qin Qing raised her eyes. Compared with the dense branches and leaves and lush trees in the sunset forest, the environment outside the forest is definitely not good. Among the many foods that can fill the stomach, sweet potatoes are not the best, but its yield is enough to cover all its shortcomings, making it the best food to cope with hunger. But even for sweet potatoes, it takes some time to take effect. She sighed, turned around and opened the door to her supermarket. The sky gradually darkened. The lights in the supermarket were off. Through the gaps between the shelves, she saw Wei Xiaoshuang talking to someone outside the door. She didn't notice her presence. Qin Qing turned around again and clicked on the plane supermarket panel. When she wanted to choose a plane, she saw a new plane appear on the far right. This new plane was loading. After watching for a while, she guessed that this new plane was probably where the plane accidentally entered not long ago. The space was an alien space, but the runway was real. She had been outside for the past few days and had not looked at the panel, so she naturally did not notice the new plane being loaded. However, looking at the progress bar, there was about 10% progress left to open the door to the new plane. Her hand paused for a moment. Forget it. Whether it was the plane she had seen before, or a brand new plane, she had no choice but to leave it to fate. She moved her fingers, tapped on the zombie plane, confirmed it, opened the back door and walked out. The sound of opening and closing the back door was very slight. Wei Xiaoshuang stood at the door of the supermarket, looked inside, and then turned back. "I can't decide on the rental. The tenant of this house is resting. Otherwise, you can stay in a hotel in town tonight and talk about it tomorrow." "Okay. Sure. Then you must help me convey it." "I will. Don't worry." After the other party left, Wei Xiaoshuang took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Qin Qing. Someone came and said he wanted to rent the house above the clothing store. "If you are willing, you can talk about it. You can get some money back by renting it out." Knowing that Qin Qing must have turned off her phone when she was resting, she did not wait for her message, and directly exited the chat interface and returned to the clothing store to play with her mobile phone. On the other side, Qin Qing opened the door of the plain supermarket and saw the two parties fighting. The distance was a bit far. With her eyesight, she could only see the little people over there and couldn't see what they were doing. But if they were closer, both sides would find each other. She closed the door immediately and ran over quickly with the help of the patrolling zombies around her. Finally, she stopped behind a big tree, looked up at the tree, put her hand on the trunk, and let a small handful of red gold sand fall. Mutated trees are different from zombies. The latter can move, so even if the puppet is removed, they must continue to move. The former cannot move. After controlling it, you don't need to do anything, just let it stay where it is. A bullet came, and the branches of the mutant tree wrapped around it, easily removing the attack energy of the bullet, and safely sent it to Qin Qing's hand. Qin Qing held the bullet, squinting at the car not far away. This distance is still a bit far. She looked at a tree closer to the car, let the big tree in her hand stretch out its branches, and sent a puppet talisman to its paper note. When the branches stretched out again, they instantly became longer. And the puppet talisman was easily attached to the tree in the distance. Seeing this scene, she was delighted and immediately recited the puppetry formula. The big tree at hand retracted its branches. The length could not be shortened. So it rolled itself up, and put the rolled branches on the tree fork, and stayed there quietly. At the same time, Qin Qing's puppetry formula took effect. The tree in the distance stopped moving after being controlled, and turned into an ordinary big tree. Just as she was about to leave, she felt the joy of the big tree at hand, which was transmitted to her palm through the thick bark. She was stunned for a moment, and according to its idea, she drove the roots below to roll forward. The roots of the two trees instantly intertwined, forming a huge root circle underground. Qin Qing, who was controlling the two trees at the same time, noticed this instantly and couldn't help looking at the tree beside her in surprise. "You are still conscious?" However, this time, no matter how she communicated with the tree, it did not respond at all. But she could transmit her consciousness to that tree through the roots connecting the two trees, and then through the scattered branches. She could hear the conversations of the people around her. You can even see the situation over there. The battle is still going on, but they all deliberately avoid places where zombies are densely packed, fighting only in spacious places, and at the same time protecting a large cage placed on a car. Qin Qing stretched her head out and looked at the cage they were carrying. The cage was about 2 meters high, and the whole cage was blocked by a black cloth. However, there was still sunlight at this time, and through the sunlight, you can see that there is a person hiding inside. No, it should be a zombie. Only zombies would unconsciously circle around inside. If it were a human, they would definitely find a way to tear off the black cloth. What would a zombie that was deliberately locked in a cage look like? She couldn't help biting her fingers, but in the end, she couldn't resist the desire in her heart, and took out a few puppet talismans, tied the puppet talismans with the branches of the mutant tree, and sent them to another tree, and then through that tree, stretched out a sharp branch, pierced the black cloth, and attached the puppet talisman to the zombie in the cage. 1 is not enough. 2 is not enough. 3 is not enough. Qin Qing swallowed the sweet taste in her throat, and temporarily took out the zombie puppets that she had controlled for a long time. After releasing 10 zombie puppets in one breath, the discomfort in her body completely dissipated. However, she still felt that it was not enough. So she only left all the upgraded zombies and 2 puppet trees, and continued to stick puppet talismans on the zombies in the cage. In the end, she stuck 8 pieces, and only then did she get feedback when she recited the puppetry formula. Seeing that the battle was intensifying and the outcome would soon be decided, she also began to speed up. When she succeeded in controlling it, she spat out a mouthful of blood this time. This mouthful of blood also attracted the attention of the zombies around her. Qin Qing quickly took a look at the zombie puppet that had been controlled and chose to return to the plain supermarket. The moment she returned, the movement of the zombies also attracted the attention of the parties who were fighting. "Hurry up. It's a mutant tree." With this voice, one of the parties got in the car first and drove away quickly. The people behind raised their guns to attack, and seeing that they could not hit, they immediately drove and caught up with the car in front. At the original place, the zombies that followed the smell of blood were entangled by the branches. The zombies were strangled one by one, and the crystal cores in their brains were dug out one by one, becoming the energy that nourished the growth of the mutant trees. As the energy increased, the 2 trees shook their branches, and the roots underneath were entangled more tightly, and even had a tendency to spread far away. Qin Qing did not notice this situation. Although she did not know what happened just now, she could probably guess that the energy of the zombie was not much worse than hers, so she had difficulty controlling it smoothly. The bloody taste in her mouth was so disgusting that she could only drink ice crystal water 1 mouthful at a time, trying to suppress the disgusting taste in her mouth. After drinking a whole cup of ice crystal water, she put an ice crystal in her mouth and practiced internal strength on the spot. Why is it not moving? The car stopped. Someone got off the car, stood outside the cage, and felt the car for a while. It really is not moving. Just standing there. There is no movement at all. And it seems, it has no aggressiveness. Impossible. This is the future zombie king. Stay away. If you are touched by it, you will become a zombie too, the person next to him said. Hurry up and fill up the gas. Go to the base to gather. Those people behind are very annoying. If they catch up, it will delay time again. I'll find a gas station. Chin opened her eyes, felt the relaxation of her body, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what the zombie is like. It's so strong. If she had left more zombie puppets, she wouldn't have succeeded this time. And this zombie consumed as much as the dozen zombie puppets she had. If the attack of this zombie puppet was not 20 times stronger, she would have lost. She stood up, brushed off the unnecessary dust on her body, and opened the door of the plain supermarket again. When she walked out of the door, she raised her head and instantly felt the changes in the two trees. When she saw the zombie corpses around the two trees, she couldn't help but twitched her mouth. If the mutant trees could not move, they would attack zombies actively, and their killing power would be much stronger than that of ordinary zombies. However, they did not attack the patrolling zombies nearby, and she did not intend to care. She went directly to the side, got in the car she brought back a few days ago, and drove to the direction of the brand new zombie puppet she felt. She spent 8 puppet talismans, and almost got her seriously injured. It would be a loss if she did not bring it back for her own use. She was not afraid of others using it, but she was afraid that the person who took it away would want the crystal core in the zombie's brain. Once the zombie was killed, she would have nothing. It really didn't move. There was no movement all the way here. The person next to him frowned. Did anything happen when we got here? No, we just met a group of people on the road, who wanted to take it away, but we are sure that no one approached it, and no one could do anything to it. Was this piece of cloth originally intact? Huh? The person who spoke stepped forward, looking at the small hole in the cloth, asked himself in doubt. It should be intact. Right? But what can such a small hole do? The zombie's weakness is in the brain. As long as the brain is not injured, it will be fine. The zombie is fine now, but why is it motionless? It shouldn't be like this. Take the cage down first, be careful. Is it really the zombie king? Of course. Someone answered affirmatively, looking at the cage with bright eyes. As long as we can control the zombie king, we can control all the zombies in the world, and become the real king of this world. Chin couldn't hear the conversation here. She was just following her consciousness, looking for the zombie puppet she just controlled. Chapter 206. Take it away smoothly. On the way there, another car passed her, but even in such an environment, the car still did not stop, which showed that they had more important things to do. Through the front window of the car, she saw the slightly dense buildings in the distance, and confirmed that the zombie puppet she had just controlled was nearby. So she parked the car in a relatively remote place, took out the drone again, and let it go to help her explore the way. After a while, the drone flew out, and the downward lens quickly captured the car that had passed by her before. Further ahead is where she sensed the zombie puppets appearing. In this way, the target of the car is probably the same as hers. Chin summoned 3 ordinary upgraded zombies, and let them wander around the car. With zombies around, even if someone comes, they will think it is dangerous here, and will not think there is someone in the car. At the same time, she summoned the other 6 zombie puppets, and ran quickly in the direction of the new zombie puppets. The drone was still the first to notice the movement. Under the camera, the metal cage stood straight there. Roar, why is there a sudden movement again? Nothing happened. One of them said immediately. Someone is chasing us. Retreat quickly. Bang, the drone hovered quietly on the eaves, just recording the scene in front of it, and had no intention of participating in it. Several charred zombies were also standing in a hidden place, sticking to the wall, as if they were standing here and struck by lightning. They themselves were invisible, but Chin could see some images through them. But there was a distance limit. If they were far away, even if the zombie puppets were there, she could only sense their existence, but not see external objects through them. The place where the sound can be heard is where the drone is. However, no one is in the mood to chat at this time. Everyone is concentrating on attacking each other, trying to snatch something. At this time, another team came, skillfully walked through the place where it is easy to be discovered, and soon arrived nearby. Their goal is the same as the previous teams, but they are fighting with the idea of dying together. It is not that they will die here, but that the captured zombie will die together with the 2 parties in the fight. She can't lose. Thinking of this, she immediately controlled the zombie puppet in the cage to struggle, and at the same time asked the zombie puppet guarding the side to raise the gun in his hand, and aimed at the keyhole in the cage and started to attack. Who is controlling the zombies? As soon as the zombies with guns appeared, someone roared. However, the keyhole of the iron cage had been opened, and the zombies hidden under the black cloth jumped out, ran in several directions with a roar, and attacked whoever they met, but did not bite, until the formation was disrupted, then ran out of the encirclement, and jumped all the way to a high place. There were constant sounds of attacks from behind. But facing a flexible zombie whose only weakness was the crystal core in its brain, they were completely helpless. Some people chased after this zombie, and some chased after her burnt zombie puppets. Chin sat in the car, watching the car drive out, passing by her car without looking sideways, and walking on the main road to look for traces of zombies. The drone kept staring at the direction of the crowd, until no one came in this direction. She recalled the zombie puppets that already belonged to her. The first time she saw it, she instantly understood why this zombie was valued. Its skin and flesh were almost intact. At first glance, it looked no different from ordinary humans. However, a closer look revealed that its skin and flesh were blue, without blood vessels. Its pupils were dark, and its lips were also black. It was motionless and looked completely lifeless. It was definitely not the state of a normal human. After putting her in the car, Chin called back the remaining zombies and drones and drove towards the plain supermarket. Passing by a gas station, she saw several people who stopped to refuel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away quickly. No need to chase. We spent a lot of effort to catch that zombie. If someone could easily catch it, that zombie would not appear in our place. Damn. Who is it? Didn't you say that only the Zombie King can control zombies? Not necessarily zombies. What did you say? I said that the ones who attacked us just now might not be zombies. We only saw that they were carrying guns in their hands, and they looked like zombies, but they were all black, which was very different from the state of zombies. I guess someone deliberately wore that kind of clothes and a hood, just to make us mistakenly think it was a zombie. That makes sense. What should we do next? Catch the Zombie King first. It is very likely that it has a certain consciousness now, which is why it escaped. In this case, we must hurry to catch it. If it is controlled by others, the consequences will be disastrous. Have you filled up the gas? Let's go find the Zombie King now. Chin drove the car very fast. She saw many zombies scattered around. As she drove, she sighed with regret in her heart. It was a pity that she really didn't have the ability to control more zombies now. Otherwise, if she caught this batch of zombies in one go, she might be able to upgrade the vending machines in this plain supermarket to a higher level. She would not get out of the car. After all, compared with these zombies, her life was definitely the most important. She collected her thoughts and drove with full concentration. When she was almost at the supermarket, she breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of anyone catching up behind her, which meant that those people had not caught up with her. As long as she took the zombie back and put it in the vending machine, no one would be able to take it away. Her attention was focused on the front of the car, and she did not notice that all the zombies she encountered raised their heads as the car drove by. And after confirming the direction, they slowly walked towards her. But ordinary zombies are too slow, so she didn't realize there was any problem until she returned to the plain supermarket. After sending the newly brought back zombie into the vending machine, Chin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She summoned it again and couldn't help talking to it. You better be more useful. Otherwise, I spent so many puppet symbols to bring you back. Zombie puppets will not have their own reactions, and will not answer her questions. She didn't force it, and took it back, opening the door of the plain supermarket and looking out. At this glance, she saw the zombies piled up under the two mutant trees. Compared with the patrolling zombies, these two trees were indeed more useful. However, she still gave an order, asking them not to attack living humans. The strong prey on the weak in this world. But she couldn't hurt others at will. Not to mention that these trees might not be alive. Even if they were alive, she thought that they would naturally stand on the side of humans. After doing all this, she relaxed, and fatigue also came over her. Back in the supermarket, the shop was closed. The room was dark, and only the moonlight outside the window shone in. She yawned, went to the second floor, and didn't even have time to wash up. She fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next morning. When she saw the time, she was a little confused. She thought she had read it wrong. So she looked again. It was really 10 o'clock. She immediately opened WeChat and saw a few messages from Wei Xiaoshuang. I just woke up. Wei Xiaoshuang, I know. You really set a flag yesterday. Since you just woke up now, you don't have to rush downstairs. Take your time. Chin, yeah. She sighed, rubbed her face, got up to wash up, and took a shower. When she went downstairs again, a full half an hour had passed. According to her usual rest time in the supermarket, she could rest again in another half an hour. As expected, as soon as she went downstairs, the customer who was checking out laughed and joked, "It's already this late. Why not sleep a little longer? It's almost noon anyway." "I think so too. Mainly because I'm hungry," Chin said with a smile, and took a bag of snacks from the supermarket shelf. "When I came back yesterday, I was still thinking about getting up early, but I didn't expect to sleep until this time." "Are you feeling well?" Wei Xiaoshuang asked with concern. Chin raised her hand, touched her forehead, and nodded, "No problem. No fever." She guessed that the reason she slept late today was related to the blood and energy consumed yesterday. But she did feel refreshed after waking up, as if nothing had happened, which made her less expectant of the zombie puppet. Just think of it as controlling a beautiful zombie puppet. It's not a loss. When she walked to the cashier counter, she was about to help Wei Xiaoshuang, when she heard her say, "Go buy some vegetables first. It's just right to go now. The good food for lunch will be gone later. You haven't been here for a few days. I see your refrigerator is empty." Chin wanted to say that her refrigerator was originally empty, but she put some things to cover up when she was here. But she did have to buy vegetables, otherwise someone would ask her what she ate. She bent down, opened the drawer in the cashier counter, pulled out a few bills from it, and asked, "Did you eat lunch? If not, let's have hot pot together." "Okay, I wanted to eat instant noodles to make do with it." Wei Xiaoshuang nodded immediately. "Buy some baby cabbage, and 2 cucumbers, I love them." Chin walked out of the supermarket, stretched out her hand to make it okay, and walked slowly to the vegetable market not far away across the street. When she came back from buying vegetables, she saw Wei Xiaoshuang talking to someone. When she approached, Wei Xiaoshuang immediately pointed at her. "I told you. Someone wants to rent a house. Ask if the house next door is for rent." Wei Xiaoshuang took the initiative to mention, "There are 3 bedrooms and a living room upstairs in our clothing store, except for one room that cannot be opened. The rest of the rooms can be used, which is equivalent to 2 bedrooms and a living room. What do you think of the price of 4,000 a year?" After saying that, Wei Xiaoshuang winked at Chin. "The house next door, together with the clothing store, only costs 5,000 yuan a year in rent." Chin looked at the stranger. "What do you think?" "No problem for me. It depends on you," the other party immediately said. "If it's okay, we can sign the contract now." Chin handed the dish in her hand to Wei Xiaoshuang, looking at the stranger in front of her, smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'll go print the contract. The second floor of the clothing store next door can be walked from the side. The previous tenant has not moved in yet. You pay the rent. You can move in at any time." She entered the supermarket, and quickly found a standard rental contract, printed out in 2 copies. One hand handed over the money, and the other hand handed over the deed. 1,000 yuan to rent a clothing store for a year. It's really good. Chapter 207A Ruin. "Are there a lot of strangers in the town recently? Is that right? I heard from my relatives that our town is going to do some deep development." Wei Xiaoshuang immediately replied, "This is good for us. If our town can really develop, we won't have to go out to work as a migrant worker in the future. Have you heard the news?" Chin took 2 ice creams from the refrigerator and handed one to her. "This is not something to hide. If you spread it around, everyone will know it." Wei Xiaoshuang opened the ice cream and said, "Your supermarket has been doing well these 2 days. It feels several times better than before." After that, she looked at Chin. "Do you really want to live in the town for the rest of your life? We'll talk about it when the time comes. You also said that if the town develops, you won't have to go out to work as a migrant worker in the future." Chin said with a smile, "We are still young. When will we be in the town? If you are tired, you can go out anytime." "That's right," Wei Xiaoshuang nodded, and sighed. "Everything in the town is good, but I don't feel comfortable thinking about staying in the town for the rest of my life. I always feel that people have to go out and explore the world in their lives. But when I really go out, I feel bitter and torn. Don't think too much. Just muddle through, and take one step at a time." Chin smiled, looked at the tenant who came over with his luggage, and raised her hand to touch Wei Xiaoshuang's arm. Wei Xiaoshuang also saw the tenant. "It's almost time you go and rest. I'll entertain you." "Why should I rest? I just woke up." Chin laughed. "I'll just lie down in the store for a while at noon." There won't be many customers, so I'll just play with my phone for a while. The tenant didn't have much to do. The contract was signed, the rent was paid, and the keys were given. The tenant moved in and just went upstairs from the side stairs. The rental matters had also been made clear. The other party said that some friends might come over to play later and stay for a while, but they wouldn't do anything that violated residential safety. And Qin Qing agreed. The tenant came over, Qin Qing looked at him, nodded to each other, and said nothing more. Wei Xieshuang did say a few words to him, but she just said that she had the habit of taking a nap at noon, and if he was at home at noon, she hoped that he would not make too much noise. Qin Qing looked for a while, and went back to her supermarket. Even though she had slept for a night, and recovered a little, she still felt a little tired. After closing the door of the supermarket, she laid down directly behind the cashier. People in the town were also used to her closing the door at noon to rest, and there were no customers for 3 hours at noon. Qin Qing closed her eyes, as if she was taking a nap. But in fact, she was practicing her inner strength. She didn't need to maintain a specific posture to practice her inner strength. She didn't go to the zombie plane at noon, so she didn't find many zombies. After a night of running, they finally arrived near the plane supermarket. The zombies' unified movement direction also attracted the attention of some people. It's here. Will the zombie king be here? As far as I know, only the zombie king can cause the zombies to behave strangely. After the zombie king escaped, they have been looking for him, but they haven't found any traces so far. The car drove slowly on the side, and did not attract the attention of the zombies. The car windows were closed, and the people in the car spoke carefully, fearing that if they were not careful, they would cause a collective attack from the zombies. At this moment, the car suddenly jolted. Did you hit a rock? As soon as the words fell, the car began to jolt violently. Everyone in the car held on to the car body tightly, but it still couldn't avoid the situation where the car flipped over. Oh no! It's a mutant tree. Or 2 mutant trees. Go! I can't move. The tires are tangled. Everyone in the car looked at each other, confirmed their eyes, opened the car door at the same time, and then quickly ran in the direction where there were fewer zombies. While running, they all held their breath. It was not until they reached a distance that they came back to their senses, watching a zombie entangled by a mutant tree, and then having its head opened by sharp vines. After taking out the contents of the zombie's brain, the zombie was thrown down, and soon a hole appeared on the ground, which entangled the zombie, and no trace of the zombie could be seen on its face. We guessed wrong. It's not the zombie king. It's probably the mutant tree that is emitting a smell that only zombies can smell in order to attract zombies. Our car. Never mind. It's dangerous here. Just find a car. Go somewhere else. As long as we get the zombie king and control the zombies, we can get whatever we want. Hurry up. The zombies are coming. Several free zombies smelled the smell and walked slowly towards them step by step. But facing humans who could run normally, the zombies' pace was still a little slow. After a while of running around, the few people finally got out of the zombie encirclement. While they were panting, they saw a few more cars coming over here. They can't deal with the 2 mutant trees. While they are busy running around, we should find a car as soon as possible and find the zombie king. Okay. The few people left quietly, without any kind reminder. Qin Qing had been practicing internal strength for a whole afternoon to replenish his missing qi and blood. Even when she was drawing talismans in the afternoon, she was also practicing her internal strength whenever she had the chance. During this time, she stuffed ice crystals into her mouth. Ice crystals dissolve in water, and also dissolve in saliva. Before, she had been drinking it diluted with water, fearing that she would have a situation like Zhang Mingchun. But after what happened yesterday, she found that she could eat ice crystals directly, and naturally it was better to eat them directly. This continued until the evening, when she was in a better condition, and then she packed up. When she clicked on the panel to open the door, she saw a new plane that had been loaded. There was nothing wrong with other planes. Qin Qing raised her hand, selected the new plane, and then opened the door to the new plane. This new plane was not the plane connected to the plane supermarket, and it did not pass through the plane supermarket. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that it was pitch black outside the door. She took a step forward, took out the flashlight, and as soon as she lit it, she saw the familiar runway and the thorns around the runway. It was indeed here. Her guess was correct. In addition to connecting to the plane supermarkets of different planes, The plane supermarket panel can also connect to the other world she has been to. This is the case with Hell on Earth. And so is the new plane. She walked forward with a flashlight and walked along the runway. There were stars above her head, but the brightness was not enough. The only light in the world was the door leading to her supermarket. Even with the flashlight in her hand, there were only 2 lights. The whole world was silent, even quieter than Hell on Earth, as if this world was just an empty planet. But since there was an airport runway, it meant that there were people here. The light of the flashlight fell on the ground, allowing her to avoid the large and small stones that appeared from time to time, as well as some small potholes. The entire runway was relatively intact, but it was relatively dirty. In addition to the stones, there was a lot of dust. The flying dust fell on the runway, and after it rained, it would become hard. If no one came to clean it, it would not take long before the airport runway could no longer be seen. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she saw that there seemed to be no camera on the runway. So she raised her flashlight and shone it forward. But the front of the flashlight was pitch black. At this moment, her foot slipped, and after trying to keep steady, the flashlight shone down again. It was dark under her feet. The runway had come to an end, and in front of her was a cliff. Chin was frightened, and subconsciously took a few steps back, avoiding a position that was prone to collapse again. She looked back with the flashlight, and the runway behind her was still there, but the one in front of her was gone. She pursed her lips and shook the flashlight. The light of the flashlight could only let her see nearby, and she could not see anything farther away. Fortunately, she didn't take out the electric car. Without hesitation, she immediately turned around and walked back. This place was probably dangerous during the day, not to mention at night, so she should come back tomorrow. She walked quickly all the way, and soon she saw the open back door of the supermarket, and rushed in immediately. After making sure it was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief, and turned around to close the back door. After this experience, she was no longer in the mood to go to other planes, and immediately went upstairs. No, this mutant tree is too powerful, and we can't find its weakness. We are no match for it. Since it's not the Zombie King, don't worry too much, find a way to get out. But our car is still here, and there are still many weapons in it. You can go and rob the car and weapons, go and pick them up. If you leave your life here, you will lose everything, quickly, if you don't leave now. The zombies will surround you. Go. Go. Go quickly, leave here immediately. After shouting, not long after, the group left quickly. The mutant tree waved its branches, baring its fangs and claws at the running humans, and only when it felt that all the human breath around it had disappeared, it began to catch zombies with satisfaction. Humans cannot be hurt, but humans delay their meals. The car is useless. A bunch of bullets spewed out from the branches of the mutant tree, and the branches that had already extended a lot surrounded the bullets, sent them to the car, and then used the roots to dig the soil, pushing the car a little further away. These things are not delicious either. Chin got up on time, standing by the window and stretched. This time, she really came to her senses. After washing up, she hurried downstairs, looked through her personal space, found a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and went to the opposite side to buy buns and fried dough sticks, and had a satisfying breakfast. Everything was normal today. After 11 o'clock, she immediately closed the supermarket door, selected a new plane on the panel again, and opened the door to the new plane. The door opened, and in front of her was still the familiar runway, but in the distance was not the hidden perspective she had seen on the plane before, but the normal blue sky and white clouds. She walked out of the door, surrounded by thorns. Even if she tiptoed to look far away, she could not see. But soon, she took out a sturdy ladder, spread it out, and climbed up, and as soon as she stood firm, she couldn't wait to look ahead, and after seeing the situation outside the thorns clearly, she was silent instantly. It was a ruin. Chapter 208, Where the Soul Goes. Chin sat on the ladder for a while, silently looking at the ruins in the distance. She had seen the ruins before, in her previous life, and on the news, but she didn't dare to go there in person, and many people didn't dare to go there, after all. In that 10-magnitude earthquake, there were almost no survivors in the ruins at the epicenter. At that time, many people went to rescue, but the rescue results were not good. Suppressing the sadness in her heart, she climbed down the ladder, put it away, and walked forward, to the end of the runway where she had been last night. She lowered her head, and her worries came true. At the end of the runway, which should have been flat, there is now a deep cliff. If someone had stood here when the accident happened, they would have fallen off the cliff in an instant and would have no chance of survival. But it should have been a few years ago. Otherwise the surrounding thorn bushes would not be so dense. She found a corner, made sure that there was no problem outside, crawled through the thorn bushes, and just walked out. She encountered a high mountain. She looked up for a while, not knowing what was on the back of the mountain, and did not dare to use Qigong, in case she accidentally flew over her head. And the other side of the mountain was like a cliff. Even if she had deep internal strength, she could not save herself. Fortunately, she still had the drone. Qing took out the drone and began to debug it. After making sure that the power supply was sufficient, she let the drone slowly fly up the mountain. She had seen the situation on the other side of the runway from the ladder. It was a complete ruin. There was nothing but broken buildings. It didn't look like anyone was living there. And this side? The drone flew over the mountain, and the camera was pointed at the bottom of the mountain. The moment the picture appeared, she unconsciously took a breath, looked up at the bare top of the mountain and frowned, and when she looked at the drone picture again, she couldn't help but take a breath. It turned out that it was not the runway that cracked into a cliff, but that the whole area was piled up by the land, becoming a mountain peak up to 1,000 meters high, or a mountain city. After hovering the drone on the top of the mountain, she quickly climbed to the top, holding a thick stick in her hand, and inserted it straight into the soil. Then looked down. There were humans living in this world, but the humans in this world were at least 1,000 meters away from her, and in the distance of the big city below, there was an endless sea. The 1,000-meter height difference made it difficult for her to see what was going on below. But she saw scattered patches of green below, which showed that people in this world were still farming to survive. If there was enough food, at least there wouldn't be too much trouble. After watching for about 10 minutes, she still couldn't adapt to such a high drop. So she turned and walked to the middle of the hillside, and then let the drone fly forward, trying to find the boundary of this aerial ruined city. But this area of ruins was much larger than she had imagined. The drone flew to its limit, but it didn't see the boundary. There was no other way, so she could only go down the mountain and walk forward. After reaching the runway, she stopped walking and took out her electric bike, looking around and riding it, while continuing to fly the drone to search for the border. As expected, she did not find the border, but she did not find anyone either. Soon, the drone arrived at the end of another runway, and further ahead, there were the ruins of the entire city. Because it had been a long time, plants had gradually grown in the collapsed city, filling up the few roads. The collapsed high-rise buildings were all built of reinforced concrete, which should not have been an environment for plant growth. But at a glance, you could see many plants extending from the reinforced concrete. The vitality of plants is always unexpectedly strong. Looking at the endless ruins, she put away her electric car, used her light skills, and came to the top of the ruins step by step. After confirming the surrounding situation, she looked for another slightly taller building. As she walked forward step by step, she felt more and more like a spring. It was very similar to a spring game. After walking for a while, she stopped and let the drone explore the way forward to make sure there would be no sudden gap. Then, she continued to move forward. She didn't know what she was doing. After all, it was meaningless even if she knew where the boundary of this piece of ruins was. She walked and stopped like this, and she didn't know how long it had been before she stopped again. Looking back at her surroundings, she found that she was surrounded by the entire ruins. She still couldn't find the boundary of the ruins, but she fell into the world of ruins. She couldn't go forward. This was not the world connected to the plain supermarket. There was no one-click return to the store ability. If she really got lost here, she might not be able to go back. She called the drone back. Fortunately, she came here with Qigong, and there were almost no turns on the way. At this time, as long as she walked back, she could successfully return to the abandoned runway. The drone came close to her, making a buzzing sound. Qing let it fly high. After reaching a certain height, she soon saw the location of the abandoned runway. At the same height, the drone still could not see the boundary of the ruins. This ruin did not look like a city, but like a country, or several small countries. Its area was much larger than she had imagined. She sighed in her heart, and was about to leave, when she heard a faint voice. "Are you leaving?" Qing paused. "Yes. I am leaving. Are you talking to me? Can you hear me?" The voice sounded again. "Is it me?" "It's you. I heard your voice." Qin Qing said seriously, looking around. Can I see you? Where are you? I'm under your feet. Qin Qing lowered her head. She was standing on a small high-rise building after the collapse of a skyscraper. It was still a small high-rise building, but the internal space had been almost completely squeezed out. It was impossible for anyone to survive in such an environment. People can't, but ghosts can. How long have you been here? It seems like a year. 1 year. Just 1 year. Qin Qing looked up, looking at the lush vegetation around her. In a year, so many vegetation have grown around. Human disasters don't seem to have any impact on nature. Yes, humans may be worse than vegetation to this world. The voice was deep, and soon became happy again. No one has talked to me for a long time. I'm glad to talk to you. I'm glad too. Qin Qing checked the time, stopped the drone not far away, and sat down on the roof. Is it just you? Or are they all here? Maybe they are all here. I haven't talked to them, the other party said. Everyone is very weak and has no strength to talk. Can't we reincarnate? Qin Qing asked again. Even if it is a different world, there should be a complete reincarnation process. You can't let the ghosts of the dead stay in such an environment forever. Doesn't reincarnation only appear in stories? Is it really possible? The other party asked. I feel a little uncomfortable. If I can reincarnate, I want to reincarnate. Where are you? Qin Qing looked at her feet. I've been lying under a board for a year. I can't do anything except talking. Before you came, I didn't even know who to talk to. Listening to the other party's words, Qin Qing realized something. Are you still in your body? If it is a soul, it shouldn't be trapped. Sure enough, the other party gave a positive answer. It is in the body. How could it not be in the body? I don't know either. Qin Qing told the truth. Can I think of a solution for you? If I can find a solution, I will come to help you deal with it. If you can't find a solution, can you come and talk to me? I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. Okay, I will come when I have time. Qin Qing stood up, took out a candlestick before leaving, put the candlestick on a slightly flat place, and then took out a candle and lit it. The wind blew, and almost blew out the candle. She jumped down the tall building with the candlestick and candle, found a place that could be sheltered from the wind, and put the candle down. Not long after she put it down, the voice sounded again. It smells so good. What are you doing? Go see candles. Smell them more. Maybe it will make you feel better. Qin Qing lit another candle, and the two candlesticks were placed side by side, and the candle fragrance spread instantly. It smells so good. So comfortable. Qin Qing stood up, made sure that the candle would not be blown out, and talked to the other party. I'm leaving first. I may not always come later, but I will come when I have time. Candles and chatting are only temporary solutions. According to the other party, the souls under the ruins should all be there. If she can't find a fundamental solution, it's useless for her to do too much here. You go. Knowing that the other party couldn't see, Qin Qing still nodded and went in the direction of the passage. On the way back, she couldn't help but think of the scene after the earthquake in her previous life. At that time, she didn't even have a portable space. If she had, maybe she could help transport some supplies, which would be more convenient than driving. Once again, she saw the soul world, and thought that after the earthquake in her previous life, the dead could go to the soul world, which was not entirely a bad thing. But now that she thought about it, no one knew what the situation in the soul world was like when the earthquake happened in her previous life. The way back was smoother than the way there, and the speed was faster. This place was not like hell on earth. It was only a small place. If she really wanted to walk through the entire ruins, it might take more than a week or two. After opening the back door and returning to the supermarket, she couldn't help scratching her head. Wasn't she reborn a year before the extreme weather? It had only been a few months. How could she have encountered so many things? How many things in her previous life did she not know? Ding dong, the phone rang with a message alert. She picked up the phone, turned on the screen, and saw the intercepted chat content. Taoist, do you believe that there is a soul after death? Click on the phone, enter the chat dialog box. Taoist, I don't know if you believe it or not, but since you can draw amulets, you should be able to prepare for it. My master passed away some time ago, and his soul has been with me. I want to ask you how much you know about the soul's destination, and can it be reincarnated? Qin Qing subconsciously clenched the phone. Your master didn't go to reincarnate directly. Taoist, I don't know, my master has been with me since his death. I mentioned it to Zhang Wei. She said that my ability may be to see ghosts, but if it is possible to reincarnate, I still hope that my master can reincarnate. The environment in the human world does not seem to be very good for ghosts. Taoist, you didn't refute me. Do you know more about the soul? Qin, are you free? Come to me, we can talk in person. Taoist, if you are free, we will go there. Chapter 209 Soul Realm Saturation. My name is Wu Sen. Wu for Wuling, Sen for forest. I'm Qin. I know, Zhang Wei told me before I came. Don't worry, I didn't tell anyone about you. Wu Sen said. If it wasn't for Master's condition, I wouldn't have come to see you. Qin glanced at Wu Sen's side, and then met his eyes. Come in, there's a living room on the second floor. After that, she told Wei Xiaoshuang next door, asking her to help look after the supermarket, and then she took Wu Sen and the others upstairs. Strictly speaking, they were not two people, but one person and one ghost. As soon as he went upstairs, Wu Sen couldn't wait to ask, Can you see my master? Yes, Qin didn't deny it. She went to pour a glass of water, put it on the table, took out a soul bead, threw it into the water in front of the two of them, and then put the water in front of the old Taoist priest. This glass of water is good for ghosts. The old Taoist priest's ghost was a little weak, but it was not to the point where anything bad would happen. After drinking the water she gave him, the old Taoist priest's soul state was indeed much better than before he drank it, and the effect was immediate. Wu Sen saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you have a solution. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. Even without me, Master will be fine in the short term, Qin said. Since the old Taoist priest was here, she didn't need to convey it through anyone, and asked directly. Master can't reincarnate, or doesn't want to reincarnate. The old Taoist priest finished drinking a glass of water, put the cup down, looked at Qin and said directly, No, I have been wandering in the world as a soul since I died. If my apprentice hadn't awakened some ability, I'm afraid I would have to remain in this state until my soul dissipated. Can my master be reincarnated? Not necessarily. Qin shook her head. After the other party showed a sad look, she spoke. As far as I know, people in our world go to the soul world after death, and live in the soul world as souls. But for 2 or 3 years, no new souls have been reincarnated. Soul world? I'll take Master to try later. Now I'm sitting here. I mainly want to ask Master, how do you feel after you die? It stands to reason that people will naturally go to the soul world after death. Why does Master stay in the human world? Qin hasn't seen many souls, but the few souls she has seen can go to the soul world smoothly, including the father she had seen in the hospital before, and the aunt who had naturally gone to the soul world. The old Taoist thought about it carefully, but couldn't figure it out. Just shook his head slowly. Qin saw the scene, but was not discouraged. There were too many things, and it was normal that she couldn't find the reason for a while. In this case, Master, come downstairs with me. You? Qin looked at Wu Senator. Wu Sen immediately said, I'll wait upstairs. Qin nodded. No matter what the situation is, I will come up as soon as possible. The situation of the old Taoist was different from that of others. The souls she had taken to the soul world before were all accepted by the soul world smoothly. But in those 2 cases, the souls died not long ago. When she got downstairs, she glanced at the old Taoist priest behind her, who was only visible to her, and clicked on the plain supermarket panel, and chose the soul world. There was no one outside the supermarket, with the shelves blocking her. She directly opened the door to the soul world. The old Taoist priest followed closely behind. Boss Qin brought a ghost again? This time it was a Taoist priest. Master, you look a little weak. Weaker than a normal dead ghost. Are you okay? Going to the soul world is more suitable for you. Master, Qin said. I will go to Wu Sen to make it clear. It's better to come here than not. The old Taoist priest nodded at her, calmed down, and stepped over the vending machine. The people nearby listened and felt something was wrong. What happened? The old Taoist calmly told them the cause and effect of the incident, which immediately led to a discussion. There must be a problem. The human world has the same problem as our soul world. Could it be that the soul world is saturated, so the newly dead ghosts in your world are left in the human world? It may be saturated. No one has been reincarnated yet. If it continues like this, will there be any problems in the human world? Unfortunately, we don't know what the soul world was like before. If we knew, we could find out where the problem is. Boss Qin, We can't go on like this. I'll try to find a solution. Qing was also helpless. Our situation here is not bad. I have been to another plane. There should have been a big earthquake there. All souls were pressed in the ruins of the earthquake. And even the flesh could not get out. How could this happen? If you can't leave your body, you can't move. This is too uncomfortable. The old Taoist thought for a while, and looked up to Qing and said, Boss Qing, please tell my apprentice that there are many ancient books left by our ancestors in the Taoist temple. Maybe we can find records about the soul world from the ancient books. Okay. I'll pass it on. Download the Soul World Everything app. Taoist priest. I'll give you a mobile phone. You can contact your apprentice directly. You two say. It's more convenient than asking Boss Qing to pass it on. Someone generously took out a mobile phone and put it in the old Taoist's hand. Taoist priest. We also have an app in the soul world. We can directly contact the human world. Register an account first. Old Taoist. You actually have an app? Qing saw that they communicated smoothly, and didn't say anything more, and turned back to the supermarket. Going up to the second floor, Wusun was standing there. He probably stood up when he heard the footsteps. Qing walked a few steps towards him, and found that he was staring at the back of her. Your master is not coming back. That's good. Wusun nodded. His tone was a little depressed. It's a good thing that he doesn't come back. Otherwise, I would always worry about him. Qing looked at him like this, smiled silently, and then deliberately said with a stern face, Take out your mobile phone and download an app. Is it an app for communication between people with special abilities? Wusun took out his mobile phone. Search Soul World Everything? Why does this name sound familiar? It seems that I have heard it somewhere. However, he still listened to Qing, downloaded the app, and registered by the way. After the registration was confirmed, he looked up. Yes. What's your master's name? Search your master's Taoist name on it. Ah? Wusun asked subconsciously. His hand had already landed on the search box, and he quickly typed in his master's Taoist name. After searching it out, he asked in confusion, Did my master tell you? When did he register the account? Qing suppressed her laughter and looked at his interface. Click on the private connection. Wusun nodded, and clicked it according to Qing's request. As soon as he clicked it, the video chat interface popped up from the app. He clicked it in a panic, and his master's picture immediately popped up on the screen. Disciple. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? I am the master. I am telling you. Go back and check the old information in the Taoist temple to see if there is anything related to the soul world. If not, go to other Taoist temples to ask, and find your master's old friends. Hello. Can you hear me? Master. Is that you? Yes. It's me. Oh. It's only been 2 minutes. Don't you recognize me? Master Wusun suddenly started crying. I thought I would never see you again. I haven't said goodbye to you properly yet. You are so grown up. But you are still like a child. The old Taoist said with a smile. It's nice here. Look. There are a lot of cars and houses in the back. I will stay here. Yes. There is also a mobile phone. We can also video chat. Qing sat aside, poured herself a glass of water, drank the water while listening to the two people talking, and then took a break to look at the phone for a while. It was not until the two of them exchanged pleasantries and talked about business that she turned her attention back to Wusun. Master, don't worry. I'll check it when I get back. Wusun said seriously. If the problem of the soul world cannot be solved, the soul will stay in the human world, which will also have a great impact on the human world. I understand this. It's good that you understand. The old Taoist said solemnly. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. Although the soul world is good, there will always be a time for reincarnation. We dead people can't cause harm to the human world. Well, I will do my job well. After promising again, the video call between the two ended. Wusun looked at Qing. Thank you, Boss Qing. If it weren't for Boss Qing, I really don't know what to do. If you can find a way to solve the soul world, that will be a help to me. Qing also looked at him. Your master's situation may be the beginning, but it will never be the end. If the problem of the soul world cannot be solved, the problems in the human world will become bigger and bigger. You go and do your work. Tell me if you have anything. You can also find your master. She pointed to the mobile phone in Wusun's hand. Wusun held the phone tightly, thinking of the sudden burst of tears just now, and felt a little embarrassed. I was really sad to see you come up alone just now. I thought that if I had known that you could take Master away, I would have said goodbye to him properly. I didn't expect. Qin pursed her lips. I'm sorry I kept it from you on purpose. Wooson looked up, seeing Qin's suppressed smile, and felt relieved, and laughed. It's really fun. If it were me, I would definitely play it. But to be honest, the users in this Soul World Everything app, most of them are from the Soul World. But except for those who follow each other, others can't see the true faces of Soul World users. Qin said. It's the same with your master. When he posts a video, only you can see his true face, unless someone else knows his existence later. Then this? Can I reveal it? Wooson shook his phone. Qin pondered for a moment, nodded, but don't reveal too much. Wooson also nodded. I understand. I just want to find a few close uncles. The things in the Soul World. Only if I reveal more serious information, they will care more. I hope to find a solution to the abnormalities in the Soul World as soon as possible. Qin looked at him. Her eyes were firm. As soon as possible. Wooson, definitely. Wooson didn't stay in the supermarket for too long. The two chatted briefly, and he went downstairs to leave. I will go back and find all the ancient books in the Taoist temple, and then talk to the uncles and others. Chat, if I can find a way, I will tell you immediately. Even if I can't, I will report the progress to you. Thank you for the trouble. No trouble, by the way. Sell me some more amulets recently. Many people come to the Taoist temple to ask for amulets. The matter of the ability users cannot be disclosed, but since many people come to ask for them, it is probably effective. Selling more amulets, it can make many people safer. You should be willing to sell them? Of course, I am willing to make money. Qin sold all the amulets she had drawn during this period. She made a net profit of tens of thousands of yuan, and when she sent Wooson away, her smile was much more sincere. Chapter 210 hooked again. However, after Wooson left, Qin still sincerely hoped that he could find the reason for the abnormality in the Soul World. Although she was not sure what would happen if a large number of souls were retained, this was definitely not good news. After Wooson's car disappeared completely, she turned back to the supermarket. After that, she was still drawing talismans. Not to mention whether these talismans could be used in the right place. At least when needed, it could play a certain role. The talisman in her hand was missing. She spent a lot of time drawing talismans. During this time, she went to the plain of post-earthquake ruins and sent a few candles. It was noon again. After she packed up her things, she remembered that she had not been to the zombie plane for 2 days, and selected the zombie plane on the panel. Those people should not be able to find her door. She had noticed the houses here. The existence of the plain supermarket was not much different from the surrounding houses. Unless she knew it in advance, she would not find the problem. Thinking about it, she had already walked to the door of the plain supermarket and held the door tightly. As soon as she opened the door, something rushed in front of her. She didn't even have time to close the door, so she could only use Qigong to quickly avoid it. But this was not enough. There were more zombies around than she expected. After avoiding one zombie, there was still a second one. A third one. There was no other way. She could only hide on the roof of the supermarket. Ordinary zombies didn't have much ability and couldn't get on the roof, which gave her some time to catch her breath. But when she came to her senses and looked under the roof, she still took a breath. Help! Why are there so many zombies? Seeing some zombies trying to climb up, she subconsciously held her breath, letting the zombies out of her sight, and then looked into the distance. After not seeing them for 2 days, the 2 trees were bigger than she had seen before. Before she could be surprised, a zombie staggered over, and then was accurately entangled by the branches of the mutant tree, removed the crystal core, and used the zombies as fertilizer, and put them into the soil. She focused a little, and could feel the power of the 2 mutant trees, which showed that they must have absorbed a lot of energy. Even though she had controlled the 2 mutant trees, she still couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's terrible. The big trees didn't wander around like zombies, but seemed to just stand there stupidly. But as long as they entered their hunting range, they would become their prey. Even after the prey was captured, there was no trace left. She retracted her sight, took a breath, and continued to look at the zombies around her. She only confirmed the aggressiveness of the mutant trees, and still didn't know why there were so many zombies around. Because of the gathering of these zombies, the zombies she had arranged to patrol were hidden in them, leaving no trace. Why? How could this happen? After thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered something and summoned the zombie puppet she had controlled before leaving here. The controlled puppet could not move, but after this zombie was summoned, all the zombies, whether near or far, began to stir and growled towards the plain supermarket. There was no need to think about it. She was sure that the abnormality of the zombies came from the zombie next to her. Is it because there is a smell on this zombie that attracts zombies? Or is it the zombie king that often appears in zombie novels? If it is the latter, it will be interesting. Chin Chin concentrated her mind and began to control the zombie beside her. While making it move, she also tried to control it to issue commands. The moment she issued the command, the zombie stopped moving. Her eyes lit up. Oh my god! This is really the zombie king. No wonder she took so much effort to control this zombie. If she had known that this was the zombie king that often appeared in novels, let alone spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even if she spit out a basin of blood, it would be worth it. After confirming that the zombies around her had been controlled, she immediately jumped off the roof and came to the plain supermarket. There are also several zombies here. Like other zombies, now they are all fixed in place. Such a good opportunity, she will not miss it. Immediately click on the vending machine, choose to receive the goods, click on the receiving door, control the zombies through the zombie king to enter the receiving door. It is not easy to control the zombies, and there is a risk of being bitten if you catch them yourself. Even if you are not bitten, if you are grabbed by the zombies, you don't know if you will be infected with a zombie virus. So every time she received the goods before, she had to control them first and then receive them. There was no failure. But the number of zombies she could control was really limited. If she had to do this every time, her body would collapse sooner or later. The zombies came over, and Chin Chin took a step back, standing at the edge of the plain supermarket, watching a zombie walk into the delivery door obediently. With the precedent, there was no problem with the zombies behind. Soon, a long line formed outside the plain supermarket, all the way to the edge of the tree. Chin Chin was already standing at the door, watching the mutant tree not far away mercilessly sweeping away a zombie, looking over speechlessly, and mercilessly changing the position of the zombies in line, not letting them line up within the attack range of the mutant tree. If someone saw this scene at this time, they would be shocked. However, because a large number of zombies had gathered in this area before, no one dared to approach. And naturally no one would notice the situation here. There was no need to turn them into puppets, but just let them walk into the receiving door on their own initiative. The operation speed was much faster than before. Not long after, all the zombies around who sensed the zombie king and walked over were absorbed into the vending machine. At this time, the zombie puppet sent by Chin Chin to patrol finally appeared again. It was also this wave of zombies that upgraded her vending machine in this plane to a higher level. But she didn't need the buying and selling windows yet, so they were all empty for now, and she would set them up when she needed them. She was definitely going to take the two mutant trees away. If nothing else, she couldn't bear to give them up just because they were so strong now. And she had to go through the plain supermarket, because if she didn't go through the plain supermarket, she would lose a lot of upgrade energy. After collecting the zombies, she went in the direction of the mutant tree. She had seen the car next to the mutant tree before, and she went over to check it out. Seeing that there was no one inside, she breathed a sigh of relief. Walking to the mutant tree, she reached out to touch it, and felt its state. As a result, she did not feel the energy, but felt the state of being full. She patted the tree trunk helplessly and complained, "You can't eat it. But you still force yourself to eat it. This much fertilizer is enough for you to digest for a while. The crystal core can be absorbed directly, but the zombies' bodies cannot." After absorbing the crystal core energy, the zombies' bodies were rolled underground by them, and piled up in large numbers. Even for the mutant trees, it took a long time to absorb it. She looked at the ground where there was almost no trace, and patted the tree trunk gently, saying silently in her heart, "This can be regarded as returning to one's roots." Although from the moment humans turned into zombies, they no longer had souls, but their bodies were still there. Now that they have become nutrients for trees, it is not a completely bad thing. The mutant trees did not have much self-awareness, and basically just followed their instincts to attack. Chin Chin did not let them attack humans, and they really did not attack living people. The fragments faintly transmitted from the mutant trees could discover this. This location is not bad either. If the two trees are stronger, they can almost protect a large area outside the plain supermarket. If humans come here, they will naturally avoid the aggressive mutant trees. And there are patrolling zombie puppets on the other side, which can also block humans. She is not afraid of zombies coming. She was not worried before, and she is even less worried now. With the Zombie King, there are many benefits. She took out the battery car and rode away. When she came back, there was a group of zombies following her. This group of zombies also moved slowly. As long as she didn't encounter upgraded zombies, she could easily avoid them even if she was riding an electric bike. After walking around for a few rounds and absorbing hundreds of zombies, she attracted the last batch of zombies and let them act as guards, who could walk and move. Of course, they had to avoid the mutant trees. Qin controlled the movement distance of this group of zombies through the Zombie King, and they only walked outside the attack circle of the mutant trees. They could no longer run to the entrance of the plain supermarket to scare her. After giving the order again, the zombies at the entrance of the plain supermarket walked out. The Zombie King is really useful. It is more useful than her puppet talisman. Qin looked at the zombies walking away, thinking that when she has more time, she must attract more zombies. These zombies are not good things for ordinary people, but they are energy for her. Since they are energy, they must be like money, the more the better. Should I upgrade? Didn't I just open a new plane? After this thought flashed through her mind, she remembered that the new one was not the plane of the plain supermarket, but a different world like hell on earth. The new plane must be opened. Without hesitation, she immediately selected yes. As expected, this new plane still needs to set the upgrade opening time. She selected the old time as usual, and then waited for the new plane to officially appear. Before returning to her supermarket, she looked at the cars not far away, stepped forward to put them into her personal space, and then after returning to the supermarket, she took them directly to the wasteland plane. The car cannot be wasted. If it is always placed in the zombie plane, it will sooner or later become a pile of rotten iron. It is better to make full use of it. As soon as she arrived, she met Zhang Mingchen, who was here. Just in time for you to come. I modified your off-road vehicle for you. You can drive it anytime. Zhang Mingchen held a tablet-like thing in his hand. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to see two suns? Now it's the double sun moon. Do you want to go and see it? Is it time? Qin reacted and nodded happily. Yes. After saying that, she didn't forget the car she just brought over. I picked up 2 cars. I need to wash and disinfect them first. Although the plane supermarket panel clearly told her that the zombie virus could not be brought to other planes, it was always a good thing to pay more attention. There is a special car wash area upstairs. Zhang Mingchen put away the things in his hand, walked forward a few steps, turned around and looked at her. Don't be sad. There are many things to do, and we can't do it all at once. We can just take it slowly. How do you know? Looking at your happy and unhappy expressions. Isn't it obvious? Zhang Mingchen smiled at her, stretched out his hand to pull her. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Qin was pulled forward by Zhang Mingchen, and she talked as she walked. There are many things to do, and I know I should take it slowly. But sometimes I really can't control my mood. I'm not worried, and it's useless to worry. Zhang Mingchen, the vegetables we planted have grown again. Qin was happy for her. Really? That's great. Then you can eat vegetables again. Zhang Mingchen, well, I'm very happy. I'll share some with you. Qin smiled. I'm happy. Chapter 211. High-rise buildings stand tall. There is a special fully automatic car wash area upstairs. After arriving at the place, Qin put the car directly in. While waiting for the car to be washed, she followed Zhang Mingchen out of the building. As soon as she opened the door, Qin saw 2 suns hanging above her head, and couldn't help but exclaimed in shock, "Wow, there are really 2 suns. This galaxy is a binary star system, but the location of the wasteland planet is not habitable." Zhang Mingchen patted Qin. "It's hot here, go over there, there is a transparent shed, you can also see 2 suns." Qin followed behind her, and couldn't help saying, "I don't know why, when I see 2 suns, I want to shoot one of them down." "Oh, he shot the sun," Zhang Mingchen said with a smile. "But it's not good to shoot this sun. If you really shoot it, the whole galaxy will be finished." Suddenly Hoi got a headache. Qin followed Zhang Mingchen into the transparent shed, and saw the people working inside. "I'm here. Sister. Long time no see. Why don't you come out usually? Sister is here. Sister. If you have nothing to do, you can come and play more often. I don't think you are the kind of person who is unwilling to communicate with others. You must be so bored alone." Qing listened and knew that they mistakenly thought she was socially anxious. So she didn't come out all the time. She didn't explain, but just smiled and said, "I'm used to being alone. It's good to come out occasionally. After all, she really can't come here all the time." Fortunately, no one said much. The temperature in the transparent shed was indeed much lower than outside, and there were several good shooting positions, which were very suitable for shooting the two suns above her head. After finding the position, she immediately took out her mobile phone, raised her head, and started shooting. She had seen two moons, but she had never seen two suns. While she was filming, some people not far away whispered, "Sister, do you really not like chatting with people? Of course, otherwise how can you stay alone for so long? It's pitiful. Just spoil her with Sister Ming." For Sister Ming's convenience, Sister Ming moved the entire base here. "By the way, have you been downstairs?" "No, have you been there?" "Me neither." Sister Ming set permissions. Only Sister and her can go downstairs. Even robots can't go downstairs, let alone us. "I don't know what's downstairs." "Don't be curious. Sister Ming has a good temper now. Don't forget her temper before. If you really provoke her, she will really fight. Don't lose your life because of curiosity." "I don't want to think about it anymore." "Hey, my sister got up." "Is my sister leaving now?" "Yeah." Qing took a photo with satisfaction. "I'll come and play with you guys when I'm free in a few days. I still have things to do." Several people looked at each other, all nodded with a smile. "Yes. Yes, my sister must be busy with something. Don't think about us." Qing knew what they had misunderstood, and waved her hand with a smile, and said something to Zhang Mingchun. Zhang Mingchun told her how long it would take to clean the car. She nodded. "Then I'll take the time to come and collect it. It's just collecting the car, it doesn't take time." She had come back today after visiting the zombie plane, and it was almost time for the supermarket to open in the afternoon, and it would be too late if she didn't go back. After saying that, she went downstairs. Back downstairs, she noticed something. Looked up and found that the simulated sunlight above her head had turned into two suns. She smiled and raised her wrist, and spoke to Zhang Mingchun through the communicator. "Thank you." "Thank me? But you don't call me sister?" Humphrey said the same thing. And they didn't know who was older. It was just the right time to get back to the supermarket. She opened the door, and saw someone coming out from next door. She was stunned for a moment, and remembered that the other person was the tenant next door. So she smiled and nodded and greeted him. There was still nothing important to do in the afternoon. But she was not idle. She had to draw talismans and practice internal strength. Time passed quickly, and it was dark before she knew it. In the evening, Cui Yun and his wife came over, brought her some dishes, and asked her some questions. Qing listened and thought for a moment. "Have you discussed it with Su Xinyang?" "We have discussed it. He said it is possible there." "It depends on your idea," Cui Yun said. "Actually, I am also taking some small orders online now. Doing some work. But the salary is not high. If we want to live here in the future, we still need to make more money. It would be better to have another way." The two wanted to take some work on Soul World everything. It's not complicated. Just some online work. Now more and more people are posting videos on app. And many people have related needs. Although you can also find someone to help directly in the Soul World. It is not impossible to find people in reality. Cui Yun and the others are people who understand the whole situation of everything in the Soul World. It is natural for them to take over the work. You decide for yourself, Qing said. The person in charge over there has no objection. And I have no objection either. Then let's talk to Xinyang. Being able to contact their deceased son again is a great blessing for the two. Now their mental state is getting better day by day. They are not sad even when they learn from their son that he might be reincarnated in the future. And they have already started to make psychological assumptions. After confirming with Qing, the two walked away hand in hand. With steady steps, Qing watched them leave. Opened the Soul World Everything app. And looked at the account balance. Although this app does not have many live users, the account balance is not small. There are tens of thousands of balances now. As more and more users come in, this amount will only increase, not decrease. Just as she was thinking this, Woosen sent a message, screenshot. I want to buy some RVs for my master. Can I directly transfer money to him and let him buy it on the app? Qing looked at the message and replied, you can also buy it directly online. The price on the app will be a little higher. Woosen, of course. I'm troubling you a lot. It doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. Then I'll transfer the money to my master. Boss Chin. Just accept it. Chin, okay. The other party spent 100,000 yuan in one go to buy talismans from her. Later, he bought talismans for more than 100,000 yuan. It can be seen that he is not a person who is short of money. The price of items in the Soul World on the app is slightly higher, but not too expensive. It's nothing for the master and apprentice. After replying the message, she looked at the plane supermarket panel again, waiting for the countdown of the new plane to end. The new plane will be open tomorrow. However, the upgrade of the new plane will start at 8 o'clock in the evening. Therefore, she can no longer go to the plane supermarket at 8 o'clock tonight. She took the time to collect the car after cleaning, and went upstairs after closing the store at night. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, she opened her eyes on time. The time had not yet come, but when she went downstairs, she found that someone was waiting at the door of the supermarket to shop. There was no other way. She could only entertain the customers in the supermarket first. Is this the only supermarket in your town? And it opened so late. Normally there aren't many customers, and everyone is used to opening at this time. Chin opened the door. Are you here to have fun too? Of course, the weather is nice today, so it's a good time to have fun. This group of customers was quite familiar with her. After entering the store, they quickly started talking to her, saying all kinds of things, and she could only agree. Fortunately, they came to have fun, and didn't plan to stay in the supermarket for too long, and quickly bought what they needed, and left with big and small bags of things after paying the bill. It was at this time that Chin finally had time to open some closed supermarkets. However, she didn't have time to visit the new supermarket, so she could only wait until noon. After closing the back door, she walked out of the shelves and went to the breakfast shop opposite to buy breakfast as usual. After breakfast, she was thinking about the new plane, and she couldn't calm down even when drawing talismans. She got up and started to organize the shelves, collecting some of the expired food and daily necessities, as well as some of the non-expired items. Then she called the supplier. This time, when the supplier asked about the demand, she gave a righteous answer: send more. 3 times more than last time. The town has recently developed tourism, and many people have come. The supermarket is out of stock. Anyway, outsiders would not know how much she sold every month. After hearing this, the supplier did not ask any more questions and readily agreed. I will sort it out here, and if it is fast, I can send it to you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chin calculated that she could at least embezzle 1/3 of the tripled goods in this batch to add to her inventory. It is indeed more convenient to open a supermarket by yourself. You don't need to purchase many things from outside. You can embezzle a large amount of materials in batches in your own supermarket, and they are all common daily necessities. If it is a big supermarket, no, it is more convenient to have a small supermarket. If the supermarket is too big, it will definitely hire people, and it must have a complete inventory system, which is not suitable for hiding things. After ordering the supermarket's daily goods, she found the owner, who had bought drinks from her before, and bought another batch of expired drinks from him. The empty bottles in her portable space were still there. Forget it. It doesn't matter. She waited until noon, and finally at 11 o'clock. She only ate a rice ball, and couldn't wait to close the supermarket door, and open the door to the plain supermarket. As soon as she walked into the nearest plain supermarket, she found something wrong. After walking around the supermarket for a few times, she was surprised to find that the size of this plain supermarket was 3 times the size of the previous ordinary plain supermarket. The size of the space was not much different from the supermarket in her reality. Why was it so generous all of a sudden? She looked at the door of the supermarket in the plain with caution, walked over carefully, and listened close to the door. She didn't know if it was because the sound insulation was too good, or because there was really no one outside. She couldn't hear any sound at all. After hesitating for a moment, she held the door handle with both hands, and gently opened the door a crack. Then she saw a large area of high-rise buildings. All the high-rise buildings were shining with high-tech light. When her eyes swept over, she happened to see a drone hovering outside the window of one of the high-rise buildings, and left after putting down the things. Soon, a hand reached out from the house, and brought in the things placed outside the window. Drone delivery. She looked around. Tall buildings, clean streets, fresh air, and drones doing their assigned work in an orderly manner. Everything was beautiful. So beautiful that she didn't know what to do next. She closed the door, and turned on the vending machine. Every time the purchased goods appeared in the vending machine, they were important feedback from the current world. such as zombies in the zombie plane and various energy stones in other planes. This world. Damn. There are 100 items available for sale. Except for the planes in this world. She has never opened a plane supermarket with such a rich variety of goods for sale. There are actually 100 items. Isn't this a fortune? Chapter 212 Technology is advanced. It's hard to choose from 100 items. If there were only 1 or 2 items, you could just choose according to the situation in different planes. Food, coal, salt, are all the most scarce things in different planes. But with 100 options, I don't know what to do. It was quiet outside the plane supermarket, and the facades of the high-rise buildings were clean. Obviously they were cleaned frequently. This plane that seemed to have everything good made her a little uncomfortable for a while. She came to the door again, opened the door of the plane supermarket, and looked outside through the crack in the middle of the door. She didn't see anyone, but she saw a lot of busy robots, running on the ground, flying in the sky, and crawling on the wall. The ones running on the ground were delivering things, cleaning, and the ones flying in the sky were also delivering things. As for the ones crawling on the wall, they were trying hard to wipe the facade, making it shiny and bright, which answered the thought that flashed through her mind. Of course, this would not be a world of robots. After all, when she opened the door last time, she clearly saw someone reaching out from the house to take something. These robots running around everywhere on the ground, walls, and space are obviously there to serve humans. After looking for a while, still no one was seen, she closed the supermarket door again, clicked on the vending machine, and began to select the 100 products on the shelf. The demand gap was too large, and her choice space was also very large. Even if she didn't know the situation of this plane, she could choose some regular items to put on the shelf, leaving 10 or 20 unselected, which was enough for use. The vending machine also had a wide range of options. Almost everything in her personal space, and everything in the supermarket were put on it, and there were even various energy stones and zombie options. She definitely won't sell energy stones and zombies, at least not in the short term. After browsing through them all, she set her sights on the items with the largest quantity. Instant noodles can be chosen, rice can be chosen, there is sufficient stock of alcoholic beverages, you can also choose them, and some other snacks, corn, condoms, can also be put on the shelves. The vending machine can confirm the inventory. She does not release all the inventory on hand, only a part of it, after all. She is not hoarding goods for the purpose of opening a plain supermarket, but for the sufficient supplies after the end of the world. However, there is still time before the doomsday, and her inventory is still sufficient. She can sell some of it, or just stock up some more. As a country with a large grain and a large population, if nothing unexpected happens, the country still has sufficient food and supplies. After selecting all, she chose to confirm the listing. After clicking confirm, all the selected goods appeared in the plain supermarket. There were a total of 20 to 30 kinds of goods, all of which were marked with serial numbers, and only occupied a small area in the supermarket. Then, she chose to confirm Mark store. It was probably an online store. Robot transportation in this dimension was so advanced, and online shopping would only be more popular than it was back then. Just as she was thinking this, a ding-dong sound rang out in the supermarket. There is a new order. Please confirm whether to accept the order? Yes. Order confirmation. Opening the door. The moment the sound rang out, the supermarket door opened automatically without Ching reaching out, and the lights in the supermarket lit up. Although it didn't look like there were many goods, the general outline of the supermarket had already been formed. Ching stood by the wall, watching the scene in front of her with surprise. Just as she was surprised, she saw a robot walk in, holding a box in its hand. After standing at the vending machine for a while, it automatically walked to the shelf and started to take things from the shelf. 2 bottles of Coke, 3 bags of potato chips, 2 bags of instant noodles, and a box of condoms. All the things were thrown into the box, and after closing it, the robot drew tape from the palm of its hand, and it didn't even need to turn the box over, and it sealed it tightly. Then, it walked to the vending machine, confirmed the payment, and then left with a box of goods. Ching watched the robot walk away step by step, and saw it hand the box in its hand to the transport robot flying in the sky, and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "This is too convenient." If she can also connect to such a robot in the supermarket in reality, wouldn't she be needed? If so, she can save a lot of time to do other things. Just thinking about it, another new order came. This time it was a set of wine, beverages and snacks. Shortly after the order was confirmed, the robot arrived as promised. Watching the robot put things into the box, she exclaimed, and walked forward to take a look, only to find that the outer packaging of the goods on the shelf was different from their own outer packaging. After all, it is impossible for the goods on the blue planet to have alien languages. After the robot left, she immediately opened the plane supermarket panel and quickly found the explanation. Because of the special nature of this plane, the original packaging obviously cannot be sold smoothly. So the plane supermarket provides a repackaging service, which can help replace the outer packaging of all goods, so that they can become goods that can be sold legally and compliantly in this plane. Good service. If she hadn't seen the small print below, she squinted her eyes and looked at the small print for a while. It said that the energy needed to change the packaging would be deducted from her profit from each transaction. But because of the special nature of the plane supermarket, it would only be deducted from those energy stones. Zombies are not allowed, unless she sells zombie crystal cores. As expected, there is no free good thing. Nothing with a clear price tag is written in the small print. If she hadn't seen this line of small print, she would have really thought that the plane supermarket was doing charity. After all, she often didn't know how many energy stones she had earned. Although the acquisition of energy stones can be determined from the goods sold, the number is too large. For example, the red gold sand, it is impossible to count them one by one. And every time she got energy stones, the plane supermarket deducted the agency fee before giving it to her. When the third order came in, she patted the shelf beside her and didn't consider the issue of packaging fee. Although the small words are small words, she didn't hide it at all. And if the plane supermarket hadn't done this, she wouldn't be able to do business here. After watching the robot leave again, she looked at the revenue from the 3 orders. She didn't know the prices in this plane, so she let the vending machine set the price of this batch of goods. The overall price was just a number, which was a little higher than that on Blue Star. 3 orders brought in more than 100 star coins. She wasn't sure if it was high or low, but since there was business, it meant that this price was acceptable. She chose automatic order acceptance on the vending machine. In this way, every time a new order came in, the plane supermarket could accept the order by itself and then wait for the robot to come and pick up the goods. As a store owner, she didn't need to do anything during the whole process. This made her hope that the supermarket in reality could also be bound to this set of sales procedures, so she would be happy. After confirming that she had nothing to do, she looked outside the supermarket again. Just when she thought that no one was walking outside, she didn't dare to go out. She saw 2 people with 2 children and a dog walking by. There are children and dogs, which means that the environment outside is very safe. With this thought, she quickly walked out of the plane supermarket. After walking a few steps outside, she realized that it was not that there were no humans, but that the location of her plane supermarket happened to be where robots gathered. So she only saw so many robots. As long as she turned a corner, she could see humans sitting, walking or standing, and they were wearing similar clothes to her. After confirming this, she walked out with a more relaxed pace. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, she saw the shops around her. There were no clerks or customers in the shops. Only robots would come to pick up goods from time to time. But after picking up the goods, they would not necessarily deliver them. She saw a robot take a drink from the store and directly hand it to someone in the square. Obviously, it was the drink ordered by the customer. This is the same as ordering takeout in a shopping mall. If you want to eat but don't want to leave, you can order takeout. There is no need for delivery men here, and delivery will be faster. She watched the robot return to the store, guessing that this robot was probably the exclusive delivery robot of this store. Sure enough, not long after, a robot also came out of the store next door, delivered the things, and then turned back to the store. This is too convenient. Curious, she walked from store to store. She was not interested in beverage and snack stores, but mainly looked at other stores. As she walked, she stood at the door of a store, looking at the things on display inside. And she was not only curious in her heart, but also wondered, this store actually sells metal models? After looking at the models for a while, she lowered her head and couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the prices. This model is too expensive, just this one, and it costs 20 million star coins. The model is so expensive, would the prices of the things in her supermarket be cheap? There was no one around to explain it to her. She could only look at it a few more times, and then walk to the next store. This store sells communicators. She looked at the door for a while, and then walked into the store. There are many types of communicators in the store. With the reading accessibility ability brought to her by the Plain supermarket, it is easy to confirm the conditions and prices of different communicators. The most basic communicator can be bought for 1 or 200 yuan, can only make and receive calls. The more advanced ones are 2 or 3,000 yuan, which are similar to smartphones, and have more functions, but the introduction does not mention what they can do. The most expensive ones are 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. The store introduction says that they are called optical computers, which can directly enter the holographic world through the optical computers. This is great. Qing stared at the optical computer in front of her with wide eyes, and screamed silently in her heart, "This is something that only appears in novels, an optical computer that can enter the holographic world. It would be great if I could buy one." But this optical computer costs 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at the lowest configuration. According to her 3 orders earning more than 100 star coins, she has to sell at least 300 or 400 orders, ignoring the cost, to be able to afford this optical computer. I want it. Chapter 213. That's right. After walking around the square, she left with nothing in her hands. There was no other reason, mainly because she had no money. This plane was too normal, so she had no money in her hands, and she couldn't do anything. But because this plane was too normal, there was nothing particularly interesting. When she went back, it was still early. When she returned to the entrance of the Plain supermarket, she took out her mobile phone and took a look. From the time she left home until now, it had only been more than 40 minutes, and she still had more than 2 hours of free time. She also wanted to find out more. But asking rashly like this might arouse suspicion. It would be better to save money to buy a slightly higher-end smartphone. If there is any problem, she can search directly on the internet, which will be more convenient. Qing stood in front of the vending machine and clicked on the sales data. In just 40 minutes, she sold several orders of goods. The total profit was more than 300. In this way, she would be able to collect enough money to buy a smartphone in this plane in no time. The inventory was sufficient, so she did not add more goods. Nor did she plan to stay here any longer. With so many robots watching around, the supermarket could also operate on its own, saving her a lot of trouble. After returning to her supermarket, she opened the panel again and selected the Snow Mountain Martial Arts plane. Ever since Jean Rui found the ghosts in the Soul Realm as military advisors, she had nothing to do. Even the information about coal cleaning that she was determined to look up from the beginning was handed over to the military advisors. After leaving the Plain supermarket, she went straight to the coal mining site. Before she arrived, she heard the sound of lifting things, lively conversations, and the rising smoke. It was time for dinner, and there was also a smell of rice. She walked over curiously, and the closer she got, the more she saw. She realized that there were already 30 or 40 people in this area. "Who are you?" Jean Rui also saw her and immediately introduced her to everyone. "This is your other boss, surnamed Qin." Everyone was startled. Although they were curious, they also hurriedly called her, "Hello, Boss Qin. I came to see you. You guys should take care of your own things." Qin only looked at them, and then walked towards Jean Rui. "There are things to do in town, too. I thought you were not here today. Come here to pull a truck of coal. This is the first time, and I have to watch it myself." Jean Rui spread his hands, which were full of dirt. "Why are you here today? Why are you free to come here? Or at this time? Nothing else. Just come and take a look." Qin looked at the large ice shelf not far away, and the layers of coal dug out from the bottom. It seems that the amount of coal under this area is really huge. More than expected. And the quality is also good. I asked someone to check it out. The quality of the coal in this area is considered to be medium to high. Maybe this area existed before the Snow Mountain spread, but no one knew how to use it before. Jean Rui said happily. Facing this huge amount of coal, he couldn't help but be happy. After all, this means that the people will have more to rely on in the future. When more coal is mined, it can be sold outside, and then supplies can be bought from outside. The life of the people in the town will be much better than it is now. Qin did not ask him who he was looking for. After all, Jean Rui had few acquaintances in this world. The only people he could look for were the military advisors. The coal mining was proceeding in an orderly manner, with Jean Rui as the force leader, and many military advisors behind him giving advice. Everyone worked very hard, and no one was lazy. This was also a good thing for her. After all, if it weren't for this piece of coal, she would have to supply the vending machine with inventory every once in a while. Over time, the demand would not be too small. Now she could mine directly on this plain, which was definitely the best. She didn't stay here for too long, but followed the ox cart pulling the coal and left the snow mountain. From the coal mining site to the town, a road was dug out that was large enough for the ox cart to pass through. The soil underneath was tightly pressed by the ice layer. When it was not snowing or raining, the ox cart had a smooth journey, and there was almost no bumps. It doesn't even slip. After asking Jean Rouet, I learned that the ox cart didn't slip because the military advisor helped him build tires that are not easy to slip. This way, it is not only convenient to transport goods, but also much more convenient to bring people in every morning. The snow mountain is not suitable for living. Most coal miners live in the town. Some people already live in the snow mountain and walk out of the snow mountain early every morning and wait in the town. After having breakfast in the town, the ox cart pulled them into the snow mountain. Jean Rouet, in this way, everyone can focus more on mining coal instead of walking. Qin and the two of them followed the ox cart all the time, but not beside the ox cart, but on the nearby snow mountain. After a while, they used light skills to jump forward and followed not far away. The man pulling the ox cart below looked up several times, and immediately looked away before being discovered. But the other party didn't hide that deep. Qin smiled and said, I modified my off-road vehicle. If I drive the off-road vehicle to them, will they be more surprised? More than surprised. I'm afraid they will be scared. Jean Rouet said with a smile. I didn't expect you to drive the off-road vehicle here. But by comparison, it's more convenient to use Qingdong in the snow mountain. That's right. Qin nodded. By the way, is the situation in the town good now? Does everyone listen to you? Under the guidance of the military advisor, I found a few trusted people to manage government affairs and seal the entrance and exit of the snow mountain. Jean Rouet said proudly. The military advisor said that if you want the people in the town to stay obedient, you have to let them have something to do and make money. Now the town is building a lot, and they get paid every day. And they also provide 3 meals a day. Everyone is very satisfied. As he spoke, he could already see a large area of houses clanging not far away. Qin fumbled around and took out a telescope and looked into the distance. Not bad, but did you demolish a lot of houses? I see there are fewer houses in some places. Yes, we demolished them. Originally, some houses in the town were empty. After we took over the town, I had a video call with the military advisors and asked them to help sort out the layout of the town, relocate some people, and demolish some houses, and then build them together. After this batch of houses is built, the people living in the snow-capped mountains can be moved out. There was useless wood in the demolished houses, and almost none of it was discarded, nor used for firewood, but some useful wood was selected and reused to build new houses. With so many people, in just a few days, some houses have taken shape. It's great, there are military advisors in charge. It saves me a lot of trouble. Qin saw that Jean Rouet was also curious, and handed him the telescope. Jean Rouet took it, smiled and nodded. Yes, there is no one more dedicated than the military advisors, but they treat my place as a construction game, and are currently studying the method of quickly preparing cement. As he said, he looked forward with the telescope, and after looking around, he couldn't help saying, I haven't seen it from this angle yet. The town now really looks like something. You watched it being built with your own eyes. Qin laughed, looking at the ox cart that had gone far away, used Qigong to get to the side of the ox cart, and then continued to walk slowly. Jean Rouet soon came to Qin's side, and returned the telescope to her. It's still different. This is better than I expected. Moreover, it has been built up bit by bit. Suddenly seeing the results, I am more or less satisfied. As the two talked, they soon arrived at the junction of the snow mountain and the town. The ox cart did not stop, but continued to move forward. Soon it arrived in front of a yard. Perhaps hearing the sound, someone in the yard came out and greeted Jean Rouet repeatedly. Boss, everyone is ready. You can carry coal in at any time. This is only the first batch. There will be a lot later. I won't come here later. Please keep an eye on it. Manager Wu. Don't let them get wet. Of course. Manager Wu nodded repeatedly. When he looked up again, he saw Qin. Jean Rouet introduced her again. So you are Mr. Qin. I am so sorry. If Mr. Qin has anything to do, just tell me. I have never been here before. It is normal that Manager Wu does not know me. Qin smiled. Since Brother Jean asked Manager Wu to look after the coal, he must trust Manager Wu. I will not say anything. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your trust. As he spoke, two people came out of the room. It was obviously a physical job of carrying coal, but they were still women. This situation was somewhat unusual at this time. While they were moving things, Qin couldn't help looking at Jean Rui. Jean Rui looked up at her. They volunteered, they are physically strong, and they have to look after the coal day and night. 3 women together, no need to open an extra room. Is there any problem? Qin was overthinking this. She smiled. No problem. I think it's good. As long as you can be self-reliant. You can do any job. Jean Rui realized what she was thinking and said, these days, no matter whether men or women, there are many people who do physical work. You have to work to eat. And carrying coal and delivering coal is not a heavy physical job. Not only here. There are also many women among the people who build houses. The main thing is to be careful and work hard. If you are not careful, no matter how strong you are, it won't work. Qin nodded. That's right. She watched a car of coal being brought into the house, emptying the sacks and taking them out again. And the driver carefully cleaned out the little coal dust in the sacks, sorted them out, and put them on the car. Boss Qin. I'll take the ox to eat something. The driver looked at the two. Jean Rui communicated with the driver skillfully. You go. There is only this batch of coal today. You go to the snow mountain to pick up people. Don't stay overnight. It's dangerous in the snow mountain at night. Yes, boss. The driver nodded and looked at Qin again. Qin smiled. Don't look at our opinions. We are partners, and our opinions must be consistent. You just do it as usual. The driver nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. After the driver led the ox cart away, Qin couldn't help looking at Jean Rui. I didn't expect it. He is quite majestic. The military advisor has guided me. Jean Rui smiled. When I first took over the town, I did some deterrent actions to calm the residents of the town to prevent anyone from making trouble. Qin gave a thumbs up. This military advisor was right. Chapter 214. Checking the accounts. This is a newly built Kong, but the military advisor said that if the Kong is to be warm, we still need to pay attention to the materials. When the cement is ready, we can make some cement boards, which will make it stronger and have better insulation effect. Jean Rui took Qin to see the Kong, but after looking at it for a while, Qin still looked confused. I don't understand these. Jean Rui looked at her and smiled. Actually, I don't understand it either. Fortunately, there are military advisors, otherwise, we two cobblers wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Qin said self-deprecatingly, but the fact is that the military advisors have made great contributions to the Snow Mountain town's current status. In addition to the Kong, there are also some vegetable sheds in the town, which are mainly heated by coal. It is a bit wasteful, but there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the temperature near the Snow Mountain is indeed relatively low all year round. Jean Rui has an idea. When he walked out of the shed with Qin, he said, wait until I save more ice crystals. Upgrade it. Buy some plastic from you. And it will be better to build a plastic shed. That's a good idea. I remember that some vegetables are cold resistant. If they are covered with plastic film, they can grow naturally outside in winter. If that's the case, you won't lack vegetables in the future. Although the temperature around here is low, it is not so low that no grass can grow. The overall environment is much better than that of the wasteland planet. I think so too. Now the vegetables, rice and noodles in the town are mainly purchased from outside, Jean Rui said. But I will follow them in person to prevent someone from leaking too much information. If the existence of coal is exposed, it will indeed attract unnecessary attention, Qin said, thinking of the situation in this plane. How are the sects outside? Still in chaos, Jean Rui said, but smiled. Chaos has its advantages. At least no one will notice us. The military advisor's opinion is to develop this town first, and then expand outward. Qin thought of the two people's previous plans, and said, I have prepared the gun and bullets for you, but they still need to be upgraded. I can send them to you after the upgrade. The gun in her hand came from the zombie plane, and the bullets came from the wasteland planet. Those two are worlds connected to the plane supermarket, and they cannot be taken at will. She can barely use it on the grounds of borrowing. But John Rui is not easy to use. John Rui nodded. When things here are stable, I will go to mine ice crystals. There is no rush now. Not to mention that the martial arts sects are in a mess, and have no intention of paying attention to what is happening outside. The geographical location here is not what those sects want. Even if the information about coal is spread, no one may bother to come here. After all, there is not much shortage of trees in other places. And many people in high positions may not care about what they use to boil water and cook. At least in the short term. No one will think of further uses for coal. Qin followed John Rui around. The two of them had internal strength, and walked briskly. After walking around inside, they headed for the town entrance. Just then, they saw someone carrying a bag and trying to get out. After being stopped, the man was still begging, "Please let me go. I really don't want to stay here. I don't know anything, I can't do anything, I just want to leave this damn place." Qin looked at John Rui. John Rui shook his head. "It's okay. Someone will take care of it. We won't force people who insist on leaving. We set people to guard the door just to prevent people from going in and out too frequently." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone came to take care of it. After taking people to do the corresponding registration, they let them leave. The two of them didn't stay here for too long. It was almost time to open the shop in the afternoon, and Qin had to go back. As for John Rui, he also had to leave the town to deal with intelligence work outside. Fortunately, he had Qigong skills. Otherwise, he would be very tired from running back and forth and riding in a carriage. When the two of them left, they didn't deliberately hide, and the people below soon noticed them. "Is that the boss? Who is the other person? I heard it was the second boss." "No. It was said to be the Qin boss. Anyway, our other boss, who walked around the town today. You haven't seen him, right?" "No. Have you seen him?" "I haven't seen him either. But the Qin boss is a woman, and she is also very good at martial arts. We can't afford to offend her. If we meet her in the future, we must be careful and can't offend her." "What you said? We have to be able to offend her. The boss did that before. All the people who usually do evil in the town were picked out and thrown out. The rest of the people just want to stay in the town. Who dares to cause trouble?" "That's right. Besides, Mrs. Qin also knows martial arts. We can't beat her. If she makes trouble, we will be the only ones who will be in trouble." While they were talking, someone in the other room called them. "It's time to change shifts. It's been half an hour. Everyone in the house should go out. Everyone outside should come in to warm up. Here we come." As they were talking, several people outside rushed into the house. Although the people in the house were reluctant, they still went outside. They didn't want to be cold. But if they didn't want to be cold, they wouldn't have this job. Life is much better now than before. At least there is a warm house. However, the people who went out were not just patrolling. Soon they started to do horse stance. They were patrolling and strengthening their bodies. When they could practice internal strength, they would not be afraid of the cold. At this time, the people who entered the house drank a sip of hot water with satisfaction and smelled the smell in the pot. "This smells so good, it's both fragrant and warm. After eating this bowl, I feel very comfortable for a long time. I like to go out on patrol after eating. I won't feel cold at all during those hours." 2 shifts of people take turns patrolling. Someone has to be outside for 12 hours a day. Each shift has to patrol for 6 hours. This is not too long for them. What's more, they can have warm food and drink after changing shifts at the end of each patrol. While eating, several people started chatting again. "I'll be on duty for the first half of the night tonight. And I'll go to sleep after dinner. I'll be on duty for the second half of the night. So I won't sleep now. And I'll just go to bed early tonight." The person who was talking was sipping the porridge with everything in it. "It's good to sleep here. I won't feel cold when I wake up. It's much better than before." "That's right, I've slept well. I won't feel tired even if I stand guard all day. This stuff smells really good. This spicy taste is really good. It's just right for us to eat. Why didn't we have these things before?" "You're dreaming. This is a good thing. How can everyone buy the things brought by the boss? Just be content with what you have now." "I'm just thinking about it, hee." After Qin separated from John Rui, she was originally planning to go back immediately, but when she looked at the time, there was still some time before 2 o'clock. She didn't rush, and went to the nearby town. There must be a shortage of supplies in this snow mountain town, but they cannot be transported from her, so they can only be bought locally, in order to avoid the news of coal spreading in large quantities. Every time someone comes out to purchase supplies, John Ray must keep a close eye on them. And the capacity of horse-drawn and ox-drawn carts is also limited, so they cannot buy too much at one time. This time, she went to a few more stores and helped buy some supplies. The quantity was not much, but it could help a little. After bringing the supplies back and putting them all in the plain supermarket, she returned to her own supermarket. She still had to go to the new plane. If she couldn't see anything during the day, she could go at night. If she couldn't see anything at night either, she would have to wait until she saved enough money to buy a smartphone. In the afternoon, she took some time to go to the new plane. She didn't go far. She just looked around the plain supermarket and confirmed the inventory in the vending machine. During her absence, the plain supermarket sold some more goods, but they were all online orders. According to this demand, the inventory she had would not be consumed too slowly. This wouldn't work. She had to do the plain supermarket business. And she had to continue stockpiling. Business here was too good. And it wouldn't be a good thing for her to clear out her inventory. You know, she spent a lot of effort to stock up these things. But she couldn't not sell them. If she didn't sell them, she wouldn't be able to save enough money. And she wouldn't be able to understand the situation in the new plane. She had to wait and see. When she saved enough money, she would buy a basic smartphone first, understand the situation in the new plane, and then determine the future development path. If it really doesn't work, she can only remove all the goods from the supermarket in this plane. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but touch her nose. She felt that there were too few sales windows in the previous planes, but this plane gave her 100 sales windows at once. And the business was good. She felt that there were too many sales windows. She is really an undecided person. No, the main reason is that she has too few goods in stock. If she can stock up enough goods, she will definitely not worry about the 100 sales windows. It is not necessary to buy expired goods. If the shipment volume is large, she can also buy some non-expired food. But she can't sell unilaterally. She needs to have a return in order to make money. Ching took out her mobile phone and counted her current business in the other world. A Soul drink is only 1 yuan per cup. The price is not high. It is basically enough to cover the cost. The profit can be ignored. Cool vest. 81 pieces. Sold quite a lot. High profit. But the demand has an upper limit. It has not reached the point of full deployment. Large-scale purchase. Spiritual rice. 10 yuan per pound. A lot of profit. But the main customers are people who come to buy Soul drinks by bus. People in the town basically don't spend money to buy it. Spiritual rice is spiritual rice. But without the gimmick of this world, the business can't be rolled out. Cool vest plus spiritual rice. Sold 940,000. This is a large order. But it is only this time. It is not sure whether there will be more in the future. The talisman business is okay. Earning 200,000 or 300,000 yuan is possible. By the way, there are also durians. She still has this stuff in her personal space. But it is not suitable to sell it now. It will take a year to wait for the next batch of durians. So it can be ignored for the time being. There are also some scattered goods, which are gradually sold in small quantities. But they are not considered for the time being. In addition, this app can also make money for her. In the past few months, she can still make nearly 1 million yuan in profit. Mainly from the previous big order. Plus the millions of savings she has. Which is not a small amount. The inventory is still sufficient. But this is without considering the new plane. Ching couldn't help biting the pen. She felt that she still had to consider what to do if the business in the new plane was particularly good. Should she continue to stock up in small quantities like now? Or find a way to stock up in large quantities? Or just give up the good business in the new plane? Worry. Why did she get 100 sales windows all at once? She didn't know how to choose. Can't it be a little less? For example, give her 30 first. So that she wouldn't have to worry so much. Now only a small half of the 100 windows are used. And it would be a pity not to use the remaining half. It's so difficult. Chapter 215. Something is wrong. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ching immediately closed the supermarket door, and turned off the lights, and then went to the back door. Opening the back door, there was another supermarket. The supermarket here was naturally lit at night, and there were robots busy outside. Not only here, during the day when she went to the square, all the shops were open, there were no human clerks in the store, only robots. But the robots would not come up to say hello, which also allowed her to look at the communicator safely during the day. If there were outsiders around, she would be too embarrassed to scan everything. After making sure no one was paying attention to her, she immediately walked to the vending machine and looked at the afternoon sales. After seeing the amount, she was shocked. She didn't expect that she would sell more than 2,000 goods in one day. With this money, she could buy a smartphone. Doing business in this world is too easy. You don't need anyone. As long as you put the goods on the shelves, people will buy them. Then the robots will automatically carry and deliver the goods. She doesn't even need to contact the customers. It hasn't even been a day yet. Just over half a day. And she has earned more than 2,000 yuan. Before, her supermarket's business was a little slow, and the profit was only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. She clicked on the vending machine again and looked around, trying to find the cash outlet. Otherwise she couldn't buy a smartphone even if she had money. But she looked around and couldn't find the corresponding button. But she found a button for ID card, which was the ID card of this world. It was strange that she needed to apply for an ID card in another world. But this is normal. She was an illegal resident in the previous planes. That was abnormal. But she was used to abnormal situations. Now she encountered normal situations again. She was not used to it. She thought about it. But she immediately chose to confirm. Not long after, the ID card jumped out of the delivery port of the vending machine. It also jumped out with relevant instructions. The ID card in this world has a wide range of uses. In addition to basic identity proof, it is also a card that can store currency. You can use the ID card directly to shop. The ID card is bound to the plane supermarket, and the amount of the goods sold will be transferred to her card, which she can use at will. This is more convenient than using cash. She walked out of the plane supermarket with her ID card, and walked to the square she had been to during the day. She followed the street lights all the way, and did not encounter any dark places. This is also the benefit of coming to this world. At night, you will not only be illuminated by moonlight and starlight. Not long after, she arrived at the edge of the square. Before she walked into the square, she heard noisy sounds, which were much more lively than during the day. It seemed that there was a party going on. Turning a corner, she looked up and saw a huge screen, on which a movie was playing. Robots versus giant cockroaches. The excitement she heard was real. There were at most 20 or 30 people in the square during the day. But now there were thousands of people. Even if one person spoke a word, it would be very lively. Although there were not many people talking at this time, it was definitely more lively than during the day. People in this world are really interesting. At night, there was nothing else to do except sleep. Qing leaned against the wall of the square calmly, looking at the big screen in the distance. I have to say, it is really lively to have so many people watching a movie. At this moment, the robot kicked the giant cockroach away, and beat it until it was bleeding. A cheer suddenly rang out in the square. It was the same sound before, and she could hear it in the plane supermarket. Everyone was so supportive. Qing cheered for a while, and then watched the robot fight the giant cockroach. She also became excited and immersed in watching the movie with everyone. As the giant cockroach was suppressed, the people around him no longer held their breath like before, and began to discuss enthusiastically. This cockroach is a bit fierce this time. The shell is too thick. It has mutated again. This time the mutation direction is probably the shell. Luckily Hongman is still as strong as before. If it was the guy last time, I'm afraid he would be ambushed again. Was he seriously injured last time? Is he okay now? It will be fine after a turn in the treatment machine, but he just doesn't dare to come out. Dare to go to the front line without the ability. What a waste. That can't be said. He went to the front line anyway. You have the ability. You're going to the front line yourself? There are always few people as strong as Red Blade. If the people below don't become strong, let the Zerg invade. You should be the first to go up. Why should I? Then you are talking bullshit. The cockroaches have too strong reproductive capacity. After killing one wave, another wave will come soon. But we have to fight them. If we can't kill them, they will come to you in the next wave. We have to use nuclear weapons again. Every time we use nuclear weapons, the planet will be ruined. Fortunately, they have been suppressed well in the past few years. No one reproduces in large numbers. Ants are better. Although ants reproduce quickly, they are afraid of fire. We can just use fire to attack them. You can't say that. Don't be such a pessimist. Last time, there were so many of them. They were all immune. Immunity is because the people above didn't do a good job. If they take turns to attack, how can we let these bugs attack us endlessly? It's you again. You talk so much nonsense. Why don't you do it yourself? You just talk nonsense. Do you think? What am I? Qin Qin looked at the parties around her who were about to quarrel, walked to the side, subconsciously thinking, why are they so angry just watching a movie? But something seemed wrong. Is it really just watching a movie? She looked at the fighting scene in the distance, and then at the open shop door not far away, quietly walked over from the side, and came to the store that specializes in selling communicators. She checked the savings on hand, and picked out a 2,000 yuan smartphone from there. After buying a smartphone, she immediately bound her identity information. Before she could search, she just opened the browser interface, and saw the news about the Red Blade versus Giant Cockroach on the big screen. And it was also called Frontline Battle Live Broadcast. The Red Blade is a mecha, and the Giant Cockroach belongs to the Zerg family. Oh my god. This plane is not peaceful. After confirming the information, she looked at the picture on the big screen again, and immediately felt the stalemate between the two sides. Although the mecha often suppressed the cockroaches, the giant cockroaches were also strong in combat. Occasionally, they would fight back. And every time they fought back, the mecha would be damaged. As a southerner, Qin Qin was less afraid of cockroaches. After all, they could see big cockroaches from time to time. But cockroaches this big were rare. The shell and the whiskers made people feel disgusted. Zombies were also disgusting. But zombies were not that big. If a cockroach as tall as a person appeared in front of her, she shuddered subconsciously. She felt terrified just thinking about it. After walking out of the store, she looked at the shops next to her. Now she finally understood why the model she thought was sold for more than 20 million yuan. This was not a model, but a mecha. Let alone more than 20 million yuan. A few 100 million yuan was not uncommon. Returning to the place where she stood before, the people who had just quarreled were no longer here. They probably didn't agree with each other, and went their separate ways. It was good that they were not here. She took out her newly acquired smartphone, and searched for the relevant information of this plane. It didn't take long for her to learn a lot of information. The technology of this plane was indeed developing very fast. But at some point, the mutated Zerg appeared. However, it was not just the insects. From small cockroaches, ants, bees to large chickens, ducks, cows and horses, there were more or less some mutations. Unlike the mutation of zombies, the mutation of animals in this world still maintained the original food chain. The herbivores still eat grass, and the meat-eaters still eat meat. But because of mutation, their appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Animals like cockroaches and ants, which already reproduce very quickly, began to reproduce even faster, causing no grass to grow wherever they go. People did not notice it at first, causing the mutant animals to attach themselves to humans and human aircraft and spread everywhere, not only on this planet, but also to other planets. There were many habitable planets in this world, but as more and more mutant animals appeared, the habitable environment for humans was greatly compressed. There was no other way. Humans could only take action against the mutant animals, hoping to clear out more environments suitable for human survival. Nuclear weapons have been used before, but that was many years ago, when people found that a planet would be uninhabitable after using nuclear weapons. Even if there were many mutant animals on a planet, they would not use nuclear weapons. After all, if nuclear weapons were used every time when there was a problem, humans would not have a suitable living environment. But if nuclear weapons were not used, humans would be much slower in clearing mutant animals. Sometimes, you would clear 10 here, but 20 would be born in another place. So humans are eliminating mutant animals while looking for suitable habitable planets. Currently, there are mutant animals on all habitable planets. Qin Qin was speechless when she saw the last line of words. No wonder they have to be killed all the time. If they were controlled from the beginning, they would probably only appear on a few planets. Now, it is really difficult to deal with the situation. At this time, cheers rang out again. It turned out that the mutant cockroach was completely killed. After being killed, the cockroach was burned by fire. But the camera looked around and saw that there were still many mutant animals around, staring at it. Of course, there are also those who don't care. Cows and sheep that are about the same size as the mecha are wandering around, looking for grass to chew. They are still herbivores, but they eat a lot. For example, that cow can eat a large area of grass in one bite. No, such a large area of grass is not enough for the cow to fill its teeth. It eats so much. No wonder it wants to eat the whole planet down. But such a big cow. If it can be slaughtered, there will be a lot of meat. A mutant cow that eats grass. There should be no problem. Right? Qin thought about it, and asked the person who appeared beside him at some point. The person next to her glanced at her and nodded. You can eat them. But you have to kill them. There are people who deal with these mutant cattle and sheep. There are just too many of them. I'm tired of them. I'm tired of them too. It's boring to talk about cattle and sheep all day long. It's better to eat some vegetables. Vegetables are expensive again recently. That's right. Alas, I heard that vegetables were not limited in quantity before. And the price was cheap. It's not like now. Vegetables are very expensive, and I can't afford them. I can't eat meat every meal. It's so disgusting. The price of meat has fallen again. Oh! Who told them to add big meat to small meat? This is not a good way to do business. Qin did not ask, but just searched silently what adding big meat to small meat meant. She soon found the answer. The meat in this world is divided into different grades. The best is domestic meat, the middle is uniformly raised, and the worst is mutant meat. Mutated meat is naturally big meat, and the price is cheap. Some people, in order to make money, sell big meat as uniformly raised meat, which has caused the anger of the whole people. This news broke not long ago. The reason why they are not replacing domestic animals is that the production of domestic animals is low. The production of big meat is ridiculously high. No one believes that they are domestic animals. But if they are raised in a unified way, some people will believe it. There is nothing wrong with big meat. When they are caught, they are sterilized and disinfected. And they are sold after being cut into pieces. There will be no traces of mutant animals left on the meat. However, no matter how the relevant departments of each planet call for the quality of big meat, it is absolutely safe for humans to eat big meat. It will not change the prices of different grades of meat. She kind of wants to buy. Chapter 216 Killing Two Birds with One Stone. It's not that humans in this world don't eat meat at all. In terms of taste, the taste of meat is not bad. It's just that many people have a certain psychological shadow on meat because of the existence of mutant cockroaches, which makes the price of meat much lower. And for Qin, meat is just meat. She saw the cows eating grass under the camera, and she knew that there was no difference between them and ordinary meat. The main reason is that the price is cheap. She checked the relevant data and found that the price difference between meat and ordinary meat is at least 10 times. Take chicken as an example. The best domestic chicken costs more than 10 yuan per pound, while mutant chicken costs only a few cents per pound, and the price of scraps is even lower. She found out what the mutant chicken in this world looks like. Can it really be eaten? A chicken has more than a dozen chicken claws. Can they really taste the same as ordinary chicken? Can they really be eaten? Qin immediately searched on major platforms and came to a consistent conclusion. Of course it can be eaten. As long as you don't look at its original appearance, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat it. No problem. The Research Institute issues test reports every year, and there are no problems every year. The ingredient that causes animal mutations is only effective for animals, and is ineffective for humans. What if it's ineffective only at the moment? Some people eat it from birth to death, and there is no problem. Why don't you trust the Research Institute? As far as I know, all the meat supplied in the Research Institute's cafeteria is mutant meat. They eat it themselves, so it must be okay. How do you know they won't secretly dump it? You're bragging like this. Mutated meat, do you eat it yourself? Big meat. Big meat, don't say mutant meat, it sounds so bad. I am willing to eat it if you say big meat. When you say mutant meat, I lose my appetite. To be honest, a lot of the food you eat outside is made of big meat. Who doesn't eat big meat these days? It's just a few hundred chicken feet, don't worry. I'm poor, but I'm willing to eat it. Qin looked at the last reply, and silently searched for information about mutant chickens. She thought that the mutant chicken only had a dozen feet, but in fact each mutant chicken had hundreds of feet. Only a dozen of them were big. The rest were very small, usually huddled under the fluff, and about the same size as ordinary chicken feet. So many restaurants use mutant chicken feet instead of ordinary chicken feet for sale. They caught quite a few. But because they were just selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat, there was nothing wrong with the chicken feet themselves. So they were only punished lightly and fined. Can it really be eaten? She began to ask the plain supermarket panel again. This thing sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, and only occasionally gives answers to a few specific questions. Can everyone eat mutant animals? Yes, after getting the reply from the plain supermarket, Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the plain supermarket said it was edible, then it must be edible. She might not believe other people's words, but she still believed the reply from the plain supermarket. After all, she had believed it several times, and one more time would not matter. If it really works, if something really goes wrong in reality in the future, she won't have to worry about having no food. Except for this plane, most other planes don't have too much extra food. She opened the smartphone in this plane and clicked on the corresponding shopping platform. On the shopping platform, there were all the stores on the shelves, including her plain supermarket. Just as she was thinking, the account balance jumped up. After clicking, she found that someone had bought more than 100 goods at once and had just taken them away. Seeing that there was only more than 200 left, she spent all the money and bought chicken. After confirming the payment, a message appeared on the page saying that the goods were being shipped. Seeing this scene, she pursed her lips, glanced at the big screen not far away, and turned to walk towards the plain supermarket. She was not from this world, and had no sense of immersion in the situation in this world. The same scene. Others saw heroes fighting Zerg, but she saw robots fighting cockroaches, which was a bit rude. Back at the entrance of the plain supermarket, she saw the robot putting things on her shelf, which was the chicken she had just bought not long ago. The speed was really fast. No wonder everyone chose to shop online at this time. And she would not go to the physical store to shop. The chicken was placed on the shelf, and it was automatically protected and kept fresh by the plain supermarket. She was not in a hurry to open it. It was late, and after confirming that the plain supermarket could operate on its own, she went back to rest. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, she saw two messages. Doesn't the new upgrade window say that weapons are for sale? The meat tastes good. The first message came from Zhang Rui, and the second from Zhang Mingshun. These two people were the only two people in the other world who could contact her directly. Qin Qin was stunned for a while, and immediately sat up and replied to the two messages. It's to sell weapons. I haven't upgraded. I haven't upgraded. I'll check it out later. After she replied, she immediately washed up and went downstairs. She quickly looked at both planes and saw the new windows that appeared in both planes. Not only that, the same sales windows appeared in several other planes, and they sold the same things. She didn't have much meat, and most of it was frozen meat. The new meat on the shelf was clearly marked as chicken, which could only be the mutant chicken she bought last night. After confirming this, she immediately went to the supermarket in the plane, but only got a forward explanation, automatically put on the shelf. Qin Qin and Zhang Mingchun sat outside the supermarket in the wasteland plain. The ceiling above their heads simulated the daytime, making the entire floor area exceptionally bright. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qin. So this can't be eaten? Yes, it can be. Qin Qin was at a loss. How can I tell you? This meat is mutant meat. I bought it in the new plane. She introduced the mutant meat to Zhang Mingchun in detail, and finally explained in detail that the mutant meat was indeed edible and there was no harm, so as not to worry her. I just didn't expect it to be put on the shelves suddenly. And this is mutant meat. I thought it was something else. Although it is mutant meat. But everyone in that world is eating it. It must be fine. Zhang Mingchun laughed. Besides, mutant meat is normal meat after all. I have eaten rotten meat for many years in this world, and it is still fine. What can this batch of mutant meat do to me? Qin Qin still thought about it. I just think. Don't be afraid. So many people in your new plane are not afraid. What should I be afraid of? Zhang Mingchun pulled Qin Qin up. I have no problem here. You go and explain to Zhang Rui face to face. He will definitely not mind this matter. Qin Qin nodded and went to Zhang Rui's plane. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, he felt that there was no problem. The mutation of animals in that world basically just makes them bigger, and their claws grow more, which is also a kind of enlargement. There is no other problem. People in that world can eat it, and we can eat it too. This is also good. I can use corn and instant noodles to replace the staple food here, but there is less meat. With this sales window, there will be no shortage of meat in the future. However, after speaking, he continued, you can sell this meat to the other world. The environment of several other worlds bound to the plain supermarket is not good. As long as there is something to eat, you don't have to think too much. You don't have to sell it in the main world. It just happens that there is meat to fill the gap, and your inventory consumption will be less. Zhang Rui refers to several planes other than the mecha plane. At least he has meat here, and the amount of corn he buys on a daily basis can be much less. I know it's fine. And it's edible. Qing Qing herself didn't feel too uncomfortable. I'm mainly worried that you won't be able to accept it. After all, it's mutant meat. And the word mutation is not a nice word. Jean Rui saw her thoughts and said, let's not talk about mutant meat. Just talk about big meat. So that everyone can accept it more easily. Besides, look at the conditions here. Am I qualified to refuse? Jean Rui didn't. And Zhang Mingchun didn't either. Then buy it like this. Qing Qing confirmed this. Clicked on the vending machine and took a look. This vending window is a special window. You can buy it directly, even if there is no stock there. As long as my account balance is sufficient. I can help you buy it right now. The price of this batch of meat is also determined by the plane supermarket. Just like the batch of goods she sold in the Mecha plane, which is directly priced by the plane supermarket. In the sale of this batch of meat, her account mainly played a role of resale. The goods there arrive very quickly, and the whole process is transported by robots. After you buy, just wait a little, and the goods will arrive. Qing Qing finished reading the sales instructions. That's good. So I don't have to stock up a lot of goods in advance, which can save a lot of space. This means that I just have to wait a little longer. And the other processes are the same as normal sales. Is that right? Jean Rui stood in front of the vending machine, looked for the account balance, and saw that the account balance suddenly became 0. Qing Qing. I still need to see if there is money in the account. Just as she said that, the message on her phone rang again. It was from Zhang Mingchun. I bought another batch of meat, and it said that the account balance was insufficient. I didn't buy too much. I haven't eaten normal meat for a while. I will grill it later and treat everyone to a meal. I also thank you on behalf of everyone. Grab the meat. Jean Rui looked at Qing Qing. You can't be partial. Leave some for me. I haven't had a good meal of meat here for a long time. Brother Jean, don't talk nonsense. We went to a restaurant to eat meat some time ago. Qing Qing glanced at him. Although this world is short of supplies, it's not so exaggerated. Is that so? Jean Rui scratched his head. It seems to be the case. Ha ha ha. You see me? I am old and my memory is not very good. It's okay. Let her eat first. I will wait here. It's okay. Qing Qing smiled. No longer entangled in the problem of mutant meat, then it's settled. You can buy it yourself when you need it later. And when my account balance is more sufficient, I will buy some beef and mutton, and add a few more dishes for you. Only when the supplies are sufficient. People will consider more problems. The plane she connected to basically have the characteristics of missing arms and legs. So naturally they will not consider more problems. What's more, these meats have been double certified by the Mecha plane and the plane supermarket. And they are all edible. So there is no need to worry about anything. The most important thing is that this also saves a few normal upgraded sales windows. And after upgrading, it can be completely put in some other more useful things. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 217 Space Conversion. Except for the Soul Realm, all planes have new products, including the Golden Dragon plane. Speaking of which, the Golden Dragon plane has not yet set up a proper currency. The only item traded through this plane is dragon blood. This is also because this thing is not easy to receive directly, so it is transferred to her personal space through the vending machine. Although she has used a lot of Golden Dragon blood to draw talismans during this period, the total amount used is not much. Qing Qing opened the door of the plane supermarket, and the voice from the projection screen rang instantly. Unlike the earlier days when she could attract the attention of the Golden Dragon every time she appeared, the Golden Dragon ignored her when she appeared again during this period. However, the golden trees under her feet noticed her presence and took the initiative to build a staircase woven with vines. Thank you. Qing Qing thanked him, walked down the vine staircase, and only jumped down after the last few steps. At this time, the Golden Dragon noticed her and took the initiative to extend its tail over her. I'll bring you some food. Qing Qing took out the meat she had exchanged from the vending machine here. I told you before that I would bring you something, but I never had the chance. You should be able to eat this meat. The Golden Dragon turned its head, stretched out its claws to grab a pile of meat, and put it directly into its mouth. There were dozens of kilograms of meat, which was just enough for the Golden Dragon to fill his teeth. Qing Qing suddenly understood why she didn't have much feeling for the large animals in the Mecha plane. It was mainly because she had seen larger animals. In terms of size, the Golden Dragon was definitely bigger. After eating a pile of meat, the Golden Dragon became interested. It circled its huge body and laid its huge head in front of Qin Qin, looking at her eagerly. She understood what the golden dragon meant without the big tree translating. Before the big tree appeared, she could see the meaning in the golden dragon's eyes most of the time. After all, its thoughts were really easy to understand. She crawled back to the plain supermarket and continued to exchange meat from the plain supermarket. It had been several days since the mecha plane was opened. During these days, the business of the plain supermarket over there had been good, with an average daily income of 3,000 to 4,000. According to the average price of 1 or 2 pounds on average, you can buy at least 2 kilograms of meat per day. There are not many people facing several places in several positions. The consumption of meat is not great. These days have saved a lot of money one after another. That's why she chose to come over to feed Jean Long. Otherwise, Jean Long's food will only have all kinds of seafood. She exchanged 300 pounds of meat in one breath. Just sit at the door of the plain supermarket, feed one hand. Jean Long is happy. She was also very happy. After eating all the 300 kilograms of meat, the golden dragon was indeed very satisfied. It touched her with its beard, turned around and entered the water, and instantly disappeared into the sea. Qin Qin bent down. The golden tree stopped her, and said with a deep voice and a low laugh, "It was very happy eating. And now I'm going to find you a gift. But these are all exchanged with its blood." Qin Qin said, "I would be embarrassed to ask for more gifts. And it's too well behaved. It doesn't matter. It was also very happy watching the movie you brought it." The golden tree shook its branches. "I have also seen the world. And I didn't expect that the human world has developed to this point. The development process of different worlds is different." The golden tree knew Qin Qin's situation. And she didn't hide it. She said directly, "In many worlds with fast technological development, the individual's combat power will develop more slowly. There are immortal cultivators in this world. But not in our world. There are thousands of worlds, each with its own differences. And this is as it should be," the tree said in a low voice. Qin Qin shook her feet, thinking of the situation of the tree, and asked, "You are knowledgeable. I want to ask, if a world is already in tatters, how to save it?" "You want to save it?" the tree asked. "I want to save it," Qin Qin said seriously. "That is my home planet. I must save it. It is destined by heaven," the tree sighed. "The rules of heaven and earth are complicated, and they have their own way of running. Even if you become a god or an immortal, you may not be able to understand it. If you can understand it, there will not be only one little dragon born in tens of millions of years." Qin Qin also remembered what the tree said before. Even the dragon clan can't do it. So does she have no way? Is it really unsolvable? She still didn't want to give up. Since her rebirth, she has always acted according to her heart. But it does not mean that she has given up on Blue Star. She acted according to her heart because she had a better chance of success. But if this was impossible, she really didn't know what to do. No. Although everything in the world has its own laws, there must be a glimmer of hope. The tree used vines to weave a path again, lifted Qin Qin up, and sent her all the way to the top of the tree. The height of this tree was higher than Qin Qin had imagined. Looking down from the treetop, she could only see the entire sea area around her. There seemed to be land further away, but it was too far away, so it was impossible to see what was going on there. "You humans have a saying, men can conquer nature." The voice of the tree sounded again. "If you don't fight, who knows what the result will be? In the world, there may be a chance for you humans to survive." Qin Qin looked around. The tree didn't elaborate on what to do, but at least she knew that Blue Star still had a chance to survive. Even if it was riddled with holes, it might not disappear. "I know. I will do what I should do." After being taken down again, Qin Qin's mood stabilized a little. She learned from the big tree that the golden dragon might not come back soon, and she was not in a hurry to wait for the golden dragon's gift. She went back to her supermarket. There was nothing to do in several plains today. After she turned around, she still had some time, so she set her sights on the ruins plain that was open not long ago. She opened the door and walked out. She still saw the abandoned runway, but this time, she saw a familiar figure. The group of 1-meter-tall people who hijacked the plane before. The two sides looked at each other. Both were shocked. And finally one side reacted first, turning around quickly, shouting and finally disappearing on the runway. Disappeared out of thin air. She walked quickly forward and came to the place where the group disappeared. She turned around several times and only saw the abandoned runway. Nothing else. At this moment, her foot bumped and she happened to step on a stone. Qing subconsciously moved her foot away and was about to continue looking, but suddenly remembered something and bent down to pick up the stone. As soon as she touched the stone, she felt something. She soon thought of the stone that appeared out of thin air in a passenger's pocket after the plane crash. The passenger said that he didn't feel anything before the stone appeared. Everyone in the group guessed that the stone was a space stone. No one was sure, but maybe it was? But even if it was a space stone, she could. Qing's body touched a solid wall. Strictly speaking, she touched a transparent, empty wall on an empty runway. But maybe it wasn't a wall. She shook her hand holding the stone, trying to touch the wall. However, this time, she failed to touch the wall. The next second, the abandoned runway in front of her suddenly disappeared. Damn! Qing. She looked at a group of 1 meter tall little people jumping in front of her, saying Chijiji non-stop. But she couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Without the translation plugin given by the plane supermarket, the language barrier would really be fatal. Right? She subconsciously took a half step back. But the people in front of her seemed to be more scared than her. They all took several steps back, and then looked at her with vigilant eyes. They were both quite scared. After realizing this, Qing looked around and saw a pile of backpacks not far away. Some of them looked familiar. Without thinking, she instantly remembered that those backpacks belonged to the passengers who had traveled with her before. It wasn't that these backpacks were special, but mainly because there were various dolls hanging on them, which left a deep impression on her. It seemed that the backpacks that these little people had snatched away when the plane crashed before appeared here. She looked at the clothes on the little people again. She didn't dare to look closely on the plane before, and didn't find anything wrong. Now she looked again, and found that the clothes on the little people were almost all ill-fitting. She glanced at the place not far away again, and instantly thought that these ill-fitting clothes should also be from the backpack she had robbed. The little people were still looking at her warily. She thought for a long time, searched around in her personal space, found a batch of children's clothes, took the clothes out of her personal space, held them in her hands, and threw one over. The clothes were naturally thrown to the ground. She didn't think too much, and threw the second piece of clothes over, then the third, and the fourth. At first they were all a little wary, but seeing that there were clothes all over the ground, they still bent down to pick them up, compared them to their own body, and continued to make the chi-chi-chi sound. This time, her voice was a bit cheerful. I have no ill intentions. I just came here accidentally. I was also on the plane you pulled over last time. No matter whether these little people could understand, she still introduced it seriously. If you want something, I can give it to you, but don't pull the plane over again. It will be very dangerous. She didn't know if the plane she took before was the first one to be pulled over. She just hoped that there would not be a next time. After all, this place is a ruin. If she can't leave in time, it may be difficult to survive. The little people chirped for a while, and then a little person came out from the back, coughed, and said in not very fluid Chinese, "We want something. You want our things? I will bring them to you directly." After confirming that they could communicate, Qing immediately said, "You can ask for anything. Do you understand what I say?" The chirping little people looked at each other. It was still the little person who came out, and shook his head. "I don't understand. We want something." Hearing this, Qing also knew that the communication between the two sides was not smooth, and the other party seemed to be learning from her. After thinking for a moment, she immediately took out a tablet and found the recording of the elementary school course. This was what she had planned to take to the cultivation plane. Everyone there wanted to learn Pinyin and simplify Chinese characters from scratch. It was just right for her to use it at this time. Not long after she took out the tablet, someone handed a stack of tablets over. Gigi. Qing looked at the tablets, then looked at the other party, and randomly pressed a tablet. As expected, it was locked. She said helplessly, "This tablet can only be opened by me. I can't open it." Gigi. "So you have nothing to lose even if you robbed it. It's better for me to send it to you." Qing took advantage of the opportunity. She thought these little people were very smart. Whether they understood or not, they had to say it. They couldn't be allowed to destroy the already broken blue star. Chapter 218 Time and Space. Seeing them focus on the tablet, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At least they shouldn't go to the abandoned runway to hook up any flying planes today. Although she didn't know why Blue Star was riddled with holes, it was not good to have such things happen inexplicably. It was the same that day. If everyone hadn't reacted in time, the news of the plane's disappearance would have spread all over the country, which would never be good news for Blue Star. Holding the stone again, she successfully returned to the place where she could see the runway. When she put the stone in her hand down, the wall in front of her disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. Only when she held the stone in her hand could she feel the existence of the wall. And only when she held the stone in her hand could she pass through the wall. This made her believe that the stone in her hand was indeed a space stone. It was about time, and she quickly returned to her supermarket. But in the afternoon, she would open the door every 10 minutes or so to check, and only after confirming that there was nothing abnormal outside the door would she return to the supermarket. For the whole afternoon, she couldn't calm down. Fortunately, nothing happened. There was no news in the plane passenger group. If something similar happened, someone would definitely say it in the group to confirm their situation. No news, no situation. Until the evening, when the supermarket closed, she came to the ruins plane again. The ruins plane was really dark at night, similar to the environment when she first came here. But the first time she came here, she was really in the dark and didn't know anything. Now at least she knew where the destination was. She took out a flashlight, took out a stone from her pocket, and came to the place she had been to during the day. As expected, there was a wall here. She stretched her hand holding the stone toward the wall, and soon she arrived in another world, where the little people lived. Her appearance made the little people look at her. Before she could speak, one little person immediately said, "Hello." The other little people quickly responded, "Hello. Hello. We want to exchange things with you. We have this. We want to exchange everything with you. Food, clothes, fun things. We want all the fun things. Bring them to us, and we will exchange with you." As the voices rang out, a pile of stones were placed in front of Chin Chin, and the voices of the little people came one after another, and it was completely impossible to tell that they were still chirping at noon. Chin Chin asked in surprise, "Why did you learn so quickly?" If she hadn't just heard them chi-chi-chi during the day, she would have thought that there was no language barrier between the two sides from the beginning. "We can stop time. Stop your time. After your time stops, we can do many things. Why didn't your time stop on the plane that time? Everyone's time will stop. But yours didn't. You said you saw us on the plane during the day. I saw you that day, and I knew something was wrong with you." Chin Chin looked in the direction of the voice, and soon saw the little man who appeared in front of her last time and looked at her several times. She laughed dryly. "I don't know why. Anyway, my time didn't stop. But you can stop other people's time. Doesn't it mean that you can do many things? That's why you learned so quickly. Chinese? I study for 3 months. I study for 5 months. I study for a year. Stupid. You are such an idiot. How can you study for a year? That's right. Time is useless anyway. 1 year is 1 year. But it's boring when time gets longer. What good things can you bring us?" "Yes. Yes. You said you would bring us something. Can I have an amusement park? I want a Ferris wheel. I want a swing." Chin Chin listened to everyone's opinions, and couldn't help thinking in her heart, how did these people suddenly know so much? She remembered that elementary school textbooks would not teach these things at the beginning. Right? Turning her head to look at the tablet, she immediately found the problem. Wow! The tablet accelerated. This is a time-stamping bug. They read several seconds of information in the same 1 second. The key point is that they can understand the information in several seconds in a few minutes, or even more than 10 minutes. This is really very useful. Thinking about it, she also explained the situation to everyone. "It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I can't. You can see that both the Ferris wheel and the amusement park are very large. I am alone and can't do such a big project." After that, she looked at everyone's regretful expressions and continued, "And even if I am willing to give it, your space here is not big enough to put so many things. Not only is the space here not big enough, but the space outside is not big enough either. Except for the long runway. The rest of the place is a ruin. There is not much space to build an amusement park. It's not that it can't be given at all. After all, these people are really short. 1 meter tall is basically the height of a kindergarten child. Whether it's an amusement park or a Ferris wheel, a small size is enough." She went online to order, and was able to order various small-sized amusement equipment. but it was a bit more expensive. But strictly speaking, she still had a grudge against these people. So why was she so kind to spend a lot of money to order those amusement equipment? Although these people were only 1 meter tall, she would not really treat them as children. Chin Chin's reasons were sufficient, and the little people began to chatter non-stop. She couldn't understand, so she could only continue to look at the surrounding environment to pass the time. The environment here was really small. Smaller than she expected, as if it was in a cave. Not dark, but the stones above her head were glowing, as if they were embedded with night pearls. The pile of things under her feet were the currency given to her by the little people. Although the space stone was good, she had only found this one use for it. It would not be very useful for her to take away such a pile of stones. Of course, even if there was no such pile of stones, she would provide some things to the little people to prevent them from going out to rob again. The things she brought were better than the locked tablets or mobile phones she had robbed. Just as her thoughts drifted away, the little people had already discussed a countermeasure. One of them looked up at Chin Chin and said, "Move away. Move all the things in the ruins. Yes, if you move them away, we can build an amusement park. Move the grass. Move the runway. And clear it out. We want the amusement park. All these things are given to you. You can exchange them for money." The little people pointed at the bags they had robbed and handed them to Chin Chin without mercy. Chin Chin was a little confused. "How do I move?" "Space gate. Don't you know how to make a space gate? These are all space stones. You can use them all. All for you, we have more. Can you make a space gate?" Chin Chin. "Can you? You can't even make a space gate?" Chin Chin. "No. Why do these villains think she can make a space gate so confidently? If she can make a space gate, then she is so powerful. Although she also thinks she is very powerful, she is not yet able to do everything. So stupid. Chijiji. 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 Chin Chin, don't think that you guys are scolding me just because you guys are Chijiji. If I can't beat you." Just then, a Chijiji came with a transparent glass ball, raised his hand, and handed it to Chin Chin. "For me? Learn." Chin Chin. I felt scolded again. She pursed her lips, took the glass ball, followed the other party's instructions, and put the glass ball on her forehead. At that moment, she felt a mysterious state, as if someone was teaching her how to make a space door. Probably because they were afraid that she would know it in her mind but not in her hands. So they engraved the production method into her mind, and let her try it several times in this state, until she opened her eyes again. She felt that she could do it herself. "Have you learned it? Have you learned it?" After the 2 loud questions, there was a quiet conversation. Could it be that she didn't learn it? Probably not. Humans shouldn't be that stupid. Maybe this human is particularly stupid. Then she is too stupid. Chin Chin wanted to tell you guys to keep your voice down when you whisper. She heard it clearly, and felt that she was speechless more often today than usual. But she quickly put the matter behind her. After all, she really learned how to make a space door. "I know how to do it. Don't worry." Having learned a new skill, she ignored their previous hatred and said immediately, "Next, I will find a way to move all the things here, and then build an amusement park for you." "Really? Didn't you say it was too big? Is that all right?" "Of course." Facing the puzzled expressions of the little people, Chin Chin nodded. "It wasn't possible before. Wasn't it because there was no space gate? Now there is a space gate. I can do it. But you need to wait for a while. Wait until I move all the things away. And then, I can build an amusement park for you." She had thought about the souls under the ruins before. Could it be because of the ruins themselves? If she could move all the ruins away, perhaps those souls could come out. But it is not easy to move the ruins. This thought only flashed through her mind, and she forgot about it. Until now, she did not expect that this method could still be implemented. "How long will it take you?" "Yes, you tell us a time, and we will adjust the time. Then when we come out, we can see your amusement park immediately." Chin Chin was shocked again. "Can you speed up time?" "Of course. What's so difficult about this? If it can be slowed down, it can definitely be accelerated." Chin Chin felt that she was really ignorant, but she did not know if it was a good thing to let them speed up time all at once, in case they were needed later. She thought about it, and immediately said, "I will prepare a few cars for you. There is such a big runway outside. You can drive and play. Don't worry. I will definitely find a car that you can drive." She remembered the small sports cars of kindergarten children. Now the styles and categories are quite diverse. And the prices are not expensive. They are just right for coaxing these little people. Sure enough, when she said this, the little people were happy. Okay. Then you bring the car to us. And these stones are all yours. We will find some more stones for you. Cheen cheen, okay. Chapter 219, back and forth between two places. Rubbing the space door with hands. Strictly speaking, it is to stretch the space stone with a force similar to divine consciousness. After stretching to a certain extent, it will become a space door. And a space door can go to any place you want to go. Of course, a space door can only go to one place. It's a bit like the door leading to the plane supermarket. Although the door leading to the plane supermarket is the same back door every time, in fact, the corresponding door is not the same every time. It's just that all the doors leading to the plane supermarket are located at the same place. Positioning is also an important indicator of the effectiveness of the space gate. If it is not done well, no one knows where the space gate will take you. However, this does not matter to Cheen Cheen. She did not intend to place the space gate too far away. It is probably within a few known planes, so there will be no positioning errors. It is a bit difficult to rub the space gate by hand, but she still succeeded. The main reason is that the space stone is not a one-time use. Failure once will not cause the space stone to fail completely. She can use the same space stone to rub the space gate repeatedly. A few days later, she finally made the first space door she made. However, during this period, she also took the time to drive a truck to the city and bought a few children's cars. These cars were not big, and there were stores in the county town. She could just use the truck to pull several of them. After bringing them back, she finally stabilized the little people. However, after a few days, they felt that the abandoned runway was not fun enough to play on, and urged Cheen Cheen to quickly move all the buildings on the ruins. Only then did she rush and make the first space door. As for the location of the rubble, she chose the wasteland planet. There was no other reason. Mainly because the wasteland planet was particularly empty, and because the planet itself was responsible for handling garbage. It also had certain conditions for handling construction waste. Zhang Mingshun acted quickly. It didn't take long for him to build a shed with an area of more than 10,000 square meters, and rented some robots and garbage disposals. On the surface, he was planning to do a garbage recycling business, which was actually the case. However, this garbage recycling business was not just the garbage on the wasteland planet itself, but also the construction waste that Cheen Cheen was going to bring over. Sister Ming, do we really want to do this business? Is it possible? Yes, those guys are not human. Few of the garbage they send over are valuable. There are still a lot of highly radioactive garbage in it. Let's deal with it. Don't let us not make money but also get into trouble. If there were really a lot of valuable things, our place wouldn't be like this. The reason why those big groups were able to build up a fortune before was not because there were a lot of useful garbage among the garbage they threw over, but because not many people who were exiled to the wasteland planet survived. But when each batch of people was sent over, some useful things would be sent symbolically. It was like this that accumulated over the years, and each group grew up. But now those things are all received by Zhang Mingshun. Listening to everyone's thoughts, Zhang Mingshun said directly, I discussed it with Amelia, and she will transfer some useful garbage here. In exchange, you can go out to help patrol every once in a while. The pirates have been restless again recently. Before they could say anything, she said again, you go out on patrol, and Amelia will provide normal food. When they heard this, they were immediately happy. This is a good thing. Let's go. That's right. Sister Ming, you should have told us earlier, and we would have agreed if you had told us earlier. As long as there is food, I will do anything. Although everyone's diet has improved a little during this period, it is only a little better. After all, it is a wasteland planet, and resources are limited. There are only so many people. Now that they have a normal diet, not to mention going out on patrol, even if they are asked to go directly to fight star pirates, they are willing. Sister Ming, are you going? I have something else to do, said Zhang Mingshun, and revealed some of it appropriately. If it's done well, you could eat normal meat on the wasteland planet in the future. Someone swallowed. Is this the same quality as last time? The meat last time? Fresh? Yeah. Zhang Mingshun nodded, looking at the others. Don't tell them when you go out on patrol. Amelia may not know about this. She said she may not know, of course. She may know, or she may not know. It was just meat. Even if Amelia knew, she wouldn't say much. She seemed to care more about the pirates. No, she should care more about the weapons in the pirates' hands. Zhang Mingchun never asked Amelia for the most advanced weapons. She only asked for some small weapons that were not very useful, or some other things. In exchange, she patrolled the prison. The environment of the wasteland planet was really bad. Amelia would rather live on the spaceship than come to the wasteland planet. Don't worry, Sister Ming. We will never reveal it. Yes. What if it affects our meat consumption? Yes. What if she doesn't know? And we tell her she won't provide us with meat. Wouldn't that be even more difficult? It also takes time and energy to send food from nearby habitable planets. No. 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 This can't be said. If any one of you tells, I will be angry with you. No one. How could I tell? That's right. After confirming the patrol, everyone immediately went out for patrol in batches. And the people who went out reported back all good news. Apart from other things, just a normal diet of 3 meals a day is enough for everyone to go out on patrol with satisfaction. Zhang Mingchun would naturally not go. No one here knows about the plane transaction except her. But she deliberately divided the people under her into several groups, letting them do different things, so that they didn't know what she did. At this moment, Zhang Mingchun was standing in the newly built garbage shed of tens of thousands of square meters, seeing a person coming out of the empty place. It's here. Qing arrived at the wasteland planet accurately, looking at Zhang Mingchun in the distance and smiled. I'm here. I'm going to take the robot to dig things. The ruins don't belong to the plane connected to the plane supermarket. Just like the purgatory on Earth. The things in this plane can be taken to any world. Which is why she agreed to move it. If this is a plane connected to the plane supermarket, she can't do it even if she agrees. I prepared it for you. Zhang Mingchun pointed to a robot in the corner. Qing looked over. In addition to the robot, there was also a large construction waste treatment machine that had been assembled in the shed. This way, she could move the things over and process them directly, making the construction waste from the other world more useful. Although they were all construction waste, in this plane, some things could also have a further effect. The advantage of this world is that many jobs can be done by robots, without human intervention, and many things can be concealed thoroughly, just like no one knows that some of the clothes made by the clothing factory here are sent to the other world, under the control of the controller. The robot, carrying the space stone, entered the ruins plane. They are about 1 person tall, and there is a truck behind them, which can be used to place some construction waste. If there is large construction waste, it can also be combined for transportation. This is a robot specially selected by Zhang Mingchun, and the guard army placed an order to purchase it. It took several days from placing the order to delivering it, and it was not until yesterday that it arrived at the wasteland planet. Fortunately, the robots are quite useful. Qing also walked over, and saw that the robot was digging up the garbage from the collapsed buildings according to the program settings. After it was full, it returned to the wasteland planet through the space gate, and sent the construction garbage into the large garbage disposal machine. The whole process was very smooth. Qing stood by the space gate, looking at Zhang Mingchun not far away. Just as she was about to talk about the practicality of the robot, she suddenly remembered something, walked up, and held Zhang Mingchun's wrist. Come with me. What? Zhang Mingchun did not resist at all and followed Qing forward. Until she followed Qing through the space gate. It really works. I was planning to give it a try. Qing said happily. You came with me. I thought it wouldn't work, but it worked. Zhang Mingchun looked around curiously. Even though the surroundings were ruins, she hadn't seen such a huge building complex in person for many years. After all, there was no grass on the wasteland planet. It's a pity that this place has become like this. If you don't say anything else, just look at this ruin. You can tell that it must have been very good before. Qing said seriously. When she looked up, she saw the door leading to reality not far away. She pursed her lips and then said, In reality, I may be able to open a space door, but I dare not, you know. The situation in reality is worse. It doesn't matter. Zhang Mingchun came back to his senses and heard Qing's words. It's not possible now, but it doesn't mean it won't work in the future. I believe you. If I don't say it's a matter of 1 or 2 days, if I go back to Blue Star, there will be no one to help you mediate on the wasteland planet. I can do more for you on the wasteland planet. Then you? Qing asked a question she had always wanted to ask. Family. Zhang Mingchun shook his head, just looked at her, and didn't say much. Seeing her like this, Qing stopped asking questions and said, "The situation on this planet is not good. But since the space gate has been opened, you can come and go as you please. This is the space stone. Take it. With it, you can enter and exit the space gate as you please." Zhang Mingchen took the space stone and said, "It's just right. I'll help you keep an eye on the robot. Before, I thought you had other things to do, and was afraid that I wouldn't be able to keep an eye on it. Now I can go back and forth between the two sides and help you a little. Well, it's a good thing you're here," Qing said with a smile. "But I didn't expect that you can come over. When I was rubbing the space door with my hands before, I hadn't thought of this. You said that since it is possible, why didn't anyone think of it before? Maybe we all have too deep a memory of the door of the plain supermarket." "That's right." Qing nodded. "Then you walk around here? Why don't you try Qigong? You have made some progress in practicing internal strength during this period of time? I tell you, you have to imagine yourself as a spring." Qing said seriously to Zhang Mingchen, conveyed her experience of learning Qigong before. The robot was busy, and the two had been talking about how to use Qigong flexibly. The ruins were high and low, which was a good place to practice Qigong. Chapter 220 Golden Flame. The little people came out at some point, and were driving their cars on the abandoned runway. The little people who didn't have cars to drive came to the ruins where the construction waste was being cleared with their hands behind their backs. They were not very fast. Unlike Qing and Zhang Mingchen, who could use Qigong to go back and forth, the little people could only walk. And because they were too short, even walking was inconvenient. Qing was not in front of him, she was in the distance, looking through a telescope in her hand. She originally wanted to see the surrounding situation, and to help Zhang Mingchen see if he could fly over with Qigong in the distance. After all, this was a ruin. Unlike the flat land on the snowy mountain, if he accidentally touched something sharp, he might get hurt. Zhang Mingchen flew back and saw Qing looking at a certain direction intently. Looking at her curiously, Qing handed her the telescope. Zhang Mingchen took it and knew the situation after a glance. "This is the villain you mentioned. Can they control time?" "Yes, but I thought they would be stronger. But now they look quite weak," Qing said, and suddenly understood why the villains were particularly wary of her when they first met. Although it was to clear this area, it helped us anyway. Zhang Mingchen put down the telescope and said with a smile, "Yes, so even if I know they are weak, I won't do anything to them," Qing said, looking at Zhang Mingchen. "How did you feel about the round trip just now?" "Not bad," Zhang Mingchen nodded. "I didn't have the chance before on the wasteland planet, and I just walked through it. It was still very effective. At least now I am more proficient in Qigong. But I can't be as relaxed as you. The depth of our internal strength is too different." "It doesn't matter. Practice slowly. I was like this at the beginning. I was not very proficient," Qing said. But she felt that she was also. "It's easier than Zhang Mingchen." "But she won't say that. You can come here often to practice." "I will." Zhang Mingchen nodded and smiled. "Even if you don't say it, I will. After all, here, I can also see the shadow of the city." As the two talked, Qing looked at the distance and found that several little people were holding hands and doing something. After watching carefully for a while, she said, "A little person fell in. I'll go and see." "Okay." After Zhang Mingchen nodded, Qing immediately flew over with Qigong, hoping that the little people were okay. Although this place is full of ruins, there are traps in many places. Some are shallow, some are 3 to 5 meters, and some are deep. After all, there is a distance between buildings, and when an earthquake comes, not all high-rise buildings will collapse completely. Many will just be broken, which is why she thinks this place is suitable for practicing Qigong. Just thinking about it, she has arrived at the place where the little people gathered. Hearing the sound, the little people immediately looked up at her, and then shouted to the people below. After she came to her senses, she said, "Save people. You are tall. You can lift people up." Qing looked down, and the ground below was about 6 or 7 meters away from the ground. No wonder the little people gathered here. Don't come here normally. It's very dangerous. If you fall down, even if you can control time, you may not be able to save them. As she said that, she picked up the people who were hanging and trying to save people. The little people kept talking. "We don't come here normally. We won't come here in the future. Can you save people?" "Yes." Qing nodded. jumped down directly, and then flew up with the little people below, and handed them to the little people. Okay, I'll take you back. The little people nodded one after another, and followed Qin Qing's steps out of the ruins. It was not until they stood on the abandoned runway that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And then, they all looked at Qin Qing. You are so amazing. How come you are so capable? We are also very capable. Really. Even if we fall, we can make a space door to get out. You don't have to save us. Qin Qing heard the little people's cowardice and nodded. Got it. You can play by yourself. Don't go over there again before the area is cleared. If you accidentally fall again, wait for me. I will find a way. Oh, you are so capable. How come you can't make a space door? Qin Qing smiled. Now I can. Stupid. You have to learn. Just like us learning to speak. That's right. The little people said. And the sound of chi 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 began to change again. Qin Qing didn't understand. Waved to them. And went to the direction of the ruins again. At this moment, Zhang Mingchun had already flown over, and landed not far from where the construction waste was being dug. He stood there waiting for Qin Qing to come over. Qin Qing walked closer, saw the robot digging down, and looked up and said, If we dig out bones, I have set it up in advance. The bones will not be sent to the processor. Where do you want them to be buried? Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qing. If you want to be on the wasteland planet, I will help you find a way. It depends on their own ideas. Qin Qing said. I can't contact all the souls now. But they are still there. When they wake up, I will ask them. People have the idea of homeland. If I will find a way to go down and bury them down there. This is an island in the sky. The little people want this area. And they also want to build an amusement park here. It is not suitable for building a cemetery. But there is a world with people living below. If it was before, she might not be able to go down. But now there is a space gate. It is not difficult for her to go down. It should not be difficult for her to find a suitable place to bury these people in such a large area. Zhang Mingchun looked at the huge ruins and nodded. That's good. After that, she remembered something. Come to me when the time comes. There are so many construction wastes. We can make many boards by processing them together. It will be just right to make tombstones. Since the souls are all there, we can also ask their names. Good idea, Qin Qing smiled. Let's do it. The two talked for a while, and Zhang Mingchun returned to the wasteland planet, and Qin Qing returned to the supermarket from the door here. As for the ruins above, the robots were still working diligently. I didn't stay in one plane for 3 full hours today. Back to the supermarket, Qin Qing looked at the time. Since the situation in several worlds has become relatively stable, she has less things to do, and more things are hidden in the dark. After Wusun returned to the Taoist temple, he has been looking into things related to the reincarnation of souls. He did find a lot of content from ancient books, but basically nothing related to the abnormalities of the soul world. Wusun's master is also working hard in the soul world, trying to find the reason, but now most of the souls in the soul world have died in the past few years, and he doesn't know much about the soul world, and he also found nothing. Both of them were extremely nervous. Several times, even Qin Qing heard the news. After her repeated comforting, they finally calmed down and planned to go through all the ancient books from beginning to end. Of course, they also brought in all of Wusun's uncles, and grandmasters. When these senior Taoist priests first discovered the existence of Master Wusun in the soul world, they were extremely excited. Later, they heard that there was a problem in the human world, and there was a problem in the soul world. If it was not solved immediately, all humans would disappear. They all became anxious and helped to look up information. For this reason, Qin Qing specially sent 500 kilograms of spiritual rice to them, so that they could replenish their bodies, so that they would not be unable to bear it and go to the soul world again. Although the situation in the soul world is not bad at present, no one knows what it will be like in the future. As for the disappearance of all human beings, at least not in her memory, before her rebirth, although many accidents had occurred and the number of human beings in the world had been greatly reduced, humans were still trying to survive. At least when she was born, there were some normal vegetables and meat on the market. It's just that the natural disaster has not completely disappeared. It will take a long time for humans to live a good life. At least, she lost consciousness because of an unexpected natural disaster. It's not time to open the store yet. Qin Qing opened the panel and chose the Golden Dragon plane among all the planes. The Golden Dragon left a few days ago, and has not returned yet. She has to go there almost every once in a while. It doesn't take much time to just see if the golden dragon is there. She can go there even when the supermarket is open. The plain supermarket here is hidden under the golden tree. Even if the door is open, there are leaves blocking it, so she can't see the situation outside immediately. Today is the same. When she walked to the door and touched the leaves, all the leaves blocking the door were retracted. As soon as they were retracted, she saw a huge dragon head. It's like this every time. Qin looked up. You're back? The dragon head is bigger than the supermarket door. Even if she has seen it many times, she will be scared by the big golden eyes. Feed it some meat. It wants to eat meat, the tree said. Qin responded and immediately exchanged the meat. Fortunately, the price difference between dragon blood and ordinary meat is really big. So even if it is the price set by the plain supermarket, according to the deposit from selling dragon blood before, she can buy a lot of meat. This time she exchanged 500 kilograms of meat in one go, divided it into large lumps, and asked the tree to send it to the golden dragon's mouth. After the 500 kilograms of meat were all eaten, the golden dragon raised its claws, revealing the golden flames on its claws. Qin looked at the flame blankly. The claws sent the flame in front of her, and then it was stopped by the branches. It will hurt her. The steady voice of the tree sounded, and after speaking to the golden dragon, he said to Qin, try to reach out and touch the outer circle, and absorb it little by little. If you can refine it into your life fire, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort in the future. Whether you are refining weapons or refining pills. Qin had seen similar flames in novels. Her eyes lit up. But she quickly suppressed her excitement and asked, can I do it? I heard that this kind of flame requires a high level of cultivation. Don't worry. We are here. If it doesn't work, I will stop it. And Xiaolong can also pull it out again. Yes. After getting the answer from the tree, Qin immediately reached out her hand. And then she remembered something. How long does it take to absorb this thing? Different people have different qualifications. Qin immediately retracted her hand. Wait a minute. I'll go back and ask for leave. I can't delay my work because of the afternoon supermarket business. But I can't not do business. Alas. After all, I turned watching the store into a job. Chapter 221 Stealthily. It took longer to absorb the golden flame than Qin had imagined. She thought it would only take 2 or 3 hours to absorb it completely, but in fact, it took more than 10 hours to absorb the small flame on the golden dragon's claw. But after absorbing it all, she did feel a ball of fire in her body. It was not hot, but just warm, and it stayed safely in the position of Dantian. I don't know when the golden dragon was watching cartoons again. The childish voice came from the big screen. Even in the plain supermarket, it was heard clearly. Awake? Yes. Qin walked to the door, stepped on the trunk of the big tree, and let it bring her to the golden dragon. The golden dragon turned to look at her, bit its head, and gently touched her with its dragon whiskers. Thank you, I like this gift very much. Qin smiled. I may not come here often in the future. I will give you some good cartoons. You can watch as much as you want. The 1,000-year-old golden dragon is still just a cub. Time is not so tight for it, and it watches cartoons at a normal speed. But the cartoons brought before are not many, adding a few more now, enough for the golden dragon to watch for a while. Qin was sent down by the tree, and after adding a new cartoon file to the tablet, she returned to the plain supermarket. She fed some more meat, and taught the tree how to exchange meat from the vending machine before returning to her own supermarket. After this wave of operations, it was already past 6 in the morning, which was equivalent to her starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. And until recently, she had absorbed all the flames into her body, which took a full 16 hours. But she was not sleepy. Qin was clear-headed, went to the second floor to take a shower, and then went to the ruins plain to check the situation. The robot was digging day and night, and now a large area had been dug out. However, to avoid a second collapse, the excavation work was horizontal, and it was not dug all at once. Most of the bones in this ruin were hidden underground. After making sure that the robot was working safely, she stayed for a while, and then went back to the supermarket. It was still early after this trip, and she had nothing else to do. So she opened the supermarket door, and lay behind the cashier to play with her phone. It was too early, and supermarkets usually open at around 8 o'clock. So naturally no customers came. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that someone lifted the door curtain and walked in. Boss. Qing Qing was just browsing an interesting piece of news at the moment. She said without even looking up. It's open now. Go in and get whatever you want. Come out and pay. Can I buy your drinks? The other party asked. Drinks from the beverage machine. Qing Qing looked up and noticed the other party's tall figure and temperament at a glance. Such temperament cannot be faked. Before this, she had only seen it in Jean Rui. She sat up, thought about it, and stood up again. She pointed to the beverage machine not far away and said, The drinks are there. Just go and get them yourself. I might want a little more. The other party said, carefully watching Qing Qing's expression. Qing Qing smiled and nodded. It's okay. I have a lot of inventory here. I don't know where the other party knew about the beverage machine. But since he came here to buy it, and he wanted to buy a lot, he must know the inside story. Since he knows the inside story, he is probably a capable person. She concealed her situation from many people. But for those who knew the inside story, she would not refuse to sell things. But just didn't say it. The other party breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved to the outside. After a while, several people came in from outside, each holding a large empty bottle. Qing Qing nodded. And they went to get the drinks themselves. They didn't care what the drinks were. Whether it was cola, orange juice or coffee. They poured all of it into the bottle. And after filling a bottle, they screwed the lid on and took it out. And put it in the car parked outside the supermarket. A large Jeep. When they came back, the man directly scanned the code and paid 5,000 yuan. You don't need that much. She felt that no matter how many people took it, they would not be able to get 5,000 yuan. It doesn't matter. It's the boss's money, the other party said, nodded to Qing Qing, saluted again, and then continued to get the drinks. Qing Qing said no more. It was really early at this time. The group had been waiting for a long time, but no one came here. There were people walking back and forth, but there were not many local residents in the town, and no customers came to buy things on purpose, and people coming and going would not pay special attention to the situation here. The few people brought a lot of empty bottles, and they were all filled, but they wanted to take more. So they thought of buying ready-made large bottles of drinks from Qing Qing, and then filling them with drinks from the beverage machine. As for the drinks that were poured out, they were all given to Qing Qing. Fortunately, Qing Qing was not such a profiteer. She went to the small warehouse in the supermarket, and when she came out, she took out a few boxes of empty bottles. After delivering them to a few people, she took the initiative to say, Who of you can add me on WeChat? If you want to come next time, please say hello to me in advance. If you need so much at once, it is best to come when there are fewer customers. Can you add me as a friend? Of course. Facing the anxiety of several people, Qing Qing smiled and nodded, and took the initiative to add one of them as a friend, and asked, Do you want rice? The rice here is very good. Someone blurted out, We have it. The people next to him subconsciously touched it. Qing Qing didn't say much, let them get the drinks themselves. Before leaving, she gave the secret book she had copied from the martial arts plane to the person who added her as a friend. At 7:30, the supermarket hadn't opened yet, and these people had already driven away. There weren't many people this time. The people in the car were silent for a moment, and someone whispered, Didn't they say she was difficult to get along with? It's not that she's difficult to get along with, but we can't tell you. We can't tell you when we go back this time. In the future, we'll come to buy this drink. The fewer people who know about this, the better. She is stronger than we thought. The stronger the person, the more they have to hide it. The last time was too strong, and it directly caused a small earthquake. Fortunately, there was an early warning, so there were no casualties. This broken world, it's endless. Alas, we can only take one step at a time. If there is no such thing, the existence of the ability user can be made public, and there is no need to be like. Now, it's sneaky like a thief. Who said it wasn't? Good morning, yawn. Yawning so early in the morning? What's going on? I saw a very good novel last night. The author is simply an octopus. He updates 50,000 words a day. My God, he updated 1 million words in 20 days. I, who read novels, can't keep up with the pace of the author. Wei Xiaoshuang said, and yawned again. As for the Soul World, everything you recommended to me, many creators in it update too frequently. It feels like they don't sleep all day. Qing Qing laughed, thinking that Wei Xiaoshuang really guessed it right. They really don't sleep. Otherwise, Programmers would tell her that the technicians in the soul world are more useful than those in reality. There are ghosts everywhere, so there is no need to sleep. I don't sleep, but you should sleep. You have dark circles under your eyes. Qin pointed at her and said, "Take a good rest in the store today. I'll take care of the store next door for you." "Thank you, you are such a good boss." Wei Xiaoshuang rushed up to hug her, and then immediately went to the clothing store next door. When Qin went over again, she was already fast asleep. The clothing store's business is generally okay. Although it doesn't make a lot of money, it still makes some small money. The clothes cost nothing, and the rent only costs 1,000 yuan a year. At most, it costs a little more to hire Wei Xiaoshuang. But sometimes she has to help look after the supermarket, which is equivalent to doing 2 jobs for 1 salary. Sometimes she is not there, and Wei Xiaoshuang helps to take care of it, saving her a lot of trouble. Business was average in the morning. Wei Xiaoshuang woke up after a nap and found that the clothing store next door had not received any business. Qin didn't say anything, but Wei Xiaoshuang sighed. "It feels like I'm just messing around every day. But since you, the boss, don't say anything, I won't say anything." "That's right. The store is open, so I'll just mess around," Qin said. "Come to my place for lunch at noon." I was free in the morning, so I made a few dishes. Why did I do it today? Because Wei Xiaoshuang is usually here, and will come over at any time. She fell asleep in the morning, and didn't know what happened. Qin set up a small table, and brought out the dishes. Damn. Pickled fish. It's really a big dish. It's not easy to make. I always eat 2 big bowls for lunch. Wei Xiaoshuang excitedly moved the small stool over. Use semi-finished seasonings. Qin brought a few other dishes. Today, I just had a whim, so I made a few more dishes. We both want to enjoy it. Then call me. I'll go with you. Wei Xiaoshuang went to the kitchen to serve the food and took the bowls and chopsticks. Isn't this just the right thing to do? I was planning to make some pickled fish, but I didn't expect to make too much. Qin responded casually, as if it was true. If there are too many dishes, let's eat them together tonight. Otherwise, there will be too much left over, and it will be unpalatable tomorrow. Then I will definitely not be polite to you. I would love to have 2 meals with you. Wei Xiaoshuang sat down, took the 2 cups of Coke from Qin, drank a sip, and then hawed with satisfaction, and stretched out his chopsticks anxiously. Qin also stretched out his chopsticks to the pickled fish. She bought more than a dozen servings of pickled fish before, and there are still a few left. She ate too much before, and was a little reluctant to eat it. But after a while, she was craving it again. I have to say that the pickled fish she bought before tasted really good. The fish was fragrant, and the meat was tender, and the acidity was just right. This life is so comfortable that I don't want to go out. Then don't go out for the time being. It's still early, Qin said. Besides, isn't our town also planning this? If it is developed later, there is no need to go out, and it can attract people back. That's right. Anyway, it's not time yet. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded. Let's eat. I haven't had such a big meal for a long time. It's so delicious. It's no worse than the big restaurants outside. Qin smiled and raised his glass. Cheers. Cheers. Chapter 222. Someone followed suit. Do you take a break at noon? Of course I do. Qin nodded. I have to take a break at noon every day, otherwise I'm not used to it. In fact, if she didn't go to the plain supermarket every day, she always felt that something was missing. Although it hasn't been too long since her rebirth, she always felt that she had experienced a lot. But she wasn't the only one who had something to worry about. Wei Xiaoshuang, who knew nothing, also had something to worry about. When people live in the world, there will always be ups and downs of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. At the same time, humans are also very powerful, and it's not slow to calm down. At this moment, Wei Xiaoshuang had forgotten his previous worries, and stood up and said, Then I will help you collect these things. We will have another meal in the evening. Qin also stood up. There is still a lot of rice in the pot. How about making fresh and hot egg fried rice in the evening? Wei Xiaoshuang raised his hand. I will do it. I will do it. My egg fried rice skills have improved by leaps and bounds in recent times. I will definitely not let you find it unpalatable. Qin laughed. Can't you be more promising? Just say it's delicious? Wei Xiaoshuang, hey. He smiled. I don't have such confidence. It's okay as long as it's not bad. Let's not compare. Who are you comparing with? Qing smiled again. Then it's settled. You cook it tonight, and I won't fight with you for it. The weather has cooled down now. The leftovers are left in the kitchen to dry. They can be heated up in the evening. Because I ate with Wei Xiaoshuang at noon. Qing didn't put the leftovers back into the portable space. After all, the taste of leftovers will be somewhat different. The two packed up their things together, and Wei Xiaoshuang returned to the clothing store. She usually went back to eat at noon. There were reclining chairs in the clothing store, so she would rest directly on the reclining chair. She could also help look after the supermarket. If a customer came in an emergency, she could ask her to open the door and buy something. This was also the reason why Qing was willing to hire Wei Xiaoshuang. Today, the two of them finished their meal a little late. After closing the supermarket, Qing went to the plain supermarket as usual. This time, she went to the cultivation plain that she had not been to for a while. She just arrived. Just go straight to the school cafeteria. A little rummiest. You are here just right. This chicken feet are prepared for you. Why prepare for me again? Didn't you say no? Qing was really embarrassed. Yes, before. Put me in the supermarket directly. You eat more if you like it. Just chicken feet. What does it matter? People in the cafeteria said. By the way, we changed that meat too. Your meat, compared with the game, don't have a flavor. The meat in the cultivation world is mainly spectacles, although there will be some chickens, ducks and pigs in the school, but most meat will be sent outside for sale. The school itself has not left much. As for the game, it must be left behind. The students and teachers in the school need to practice, and it is always good to eat more game. My meat should not be expensive. You can buy more if you like, Qing said. I came here originally thinking of just eating a bite of meat. I also want to tell you that you don't need to prepare chicken feet for me. Okay. Don't be polite with me. You can take all these. Anyway, you have a storage ring, so it doesn't matter how long you keep it. The other party gave Qing a large plate of chicken feet. Qing wanted to exchange something, but it was really hard to do so. Many things could not be delivered unless they were delivered through the plain supermarket. However, she took out a white stone, handed it to the other party, and turned around before the other party could react. I'll go find Teacher Zhou. Hey. The person who took the spirit stone lowered his head, smiled and shook his head. This kid. He doesn't know how to be more vigilant. How can he take it out so carelessly? I must give her a good talk next time. At this moment, Qing had already found Teacher Zhou. I'll go out with you. Yes, Teacher Zhou knows something about the outside world. I want to find something that ordinary people can't find, Qing said, looking at Teacher Zhou. I want to exchange white stones. No, spiritual stones. What do you want to buy? Teacher Zhou asked. For example, an alchemy furnace, or an alchemy recipe, or a method of refining equipment. Qing had read about the use of her natal fire in novels, and asked Jin Shu about it. The use of the golden flame in her body was similar. If she could refine weapons or pills, that would be great. However, she was also afraid that she didn't know much about the environment of the cultivation plain, and that if she went out and got into trouble, she would have no way to deal with it. Teacher Zhou was said to know more about the outside world. In the past few years, she led the team to explore, but she went out less in the past 2 years. But her understanding of the cultivation plain was definitely not low. At this time, Teacher Zhou was a little surprised. She thought that since Qing asked, she probably prepared something. However, she didn't ask much, and stood up directly. It just so happens that we have nothing to do later. Let's go out together, and practice the light skills you taught us. And let's fly out together. Okay. Being able to fly out is naturally the best. Not only saving time, but also saving effort. The two of them agreed, and flew out of the back window of the school, landing on a tree not far away. Qing saw that Teacher Zhou could keep up, so she didn't say anything and walked forward. This time, the two of them were not going to the place they had been to before, but a city farther away. Qing came here for alchemy and weapon refining. After arriving in the city, the two of them went to shops and stalls selling related items. There were obviously more cultivators in this city. There were many stalls on the roadside, all selling cultivation items. Spiritual herbs and spirit beast meat were the basics. And there were also many spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, and various spiritual weapons of all sizes. Spiritual weapons are mainly defensive and offensive. We don't have enough spiritual energy over there. There are only some low-level spiritual herbs and low-level spiritual beasts, which can't be sold at a high price, but we come here to sell some spiritual herbs every once in a while, because we don't know how to process them, and the spiritual beasts eat them themselves. These things on display are not expensive, you can take a look, but I don't know if you can find them. Teacher Zhou looked at the stalls around, with a little envy in his eyes. The school has been here for 10 years, and has barely gained a foothold so far, without worrying about food and clothing, and can't even touch them, let alone the things here. Although you have spiritual stones, you should use them sparingly, and pick the ones that can be used. If it is a low-level spiritual herb, we can find a way to find it for you, Teacher Zhou said. She didn't know how many spiritual stones Qin Qing had, but it shouldn't be too many. Qin Qing nodded. We should spend money on important things. She didn't know how many white stones there were in the mountain on the white stone plain, but she had to pick up the white stones one by one, and they must not be wasted. So she didn't look at those spiritual herbs and elixirs, but was looking for relevant alchemy books. She did see a few books, but they were not cheap. The expensive ones cost tens of thousands of spirit stones, and the cheap ones cost several thousand. If she used all the white stones on hand, it would only cost a few thousand. She felt that it was a big loss to spend it here. The most important thing was that she was not sure whether she could use it. After all, she couldn't draw the puppet talisman before, but it was free, so it was not a loss if she couldn't draw it. But if she spent thousands of dollars on a book that she couldn't use, she would definitely vomit to death. Not buying it? Teacher Zhou asked, looking at Qin Qing's changing expression. Well, Qin Qing nodded seriously. I can't afford it. As soon as she finished speaking, the recipe in front of her was put away. It was even more reluctant, spending thousands of dollars to buy a recipe. It was just a recipe. The clerk in the store didn't show anything. After all, most of the people who came to the store were cultivators. People with low cultivation could not see through people with high cultivation. So the boss strictly prohibited offending customers. No matter how poor the customer was, he could not be offended. What if he had just had a fight with someone and burned all the valuable things on his body? There are talismans for sale there. When they were about to leave, Teacher Zhou said something. Qin Qing looked over and recognized the talisman at a glance. That's the sound transmission talisman. Oh yes, I still have 2 sound transmission talismans here. As she said that, she took out the sound transmission talisman that the monk had given her before from her personal space. If she hadn't mentioned this, she would have really forgotten that she still had the sound transmission talisman in her hand. She was really busy during this period, with one thing here and another, and she also experienced a plane accident. The sound transmission talisman is really not as useful as the communicator. As soon as she took out the sound transmission talisman, a voice came from the other side. Dao Yu? Are you there? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Where are you now? Dao Yu? Can we meet and talk? Qin Qing hesitated for a moment. She was a little suspicious of the other party's intentions. What if something happened? However, according to their last interaction, those people were still trustworthy. After all, they all let her go. Thinking about it, she looked at Teacher Zhou and whispered, "Why don't you go back first, Teacher Zhou, and I will meet with the other party. Don't worry. I know what's going on. If there is anything wrong, I will definitely get away and go back immediately." Teacher Zhou knew that she had the ability to return to the store immediately. She nodded, and he still whispered in her ear, "If something happens, avoid the sharp edge and find a way to leave." Qin Qing nodded quickly. It didn't take her too long to return to the store, and she could leave in an instant. After the two finished talking, Teacher Zhou turned and left, and Qin Qing told him the name of the city. While waiting for him to come, she arrived at a large restaurant nearby. To be able to open a large restaurant in this place where cultivators gather, his strength must be strong. She found a seat on the second floor, took out a piece of white stone, and asked the waiter to watch and serve the dishes. 10 minutes later, the dishes were served, and the monk also arrived at the restaurant. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, the monk said, "It's not easy to contact you. You went to the secret realm before. Why can't I contact you with the sound transmission talisman?" Qin Qing smiled and said, "I received it in the storage ring, and I didn't notice it." She had asked in the store before, and the sound transmission talisman was received in the storage ring, but it couldn't be contacted. There are also monks who are ignorant. The people in the store gave her the answer directly. "I see. The monk nodded and said directly, "To be honest, I came here today to ask you to buy a puppet talisman. Since you bought it, it must be useful." Qin Qing asked another question. "You only want to drive a puppet. Why do you buy so many puppet talismans? My friend, you don't know that many monks already know about the tribulation of Monk Shenlin." The monk raised his eyes. In addition to the puppet talisman, the life bottle used by Monk Shenlin at the beginning was also sought after by thousands of people. Yes, Qin Qing nodded. "But even so, you don't have to take the puppet talisman from me." The other party drank a sip of tea, looked at Qin Qing and smiled. "The life bottle is a low-level immortal weapon. It is not difficult to borrow. The difficult thing is that someone imitated it, but failed to tribulation. Although he saved his life, but lost all his cultivation." Qin Qing subconsciously asked, "The life bottle is ineffective?" After seeing the other party's expression, she realized something. The puppet is ineffective? Chapter 223, I want spiritual rice. I can't hide it from you. The other party nodded. It's not difficult to find ordinary puppets. People die in the world of cultivation every day and night. That person took the spiritual stone and negotiated with others openly. When he was about to die, he notified them. It was easy to gather many puppets. And to be foolproof, he also bound the cultivators with the same life bottle first, and then replaced them with puppets. It still failed. Qin Qing held the cup, drank a mouthful of juice that she didn't know what it was, looked up at the person in front of her. "So you all agreed that it was a problem with the puppet talisman?" "Yes, in addition to the puppet talisman, we can't think of any other possibility." The cultivator looked at Qin Qing. "I am willing to buy the puppet talisman in your hand at a high price. What if it still fails?" Qin Qing asked. The monk looked at her straightly. "Do you have other ideas?" "I am sure that, except for the puppet talisman, everything is the same as that time." Qin Qing also looked at the other party. "Are you waiting for the other party to fail in the tribulation again?" The monk laughed dryly. "Yes and no if there is. Of course, I want it, but if not, I also need to make sure whether everything is feasible. If it is feasible, I don't need to wait against my conscience in the future." Qin Qing heard the other party's voiceover, which means that if it is not possible, then I must wait, after all. The puppets of high-level monks can indeed help to block the thunder tribulation. Seeing that the other party was still looking at her, she did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "In addition to the puppet talisman, there is another thing that is different. That is the puppet. I'll tell you the truth. You can't find the same puppet as mine. Is the puppet in your hand different from others?" The monk did not expect that it was actually a problem with the puppet. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was possible. If it was just because of the puppet talisman, the difference would not be that big. But if it was because of the puppet, it would make sense the previous time. Thinking of this, the monk thought of another question. All the puppets in this thunder tribulation were reduced to ashes. Can they be reduced to ashes? Qin Qing asked in surprise. The monk suddenly realized, the puppet in your hand is fine. Qin Qing smiled. If I say I have something wrong now, you will definitely not believe me. Anyway, you can discuss it. Whether you need a puppet or a puppet talisman. I can do both. But if you need a puppet, you must be here. She had no other purpose. But she hoped to use the thunder tribulation to upgrade her puppets. God knows how useful those zombies that have survived the thunder tribulation are. If she can upgrade a batch of zombie puppets under her command, she will definitely make a lot of money. But she won't show it. After all, she still has to make some money by renting puppets. How can I contact you? Let's set a sound note. Qin Qing said. Let's agree on a meeting place at that time. After all, there won't be too many cases of surviving the thunder tribulation. And it needs to be prepared. Right? She can give her mobile phone, so that there will be no situation of being unable to contact. But the mobile phone with the Soul World Everything app installed cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. She planned to give Teacher Zhou a mobile phone after she returned, and then put the sound transmission talisman in the plain supermarket over there, or give it directly to Teacher Zhou, so that when someone contacted her, she would know it immediately. I will buy some puppet talismans from you. And then, you can't put the sound transmission talisman in the storage ring anymore, the monk said. I hope to contact you as soon as possible. No problem. Qin Qing nodded immediately. Even if it's not the first time this time, I will react in time and won't delay for so long. After that, she took out a stack of puppet talismans. After controlling a zombie king, her energy was not enough. and she had not controlled any new zombie puppets during this period. However, the number of zombies she had seduced did not decrease. With the Zombie King, she could attract as many as she wanted. This led to her accumulating many puppet talismans, which she could sell. The monk took the puppet talisman. "I will charge you according to the price of spirit stones." Qin Qing immediately shook her head. "No. I want spirit rice." The monk looked at her. "I suggest you ask for spirit stones, which are very useful for monks. As for spirit rice, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, you will practice fasting and do not need to eat. Your cultivation should not be low." "I have spirit stones," Qin Qing said. Seeing that the monk did not believe her, she took out a handful of white stones. "I have a lot of such spirit stones." "It is a spirit stone without attributes?" The monk looked at Qin Qing in surprise. "In that case, I will not argue with you. But if you want spirit rice, you need to wait a moment. I will buy it for you." "Okay." Qin Qing nodded immediately. Of course, she could also buy it herself. But she was not very familiar with the road. When Teacher Zhou was with her before, they were both thinking about buying things related to alchemy and refining, and they had no time to talk about spirit rice. When the cultivator was about to leave, she remembered something and asked, "Do you have any books related to alchemy and refining?" "I won't buy them. I'll just take a look. I'll return them to you when you buy the spiritual rice." Since the other party was a Yuanian cultivator, he must have relevant things. Just a few basic books, and most of them are jade slips that need to be read by spiritual consciousness, the other party said, looking at Qin Qing. Qin Qing was naturally not greedy, and said directly, "I only want books, not jade slips." The other party nodded, took a few books directly to her, and then turned and left. After the other party left, Qin Qing immediately turned the pages of the book, took out her mobile phone, and took pictures of each page. If she could read it, she could recite it, so she could take pictures. Just assume that she had an extraordinary memory, and could read 10 lines at a glance. These books had a small number of pages, and she quickly took pictures of all the pages, and then read them one by one before the Yuanian cultivator came back. The other party came back very quickly, and after handing the agreed spiritual rice to Qin Qing, Qin Qing also returned the book to the other party. "Will you not read it more?" "No," Qin Qing said. "By the way, my name is Qin Qing." "I don't know. My Taoist name is Ziyang. You can call me Ziyang Yuanjun," Ziyang said, looking at Qin Qing. "My friend, do you have a Taoist name?" "No." Qin Qing smiled. "Please forgive Ziyang Yuanjun for making fun of me. The puppet talisman has been handed over to Ziyang Yuanjun. If you need to find me later, you can use the sound transmission talisman." "Okay." Ziyang nodded. The transaction was concluded, but the dishes on the table were not finished. Qin Qing glanced at Ziyang, and since there was no one around, she put all the dishes on the table into her personal space. Of course, Ziyang would think that she had put them into the storage ring. Fortunately, she had the storage ring as a shield. Otherwise it would be difficult for her to collect the food. It was impossible to waste it, but it would be more troublesome to take it away. Ziyang saw what she did and wanted to ask her why she hadn't practiced fasting yet, but he didn't ask in the end. After all, Qin Qing was very useful. Whether it was the puppet talisman or the puppet itself that could help overcome the tribulation, she needed her help. She got down to business. "If I still need the puppet talisman, or if I really need you to help me with the puppet, what would you trade for it? Or spiritual rice, or spiritual stones?" "I still want spiritual rice," Qin Qing said immediately. She had spiritual stones, but she lacked spiritual rice. Last time, she sold 50,000 kilograms of spiritual rice in one go. According to the people who just came to buy drinks, there should be many people who know about the existence of spiritual rice, and there will definitely be demand for it in the future. Although she had several million kilograms of spiritual rice in her hands, it would be consumed very quickly. If the spiritual rice is useful to the ability users, or has other uses, she will definitely stock up more. On the other hand, she can go to the White Stone Plain to pick up spiritual stones. She can pick up spiritual stones from that mountain for a long time, so there is no need to exchange them here. Okay, if it is spiritual rice, they will be willing to give it up. Ziyang nodded. If you really need to help with your puppets, I will still give you 1 million spiritual rice. No. If it is a low-level cultivator, it will be 1 million spiritual rice. If it is a high-level cultivator, 1,000,000 spiritual rice will be added for each level up. How about it? Qing's eyes lit up instantly. Is it okay? It's just spiritual rice. Of course it's okay. Ziyang smiled. It seems that you really like spiritual rice. Of course Qing exposed her thoughts without hesitation. After all, she just wanted spiritual rice. Not some precious treasures. I just want spiritual rice. The more the better. It's just spiritual rice. It's easy to find, but it may be hard for common people to find it. If the sects and clans have storage rings, they must have stored a lot of spiritual rice, and there are countless spiritual rice over the past thousands of years. Ziyang said, and then looked at Qing. You said it's spiritual rice, and I passed it on? Yeah. Qing nodded immediately. You say it, I definitely want spiritual rice. The storage ring is like the space around you. The things in it will be completely in a state of time stagnation. Plus the time of cultivators is really worthless. It's even possible that the spiritual rice in some storage rings has been stored for hundreds or thousands of years. But as long as it's not bad, you can eat it. Besides, she really needs spiritual rice. After discussing it, the two went their separate ways. Qing still found a remote place and immediately chose to go back to the store. As soon as she arrived at the supermarket, she saw Teacher Zhou. Are you okay? Nothing. Qing opened her hand for her to see. It involves the matter of transcending the tribulation. The other party has something to ask of me. I dare not take the risk. I will leave the sound transmission talisman to the teacher. If the other party comes, please contact me. In addition to the sound transmission talisman, she also took a special mobile phone. She has several of these phones, but not many people have them. Besides Zhang Mingchen and Zhang Rui, Teacher Zhou is the third one. She gave them because she trusts them. If she doesn't trust them, she won't give them to them. After binding Teacher Zhou, she told her how to contact her. I can't come to the plain supermarket all the time, but you can contact me directly here. I will come here immediately when I see the message. Qing said. The reason I help them, in addition to upgrading my puppet, I also want to see what happened in this world. Otherwise, you will encounter a crisis when you go through the tribulation in the future. Although it is far from the time for teachers and students in the school to go through the tribulation, Teacher Zhou still knows the seriousness of the matter. Maybe the situation here is also related to you. Teacher Zhou said. I will always carry the sound transmission note with me. Once there is news, I will inform you immediately. Yes. Chapter 224 Modular Architecture. Back at the supermarket, Qing immediately printed out all the photos she had taken not long ago. There are some differences in the text of the two worlds, but fortunately, there is no difficulty in reading for her. The functions of the books are different. Some are about refining equipment, and some are about refining pills. The former requires various ores, and she has never seen the ores mentioned above, so they can be ignored. As for the latter, she has actually seen some of the spiritual herbs mentioned in the pill formula. The books depict the appearance of herbs. In addition to the herbs that she had seen in the city before, which were being sold, there were also some in the school, and on the mountains next to the school. There are quite a few pill recipes, most of which are basic pills, such as the bigger pill, the power pill, and the light pill. The effects are closely related to the names of the pills. They are not very strong pills, and the effects are relatively short-lived. Most of them only last for half a day, or even 2 or 3 hours. Pills like the bigger pill are more effective. The book says that if you take one pill, you can go a day without eating anything else. It is probably because the energy in the bigger pill can meet the daily consumption. She translated several common pills, recorded them into documents, put pictures, and printed several copies. This looks better than the photo printout. After doing all this, her cell phone rang. She received a message from the Soul World. Boss, the goods have been restocked. Boss, why is there no coffee today? Boss, I want to drink Coke. Qing patted her head, remembered what happened in the morning, and immediately took time to go to the Soul World. She first filled about 5 liters of each drink. It was just filling the drinks, which didn't take too much time. After almost meeting today's needs, she returned to the supermarket to count the goods in the supermarket. Thanks to the large amount of goods she had stockpiled before, although the mecha plane consumed a lot during this period, it was still able to hold on. However, if it continued like this, it would inevitably be insufficient. She thought about it and still found a supplier in the county. But she did not say that she wanted the goods, but that her friends had needs. There was no need to buy goods with sufficient inventory for the time being, and those with less inventory could buy more. However, the overall amount was not much. This batch of goods was a little different from the previous near-expiry food. The near-expiry food market was somewhat mixed. Some people would indeed sell them at a low price, but there were also cases where they were repackaged and passed off as new goods. So the sellers are not surprised by some hidden situations, since they made it clear when they shipped the goods anyway. Normal food can be bought anywhere, so there is no need to go through this route. Chin, my friend will come here to pick up another batch of goods in a few days. He is in a hurry to get these. He wants to take some things with him. Can you deliver them to me in the evening? If you are in a hurry to get the goods, the situation will be a little more normal. But most of the time, suppliers only care about selling goods, regardless of why you buy these things. It was the same today. Chin wanted the goods, and the supplier sent the order directly. After confirmation, they said that the goods could be shipped immediately, and would be delivered in the evening. This was indeed the case. After Chin paid, they sent the delivery time not long after. If everything went well, it would arrive at the factory around 5 p.m. Not until the evening. This time was a little earlier than she expected, and the actual delivery time was even earlier. At 4:40 p.m., the car had already arrived nearby. When Chin rode the electric bike to the old factory, the car just happened to drive over slowly. The driver stuck his head out. "Boss Chin, can you open the door a little wider? Let's drive the car directly inside." At 4:50, the car left the old factory and returned to the main road. At 5:00, Chin left the old factory with a full harvest on her electric bike. On the way back, she remembered that Chin told her that she would deliver vegetables to her, and turned a corner to her home. Halfway through the walk, she found a small building complex not far away that had not appeared before. It looked a bit like a tourist attraction, but it was built too quickly. It already looks like a tourist attraction, and the distance from here to the supermarket is not far. If it is opened, the supermarket's business will be much better than it is now. She looked at it for a while, and then went to Chin Jiangshin's house. Just as she arrived at the door, someone rode over from a distance. "I just got off work, and was just about to deliver something to you. Why are you here?" Chin said directly, "I came from the old factory." Chin Jiangshin remembered that she rented an old factory, and said, "Speaking of which, you rented that old factory, and it's useless now. Are you really not going to return the lease? The rent is spent bit by bit." "It's okay. It won't cost much money," Chin said casually. "My truck is still parked there. Otherwise I would have nowhere to park. I just remembered this. I saw that there is a tourist attraction over there. There will definitely be a lot of tourists in the future. I will stock up more goods to sell." Sister Jiang Xian, "Does anyone know anyone who can help me clean up the old factory?" Her truck was really parked at the old factory at this moment. The main reason was that she also had an off-road vehicle, which was more convenient than a truck. Naturally, she didn't carry a truck with her. "My mother must know someone." Chin Jiangshin entered the house, and soon Chin's mother came out. After hearing Chin's request, she immediately agreed to help find someone, and said, "You mentioned tourist attractions. It seems that they will be open soon. It will be open in 10 days or half a month." "So soon? When did the efficiency of the town become so high?" she asked in shock. "They said they would open while building to recover some funds," Chin's mother said, and smiled. "That was not the town's own idea. There are some big companies behind it. It looks well organized. But now there are only a few small ones. No big ones." "But I don't see many construction workers in our town," Chin asked. "Building tourist attractions is not a small matter. It must require a lot of workers. With workers, they must consume. The supermarket business has not seen much growth, so there must not be many workers." "I know that," Chin Jiangshin answered, holding a bunch of grapes in his hand. "It's all modular construction. The modules are built from other places, shipped here for assembly. It took some time to dig the foundation in the front, and the modular construction in the later stage was done in 2 or 3 days. If you came a few days earlier, you wouldn't have seen the current scene." Chin Jiangshin is from the police station. He must understand all kinds of situations in the town. For such a large construction, he must patrol to avoid any trouble. Chin guessed this, and said directly, "The technology outside is changing with each passing day. I really can't tell. I only heard about modular house construction in the past 2 years. And I haven't seen it myself. Is it sturdy? Sturdy. Qin Jiangqin nodded. There is a special inspection certificate. It also says that it can withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. It is a bit exaggerated. But we checked it in our institute. It is indeed a certificate issued by a formal organization. Qin kept looking at Qin Jiangqin, staring at her since she mentioned the magnitude 10 earthquake. What's wrong? Qin Jiangqin asked. Qin paused, shook her head. But a formal institution can't exaggerate. A magnitude 10 earthquake. Yes, our institute also said so. But there is nothing we can do. We are a formal institution. And the town leaders also agreed, Qin Jiangqin said. Anyway, we don't require a magnitude 10 earthquake. We will be thankful if we can withstand a magnitude 5 or 6 earthquake. Besides, we are not in an earthquake zone. And we can't survive big or small earthquakes. That's right. Qin remembered that when there was a magnitude 10 earthquake in her previous life, it did not cause much damage to the province. By the way, Sister Jiang Xian, is it really going to open? Can I stock up more goods? If nothing unexpected happens. It should be. Qin Xian nodded. But what if it happens? Otherwise, you should wait a little longer. Wait until it is confirmed to open. And the goods in your supermarket will be enough to meet the demand in the short term. Then let's talk about it after the old factory is refreshed, Qin said. And said something to Qin Xian's mother. After getting a definite answer, she picked up a bag of vegetables and walked to the supermarket. When we got to the supermarket, Wei Xiaoshuang was holding a sausage in his mouth and was scanning the code in the scanning area with one hand to pay. When Qin came back, he waved to her. When are you going to the county again? If you go, buy me a sausage. I'm a little craving for sausage. Buy a sausage grill. Qin picked up the electric car, walked out of the garage, and closed the garage door. Is there such a good thing? Wei Xiaoshuang asked in surprise, and waved his hand again. Forget it. It's not worth buying a sausage grilling machine just to eat a sausage. We can't eat much. And it's a waste if we can't sell it. I'm serious. Qin told what she saw and heard when she came back. I saw it. It really looks good. Our town is not far from the city. It only takes more than an hour to get to our place by highway from several neighboring cities. When the passenger flow is large, it will be very cost-effective to buy a sausage grilling machine. So fast? I saw them laying the foundation a few days ago. Wei Xiaoshuang didn't pass by the tourist attractions when he went home. Qin, you can go and have a look. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded repeatedly, and immediately rode her own electric bike to the place Qin said. After a while, she came back and said in surprise from a distance, It's true. My God. Is it so fast to build a house these days? No. Modularization is so convenient. If it is used to build a house, wouldn't it be fast? Really? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really didn't expect to see a building rising from the ground. It really rose from the ground. I only heard that our country was fast in construction before, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It's amazing. Am I right? So it's a good deal to buy a sausage grill now, Qin said, holding up her mobile phone. I have placed an order online. In addition to the sausage grill, I also bought more than a dozen boxes of grilled sausages. Before the guests come, we will eat enough first, and wait for the guests to come, and then sell it to customers. This is so cool, Wei Xiaoshuang said excitedly. By the way, I studied taro milk tea a few days ago, and the materials have arrived. I will treat you to taro milk tea tomorrow, and you will treat me to grilled sausage the day after tomorrow. Qin smiled and continued, It's better to eat grilled sausage while drinking taro milk tea. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded immediately. Yes. 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 You are right. Then we will drink it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow. And it will always match the grilled sausage. Our life is getting better and better. The small supermarket is even equipped with a sausage grilling machine. Qin also nodded. That's right. She can finally stock up more goods. The more people there are, the less likely it is that her stockpiling will attract other people's attention. However, a magnitude 10 earthquake. Is it what she thought? Chapter 225 Automatic Code Scanning. If it can really withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake, it would be great. If not, we can only wait until the time comes and give advance warnings. John Wei's fortune-telling ability is very strong, and her ability to predict risks is also accurate to a certain extent. She felt danger several times, and the things prepared in advance basically worked. Other people with abilities are likely to have their own abilities. The earthquake is not next here, and she has nothing that can resist earthquakes. Advance notice is just advance notice, which does not make much sense. However, if nothing else happens at that time, she will definitely inform her superiors through Zhongwei, so it is better to prepare early. But definitely not now, it's too early now. In the next few days, Qin Jiangxin's mother called someone to renovate the old factory, and also pave the ground with neat asphalt and cement. At the same time, the scenic spot also had news to the outside world, confirming that it could receive tourists. This scenic spot is mainly a tourist area, and the buildings inside are mainly various amusement facilities, including escape rooms, board games, and water play projects, etc. The surrounding environment is good, and it's not slow to come from several nearby big cities, which is very suitable for weekends and weekends. On Saturday, Qin clearly felt that the supermarket business was much better than usual. When she asked, she found out that they were taking advantage of the weekend to have fun. The business of the clothing store next door was also better than before. 2 more restaurants were even opened in the town. One sold various stir-fries, and the other sold noodles. The streets of the town were much busier than usual. As if in an instant, it became different from before. Not only Qin, but even Wei Xiaoshuang noticed something was wrong. Business over there is so good. It feels a bit too good. Our business has increased several times. Maybe we haven't experienced such a thing here, so we find it strange, Qin said, looking at the 2 new stores not far away. By the way, do you know the boss over there? Wei Xiaoshuang took a look and shook her head. I don't know him very well. I'll go ask around. As she said that, she immediately went to the breakfast shop opposite, and came back after a while, and had the answer. He said he is from our town village. He used to work outside, and when he got older, he came back to open a shop. It was a relative shop, and there were not many people around, so he rented it at a low price. No wonder I didn't know him. I didn't know him either. He looked very strange. The town is not big, and I don't know everyone, but at least I can get to know them. Wei Xiaoshuang finished speaking, and said with a smile, "This is good. It will be much more convenient for me to eat in the future. I didn't feel it when my parents were at home before, but they are not here during this period, and I am so annoyed to cook by myself. Actually, I feel a little bit too," Qin said, looking at Wei Xiaoshuang, and they both laughed. Qin did not ask about the town's affairs in detail, if it was the people of the country behind it, or if the people with special abilities were busy and worried. She did not need to ask, nor was it appropriate to ask. In the current situation of Blue Star, the leader certainly did not want the matter to be known to everyone. If not, she did not need to ask. The emergence of the tourist area was a good thing for her, and it could help her stock up. Today's situation was also confirmed. The tourist area would increase her supermarket's business a lot. She contacted the supplier again, and this time she ordered a large batch of goods. She did not need to use the nameless friend as an excuse, and just said that she had a demand. The supplier was also well informed. As soon as Qin sent a message, she received a reply soon. "Boss Qin, did you build a tourist area in your town? You are so lucky. It hasn't been long since you returned, and you have encountered such a good thing. As the only supermarket in the town, business is going to explode." Qin smiled and replied, "It depends on whether there are many people at that time. If there are not many people, there will be no point. Supplier, that's better than nothing. Boss Qin, please take care of me in the future. I will ask someone to drive to you as soon as possible. This time, it will be delivered to the old factory." Right. This batch of goods has a large quantity, and it is not suitable to deliver it to the supermarket. The old factory will be more suitable. Qin, yes, I asked someone to refresh the old factory, and it is perfect for storing goods. If I can do good business, I will definitely order more. Supplier, no problem. After the chat with the supplier, Qin immediately went to the mecha plane to get the goods. The business in this new plane can still maintain an average daily income of 2,000 to 3,000. From the perspective of the mecha plane, the income of 2,000 to 3,000 is pure income. But in fact, it is to earn star coins by spending cash, and the actual profit is not too high. The problem now is that the business of the real general supermarket is good. Many people come here to eat at noon and buy things. If she always asks Wei Xiaoshuang to help open the door, it is really inappropriate. But if the door is not opened at noon, customers come to buy things, but the door is closed, which is equivalent to wasting a lot of time. Except for noon. Other times are not suitable for lunch break. In the evening, she came to the mecha plane, looked at the situation in the supermarket, and came to the nearby square. The square was still broadcasting the live broadcast of the mecha fighting giant insects. Today's battle is with a giant cricket. This thing normally looks small and cute, but now it's bigger, and looks disgusting, but most people enjoy watching it. She has also noticed that, although it's all live broadcast, there are also differences in the battles. Some are for viewing, for example. Today, it's more like a live battle match, and the people watching are quite excited, while the other part is formal, for example. The last time, it mainly occurs when the opponent is difficult to beat. But the real danger is the killing operations that are not live broadcast. If some animals are allowed to reproduce at will, they will definitely reproduce in large numbers in a short period of time, so if they are to be killed, they must be killed completely. In that case, although nuclear weapons will not be used, weapons of mass destruction will be used. It will be relatively more cruel. The earliest killing operations were also live broadcast, but there are always some brainless saints who call for not being too cruel, and say that humans have occupied the territory of animals, etc., resulting in no live broadcasts in the later period. However, the killing operation has been ongoing. Qin Qin bypassed the square and walked to a store on the side of the square. After a round, she found a simple self-service code scanning vending machine. Not only simple, but also basic. The whole thing is very much like a shopping basket. Put the items one by one in, it will automatically scan the code, calculate the amount, connect the code scanner, and you can check out directly. There are similar machines in reality. She didn't use it before, mainly because many people in the town paid in cash, but many of the tourists who came later must be city people. With this machine, there is no need for her, and customers can check out by themselves. Another advantage of this machine is that you put things in and calculate the bill. Only after you pay, the goods inside will be pushed out. After returning, she bought a self-made interface, installed a special system made by the Seoul Realm Technology Department, and bought a machine that can accept cash and make changes in reality. It took 2 days to make a simple transformation of the supermarket cash register. This set of things must cost a lot of money. Right? Wei Xiaoshuang threw 2 bags of melon seeds into the basket. After calculating the bill, she looked up. Can cash be used? Without waiting for Qin Qin to explain, she threw 20 yuan into the cash machine. After a while, 8 yuan fell out. How is it? Is it useful? Qin Qin said proudly. It must be useful. After all, you spent money. Wei Xiaoshuang put away the cash, picked up the melon seeds and opened them, looking at Qin Qin. But seriously, aren't you really doing this to be lazy? Qin Qin smiled. That's not entirely. Wei Xiaoshuang looked at her again. Do you think I don't know that there are too many people now? And it's not easy for you to rest at noon. With this set of things, you can rest at noon. No, you can rest at other times. Qin Qin no longer denied it. Laughing, he said, anyway, just tell me if it's useful or not. Wei Xiaoshuang raised his thumb. It's very useful. Qin Qin laughed. Let me tell you. I also installed surveillance. And with this machine, my supermarket is also a formal self-service supermarket. Well, and only when I pay can this thing come out, which is also good, Wei Xiaoshuang said. It's just that your bulk items need time to process. For example, the drinks in the beverage machine, and the rice sold in bulk. It's okay. I'm not always away anyway, Qin Qin said calmly. And you're still here. That's right. Having said that, Qin Qin still put a piece of paper on the beverage machine, which read 1 yuan per cup. Self-service payment. She also took advantage of her free time to weigh a few bags of spiritual rice in advance. 1 pound, 2 pounds, and 3 pounds, so that those who buy in small quantities can directly pay with the weighed rice. However, tourists basically don't buy rice. Those who come to her to buy rice, even if Qin Qin is not here, will not refuse to pay. At present, there are mainly 2 groups of rice customers. One group is the customers who bought beverages before, and the other group is the ability users. There are almost no people from the town and the village who come to buy lingmi. They all buy cheap rice, and they buy it in bags. They may come every many days, or even months. The new shopping model directly takes into account the situation of cash payment. Even the residents nearby quickly understand how to use and pay. Not only do they not find it troublesome, but they also think it is high-tech. If they have 3 or 5 things in their hands, they will buy them one by one. When they leave, they will sigh. The development of technology now is really amazing. This is also the catchphrase of many people in the town now. Not only because of the supermarket, but also because the buildings in the tourist area change almost every day. When Qing went to see it a few days ago, there were only 3 buildings there. But now there are 5 buildings. And there is even a large amusement park under construction. This speed is faster than she thought. However, no one doubted anything. After all, everyone in the town has been popularized. The main time of modular construction is spent on the early construction of modules. Now the construction is just moving things over and assembling them. The building that was built in 1 or 2 days now took several months to build each module in the early stage. This popularization really makes sense. Even Qing sometimes doubts whether she is overthinking. In fact, it is just a simple construction of an amusement park. Before confirming it, she can't easily draw a conclusion. Chapter 226, The Second Door. After the self-service shopping equipment was fully equipped, Qing did have less work to do. Some familiar customers came into the supermarket and chatted with her while paying by themselves. The anxious ones just bought something and left. Even the old men and women who had never used such equipment in the town were now very skilled in using it. The few times she wanted to help, they operated it themselves, calling it self-reliance, but in reality they just wanted to experience the novelty of high technology. The weather is cool now, but the room is stuffy. Wei Xiaoshuang next door has moved the recliner directly to the door, so he can see the situation of the supermarket at a glance. Even if Qing is not there, customers can deal with problems in time. People are of high quality now, and they don't have to worry about customers taking things and leaving. The supplier sent tens of thousands of yuan of goods over. Qing rode on the electric bike, said hello to Wei Xiaoshuang, and went to the old factory. As soon as she arrived at the old factory, she saw the supplier boss Lu sticking his head out of the car. The other party smiled and greeted her. Boss Qing, you will be rich in the future. Your supermarket is doing well. The supplier is still the same supplier as before, and he is also familiar with the previous boss. Qing said with a smile, Boss Lu has such a big business, and you still blame others. That's different. I really thought your supermarket was going to fail. Boss Lu got out of the car with a smile. But now the times are developing fast. Somewhere becomes popular for no reason, and then people rush to do business there. Sometimes we may not be able to keep up with others. In the internet age, short videos are widely spread. Qing opened the door. Boss Lu, go and have a look later. There are more buildings these days. It looks really good. It's very different from before. If you don't say it, I will definitely go and have a look. If it's good, I will definitely bring my family here to play in the future. The gate opened. Boss Lu instructed the driver to drive the car in, directly pointed the cargo box at the gate. This batch of goods is not small, enough for you to sell for a long time. Qing walked over to look at the goods and said, then I still hope that the business will be better and sell less for a few days. Yes. 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 Boss Lu slapped his head. That's really the way it should be. You sell faster, and I will ask people to send more goods, to make sure you don't run out of goods, so that customers can get whatever they want. Qing smiled, of course. Even if the business here is average, she will sell more. If not here, she will also sell the mecha plane. There were a lot of things this time. The driver was also a porter. He pushed a huge cart. After piling the things up one by one, he pushed it to the corner and put it down. The cart could even be stacked directly. In this way, the transportation of these things was much faster. Some things were not heavy, but they looked heavy. For example, instant noodles. There were 24 packs in a box, and a car could not hold many boxes. The car that came today was a big one. Qing looked at the cart and sighed subconsciously. The development of technology nowadays is really amazing. Is this thing considered high-tech? Boss Lu asked in surprise. Qing laughed. Catchphrase. You don't know? Everyone has been shocked by the speed of construction in the amusement park recently. You don't understand the shock of seeing high-rise buildings erected in 2 or 3 days. Really? Boss Lu asked. Well, but the total time must be more than 2 or 3 days. Modular. They were transported here for assembly, Qin Qing explained. But people come here at night. Many people take a nap. And when they wake up in the morning and see the high-rise buildings, how can they not be shocked? That's right, Boss Lu nodded. But speaking of it, your geographical location does have some advantages. Plus the beautiful mountains and rivers. There will definitely be a lot of tourists after it is built. You can also set up an online store and let people buy things from your online store. Qin Qing puzzled. Online store? Boss Lu thought for a while. No. It's a takeaway store. Although you are the only one in your town. Supermarket, but some people don't want to move around. You could open a takeaway shop, let people in your town register as takeaway delivery men, and then earn some delivery fees. You can earn as much as you can. It's not far. How many minutes does it take to get there by bike? 5 minutes at most? Qin Qing estimated the distance, and nodded immediately. That's a good idea. Then I'll open a shop when I get back. My former classmate delivers express in town. Let his people register as takeaway delivery men, so that you can earn 2 salaries by delivering express and takeaway. Boss Lu knew more about how to open a takeaway shop. Qin Qing took out her mobile phone directly, learned how to open a takeaway shop, and how to set prices, and automatically accept orders. Even after registering successfully, you just need to put some common goods on the shelves. The price is the same as in the supermarket, but if you buy it, you need a delivery fee. It takes 5 minutes by electric car, and not too far to walk, but it still takes some time to walk. She thinks this business may really work. After opening the store, she went directly to Xia Hengliang and told him about it. The other side quickly replied, "This is a good thing. It is very convenient for us. There are several of us, and we are worried that business is not good now. Delivering food does not delay the delivery of express delivery. It is a good thing to have the best of both worlds. Register now, and wait for the order to be placed." While talking, the goods that arrived in this batch had been piled up. However, the space of the factory is not small. And this batch of goods worth tens of thousands of yuan does not take up much space. Qin Qing gave Boss Lu a shot of warning in advance. "I think this business will be good. Next time you order, you must order more. Maybe your car can't fit it all. It's okay. If one car can't fit it all, I'll put 2 cars in for you," Boss Lu said. "If there are no 2 cars, I'll ask someone to order 2 more trips. This will increase the distance. It will only take more than 2 hours to go back and forth. I can deliver at least 4 or 5 trips a day. If that time really comes." "Boss Lu, don't forget it," Qin Qing said with a smile. "Hey," Boss Lu exclaimed. "If it really comes to that, this time is not enough. I still have to go to the city to transfer goods. Then I will wait for you to make this business bigger and stronger." Qin Qing nodded firmly. "Of course. I believe in myself." Boss Lu laughed. "Okay. If you say so, I believe you too." The large truck backed out of the factory. Qin Qing stood below and pointed to the distance and said, "Just go over there. You go and have a look. Then go around from the other side. And you can get back to the highway." "Okay. Then let's go see the world." Boss Lu sat in the car and talked to Qin Qing. "We're leaving first. See you later." "See you later?" After sending the truck away, Qin Qing returned to the old factory. Now the weather is cool. These things can also be stored at room temperature. There is no big problem to keep them here for a short time. She simply didn't put them all into her personal space, but only collected some of the short supply goods, and then moved the things in her personal space, moving the expiring goods she had previously stockpiled to convenient locations. When she stockpiled this batch of expiring goods before, she had never thought that she would have the opportunity to buy non-expiring goods one day, but the demand for mecha planes was huge. She wanted the star coins there, so she had to spend money to stockpile more goods. Luckily, she had just sold 940,000 goods some time ago, so the tens of thousands of dollars of stockpiled goods this time were really just a small matter. After locking the factory door, she returned to the supermarket. Wei Xiaoshuang was still lying at the door of the clothing store. Seeing her come back, he straightened up slightly and spoke to her. "This supermarket really doesn't need you. Just now when you were not here, 2 customers came. They took the goods by themselves and paid by themselves. I didn't stand up during the whole process." "That's good. Then when I go to the county town next time, you can save a lot of trouble." Qin Qing smiled. "But you still have to think about it. What if someone puts it in their pocket? I may not notice it," Wei Xiaoshuang said in a low voice. "Such situations are rare. Besides, if such a thing really happens, it also happened when scanning the code manually before. And I can't stop it, Qin said. But I will put surveillance in obvious places, so that people will not dare to do it. Also, turn up the quotation sound a little bit, so that I can hear it when you are not around, Wei Xiaoshuang suggested. Now there are unmanned supermarkets in the city, which are similar to our model. Right? Of course, Qin said, looking at the supermarket, so that I can go upstairs occasionally, and I don't have to always pay attention to the downstairs, and the customers will be aware of it themselves. She actually wanted to say that she occasionally went to the plain supermarket, but the existence of the plain supermarket was not easy to reveal. As for the possibility of theft in this supermarket, she had also considered it. She was only slightly worried. After all, this is a supermarket, not a luxury store. Even if she smuggled something out, it would not be worth much. Nowadays, there are still a few people who have no quality even with surveillance. As the two were talking, her mobile phone rang with a message. Boss Qin, are you still selling rice? Qin looked at the other party's profile picture. It was the person who came to buy drinks a few days ago. She asked directly, are you here to take over this time? Can we buy together? It's best if we come. Not too many people will know about it, the other party said. If you are willing to sell it, we can also offer a high price. No need to pay a high price. It's still 10 yuan per caddy. How much do you want? Qin confirmed the other party's situation, and naturally did not hesitate to sell the spiritual rice in her hand. Order another 50,000 kilograms. We can't eat more than that, the other party said. But don't worry. Not many people know about this. In our network, many people don't know each other face to face, but through the network of relationships, they are more or less connected. It's just that not many people know about it at the same time. Not many people know about your situation either. Last time, someone received a gift from a relative and accidentally tasted it. Qin suddenly realized. She said why someone suddenly came to buy Lingmi. It turned out that it was spread by an old customer who bought drinks. But up to now, there is a good result. 50,000 kilograms is no problem. You can just drive over to get it. Qin said, remembering the things in the town. I want to ask about the amusement park in our town. I wonder if it is. Amusement park? I don't know, do you believe it? I believe it. Qin replied immediately. Okay, I won't ask more. The other party, yeah. After the two chatted, the next morning, the car stopped at the entrance of the supermarket. In addition to the spiritual rice, she also bought a batch of drinks containing soul power. This time she prepared enough in advance. After the batch of drinks was bought, the drinks in the soul world were not out of stock. The other party did not mention the amusement park, and Qin naturally did not ask any more questions. She was rubbing the second space door with her hands. This thing required her own mental power. It had been more than 10 days since she rubbed the last space door. She felt that she could rub the second one. This time, the space door connected the martial arts plane to the ruins plane. Chapter 227. A little bit cold. The second space door is located in the martial arts plane, not far from the plain supermarket. The plain supermarket is located in the inner part, and the snow mountain environment is bad, so most people dare not walk around. At least until now. Except for the people who just came here and fought with Jean Rui, no one has mistakenly entered. The existence of the space door is more hidden than the plain supermarket. Not to mention those who don't have the space stone in their hands. Even those who have the space stone in their hands can only hold the space stone to hit it, otherwise there will be nothing in front of them. Qin handed the space stone to Jean Rui, and said, I have already opened the space door over there. You can just go through here. I will go the other way. She still didn't know how much impact the existence of the space door would have on the plane. She could only reduce the danger as much as possible. Jean Rui held the space stone, and left through the space door in an instant. Qin returned to her supermarket, and then came to the ruins plane through the plain supermarket panel. As soon as she arrived, she saw Jean Rui standing high in the distance. She pushed out the electric bike, rode over, and after meeting Jean Rui face to face, pointed to a place not far away. Over there are robots digging construction waste. The space gate leading to the wasteland plane is also over there. Brother Jean, you can go there, but you must hold the space stone well. I won't go there for now. Let's see the situation first. Jean Rui looked at the robots digging, and noticed a row of covered cloth piled on one side. Is that corpses? Yes. There are a lot of corpses in this area, Qin said, sighing. After digging them out, We can only cover them with cloth for the time being. However, I haven't seen the souls of this batch yet. They may still be sleeping. Jean-Rui nodded, walked out of the ruins, stood beside Qin, turned around to face the huge ruins, bowed deeply, and stood up again after 3 consecutive times. Qin sighed in her heart and asked, "Brother John, when will you contact your family?" She had asked this question before, but they both thought that they had to wait until Jean-Rui recovered. Now, a few months have passed, and Jean-Rui's condition is much better than at the beginning, so he can contact his family. "Then please do me a favor and push the app," Jean-Rui said. "I will contact them on my own initiative." "Okay." Qin smiled and nodded. After that, the two walked into the ruins again. Both of them were good at Qigong, and they walked through the ruins as if on flat ground, and soon arrived at the area with dense construction waste. After standing still at the same time, Qin said, "In addition to construction waste, there are many miscellaneous things here. Robots don't sort things when they move things. If you come, you can pick up some useful things to take back. The martial arts plane is an ancient plane, and there should be a lot of things here that can be used. More than a lot. I think a lot of them can be used." Jean-Rui bent down, jumped into a small gap, and when he came out, he was holding a mirror in his hand. Under a large earthquake, a lot of these small things can be preserved. Anyway, just take whatever you want. Qin glanced at the mirror in Jean-Rui's hand. "Don't mention it. This thing is really intact." After saying that, she looked around. This ruin is a whole city that collapsed. There must be everything underneath. However, after many years, everything that can rot has already rotted, and most of the things that cannot rot will not rot. There must be a lot of things that Qin can get and use. But sometimes she feels a little bit reluctant. The two walked in the ruins for a while. Jean-Rui took out a big bag from somewhere, and picked up a lot of things along the way. After picking up, he couldn't help but get excited. "Can I really pick up everything here?" "As long as you can afford it. Pick up as much as you want," Qin said with a smile. "I was picking up things at the purgatory on Earth before, and I was also very excited. The cotton-padded clothes and quilts I gave you are basically from the purgatory on Earth. I picked it up over there. Speaking of this, didn't you say before that there was an abandoned plastic surgery hospital over there, with a lot of bedding inside? Could you help me pick it up? Although it's a little dirty, it's still usable." Jean-Rui walked beside Qin. "I had someone build a temporary shelter near the snow mountain, planning to take all the people living in the snow mountain out, and we just happened to be short of bedding. Okay, I'll take some time to collect it. There's no use for those things to stay where they are, and it's a pity to waste them," Qin said, thinking for a while. "I'll open a space door to hell on Earth in a while, and you can go there then, but there's nothing special there now. Don't worry, you can take a look." As they talked, they had already reached their destination. Seeing Qin looking down, Jean-Rui put down the bag in his hand and said, "Is this the place you are talking about? I will help you lift the things on top." "Yes." Qin nodded. This is the place where Qin first encountered a ghost. There are several large buildings on top. It is really difficult for her to move them by herself. She asked Jean-Rui to come over. She also wanted to move them. Both of them have internal strength, so they are not helpless against the remains of large buildings. After exerting their strength at the same time, they really moved the big stone on the top. The first piece was moved away, and then the second piece, and the third piece. "You're here? Is this you?" Qin looked at the corpse in front of her, and pursed her lips subconsciously. "It's me. Thank you. I feel much more relaxed now." The voice was serious, "And I didn't expect that I would be able to leave here one day." "Thank you. You're welcome. I'll take you away now." Qin took out a piece of white cloth, wrapped the corpse in the white cloth, looked at Jean-Rui, and saw him carrying the bag he had picked up along the way. And the two left here together. Along the way, Qin did not see the other party's soul. When she was about to reach the place where the bones were placed, she saw a looming soul standing next to Jean-Rui. Qin looked over, and Jean-Rui noticed something and stepped back subconsciously. But the soul disappeared again. "Wait a minute," Qin called Jean-Rui. "Stand there and don't move." The soul appeared again, still standing close to Jean-Rui. She talked to the soul, and not long after, the other party's soul disappeared again. "What's wrong?" Jean-Rui asked in confusion. Qin also looked at him in confusion, Do you have anything special on you? Why does the soul become solid when it approaches you? And become transparent when it moves away from you? No. Jean Rui lowered his head and looked at himself. Before I met you, the only valuable things on my body were those martial arts secrets. Nothing else. I don't even have any martial arts secrets during this period. Impossible. I tried several times, and confirmed that every time the soul approaches you, it will become solid. Qin frowned slightly, thought for a while, took out a soul bead, and gave it to the soul that could be seen. Take this. The other party immediately took the soul bead, and after eating it, his eyes lit up. The feeling is the same. What feeling? Qin asked immediately. This feeling is the same as the feeling of being close to him, Soul said immediately, pointing to Jean Rui beside him. When I was next to him, I felt the same. Jean Rui couldn't hear Soul's words. Qin looked at him seriously. You have something with soul power. What is soul power? Jean Rui asked. After Qin explained seriously, Jean Rui remembered something. Wait for me. After that, he left with a bag of things on his back, and quickly passed through the space gate. After a while, he came back, and the bag on his body was no longer on his back, but he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Before coming here, I was looking at this. Jean Rui handed the thing in his hand to Qin. This is the stone they dug out when they were digging coal. It looks very similar to coal, but it is much colder. I wanted to tell you about this, but you came and said you wanted to open the space door. I didn't have time to tell you. The moment Qin took the stone, she felt the surging soul power inside the stone. She herself absorbed a lot of soul power, so she could see souls, and her perception of soul power was also extremely sharp. At this moment, she could also confirm that her perception was not wrong. Jean Rui asked, Is it this? Qin nodded immediately. Yes. It is this. I feel the soul power. But how can you have this? I have never seen a soul in you. As she spoke, she was also looking at the stone in her hand. In addition to being cold to the touch, it also has another feature, which is that it is extremely black, much darker than coal. But it is really not easy to find this thing in the coal pile. If it hadn't been washing coal all this time, perhaps this thing would not have leaked out. Cold, black. This characteristic. I remember seeing a black river in your place before. Qin looked at Jean Rui. Jean Rui nodded. Yes, you also said that the river was extremely cold. Even if a drone flew over it, it would be frozen and cracked. So since then, you never approached it yourself, nor did you let a drone approach it. Speaking of this, he also realized this. Are you saying that this stone is related to that river? Maybe, but with this degree of ice, I don't think it's that bad. Qin touched the stone in her hand. She did feel a little cold, but it was far from being super low temperature. If the river was also at this temperature, it would never freeze the drone. While the two were talking, Zhang Mingchun came out of another space door. This was also the first time that Jean Rui and Zhang Mingchun met. However, the two had some exchanges on the Soul World Everything app before, so they were not completely strangers at this time. After seeing each other, they looked at each other and nodded. What are you talking about? Qin then told her guess. Zhang Mingchun thought about it, and reached out to her. The black stone fell into Zhang Mingchun's hands. She touched it and felt it. She asked, How do you feel about its temperature? It's a little bit cold. No. Zhang Mingchun shook her head. It's in my hand. It's not just a little cold. It's so cold that it's a bit bone-chilling. Qin looked at Jean Rui. But brother Jean. Zhang Mingchun also looked at Jean Rui. Look at how he's dressed. He's wearing so little in the snowy mountains. How can he be afraid of the cold? And if this stone is just a little bit cold, it might not be picked out in the snowy mountains. Jean Rui has internal strength. He can use his internal strength to keep warm in the snowy mountains. In order to move easily, he never wears much. He recalled what happened when he took the stone, so, when they gave it to me, they did say it was strangely cold. Qin. Zhang Mingchun looked at her speechless expression and laughed. In that case, why don't you go and see the Black River with your own eyes? I think your situation is more suitable than a drone. Qin nodded immediately. Yes. Chapter 228, maybe it's the River of Oblivion. After all, drones are machines. They can only see images and hear sounds, but they can't get a deeper understanding of the specific situation. Qin didn't go there before, mainly because she was worried that the coldness there would be too much, and hurt herself. But if the Black River is condensed by soul power, it shouldn't have much impact on her. Even if there is, as long as she can retreat in time, she can avoid being hurt. What's more, in the martial arts plane, no matter how far she goes, she can immediately return to the plane supermarket through one-click return to the store. Unlike the ruins plane here, if she gets lost here, there is no plane supermarket for her to return to. Because there were many problems to be dealt with in the Soul Realm, after guessing the situation in Heiha, Qin took a rest early at noon the next day and went to the martial arts plane. The supermarket had an automatic scanning code vending machine. The biggest advantage was that she didn't need to be on duty all the time, and it wouldn't matter if someone was not there occasionally. John Roy wanted to accompany her, but she didn't let him. After all, John Roy couldn't go back with her. If he got lost, it would be difficult for him to find him back. Don't worry, after confirming the situation over there, I will come back immediately, and I won't stay, Qin said, and quickly flew to the nearby mountains. It had been a long time since she last explored the road. Her internal strength had increased significantly. Now she was walking into the snowy mountain at a much faster speed than before. Of course, the temperature dropped as she went deeper. The clothes she wore were specially made by Zhang Mingchen, and they were made of thin insulation material. So she only needed a little internal strength to keep her body temperature at a suitable temperature. The wind blew, bringing the snowflakes with it, and splashing all over her face. She immediately adjusted her angle and walked into the wind as much as possible to avoid being covered in snow again. In this way, she walked in the snowy mountains for more than 2 hours, climbing one mountain after another, and her internal strength was also lost bit by bit. Finally, she saw the rushing Black River. She jumped down a mountain, stood on the flat ground, and slowly walked towards the direction of the Black River. The closer she got, the stronger her soul power felt. As expected, her previous guess was correct. This Black River was not flowing with water, but with thick black soul power. At this position, even she felt the cold, and she couldn't help but move her hands and feet, and use her internal strength to resist the cold. But the effect was not obvious. Fortunately, she quickly realized that this coldness was probably not the coldness that penetrated the body from the outside, but the coldness that went straight to the soul. But how could the soul power be here? She looked upstream along the Black River, and could not see where the source was. Even if she wanted to deal with it, she had no idea where to start. Her intuition told her that this river could not be touched. Qin always believed in her intuition. After confirming it, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. When she turned around, she saw the black inner layer of the surrounding ice, and squinted her eyes to take a closer look. Only then did she realize that there was a black boulder hidden inside the ice. She immediately remembered the stone of Jean Rui, and started to chisel it a few times. The ice layer was easily pierced, but when her hand touched the inner layer, she immediately felt a stinging pain, and quickly withdrew her hand, frowning at the black boulder in front of her. After thinking for a while, she tilted her head and walked quickly away from the Black River. Walking out, there were still black boulders, but the ice was lower. Going further out, the ice was even lower, until she came to an area where she could tolerate the ice. She didn't know what time it was, but since she had come here, it would be a pity to go back now. Without hesitation, she immediately began to chisel the stone. This time, with one punch, a large boulder cracked. After chiseling 20 or 30 stones one by one, her internal energy was almost exhausted. Before her body temperature dropped a little, she immediately chose to go back to the store. The next second, she was back in the plain supermarket. John Rui had been standing outside the door the whole time. Seeing Qin appear in the supermarket, he immediately ran into the supermarket. "How is it? Are you okay?" "Nothing. I just lost a little bit of internal energy," Qin said weakly. "I'll just go and rest." "Wait a moment." John Rui held her, put his hand on her back, and transferred internal energy to her little by little. Excessive consumption of internal energy is not good for your health. But you should have a good harvest today. More than good. It's simply too good, Qin said with a smile. It's just that I was a little greedy before I came back, thinking that I could go back to the store immediately. So I consumed a little more internal energy. I thought it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. The secret book of her internal energy training came from Jean Rui. They both practiced the same internal energy secret book, so internal energy could naturally be transferred to each other. After getting some internal energy, her condition finally improved a little. That's enough. Qin held Jean Rui's arm and stood up. Brother Jean, you still have things to do. Don't waste your internal energy. I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I will practice internal energy. You go to the ruins later. Tell Ming-chun. Tell her not to worry about me. Do you want to tell me about your weak condition? Jean Rui asked. Qing shook her head repeatedly. Jean Rui smiled. Then you are fine? Don't be reckless next time. Don't let us worry. I understand. Don't worry. I will never do it next time. Qing stretched out her hand and swore. Okay. Okay. Brother Jean. You see, I am fine now. I will go back first. There is no one in the store. Jean Rui looked at her. Then I won't tell Zhang Mingchun today. You should be careful. Qing nodded immediately. After saying that, she went back to the supermarket. The supermarket was already open at this time. When she walked in from the back door, someone was operating at the cashier counter. He didn't see her, the boss, and had already checked out and left. It really didn't affect the business. This way, she could stay longer next time. But not today. She walked to the door of the supermarket, greeted Wei Xiaoshuang next door, and spread out the yoga mat in the only place behind the cashier counter, using the excuse of practicing yoga to practice internal strength. At the same time, she never lacked the ice crystal stone in her mouth. The ice crystal stone should be different from the soul stone she just picked up. Not only are the principles different, but the functions are also different. The soul stone should act more on the soul, while the ice crystal stone can restore her internal strength. The ice crystal stone is definitely an energy stone, but what it is still unclear. Qing closed her eyes and felt the ice crystal stone in her mouth being absorbed into her body little by little as she circulated her internal strength. At the same time, it also widened her meridians a little bit. Internal force can be generated without the help of external objects, but with the help of ice crystal stone, it can obviously achieve twice the result with half the effort. The energy of ice crystal stone that was not absorbed was always running in her body, changing her physical condition. 2 hours later, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the abundant internal force in her body, and finally recovered. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard the voice in front of her. Oh, you are awake. I thought you were asleep. Qing raised her eyes, and it was indeed a familiar old classmate. She immediately said, I am practicing yoga. Do you understand? What? Do you have an order? Yes. Not only do I have an order, you also have an order. You bought more than 80 yuan worth of snacks in one go. A full bag. Xia Hingliang pointed to the cashier. Your thing is good. It is very convenient to buy things. Many people in the town say so. Even the elderly say that your thing has broadened their horizons. I was just being lazy. Qing smiled and just watched him operate without doing anything. Xia Hingliang looked at her. Look. I told you that you must have been sleeping just now. You didn't react at all. I have a recliner for sleeping. Why do I need a yoga mat? Qing would definitely not admit it. She calmly put her hands behind her back and looked at the cashier. Okay. Everything is settled. You can pay. Can't you just click? Xia Hingliang bent down, clicked OK on the screen directly opposite Qing. This is a takeaway order. Why should I pay? I almost forgot. Qing slapped her forehead. I haven't worked for a few days. I can't work anymore. Xia Hingliang smiled, picked up the bag. By the way, you have a few express deliveries. I came in a hurry. I didn't bring them. Ask someone to deliver them later. Qing shook her head. It's okay. Don't worry. This batch of express deliveries is also medicine. She has bought a lot of medicines during this period, which is considered a gain, and she could always use some in the future. After Xia Hingliang left, there were no more customers in the supermarket. Qing did not wait at the cashier counter, but went to several planes and put the soul stones moved from the martial arts plane there, because she was not sure what the situation was. She did not take out many soul stones. A large piece from the soul world, a large piece from the human purgatory, and a large piece from the ruins. The first two planes were the planes where souls live, and soul stones were needed. As for the ruins, she guessed that most of the souls were motionless, probably mainly because of insufficient soul power. So she placed the soul stones where the bones were placed, hoping to condense the souls. In the evening, she received the express delivery and also received a message from Wu Senator. The existence of the soul realm is different from the records in ancient books, so it cannot be inferred by common sense. But the Black River you told your master about may be related to the legendary Naiha River. which is also called the Wanchuan River. Legend has it that after a person dies, the soul must cross the Naiha Bridge before it can be reincarnated. So is it possible that the soul is stuck and cannot be reincarnated because the Wanchuan River in the soul realm has disappeared? Qin Qing naturally knew the existence of the Wanchuan River, which often appears in novels and film and television dramas. She thought for a moment and replied, even if that's the case, I can't move the river here. At least I can't get close to the river at the moment. Even if I can get close, the river is too big and I can't move it. Wusun, if it's the Forgotten River, there must be a reason for suddenly going to another world. Or there is a gap. Or there are other reasons. Let's not talk about the Forgotten River first. My master wants to discuss something with you. Sorry to find you. He wants to carve the soul stone. Legend has it that the Forgotten River is guarded by the day god and the night god. My master wants to give it a try. If he can carve. If it can play a certain role after carving, it would be the best. Even if it is useless after carving, it should not affect the role of the soul stone. After receiving this reply, Qin Qing agreed without hesitation. Okay. I have several soul stones in my hand, but I am afraid that there will be problems. So I did not take them out at once. You tell your master. I will prepare a full set of carving tools. Let him do it with confidence. After talking with Wusun, she immediately ordered a batch of new goods from Boss Jia. They were already used to it, and they did not say anything, just made an okay gesture. Boss Jia is knowledgeable, and went to the workshop calmly to start work. Turning back to talk to the workers, it doesn't matter if you print more. They are willing to take more. The key is to pass the quality test. Their customers are very demanding on details. You should treat it as a living customer. Anyway, we are not losing money. Chapter 229 Unique. Really? Yes, some souls have awakened. Among the three, only Qin Qing can see souls, so only she can see the effect of the soul stone. The corpses are piled up in rows. At first, there were only corpses, but now, each corpse has a soul that is vaguely visible to Qin Qing. Some souls are stronger, and can communicate directly, and some souls are weaker, and can only rely on corpses, and seem to disappear at any time. But this also indicates the effect of the soul stone, and makes Qin Qing more certain that the Black River is indeed unusual. They guessed that it might be the Wanchuan River. Qin Qing said, the Wanchuan River leads souls, separating life and death. The disappearance of the Wanchuan River in the soul world has caused the souls to be unable to leave the soul world. And some souls have to stay in the human world. If that's the case, the abnormality of Blue Star may also be related to this. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qing. Qin Qing nodded. If that's the case, the problem of the cultivation plane may be reflected in the Baishur plane. The situation of the other planes is not clear yet. We can only take it one step at a time. The two looked at each other. Zhang Mingchun looked at Qin Qing's embarrassment and smiled. Don't be afraid. We can help you with anything. If you were not here, I would really become a headless fly. Qin Qing also smiled, and soon let out a sigh of relief. Forget it. Let's just do it. I'm not afraid of any road. Zhang Mingchun laughed. Then I'll go dig some more soul stones. Qin Qing was very excited. This time I won't go to the Black River. I'll go directly to the place where I can dig more soul stones. The effect of the soul stone took effect. Qin Qing didn't want to waste time. So in addition to the time she spent in the supermarket every day, she almost spent her rest time every day digging soul stones. The soul stones dug up were still divided into three parts. One was kept in the soul world, one was kept in the ruins, and the other was sent to the purgatory on earth to nourish the souls of the three places. Because there was no new space gate, every time she went to a place where she could dig soul stones, she had to fly there, but fortunately, each time it was only a one-way trip. She could flash back when she came back, which saved some time. And every time, after she dug soul stones, she would almost consume her internal strength, which was not a bad thing. Every time she consumed her internal strength, and then recovered, the meridians in her body would be widened, allowing her internal strength to advance to a higher level. The advancement of her inner strength also expanded her mental power. After her mental power was sufficient, she immediately opened the third space door, leading to the Black River, where she could directly collect soul stones. In this way, John Rui could also help her collect soul stones when he was free. The only problem was that John Rui had to take on multiple roles now. Can you do it? Qin Qing was a little embarrassed. You have to take care of newspapers, collect coal, dig ice crystals, and dig soul stones. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it in 2 places? No. Since I can collect soul stones, I have been using Soul World everything. I have discussed it with everyone, said Jean Rouet. There are people following up on the newspaper and coal issues. I just need to go over and take a look from time to time. The military advisor strategies are very effective, and the people who help are very serious. The military advisor suggestions are really powerful, said Qin Qing. These 2 matters are mainly time-consuming. Now that someone is in charge of these 2 matters, it really saves a lot of effort. What about the ice crystal stone? I think the effect of the ice crystal stone is not worse than the soul stone. I have discussed the ice crystal stone with Zhang Mingshun, and asked her to transfer a few robots to chisel it, said Jean Rouet. If the soul stone is possible, robots can also do it. The existence of the space gate allows people to move freely in several planes. Just because he was afraid of unnecessary problems, Jean Rouet would not go to Zhang Mingshun's plane, and Zhang Mingshun would not come here either. But if it was a robot, the problem would not be too big. Hearing what he said, Qin Qing also felt that it made sense. That's good, then let's try it first. If it works, the ice crystal stone and soul stone can be operated by the robot. This will save both of us effort. The robot is in the environment of the plane supermarket, and it cannot be sold, but it can be borrowed. Just letting the robot do the excavation work, it can still barely pass. With the option of robots, Qin Qing was no longer in a hurry to collect soul stones, and she also left everything here to Jean Rouet. However, after returning to the supermarket, she went to the mecha plane again. As high-tech planes, the mecha plane is somewhat similar to the wasteland planet, but the wasteland planet mainly fights with spacecraft, while the mecha plane's combat tools are mainly mechas. There is even something called a space button in this plane, which is similar to a storage ring and can store mechas. When the mecha is needed, it can be taken out and used instantly. But no matter whether it is a mecha or a space button, the price is not cheap. At present, the sales volume of her supermarket in this plane has reached tens of thousands of yuan, which is not low. But compared with a mecha that costs tens of millions for the basic model, the gap is still a bit big. Small robots, on the other hand, can be bought for tens of thousands of yuan. Although Zhang Mingshun also has robots, her side is a wasteland after all, and it is not so convenient to buy things. She has them here, so she can buy a batch. However, she didn't know much about the robot data, so she just downloaded a batch of relevant robot data and asked Zhang Mingshun to select them. It was just right for her to sell more goods at this time. Qin Qing stood in front of the vending machine and clicked on the sales interface. Since the bulk purchase, the goods in this plain supermarket have increased to 50 categories. In addition to those expired foods, she also put a lot of popular snacks. There are still 50 sales slots left. She picked a few snack products and feed products to put on. Selling more can save enough money as soon as possible, so that she can buy a few more robots first. Back in the supermarket, she took her cell phone and called the supplier. Send me more this time. Give me 100,000 yuan worth of goods, and I'll send you the delivery status. She walked out of the shelf while talking on the phone, and saw the customer, who was doing self-service shopping. They looked at each other and nodded. She continued to make the call. Send it to the old factory for me. It will be ready in 2 days. I don't lack goods for the time being. I just ordered a batch in advance for emergency use. Before she hung up the phone, the customer who was doing self-service shopping had just left, and another customer ran in. He was an employee of Xiahingliang Express Station. Sister, I'm here to buy something for someone. Take it yourself. Qin Qing turned sideways. Can you see the order directly? Yes, but I may not be familiar with it. I need to look for it, the other party said, and immediately carried the basket to the shelf, and began to look for things one by one. Occasionally, there would be something that could not be found, and Qin Qing would point out where the item was when she just shouted. After finally finding all the items, she was sweating when she came out. Qin Qing directly handed over a bottle of iced mineral water. Take it and drink it. Don't worry. There is still time, and you will get used to it after a few more times. Hey. Thank you, sister. The other party took the mineral water, paid for everything, and walked out with the bag, and was anxious when riding the electric scooter. Isn't this kid a minor? Wei Xiaoshuang leaned over. He's an adult. Just an adult, Qin Qing said with a smile, looking at her. Are you okay again? There are not many people who come to play, and few who look at clothes. Wei Xiaoshuang said. And the styles of clothes here are not too special. I don't mean anything else. But there is still business. Qin Qing nodded, but was thinking that maybe she should really add some styles. The main reason is that there are no new buildings in Hell on Earth during this period. And there are no new free clothes, which has led to a decrease in the inventory of clothes here. But now she has a new channel for purchasing goods. Many things in the Mecha Plane are expensive, but the price of clothes is not bad. She can import a batch of goods from there to sell, and it won't be too bad. Thinking about it, she said, I don't have any inventory here. I'll go to the city in a few days to look for it. If there is any, I'll buy a batch back. The supermarket. You are still worried about the supermarket. I have nothing to do now. Wei Xiaoshuang waved his hand. It's okay, you go. I can take care of 10 supermarkets like yours. Not to mention one. Qin Qing laughed. Then I won't be polite with you. Now she has a lot of inventory, but she also has to go out to buy things from time to time. Now she doesn't have to buy expired food. When she finds the right one, she will stock up a batch. In terms of savings, in addition to the previous income of 940,000 yuan, she sold 50,000 kilograms of spiritual rice, earning 500,000 yuan. The two sums added up to a total of 1.44 million yuan, which was enough for her to use for a while. However, before she could decide when to go out, she received unexpected news. Shortly after receiving the news, she came to the cultivation plane and took the sound transmission talisman from Teacher Zhou. Ziyang Yuanjun. My friend, it's good that you are here. The other side replied quickly, and gave the reason for looking for her directly. Just as you thought. The Taoist friend still failed to pass the tribulation this time. Since it was not because of the puppet talisman, the reason must be from the puppet in your hand. Is that person okay? Qin Qing asked. That fellow Taoist had the help of many Yuaning cultivators, and finally succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. But his vitality was also seriously damaged. Ziyang said seriously. So, now the only one who can help overcome the tribulation is the puppet in your hand. So, can't I negotiate terms? Qin Qing said with a smile. In this world, I am afraid that only I have such a puppet, and you will definitely not find it. After all, there are no zombies in this plane. And the plane supermarket clearly states that except for the zombie plane, other planes do not have the conditions for the spread of zombies. That is unique. Besides the spiritual rice, what do you want? My friend? Ziyang asked with a smile. Still the spiritual rice. Qin Qing said immediately. But I'll trouble Ziyang Yuanjun for help. If there is a suitable alchemy furnace, or tools for refining, I also want it. I am willing to exchange it for the attributeless spiritual stone. Since the attributeless spiritual stone in the Baisher plane is very likely to come from this plane, then it should be returned to its original owner. Just like the soul stone to the soul world. But even if it is returned to its original owner, if it can gain more benefits, it would be the best. There was a moment of silence on the other side. And then asked, do you know the use of attributeless spirit stones? Not sure. But I can take them out. Qin Qing said directly. As long as the item is suitable, and the price is right. Please trouble Ziyang Yuanjun. No trouble. If you take out attributeless spirit stones to exchange, they will take advantage of you. Ziyang Yuanjun replied. Whether it is spirit rice or alchemy furnace, I will find a way for you. If there is a suitable spirit herb. Qin Qing immediately replied, I want it too. Ziyang Yuanjun, okay. Chapter 230 successfully overcame the tribulation. My friend is here. Is this my friend who is good at puppetry? I have heard of your name for a long time. I don't deserve it. I just happened to meet a special puppet. Qin Qing greeted everyone one by one, and then looked in the direction of the thunder tribulation not far away. The tribulation cloud is condensed, and the thunder tribulation will fall at any time. There are not always people overcoming the tribulation in the world of cultivation. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the tribulation will take, so the people who have overcame the tribulation are basically in the foundation building stage. From the foundation building stage to the golden elixir stage, the probability of passing the tribulation is relatively higher. But for the cultivators themselves, it is also a hurdle. However, if there are cultivators with high cultivation around to protect them, the probability of passing it will be higher. The previous 2 times, 1 success and 1 failure, prove that the puppet talisman of the cultivation plane is useless. And also prove that the puppets of this plane are useless. This is the last resort. And they can only ask Qin Qing for help. This is also the first time for many cultivators to see the scene of puppets helping to pass the tribulation. Almost everyone swept their eyes to Qin Qin. If it fails, there will be nothing to do later. But if it succeeds, the cultivators will inevitably have a relationship with Qin Qin. Ziyang Yuanjun stood beside Qin Qin and said to her, "Just do it. Whether it succeeds or not, I can protect you and get out safely." Qin Qin nodded seriously, still looking at the thunder. "It's not the right time yet." "Right? Yes. But you can summon the puppets first," Ziyang Yuanjun reminded. When she said this, many people around looked over. Qin Qin nodded, hesitated for a moment on the group of puppets she had, and finally chose the zombie puppets that had been upgraded and were not hit by the thunder, and a few ordinary zombie puppets that had never been upgraded. When each puppet was summoned, it was covered with a whole piece of white cloth, covering them tightly. But when the cultivation reached a certain level, it no longer needed to use eyes to see things. As soon as the zombie puppet was summoned, someone immediately closed his eyes and calculated. And when he opened his eyes, he was shocked and said, "Strange. It is not in the 5 elements. And it has no vitality. It is indeed a human-shaped puppet. But it can't be considered a human. If it is such a puppet, maybe it can really succeed today." Someone said. "I thought it was Daoist Ziyang who said it. But now it seems that it is really worthy of its reputation. That depends on the situation of the tribulation." As they were talking, the first tribulation thunder fell, hitting the cultivator in the middle. There are 9 thunderbolts in total, and the difficulty increases as the thunderbolts go on. According to the agreement, Qin Qin's zombie puppets must go in before the 8th thunderbolt falls, to disperse the power of the last 2 thunderbolts. Then, there are still 6 zombie puppets. It is almost the same as the previous time. It can be seen that these cultivators, who fight against the sky for longevity, have some superstitious elements. However, Qin Qin doesn't care about these. She only cares about what she gets. If she can pass the thunderbolt smoothly this time, she can get 1 million kilograms of spiritual rice. This is just for the cultivators in the foundation building stage. There will be golden elixir and yuaning stage cultivators in the future. If they ask her for help, the price will definitely double. She still looked up at the sky. The thunder tribulation of the foundation building cultivator was obviously weaker than that of the last Jin Dan cultivator. It didn't have that kind of overwhelming feeling, and she was much less afraid of the thunder tribulation. Soon, the 7th thunder tribulation fell. The person invited by the foundation building cultivator immediately walked into the circle and bound with the same life bottle. At this moment, the thunder tribulation cloud above her head began to condense, and one after another lightning appeared, which was obviously getting stronger. Everyone was looking at Qin Qin. Qin Qin looked at Ziyang Yuanjun beside her, nodded, and let the zombie puppets walk towards the thunder tribulation area. The ordinary zombie puppets walked slowly, which made the people around them anxious. Some people even urged them to walk faster. She even heard someone say so slow. She ignored it and let the zombie puppets walk into the thunder tribulation area one by one, and replaced the monks bound to the same life bottle one by one. After all of them were replaced, the calamity clouds above their heads dissipated by more than half. This is just the beginning. According to Ziyang Yuanjun, the same thing happened the 2 times before when she didn't use the puppets in her hand. Each time the puppets were replaced, the thunder tribulation would be weakened, but it would not prevent all the puppets from being struck to ashes after the thunder tribulation fell. Everyone was waiting for the 8th thunder tribulation to fall. Under everyone's expectant eyes, the 8th thunder tribulation fell with a bang. The 6 puppets stood firm, and the cultivator, who was undergoing the tribulation, was sitting cross-legged, seizing the time to recover his state, in order to welcome the 9th thunder tribulation. But the current situation does not look bad. Did it succeed? It looks like it. At least the puppets are still there. Those puppets are really different. I saw it last time. When this thunderbolt fell, all the puppets were wiped out. The 9th thunderbolt had to be survived. Now the kid is still lying, using spiritual herbs and elixirs to keep him alive. Spiritual herbs and elixirs are more valuable than spiritual rice. Isn't it? I heard that Ziyang Yuanjun also talked about the puppets last time. The cultivator sect did not respond, saying that it was not caused by the puppets, and you saw the result, almost failed, success. Even if she succeeds, her vitality will be greatly damaged, and it will be difficult to advance further. Who do you think this girl is? How come she has such a puppet in her hand? Maybe she is the heir of a powerful person, but she herself may not know that the puppet in her hand has such a function before. If she succeeds today, she will be a guest of honor wherever she goes in the future. Today's situation is better than last time. If nothing unexpected happens, it will succeed. Qing didn't know that people around her were discussing her. After all, most of these cultivators had higher cultivation than her, and it was easy for her to talk without being heard by her. She was just observing the situation of her zombie puppets. After controlling the zombie puppets to walk around the Thunder Tribulation area twice, she clearly felt that the pace of the primary zombies was a little faster. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. This trip, she can earn spiritual rice and upgrade the zombies. How can there be such a good thing to have the best of both worlds? Ziyang Yuanjun looked at her shaking with her mouth covered, not knowing what was going on with her. After thinking for a while, he asked, "These puppets seem to be different from the previous ones. Your puppets helped them to overcome the tribulation. Is it bad for them?" Qing still covered her mouth, for fear of laughing out loud. After finally suppressing the corners of her mouth that were raised, she said, "It will have some impact, but it's not a big problem. There is definitely an impact, but it's a good impact for her." However, what Ziyang Yuanjun heard was a negative influence. She asked again, "If a great man wants to overcome the tribulation, can these puppets withstand it?" "I don't know either." Qing shook her head. "Like you, I just know that these puppets can indeed help overcome the tribulation. But I'm not sure whether they can help high-level cultivators overcome the tribulation. But when that time comes, maybe we can add some puppets. If 6 are not enough, we can add 12. Anyway, she has plenty of puppets. Not to mention the puppets that have been controlled. Zombies that are led by the Zombie King and automatically enter the receiving gate can also become her puppets at any time. In her current situation, she should be able to easily control a few more zombie puppets. But she doesn't need them now, so she didn't increase them for the time being." "That's fine." Ziyang Yuanjun nodded. "When I pass the tribulation, I will add more puppets." Qing looked at her. "When will Ziyang Yuanjun pass the tribulation?" She calculated for a moment. "Within a year or so. He will definitely pass the tribulation." Qing suddenly realized. No wonder she was so anxious to determine the purpose of the puppets. It turned out that it was time for her to pass the tribulation. But it was also because of this that she would protect herself more. And the fact that she could pass the tribulation within a year or so also showed that her cultivation must be at the peak among the Yuanine stage cultivators. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Let's see how others are doing in this year or so. If we can increase the number, we can add more puppets to Ziyang Yuanjun. I still have 20 or 30 puppets. Not to mention 20 or 30. 2,000 or 3,000. It's not a big problem. Zombies are easy to pick up, but it's not easy to control them. She also needs her own cultivation to rely on. Otherwise she can really release tens of thousands of zombies in one breath." Ziyang Yuanjun was about to speak, but soon he looked up at the sky. The 9th thunderbolt was coming. Not only her, but everyone's eyes were now focused on the 9th thunderbolt. And they were also looking at the cultivator, who had stood up, and was about to resist the thunderbolt. It was best to survive the thunderbolt by yourself. And you could barely survive it with the help of others. But in that case, even if you survive the thunderbolt, it would not be a good thing for the cultivator himself or the cultivator who helped. Puppets were another means. According to the classification, puppets were more like weapons. So in the process of surviving the thunderbolt, the existence of puppets was acceptable. Previously, many cultivators went around the streets looking for cultivators with high cultivation who had failed to pass the tribulation to make puppets, with the idea of letting the puppets help share the thunder tribulation. The situation is very different when cultivators and puppets of the same cultivation level enter the thunder tribulation area. The former will greatly increase the power of the thunder tribulation, while the latter, although it will also increase, can also share the burden, which is very cost-effective in comparison. As the tribulation cloud gathers, the last tribulation thunder will fall at any time. Qing was led back a little by Ziyang Yuanjun. And just as she retreated a little, she saw the 9th tribulation thunder fall. The cultivator, who was undergoing the tribulation, resisted the tribulation thunder, while letting the tribulation thunder transform his body. After about half an hour, a beam of light shot out from the middle and reached the sky. Successful? Successfully survived the tribulation safely? I haven't seen such a smooth tribulation process in a long time. Those puppets are still intact? From foundation building to golden elixir, Although it is a big tribulation for cultivators to survive, it was not difficult to survive in the past. Over the years, I have actually forgotten that this is how to successfully survive the tribulation during the foundation building period. Puppet. It turns out that the problem really lies with the puppet. Everyone looked at Qin Qin. Chapter 231 Earn Money. Before anyone could speak, Qin Qin spoke first. Let Ziyang Yuanjun make the decision. Ziyang Yuanjun was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Except for the great masters of the spiritualization stage, no one could beat her. She was qualified to make the decision, and naturally she was qualified to make some people who coveted Qin Qin dare not act rashly. Ziyang Yuanjun was also waiting for the help of Qin Qin's puppet. A year or two may not be short, but it was actually very short for a cultivator. If she could not successfully pass the tribulation, she would be the next person to be coveted and made into a puppet. After all, above the nascent soul stage, there is also the spiritualization stage. Although there has been no case of a spiritualization stage cultivator surviving the tribulation and ascending to heaven in recent years, judging from the current situation, it is very likely that the spiritualization stage cultivator will fail in surviving the tribulation and ascending to heaven. If there is a nascent soul stage cultivator who fails in surviving the tribulation, those spiritualization masters will definitely not miss the opportunity. I want 30 puppets. Deal. The two looked at each other, and their thoughts unexpectedly converged at this moment. Prophet. Ziyang stepped forward, bowed his hands and stood, fellow Taoists. Everyone has seen the puppets help the calamity, so there is no need to say more. But only this young friend can control these puppets. I have your trust, so I will negotiate with you. When everyone's attention was on Ziyang, Qin Qin found an opportunity to take back the zombie puppet. This batch of zombie puppets were charred by lightning again. But it was obvious that they were much more agile when they came back. Especially those zombie puppets that had already been upgraded, which were even more agile. I just don't know if those that were struck once can be struck again. The next time there is such an opportunity. She has already drawn 2 zombie puppets to try it out. If it works, she will definitely upgrade the puppets in her hands a few more levels. She can already foresee that after the zombie puppets are upgraded, if they encounter a fight, she can summon a bunch of zombies with one hand. And even if it is a human wave tactic, she can win. Although she was thinking, her face remained expressionless. With Ziyang around, she didn't need to say anything more. After a while, the discussion ended, and when Ziyang came back, he had a smile on his face. 1 million caddies of spiritual rice for the foundation building stage. 5 million caddies of spiritual rice for the golden elixir stage. And 15 million caddies of spiritual rice for the nascent soul stage. As long as you succeed in overcoming the tribulation, you can get a lump sum. How is this result? Qin Qin nodded repeatedly, looking at Ziyang eagerly. So much? She originally thought that 5 million caddies for the nascent soul stage was about the same. But she didn't expect to get 15 million, which was 3 times more than she expected. It's just spiritual rice. Compared with their tribulation, it's far from enough, Ziyang said, shaking his head in disdain. When I heard that you wanted spiritual rice, I was so happy that I didn't even want to give you a single spiritual herb. Qin Qin smiled. She thought this number was already very good. After all, she only sent out zombie puppets, and she made money by letting the zombie puppets help her tribulation. The population of this plane is far lower than that of modern times, and the output of spiritual rice is naturally not comparable to that of modern times. According to the price she sells spiritual rice for in modern times, every time she helps a foundation building cultivator to tribulation, she can earn 10 million, 50 million for the golden elixir stage, and 150 million for the natal infant stage. So she is not losing money at all. Are you satisfied now? Ziyang Yuanjun looked at Qin Qin, who was overjoyed. Qin Qin smiled and said, After all, I asked for the spiritual rice. This is enough. If you need it in the future, Ziyang Yuanjun, please contact me at any time. I will definitely come as soon as possible. Since you think it's okay, I won't say more. Ziyang Yuanjun didn't understand why Qin Qin wanted so much spiritual rice. But since she wanted it, she would just help find it, regardless of anything else. As they were talking, the cultivator who had just passed the tribulation and reached the golden core stage came over with the spiritual rice. Not long after, 1 million gene of spiritual rice was transferred to Qin Qin's storage ring. The man was also very polite, and took the initiative to bow, Thank you for your help. Young friend. You're welcome. Qin smiled and narrowed her eyes. Congratulations on your successful tribulation. Congratulations. Congratulations. The man was also very happy, and took out a small furnace. I heard that you were looking for a furnace. This is the small furnace I used before. Although it can only refine pills below the foundation building stage, it is still suitable, so I will give it to you. Qin glanced at Ziyang Yuanjun beside her, and saw her nod, then took the furnace. Thank you. This furnace is really small, it fits perfectly on the palm of your hand, and it can probably only refine a few pills, but she is in need of a furnace, and she is not very good at refining pills, so this furnace is just right for her. The transaction went smoothly. The other party had just cultivated the golden elixir, and had to go back to condense the golden elixir. He did not stay for too long and was taken back to retreat by his fellow disciples. Most of the people watching around had already discussed the transaction with Ziyang Yuanjun. They all turned around at this time. There were still a few casual cultivators scattered around, and their eyes would occasionally glance at Qin. But with Ziyang Yuanjun around, they did not dare to do anything. Ziyang Yuanjun ignored them and looked directly at Qin. You just want a small alchemy furnace like this? Yes, Qin nodded. My cultivation is not high, and a very good alchemy furnace is useless. Ziyang nodded. That's true. But such an alchemy furnace can't withstand too much spiritual power. And the spiritual herbs can't be too good. I'll take you to buy some cheap spiritual herbs. And you can try to refine them yourself. If you don't have alchemy fire, you also need to buy it. I have fire. Qin said immediately. It was for that fire that she wanted to buy an alchemy furnace and spiritual herbs. Now you just need to buy some cheap spiritual herbs. Ziyang nodded again. I'll take you to buy them. As she said that, she pulled Qin up, flew directly on the sword, and disappeared from the sight of many people in an instant. Below, someone looked up. Go find this person. She must be alone. Find her as soon as possible. If we can control her, we will be able to dominate the major sects in the future. But if Ziyang Yuanjun finds us, so we have to find her secretly. This person has no cultivation. If she is alone, she will be easily discovered. Don't worry. We can find her anytime. There will always be traces of her in times when she is alone. Ziyang Yuanjun will definitely pass the tribulation within a year. If she is in seclusion, this person will definitely be alone. Yes. Qin stood on Ziyang Yuanjun's flying sword. After being blown by the wind for a while, she was soon protected in the barrier. After adapting for a while, she stood firmly on the flying sword. I have to say, this thing is really convenient. Much more convenient than Qingong. If she had a flying sword, she would be faster no matter where she went. Ziyang saw that she had stood firm, and he could not help but speed up the flying sword. When she first accelerated, because of weightlessness, Qin's state was a little erratic, but she quickly concentrated her internal force under her feet, with her center of gravity down, and she stood firm easily. After several accelerations, she did not stand unsteadily. It's about to fall. Can you get down by yourself? Qin lowered her head, looked at the gap between her position and the ground, and responded, I can do it. Okay, Ziyang said, and instantly removed the barrier and flying sword, and landed first. Qin was behind her. Her movements were not as light as hers, but she used the help of several slightly taller buildings around her to quickly land on the ground and stand beside Ziyang. After she stood still, she saw Ziyang looking at her, and she couldn't help but look down at herself. Ziyang smiled. Your strength is not weak. How come you can't fly a sword? Can I fly a sword? Qin asked, blinking. I haven't learned it. She had never heard of using internal force to fly a sword. If it was possible, she would definitely learn it well. Do you have a natal sword? Ziyang asked. Qin shook her head, and then realized. So I have to have a natal sword first, and then I can learn to control the sword? Not necessarily a natal sword, but I do need a sword first. Ziyang led her forward, and seeing that she didn't know much about the world of cultivation, he explained a few more sentences. Many sects have sword tombs. When the disciples' cultivation reaches the foundation, they can go to the sword tomb to choose a sword. Most of them are not natal swords, but they may follow them for a lifetime. The natal sword is connected to one's own lifeline and is the best partner for sword cultivators. Qin asked. Then I have no chance? Ziyang shook his head. There is another way. The major sects have weapons schools that can refine spiritual weapons, including spiritual swords. However, good spiritual swords are hard to come by. If there are sects, the swords in the hands of cultivators are mostly provided by their masters. If they don't have them, they have to buy them, which is not cheap. You have to spend spiritual stones. Qin said, scratching her head helplessly. I may not have enough spiritual stones. Besides anything else, she knew that spiritual weapons in the cultivation world were expensive. The better the material, the more expensive it was. Although she had a lot of white stones, it should not be enough to buy a sword. It doesn't matter. I don't know how to fly a sword anyway. It's useless to buy a sword. I'll try to make pills first. Qin was open-minded. Except for some situations, she would not go too far most of the time. Qigong was barely enough. She remembered that there were two basic and simple pills in the book she had read, Biga pill and Qi gathering pill. The former can help fill the stomach, and the latter can help gather spiritual energy. If these two can be refined, it will be very beneficial to everyone in the school. She followed Zhang Yuanjun into a shop. After listening for a while, the shopkeeper took out a pile of spiritual herbs from the corner, and packed them all in a large wooden box. 50 spiritual stones. All for you. Ziyang flipped through the spiritual herbs, then nodded and looked at Qin. These spiritual herbs are of good quality. Enough for you to learn alchemy. Qin trusted her very much. After hearing what she said, she nodded immediately and began to grab spiritual stones one by one. She grabbed a handful and pointed at them, and finally pointed out 50 stones. The size of these stones was almost the same. There was no particularly large one, and there was no particularly small one. Before, the Baishar plane traded one by one, and it was the same today. The shopkeeper looked at the spiritual stones, and then looked at Qin. Little girl, are these all attributeless spiritual stones in your hands? Qin smiled, and pointed to the basket of spiritual herbs. I want these today. The shopkeeper smiled. Come again next time. I'll give you a discount. The spiritual herbs were moved in front of Qin, and the box was given to her. She didn't hesitate, and directly put away the spiritual herbs with the box. Chapter 232. Alchemy is not difficult. Walking out of the shop selling spiritual herbs, Ziyang looked at Qin. There must be a lot of people watching you during this period. Where do you live? I will take you back, or go back by yourself. I will go back by myself. Qin said immediately, looking at Ziyang. I have a way to get out. She also knew that many people would be watching her in her current situation. Although those people would not do anything to her, they might not do anything to the people around her, so no matter what, she would not reveal the location of the school. Ziyang looked at her deeply. Okay. Then next time I come to see you, let's meet at the old place. Okay. Qin nodded. As she said that, the two of them immediately separated, without an acquaintance to lead them. She was not familiar with spiritual herbs, so she did not stay outside, but found a hidden corner and went directly back to the plain supermarket. After returning, she did not return to the modern world immediately, but took out the alchemy furnace and alchemy recipe in the supermarket and began to try to make the elixir. She asked Wei Xiaoshuang for a day off today, saying that she was going to the county town, but actually came here directly. There was still a lot of time now. If she went back now, she might bump into someone in the supermarket immediately. It would be better to go back later after the supermarket closed. She sat at the entrance of the plain supermarket, holding the alchemy furnace in one hand, the recipe in the other, and a large box of spiritual herbs at her feet. According to the recipe, she threw the spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one, and then used a little fire. Ziyang Yuanjun said that this alchemy furnace could not withstand a large amount of spiritual power, and the fire in her hand was specially found by Jin Long, and it was definitely not an ordinary fire, so she did not dare to use too much. If the alchemy furnace exploded, even if it was free, it would be a pity. Just thinking about this, she realized that there was something wrong with the alchemy furnace in her hand, and immediately threw it out the next second, and then heard a loud noise. It really exploded. Qin. Is this the legendary crow's mouth? What happened? What happened? The students and teachers who stayed in the school ran out one after another, saw the place where only a cloud of smoke was left, and saw Qin standing not far away, and her distraught appearance. Xiaoqing, are you okay? No. Qin shook her head, looking at the people who gathered around her with concern, and sighed. I got an alchemy furnace. Thinking of refining the elixir. But who would have thought that the furnace would explode just now? I didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. I'm glad you're okay. Yes. It's good that you're okay. It's better than hurting someone. Maybe the quality of the alchemy furnace is too poor. Let's save up and buy a better one. Qing was really embarrassed to say that the alchemy furnace given to her should be pretty good. But she was obviously very careful. How could it explode? Does it really cost a lot to buy a high-quality alchemy furnace? As far as she knows, those high-quality alchemy furnaces are very expensive. Even if she owns a mountain of white stones, she may not be able to buy them. Of course, the most important thing is that she can't dig up the white stones in that mountain. At this moment, someone said, "What is that?" This. Qing looked in the direction everyone pointed, and saw a group of wrapped spiritual herbs. Some of the spiritual herbs had been melted, but they were still completely wrapped in an invisible sphere. The sphere looked almost the same as the alchemy furnace. She immediately stepped forward and picked it up. Seeing that the sphere was about to crack, she used fire without saying a word. The flames wrapped the sphere and melted all the spiritual herbs inside bit by bit, from grass to grass paste, and from grass paste to juice. Qing focused on the ball of juice in her hand, letting the flames go around all parts, maintaining a uniform temperature. There was no sound around, and everyone held their breath and watched her operate. They had never seen an alchemy furnace, let alone alchemy with bare hands. And from the looks of it, it seemed to be on the way to success. It was incomprehensible, but it looked very interesting. After an unknown amount of time, the juice condensed from the spiritual grass was squeezed into a ball bit by bit, and after repeated pressing, it became larger. And suddenly, the ball cracked. Just when everyone thought it was a sign of failure, 6 round pills appeared in the air. Did it work? Did it work? The pills fell, and were caught by Qing. Looking at the 6 pills in her palm, she was also surprised. So you don't need a furnace to refine pills, right? The people around shook their heads. Maybe not. I think so. You didn't succeed. Maybe you really don't want it. Maybe those people outside are too stupid, so they need it. You are smart, so you don't want it. Fortunately, there are also rational people among them. They said, it's not that they don't want it, but that you don't want it. I have been outside for so many years. I have only heard that those powerful gods can refine pills with their bare hands. I have never heard of people with low cultivation who can refine pills without a furnace. Maybe your situation is special. Or maybe it's your flame that's special. That must be because the flame is too special. Qing said immediately. Her eyes were full of surprise. If I had known that I didn't need a furnace to make pills, then why would I bother looking for one? I could just do it with my bare hands. Come on. Come on, this is for you. All the fasting pills, although they can only fill your stomach, this is the first time I made a pill. She really didn't expect there would be such a surprise, but she had to thank the exploded furnace. If the furnace didn't explode, she would never know that she could actually make pills with her bare hands. It just so happens that I didn't eat today. Give me one. I want one too. I want one too. I haven't eaten the Qigong pill yet. Then if we have Qigong pills in the future, do we not need to eat rice? If you eat one of these, you don't need to eat for a whole day. But I still have to eat it. It's boring without rice. That's right. You definitely can't eat Qigong pills as a meal. Qing also felt that she had to eat rice. But if we refine more in the future, we can take it out to buy, and then exchange it for spiritual rice. You really like spiritual rice. By the way, didn't you say you were going out to earn spiritual rice this time? How much did you earn? Qing smiled and stretched out a finger. 10,000 caddies? Qing shook her head. 100,000 caddies? Qing chuckled. Neither. It's 1 million caddies. A full 1 million caddies of spiritual rice. Wow! Oh my god, is it really 1 million caddies? People with skills can make money fast. We grow spiritual rice ourselves, but we can't grow much in a year, and we haven't saved much spiritual rice in 10 years. Why did you exchange it for spiritual rice? If you have this ability, you might as well exchange it for something else. Yes, everyone can grow spiritual rice. It's actually not worth much. Xiaoqing. If you like spiritual rice, then buy spiritual rice. Teacher Zhou knew a little about the inside story, and said with a smile, the more food, the better. We need to eat. And there will always be shortages. This way, if we are short of spiritual rice in the future, we can buy it from you. That's right. After that, everyone started discussing spiritual rice, but they all agreed that spiritual rice would still be the main transaction in the plain supermarket. Now the spiritual rice they sell is not the school's inventory, but everyone's inventory outside. There are many people willing to exchange salt for spiritual rice. Ching listened to everyone's discussion and thought of something. She started to take things out of her personal space. By the way, I see that the glass in our school is very broken. I didn't have the chance before. These days, I found a batch of glass windows that can be brought over. You can use them. There are also experimental equipment, bedboards, tables and chairs. Although the ruins are ruins, there are many things buried underneath. The robots are working day and night there now, moving away all the unusable ones, and sorting out the remaining usable ones for the time being, and piling them on the side. John Roy took some of the things away, and she took some of the rest. All the things brought over were intact, and all the bad ones were destroyed. There were many triangular areas under the ruins. After removing the things on the top, the bottom was basically intact. It would be a waste to destroy them directly. The teachers and students of the school were familiar with her now. They were very happy to see these things. They were not polite to her and smiled, and wanted to move the things into the building. Some people also remembered to install glass windows. Ching took out everything that could be taken out. After a batch was moved away, she looked down at the spiritual herbs placed on the side. You are refining the elixir here. We won't disturb you, Teacher Zhou said proactively. If possible, we have also collected some spiritual herbs, and we will bring them over to you later. I will exchange spiritual stones with you, Ching said immediately. She took out a bag and handed it to Teacher Zhou. Give me all the spiritual herbs you pick later. If these are not enough, I will give them to you later. Teacher Zhou subconsciously said, too many. Ching insisted, you can take it, whether it is to improve your cultivation or do other things. And if there is something in Blue Star in the future, I may need your help. And by then, the higher your cultivation level, the better. Hearing this, Teacher Zhou no longer insisted and nodded directly. After everyone left, Ching picked a few spiritual herbs from a basket, thought for a while, found a plastic ball, put the spiritual herbs in the plastic ball, and then began to use fire. Fire-burning plastic balls will definitely melt them. But this ball of fire was very special. It seemed to be able to sense Ching's thoughts, and only formed a spherical shape inside the plastic ball, which only worked on the spiritual herbs in the flame ball. After confirming this, she was more at ease to refine the pill. This time she refined the chi-gathering pill. With the first experience, she had some understanding of alchemy this time. She could feel the situation of alchemy. When she felt that the elixir was ready, she immediately put out the fire. At the same time, there was a sound of falling from the plastic ball. She held the ball in her hand, opened it, and saw the elixir formed inside the ball. There were 5 elixir this time, each with a special luster. She shook the half of the ball in her hand, watching the elixir shaking in the ball. I didn't expect that alchemy is not difficult. You can use a plastic ball. Why do you need an alchemy furnace? Fortunately, she didn't spend money to buy the alchemy furnace that exploded before. Otherwise she would be very upset. The flame given by Jin Long is really useful. She will find a few more good cartoons for Jin Long. Chapter 233 is profitable. After confirming that it is possible to refine pills without using an alchemy furnace, Ching has been refining pills for a long time. Not only did she use up all the spiritual herbs she bought, she even used up almost all the spiritual herbs that Teacher Zhou brought. The remaining ones were not enough to refine pills. Fortunately, the results were also remarkable. After all the pills were successfully refined, she kept a few soul-gathering pills and bigger pills for herself, and gave the rest to the school. Take the pills that belong to you, and sell the rest if you can. Use the sold ones to buy some spiritual herbs. If the collected spiritual herbs are enough, I will give them all to you. Okay. Teacher Zhou did not refuse this time. Then, I will have people divide into several teams to collect spiritual herbs. Currently, we are mainly refining soul-gathering pills and bigger pills. Right? Yes. I think these 2 pills are the most useful and the most skilled. Ching said. And then said, but if there are other spiritual herbs, we also need them. Even if we don't use them ourselves, we can sell them. Ching can't come here all the time, and her appearance is recognized by many people. It's not easy to go out to buy things directly. In this case, It is most appropriate to let the school people go out to buy. Besides, the ones she bought were low-level spiritual herbs, which would not attract too much attention. After talking with Teacher Zhou, she went back to the supermarket. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the supermarket was closed. When she walked in from the back door, the supermarket was pitch black. However, she did not go upstairs immediately, but went to the mecha plane to pick up the clothes she bought. But as soon as she arrived at the plane supermarket, she saw a new prompt. Confirm successfully. Qin Qin blinked her eyes. What did she confirm? On the shelves, Qin Qin? She looked at the 3 words on the shelves, and suddenly realized something. She immediately switched to the plane supermarket, selected the Wasteland Planet plane, clicked on the vending machine, and saw the 20 clothes on the shelves. 20 styles. She bought a total of 20 styles of clothes this time. She couldn't help but frown, and her finger fell on one of the clothes. At this moment, the message change price, change style, take off the shelf popped up on the display screen of the vending machine. It can actually be taken off the shelf? Her finger paused above the 2 words take off the shelf, and slowly moved to change style, click to select, and soon the styles that can be changed popped up. There are more than a dozen styles that can be changed, and they all look very familiar. She thought for a while before she remembered that these styles are the current inventory she has stocked. In addition to the clothes with special effects that Zhang Mingchun gave her, there are also clothes she bought in modern times. As long as there are more than 2 pieces, they will appear here. Is this possible? In this way, wouldn't it be possible for her to use this loophole to put Blue Star's goods on the shelves at will? Although she thought about it, she didn't intend to do it. After all, she was short of cash. She had to spend a lot of money just to supply the mecha plane with Blue Star's goods. She also wanted to purchase goods from the mecha plane to offset the expenses. She definitely couldn't buy clothes from Blue Star. But there was an advantage to this, that is, she could exchange it for other goods. Ding! The sound of the elevator descending sounded outside the plane supermarket. Qin Qi immediately stuck her head out. Mingchun, come here. Zhang Mingchun noticed her presence. Why did you come here at night? How was your work today? Yes, it went smoothly. Not only that, I also got 1,000,000 kilograms of spiritual rice. Qin Qin said with a smile. When Zhang Mingchun approached, she immediately said, the vending machine has put new things on the shelves. Is it an upgrade or? Zhang Mingchun walked to Qin Qin's side, looking down at the things in the vending machine. I guess anything I bought in the plain supermarket over there may be put on the shelves here. Qin Qin said. These are what I bought today, a total of 20 styles of clothes. I wonder if the clothes here can be replaced with other ones. Don't you have an overproduction of clothes here? I can help you sell them. In that case, you have to ask people to make ancient clothes. Zhang Mingchun said. The several plain supermarkets you have opened now, most of them are ancient. Right? I can't say most, but the ones with greater demand are ancient. Qin Qin was talking about the Baishar plane, and the martial arts plane, and the cultivation plane. Indeed, the ancient clothes are more suitable. I have a few photos here. You can ask people to make them according to the styles above. There are a full 20 styles here, enough for replacement. Okay, then help me sell more. Zhang Mingchun said, smiled. As for what you gave me, didn't you say you wanted to buy robots in the mecha plane? Give me a few when the time comes. The robots should be able to be put on the shelves when they are sent to the plane supermarket. Qin Qin said, looking down at the vending machine. But I have to confirm some things. Speaking, she selected a style, clicked to take it off the shelves. After saying hello to Zhang Mingchun, she immediately went to another plane supermarket, and when she came back, she was very happy. It's not universal. It's only taken off the shelves on your side. It won't affect other planes, so the robots can only be put on the shelves and sold on your plane. The situations in different planes are different. Some goods are indeed not suitable for sale in certain planes. For example, the category of robots is not suitable for sale in the Baishar plane. Now that it is confirmed that they are not synchronized, she can operate it much more conveniently. In this way, you can even put different categories of goods on the shelves according to the conditions of different planes. After confirming this, the two began to look at the photos taken by Qin Qin, selecting suitable styles, and finally selected 9 clothes, 3 ancient planes, according to the conditions of different planes, 3 styles for each plane. In terms of warmth, the materials here can be guaranteed directly, but isn't it inappropriate to sell it directly like this? Qin Qin pointed to the martial arts plane. I'll have someone fill it with some thermal insulation fibers, and then change the style of the fabric. so that its thermal insulation performance is slightly worse. Zhang Mingchen said thoughtfully. In this way, people can think that it is the fibers inside that have played a role. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Qin Qing nodded. Turned to look at her. How are the building materials? Not bad. Zhang Mingchen nodded. There are quite a few usable materials in it. But we can't transport too many things out at the moment. We can ask the guards to help with the clothing. It's not convenient to transport too large items. We can only pile them up for the time being. If you need them, we can give them to you directly. I'll think about it. Qin Qing held her chin. Let's do the clothing business first. After the two finished talking, it was about time. Qin Qing returned to the supermarket, put the 2 large bags of clothes she brought back at the entrance of the supermarket, and then went to several planes to cut down the 20 styles of clothing to only 5. According to the latest logic of the binding between the mecha plane and the plane supermarket, the large quantities of goods she bought there will be put on the shelves. But there should be an interval in between. In this way, if she needs to put a special item on the shelves later, she only needs to buy a batch in the plane supermarket and replace it directly. She has not yet fully understood the situation of the mecha plane and the plane supermarket. But this is a good thing for her. There are enough sales windows to choose from, which is better than being stingy and only having 3 or 5 windows to choose from. There are too few windows. It feels worse than a small shop. It can't be called a dimensional supermarket. Qin Qing yawned and went downstairs, looking at the bright sunlight outside the window. She seemed to be in a good mood. She walked to the door of the supermarket and opened it. She stood at the door and bathed in the morning sunshine for a while. When Wei Xiaoshuang came over, she moved her feet. What do you want to eat in the morning? I'll treat you. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks and soy milk, Wei Xiaoshuang said subconsciously, and then smiled. You actually got up smoothly today. I came back not too late yesterday. Qin Qing stretched and went to the breakfast shop opposite. Come over and eat later. By the way, I bought some fruit. It's in the kitchen. You can get it yourself. Okay. Wei Xiaoshuang nodded, carrying a bucket of milk tea into the supermarket. After pouring the milk tea into the freezer, he did not go to get the fruit, but went to the breakfast shop to have breakfast immediately. Now supermarkets have self-service mode. The two of them are not in a hurry to go back, and they talk while eating breakfast in the breakfast shop. Speaking of which, you are really foresight. Since you asked me to make milk tea, there has never been a time when it cannot be sold out, Wei Xiaoshuang said with emotion. I was not here at the beginning, and I thought it was false that you said that it could be sold out every day, but I didn't expect it to be sold out. Now there are more people buying, and there is nothing left every day. Qin Qing smiled. She still wanted to stock up milk tea, but in the end, she didn't have the opportunity to stock up milk tea at all. Are there some shops in the amusement park? Qin Qing asked. It should be. I heard from customers that there are some, but they are just basic small shops. Although we have more customers here, there are not as many as those famous amusement parks. Many people dare not settle in, Wei Xiaoshuang said. But it's good this way. There are fewer shops there. So won't our business be more? I think so too, Qin Qing said, looking at her, and they both laughed. After breakfast, Qin Qing handed 2 bags of clothes to Wei Xiaoshuang, and when she was hanging the clothes, she also sent the fruit over. The business of the supermarket in the town is not that good. This batch of clothes has 20 styles. She didn't buy much. Each style has only 3 clothes, and they are all one size. It's best if she can make money, but it doesn't matter if she can't. Now she mainly makes money by selling spiritual rice. Initially, she helped to overcome the tribulation and earned 5.5 million caddies of spiritual rice. She only sold 100,000 caddies and earned another 1 million caddies of spiritual rice. Currently, she still has more than 6 million caddies of spiritual rice. If this amount of spiritual rice is supplied to the whole country, it will definitely be a drop in the bucket. But it is enough to supply only a small number of people. Oh, by the way, can I bring my computer to work later? Wei Xiaoshuang asked. Isn't the phone enough for fun? And if you want to play, isn't a tablet more suitable? Qin Qing asked. Wei Xiaoshuang laughed and shook his head. No. I met some friends on Soul World Everything, who said they could introduce me to some odd jobs. You know, I used to work in the internet industry, and I was afraid that I would not be proficient in the technology after staying at home for a long time. So I thought about taking some odd jobs. so as not to be unfamiliar with the job after going out. But don't worry. It will definitely not affect my store management. I'm not worried about you playing with your phone. So why should I be worried about taking odd jobs? Qing also laughed. It's okay. You can take it. Just take it as you like. Although Seoul World Everything does not have the big money-making business of anchors bringing goods, it is also profitable now. So there is no need to worry that Wei Xiaoshuang will not be able to settle the bill after doing the work. Chapter 234, Reality Recognition. The Soul Stone is really effective. When Wusun sent the message, Qing was having breakfast. After reading the previous content, she quickly replied, "What do you mean? Zhang Wei doesn't seem to know much about you. She knows that I can handle some soul issues here, so she took the initiative to send her soul to me. I can see them, and see that their souls are unstable. But they have lived in the Taoist temple for 2 days, and their situation is much better than before." Qing thought about it and started typing. "It just so happens that I plan to go out these 2 days, so I'll go over there. As for Zhang Wei, let her give her soul to you. We can communicate, and the problem can be solved. And you can talk to your master. Wusun, I'll listen to you." After breakfast, Qing set off directly. This time she didn't drive, but took a bus to the city. After going all the way to the county town, she took the high-speed train to other places. She was going to go out today, but not for Wusun, but for Jean Rui's matter. Some time ago, she wanted to help Jean Rui contact his family. But because she didn't leave each other's contact information when she went to his house last time, she had to go there in person to contact him again. Wusun happened to come, so she also went there to leave a few soul stones in the Taoist temple. She didn't know what degree of being known was public, and she didn't need to hide it from Zhang Wei. But since there was Wusun as the middleman, there was no need to say more. Wusun could convey the matter of the soul world at any time, because she had been to Jean Rui's house before. She went smoothly this time. She was outside Jean Rui's villa at noon. She was about to knock on the door when she saw someone walking out of the villa. The man recognized her at a glance and walked up to her quickly. "It's you. I've been looking for you for a long time. Are you here to see Min this time?" "No. I have something else to say." "And Liang, can we go in and talk?" Qing smiled at the woman in front of her. Perhaps because her daughter was completely healed, Mrs. Liang looked much better than the last time she came. Even her hair was black, although it must have been dyed, since she was willing to spend time dyeing her hair. It meant that she was in a good mood. Hearing Qing's words, Liang's mother nodded immediately. "Sure. Why not? Please come in." Unfortunately, Min just went out. "If you want to find her, I will contact her now." "No need. We can talk about Liang Min later." Qing followed Liang's mother into the house, and saw the old man sitting on the sofa in the house. Liang's mother introduced, "That's Min's grandmother. Her eyes and ears are not very good. If you talk to her and she ignores you, don't mind. It's okay." Qing shook her head, sat down and greeted the old man loudly. "Hello, Grandma. I am Qing. Hey. Good. The old man also smiled and greeted her, pushing the plate with snacks on the table in front of her. "Eat. You eat some." "Thank you, Grandma." Qing moved the fruit plate, calmly opened a candy, looked up and saw Liang's mother brought tea out of the kitchen and placed it in front of her. "We have been looking for you," Liang's mother said seriously. "If it weren't for you before, Min, if something happened to her, our whole family would definitely not be able to accept it. We only have 2 children in our family. Min's brother had an accident a few years ago. It was not easy for us to recover. Thank you so much. You must leave your address and contact information this time. We will definitely thank you in person when the time comes." "Actually, it's not necessary. I was also entrusted by someone," Qing said directly. "A friend I know said that Liang Min saved her many times. So after she found out that Liang Min was in trouble, she came to ask me for help. Otherwise, I wouldn't come." The words were true. If it wasn't for Lu Ruisi, who happened to be filming in the town and happened to be on a mission, the two would not have had in-depth exchanges, and she would not know about Liang Min's situation. But she didn't expect that Liang Min was actually Jean Rui's sister. "No matter what, you saved her," Liang's mother said seriously. She knew Qing was not simple, but she would not delve into it. She only remembered that Qing saved Liang Min. "You not only saved her, but also saved our whole family." As they were talking, someone hurried downstairs. "Has Min's savior been found?" Found it. Someone is here. Liang's mother stood up. This is Minmin's father. This is the benefactor who saved Minmin. Your name is? My name is Qin Qin. Qin introduced herself. And looked at Liang's father, whose temperament and appearance were particularly similar to Jean Rui, and confirmed that this person was Jean Rui's father. Is your uncle a soldier? Yes. Dad Liang nodded, following her words. Minmin from our family is also a soldier. But Qin didn't mean that. She smiled and said, Brother Jean is also a soldier. Brother Jean? Dad Liang looked at her in confusion. You? Mother Liang also looked at Qin in confusion. Didn't you say that you saw Jean Rui in the online news before? How? Brother Jean had an accident 8 years ago, right? Qin said calmly. There were 2 other people in his team at the time, Old Tang and Zheng Zong, and it happened a few years ago. Dad Liang looked straight at Qin. After Qin finished speaking, she took out her phone without explanation, and quickly found Jean Rui's account in Seoul World Everything and chose a video call. This was an appointment made by the 2 of them. Jean Rui knew that she would come out today, and also knew when she would be here, so he had already waited in the right place in advance. As soon as the video call was made, the other side quickly connected. Brother Jean, are you there? Are you at my house now? Jean Rui looked at the screen of his phone and saw the appearance of the house through the screen. It had been 8 years, but his house had not changed much. Qin adjusted the camera to a selfie angle, then turned the phone screen outward and spun it among the 3 people. Jean Rui calmly asked, Dad? Mom? Is Grandma not in good health? Jean Rui's father? AI? AI made her so thin? Jean Rui's mother frowned. Thin. And old. Mom? You are really my mother. Jean Rui was helpless. Is Minmin not here today? After so many years. That girl should have grown up. Right? I almost forgot what she looked like when she was a child. Your AI is really advanced. Jean Rui's mother couldn't help but move closer. How come you can answer the call so smoothly? Jean Rui sighed. Well, Qin, I'll say a few words to my parents. Otherwise they won't believe me. I understand. The dark history that can't be told. I actually want to hear it too, Qin said with a smile. After all, to gain the trust of her parents, she must tell some dark history that outsiders don't know. But after all, she put down her phone and turned to go outside. There were flowers planted at the entrance of the villa, and she stood at the entrance to look at the flowers. After an unknown amount of time, suppressed crying sounded in the house. A car drove in from a distance and stopped at the parking space at the entrance. Liang Min got out of the car. She was about to speak, but the other party asked in confusion, Who are you? Qin reacted. She knew Liang Min. Liang Min didn't know her, so she just smiled and said, You go in first. We'll talk later if you have anything to say. At this time, Liang Min also heard the crying in the house, thinking something had happened, and hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. Then I saw the parents crying and holding each other's heads, and the phone on the table. Little girl, have you grown up so much? You have matured a lot, and are no longer the jumpy kid you used to be. Liang Min looked at the person on the phone and hesitated to say, Brother? Qin was standing at the door, also looking at Jean Rui on the phone. He is much better now than at the beginning. When they first met, Jean Rui really looked like a wild man. He ate well and drank well during this period, and he not only became thinner, but also whiter. He even looked younger than before because he had some flesh on his face. Even so, Jean Rui's mother said he was old. If they saw the wild man's appearance at the beginning, the parents would definitely feel distressed. She raised her eyes, watching the old lady with poor hearing and eyes moving slowly to the side of the phone, trying to see what was going on in the phone. But because the phone was facing Jean Rui's parents, it was difficult for her to see directly. Qin stepped forward, moved the phone, and pointed it at the old lady. The voice in the phone suddenly became louder. Grandma, I'm Rui. Do you still remember Rui? Listening to Jean Rui's full voice, Qin couldn't help but hold back her laughter. After all, the 2 of them had always been very mature in their relationship. Now seeing a strong man claiming to be Rui, she really couldn't help herself. But she is an outsider, and she is different from Jean Rui's family. When the old lady heard his voice, she immediately spoke loudly. Rui, I am Grandma, Rui. Have you seen Grandma? Rui. Are you okay now? Yes, I am very well now, Grandma. Are you okay? John Rui's voice was still very loud. Even if he was facing an old lady with poor hearing, he didn't need to say it a second time, which made the communication between him and the old lady particularly smooth. While communicating here, John Rui's mother couldn't help but move her body and look sideways. After a look, her eyes were filled with tears again. Qin Qin turned her head and whispered to Liang Min, "Do you have a projector at home?" "Ah?" Liang Min was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, "Yes. Yes. Wait a moment. I'll get it soon." Not long after, the projector was taken down. Qin Qin adjusted it, connected the phone to the projector, and the picture on the small screen instantly fell on the super large projection screen. The phone was placed in front of the projection screen, and the camera was aimed at all members of this family. During this time, she also wanted to disconnect, but several people were reluctant, so she did not disconnect the call, and continued to use her own mobile phone. However, after connecting to the projector, she immediately took Liang Min's mobile phone and downloaded the Soul World Everything app. On the other side, John Rui was holding his mobile phone to introduce the situation over there. "This is a snowy mountain. The temperature is extremely low, but I have internal strength in my body now, so I am not so afraid of the cold. When I first came here," Liang Min looked at her brother on the projector, and then looked at Qin Qin beside her, and whispered, "Is he really not AI? I know that the current AI technology is very advanced. Tell me. I will definitely not tell my parents. They all believe it." "You don't believe it?" Qin Qin asked Liang Min to watch her operate and enter the password. Liang Min quickly glanced at her parents and grandmother. "This is too unbelievable. What happened to you is also unbelievable enough for you." After registration, Qin Qin searched for John Rui's name on it. "You can't forget the pain after the scar heals." Liang Min instantly remembered what happened before, and looked at her in shock. "How did you know?" Qin Qin calmly responded, "I saved you." Liang Min, "Damn it!" Chapter 235 this year begins. What happened? Liang Min shouted, startling several people who were immersed in chatting with John Rui. Liang Min stood up suddenly. She saved me. Yes, you see. I forgot about it. Mother Liang stood up immediately. I recognized her when she came. She saved you. Just now I said I would call you back, but she said she had something else to say, and I didn't expect to bring us such great news. That's your brother, I'm sure. That's your real brother. How can a brother be fake? Liang Min glanced at the screen not far away, although she couldn't believe it, but since Qin Qin was her savior, she had to believe it, after all. She was half asleep and half awake at the time, and thought she was going to die. Who would have thought that she was actually saved by Qin Qin? More importantly, she had heard about people with special abilities. Isn't it because I'm afraid you might think it's AI? Liang's mother smiled. Your brother just talked to us quietly, and he told us a lot about his childhood. Some things you don't even know. I thought I would never see him in this life. As she spoke, Liang's mother burst into tears again. Liang Min immediately went forward to hug her and comfort her. But the more she comforted her, the harder she cried. Qin Qin sighed silently. Fortunately, when she came to save Liang Min, she didn't tell her directly about John Rui's situation. Otherwise, the matter of having two children at the same time would definitely have a great impact on this family. Even if they were extremely happy, their emotions would fluctuate greatly. The main reason was that there was no soul world at that time. Even if she said John Rui's story, it would be empty talk. There was no evidence. It would only add to the sadness and make the family even sadder. Liang Min tried to persuade him, but he couldn't persuade him. He immediately called for help. Brother, please persuade me. I can't persuade him anymore. John Rui stood on the other side of the screen, and was also a little at a loss. However, he couldn't see through the screen. He could only say anxiously, Mom, I'm fine. Really? I can still practice martial arts now. I'll take you to see the situation in the town later. Mom, don't cry. Don't cry. You have 3 highs. And you can't be too emotional. I won't cry. That's all. Mother Liang wiped away her tears. I don't want to cry either. I'm happy. But I can't help it. I didn't expect that I could still see you standing in front of me alive. I really didn't expect. I didn't expect it either. John Rui whispered. I thought we would never have the chance to meet in this life. Traveling to another world, for him, is almost the same as death. before meeting Qin Qing. He had somewhat given up on himself, thinking that it would be better to die and put an end to it all. Fortunately, everything is getting better. Give the phone back to Qin Qing, said John Rui, before they thought too much. He continued, Minmin, I'm going to video call you. Boss Qin has something to do. Mobile phone. Liang Min took out her mobile phone. Can I use this? Sure. Wait for me, John Rui said, and took the initiative to hang up the phone. Then not long after, Liang Min received a call request, and she answered it immediately. The projector was still showing John Rui's video call, but it was replaced with Liang Min's mobile phone. Will it be okay later? The whole family looked at Qin Qing, including the old man who couldn't hear clearly and see clearly, also looked at Qin Qing. Although the old woman was not in good condition, she was not stupid, she knew what was going on, and she knew her grandson was back, so she waited expectantly for Qin Qing's answer. Yes. Qin Qing nodded. Not only Liang Min's phone can be used, your phone can be used too. I'll download an app for you now. As soon as she finished speaking, the couple immediately took out their phones. Qin Qing downloaded the software and helped the two register accounts, followed John Rui's account, and John Rui quickly followed them back, so that they could communicate smoothly in the future. The family had reunited, and Qin Qing did not plan to stay too long. She took the initiative to say, I have something to do later, so I will leave first. You can just chat, and you can find me on this software if you have anything. She also asked several people to follow her account. Can I talk to you? Liang's father asked. Qin Qing nodded. The two came to the second floor, and Liang's father took the initiative to ask, Are you a person with special abilities? Yes. Qin Qing did not deny. How much do you know about people with special abilities? Uncle? Some, but not much. This matter is kept secret from top to bottom. Liang's father said seriously. It's not that we don't want to pay attention to it, it's that we can't pay attention to it. Some time ago, a person with special abilities took the initiative to expose his information, which attracted the attention of many people, resulting in heavy rains. And before that, there were small earthquakes. Although these things did not cause death, no one dared to take the risk. I know, I heard about this from others. Qin Qing looked at Liang's father's concerned eyes, and took the initiative to say, Don't worry, not many people know about this. I won't ask you. Don't worry, said Liang's father. But I can reveal some information to you. According to predictions, starting this year, there will be large and small natural disasters in the country. And there will even be super large earthquakes. You should be careful. Qin Qing blinked and looked at him. Whose prediction? Liang's father shook his head. The abilities of people with abilities are all kinds of strange. Among them, there are people with the ability to predict. And they can also be said to be people with a strong sixth sense. I don't know who the news came from, but this news is definitely accurate. Qin Qing nodded. She guessed that the ability of the person behind it was probably similar to Zhang Wei's. But he should not be reborn like her. No. She remembered what Liang's father said, and suddenly raised her head. When do you say it will start? This year, Liang's father said firmly. But don't worry. The natural disasters in the past 2 years are not big disasters. It will take until after the earthquake for more serious natural disasters to occur. The country is currently quietly hoarding supplies. I tell you this just to hope that you are prepared. If you have the ability, you may be able to help. Seeing Qin Qing didn't speak, Liang's father said again, At present, the country has a loose policy on many things. Occasionally, they will not investigate some strange situations. There are many people who know that there are capable people. But everyone cannot correspond to who are capable people. So even if you do something, as long as it does not harm the world, no one will care. The implication is that the country turns a blind eye to the capable people. In this way, it will indeed be more convenient for the capable people to do what they can without worrying about exposing themselves. After saying this, Father Liang saw that Qin Qing still didn't speak, and said, Did you hear it? Yes, I know. Qin Qing did hear it. But what shocked her even more was the start time of the doomsday. She clearly remembered that the news in her previous life said it would start next year. But how come Father Liang said it would start this year? However, she had not awakened her space ability at this time in her previous life. So all the information came from the news. She pursed her lips and whispered, Can I know what happened this year? Father Liang thought for a moment and said, Floods, rainstorms, tsunamis, typhoons, all of these. These natural disasters also occurred in previous years, but this year they were particularly severe. As predicted, fortunately, the rescue was timely, and the crisis was blocked. There was no more serious danger of an outbreak. Fortunately, those who were capable quietly helped. Otherwise it would be difficult for us to solve these problems smoothly. Qing had paid attention to floods and rainstorms, which happened only 2 months ago. She still remembered that her friends were chatting in the group at that time, and talked about this matter, hoping that they could get through it safely. Sure enough, the rain stopped not long after. But she didn't expect that this was also part of the doomsday. After all, as Liang's father said, these natural disasters have happened before. Fortunately, nothing happened, Qing said. I have someone here who will contact me. If anything happens, someone will probably contact me specifically. If they can't contact me, you can also contact me. Uncle, I will do my best to do what I can. I will try not to contact you, Liang's father said. Your pressure is no less than ours. Since someone can contact you, there is no need for me to contact you again. It will only make you more stressed. Thank you today for bringing the news about Jean Rui. You're welcome. Brother Jean helped. He helped me a lot, Qing said. Although Brother Jean is in another world, he also made a lot of efforts in saving Blue Star. This is what he should do. This is his duty. When he passed away, I was sad, but I was proud of him, Father Liang said with a smile, and sighed again. But sometimes I also hope that the sister will not be as strong as her brother. If her mother will definitely be very painful. Qing looked at him. Can't you control it? Father Liang nodded helplessly. Qing laughed. They were talking about the same thing. Before going downstairs, Liang's father suddenly asked, when did you get in touch with Jean Rui? Minmin's mother said she recognized him the last time you came? Yes. We got in touch before that. We have been in touch all this time. To be honest, when I met Brother Jean, he was in a state of near death. Qing told Liang's father everything that happened at the beginning. At the end, she said, maybe he was afraid that you would worry, so he didn't agree to let me come to you until he got better. He really only reported good news and not bad news. He only talked about practicing martial arts and learning internal strength, and didn't talk about the previous situation. Dad Liang shook his head. Don't tell his mother about this. I will tell her little by little later. She is in poor health. If I tell her all at once, she might not be able to bear it. Qing turned her head. I thought you would say not to tell Auntie. Dad Liang smiled. Although her mother is not in good health, she must want to know more about her son's situation. She knows both the good and the bad, and she will feel assured. Then shall I tell you a few more things about Brother Jean? Qing said. She also hoped that the parents who had lost their son for many years could make up for their spirits after hearing about their son's experiences over the years. Okay. But you still have something to do. I'll take you to the high-speed rail station. You can tell me on the way in the car. Dad Liang took the car keys. Your business is more important. I can't delay you. The two talked and went downstairs together. Dad Liang looked at Jean Rui on the projector. He was performing boxing for his family. He smiled and said, Smelly boy. Let's fight in the air later to see how you have improved now. I'll take the little girl to do business first. Jean Rui stood up straight instantly, and replied with a smile, got it? Chapter 236. The coldness became stronger. Thank you for your hard work. Liang Min's father said Qing to the high-speed railway station. When he got off the car to send her in, he looked at her seriously and said, Qing knew what he meant. It's not hard. I'm doing it for myself. No matter what. I have to thank you. For myself, for the country, and for all the people. Liang Min's father said. It's also hard work afterwards. Qing looked at his serious look, and finally didn't say much. Just said, I will be fine. And our country will definitely be fine. The two looked at each other, and smiled, and Qing walked towards the high-speed railway station. After entering the high-speed railway station, she turned around and waved, Uncle. Go back. Today is a good day for the family to reunite. Take care. Liang Min's father also waved to her. Qing nodded, then turned and entered the high-speed railway station. She had already bought a high-speed railway ticket to Wuxin City in advance. At this time, she could just swipe her ID card to enter the station. The journey was smooth. When she was about to arrive, she received a message from Jean Rui. Thank you. You're welcome. The high-speed train arrived at the station. and she stood up with her shoulder bag on her back, went down the platform to the exit, and saw Woosin as soon as she went out. Boss Chin, please come here in person. No problem. I did something else on the way. Chin walked to his side. Is the situation over there okay? Good. Woosin nodded. My master said that it is very likely that the things you brought over, Boss Chin, worked otherwise. With our abilities, it would not have much effect at all. Chin nodded and asked, why didn't you tell me in advance about your meeting with him? I wanted to tell you, but my master said that the situation over there is not resolved things. Treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Woosin explained seriously. I have discussed it with them. They are all willing to wait, and once I find something wrong, I will take them there immediately. I can't take them all through you. That's right. Chin hadn't thought of this before. So you have also considered using the Taoist temple to condense the soul? Yes, but the effect is not very good. Woosin scratched his head, just walked out of the high-speed rail station, let Chin get on the car, sit in the passenger seat. He sat in the driver's seat. So after seeing the changes in the past few days, we can be sure that it is the effect of the soul stone. This is indeed a good thing. Chin fastened her seat belt. This time I came. I also brought some soul stones with me, and I will leave them with you. If there are related situations in the future, you will still do it. The affairs of the ability users are not suitable for spreading too widely. I guess we can't let too many people know who a certain ability corresponds to. Jumping from your side may have a smaller impact on Blue Star, and my place will be more suitable. Woosin said. Don't worry. Although my uncle and uncle have contacted my master, they don't know the specific situation, and they also know the seriousness of the matter, and they won't tell anyone. Chin nodded. That's good. With the external restrictions of the ability users, after she followed Woosin to the Taoist temple, she did not go to see his uncles and uncles, but went to a hidden place in the Taoist temple. No one usually comes to this place, and the door is locked most of the time. After arriving at the place, she took out a few soul stones with some shapes and placed them in the corner, making them look like ordinary strange stones for viewing. In this way, even if someone came to see them, they might not be able to find the strangeness of the soul stones. After putting the things away, she walked around the Taoist temple as a tourist, and before leaving, she left some talismans for Woosin, and then took a taxi back to the high-speed rail station at the Taoist temple. She was afraid that doing these things would cause some small disasters, so she kept paying attention on the way back. And fortunately everything went smoothly. Before she got home, she received good news from Woosin. It really works. Their souls are solid again. Chin, then you should pay attention. I will come to you anytime if you need anything. Woosin, okay. I will come to you when I need your help. If it's not a big deal, I will discuss with my master and solve it, and try not to cause you any trouble. Chin, okay. Regarding the soul, she may not be as professional as Woosin and his apprentice. She mainly has various plugins, soul stones and soul beads, and the Black River. If the master and apprentice can solve the problem, she can indeed save some trouble. The high-speed rail goes directly to the county town, but there are not many buses from the county town back to the town. After she got off the train, she went for a walk nearby and bought a few bags of snacks and 20 to 30 fast food meals. She held some of the fast food in her hands, and put the rest in her personal space as usual. It must be said that since she knew that the country was also stockpiling supplies, she felt a lot more relaxed. Although she stockpiled a lot of supplies, she also used or sold a lot of supplies. She always felt that it was not enough, and thought about finding an opportunity to stock up a large batch. In the current situation, she must still stock up, but at least there is no need to worry too much. When they returned to the town, it was past 7 in the evening, and the supermarket was not closed yet. She appeared with a few bags, and Wei Xiaoshuang immediately came out to greet her. Chin smiled and shook the bag in her hand. Midnight snack. Hee. I knew there would be one for me. Wei Xiaoshuang immediately ran to her to see. Hand-grabbed pancakes, barbecue, and even candied haws. There are also a few fast food meals. It's cold now. You can put them in the refrigerator. You can still eat them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, saving you the time of cooking. Chin gave most of the fast food meals to Wei Xiaoshuang. I can make them myself. Then I won't hesitate. Wei Xiaoshuang took them with a smile. By the way, there are things out of stock in your supermarket. Go and see if you can restock them. Are the things in the old factory? I can also help you move them. It's okay. I can do it myself. There aren't many things. Qin looked at the shortage of goods. I rode a tricycle to buy some. Yes. I didn't expect that the business in that amusement park would be so good. Wei Xiaoshuang was happy for Qin. In this way, your supermarket's profit will be more than your job outside. Right? Indeed. It will be more. Qin nodded, looking at Wei Xiaoshuang's envious expression, and said, although you don't make much now, you can take some work online. If it goes well, you can make more money. Maybe you can enjoy it at home for a few years. Good idea. I'll try it then. Wei Xiaoshuang turned around with the bag. Then I'll go back first. You go to transport the goods. Yes. Qin entered the garage from the supermarket, took out the tricycle from the portable space, and then opened the garage door and went to the direction of the old factory. There is indeed some inventory in the old factory at the moment, but today she plans to store it all in her personal space. After a few days, she can ask the supplier for more goods in the name of out of stock. It was not completely dark yet. She took out the key, found the key to open the door, and just poked it into the keyhole. A prompt message popped up in front of her. The upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? After upgrading, you can open random transactions. Yes. Or no. Random transactions? Qin paused for a moment when she looked at this word that had never appeared before. And while turning the keyhole, she gave a definite answer. Yes, of course she has to upgrade. It has come to this point. She has to upgrade no matter what. Otherwise, she is afraid that she will regret it. Upgrade confirmed. Upgrade countdown. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. During this upgrade, it will not affect the opening of the plain supermarket. Qin pushed the door and entered the old factory. She turned on the lights in the warehouse of the old factory. Looking at the prompts in front of her, she looked forward to the results of this upgrade. After moving everything, she turned off the lights in the warehouse and walked out of the old factory. Then she rode the tricycle back to the supermarket. It was almost time for the store to close, so she spoke directly to Wei Xiaoshuang. You should go back first and have a rest. Okay, I'll go first then. Wei Xiaoshuang happily left with a few bags of snacks. After she left, Qin pushed the electric bike into the garage, but as soon as she closed the garage door, she felt a cold wind coming, and it was a familiar cold wind. After coming to her senses, she immediately closed the supermarket door, and then went to the back door. Boss Qin, stay inside. Don't come out. Qin shouted to Bai Yunqing, and immediately looked around. This time, a circle of buildings appeared around. Each building was filled with gloomy air. Even if she didn't get close, she knew that the situation here must be very complicated. And every time a building appeared here, it was because of Qin Jiangxin's mission. She didn't hesitate, and immediately ran towards the building. The closer she got, the colder it was. The coldness that reached her soul made her feel a little bit overwhelmed. Qin, be careful. Qin Jiangxin's voice appeared not far away. When she saw the person, the other party immediately disappeared in front of her, and went to the direction of several buildings. She looked back. The ghosts hiding in the building full of talisman paper were trembling. It was obvious that this time, they could not be asked to help directly as before. But if she did nothing in such a scene, what if Qin Jiangxin really got into trouble? Ghost. Imchi. She remembered something, raised her eyes, took out a space stone, made it into a space door, and then dragged the space door and walked forward. The space gate did not fluctuate at this time, until she reached out her hand and grabbed a wisp of Imchi, which instantly followed another space stone in her hand and went to another world. The other side of this space gate, in the depths of the snowy mountain, was full of soul stones, and not far away was the location of the Black River. After confirming that it was feasible, she walked forward with the space stone until she grabbed a large wisp of Imchi. All the Imchi around rushed towards her, condensed a little bit and became thicker, and then was sucked away by the space gate the moment it approached her. Just like this, wave after wave, her hands became colder and colder, but the coldness felt by her body was much less than before, until another wave of Imchi was introduced to the other side of the space gate, and the ice on her hand dissipated. She immediately went to the snowy mountain world through the space gate. Chapter 237. A Matter of Time. Not long after the Imchi was drawn in, it did not scatter and wreak havoc as she imagined, but instead lingered above the space gate. She grabbed a ball of Imchi again, rolled them all up, then quickly went to the Black River, and threw all the Inchi rolled into it. She tried her best, hoping it would work. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint her. When the Inchi touched the Black River, it was quickly drawn into it, and soon disappeared into the depths of the Black River. No trace of it was left, as if it had never appeared. Chin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Black River was useful. But at the same time, it also made her look at the Black River more vigilantly. This river was more dangerous than she expected. She pursed her lips, turned around and returned to the hell on Earth through the space gate. The mission was still going on, but without the harassment of the Inchi. These missions were being carried out in an orderly manner, and she no longer felt any danger. As long as she didn't feel the danger, the impact of these missions would not be too great. Most of the missioners inside might not be here for the first time, and they should know how to survive the danger safely. She turned around and went back to the building covered with talismans. None of the talismans on the building were used this time, and the ghosts in the building seemed to be in good condition, not trembling like last time. Boss Chin by Yun Chin stood at the door of the building, carefully looking outside, and then looked at Chin in shock. You took away the Inchi? Chin walked into the building. Can you see the Inchi? Yes, by Yun Chin nodded. But it's scary. You can't get close. It will absorb me. Just now. Well, I did take away a large group of Inchi just now. Fortunately it's solved now, Chin said, looking at the ghosts hiding in the building who were still a little scared, and smiled and said, You plan to living here for a long time? It's nice to live here. Yes. It's nice to live here. No big castle is as comfortable as living here. Chin laughed and stopped joking with him, and said directly, Don't worry, it's okay, at least nothing will happen today. Luckily, the building here is big enough, and after the people who were here moved out, the first floor hall was empty, which is enough for them to live in, and they are all ghosts, so they don't need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate, and they can lie down and sleep anywhere. Naturally, she would not persuade them to move out. She turned her head and looked outside the building. In addition to the newly appeared buildings, there were also taskers doing tasks in the hospital that appeared before. She saw a lot of taskers today, so she did not leave. She sat in the building. She waited for the people who were doing tasks to leave one by one. After seeing Chin Jiangxin come out, she breathed a sigh of relief. She did not say hello to her, and just watched her leave. As for whether Chin Jiangxin would worry about her, as long as she could see her tomorrow, even if she had no memory of doing the task, she could be sure that she was fine before the next task restored her memory. With the lights of those buildings, one by one, there are some swimming souls. Chin turned to look at Bai Yun Chin. You confirmed in the past, if no problem. Bring the swimming soul here, get them one first, determine that there is nothing to release. Good. Otherwise, I still go with you. Chin got up. I control it with the control symbol. Need not, I have a way. Bai Yun Chin talked to her with a smile. With a few ghosts, it didn't take long to bring those swimming souls back, and they all entered the detained rooms. Even Chin was a little surprised. But before she could ask, someone immediately gave the answer. In fact, we didn't say anything. We just said that they can avoid unknown harm here and not be wiped out. As soon as we finished speaking, everyone came. I see. I didn't expect it to have this effect. Chin laughed. This effect is very strong. Although we are all ghosts, no one would want to disappear between heaven and earth. The ghost who explained to her said seriously, This is different from reincarnation. After reincarnation, we still know that we have the next life. Complete disappearance means real disappearance. In fact, whether it is human or ghost, the most fearful thing is the unknown. Chin said, looking at the other party. When you go to reincarnate, you will also lose all your memories. But because you know that you are going to reincarnate, you will not be so scared. But if the unknown disappears, it will be like a human who does not know that he can reincarnate and loses his relatives. You will definitely feel pain. It seems to be the truth. The other party nodded. If you tell me that if I disappear here, I will just lose my memory and go to another world, maybe everyone will not be so scared. While the two were talking, Bai Yun Chin had already settled all the ghosts he brought. When she came down, Chin happened to notice the situation in the hospital, frowned and asked, The situation in the hospital over there seems to be a little different from before. Bai Yun Chin also looked over, and said after a while, There are taskers in the hospital? There are still taskers in the hospital? Qin Qing asked in surprise. She thought that after the mission was over, there would be no more taskers in the building that appeared here. After being surprised, she still frowned and looked over there. It seems a little dangerous. She turned her head and looked at Bai Yunqing. Bai Yunqing shook his head. I don't dare to go in. I'm afraid I will be involved in it. The mission that will be reincarnated in the mission is the most dangerous. Qin Qing could only turn back silently and continue to look at the mission space of the hospital. She certainly couldn't let Bai Yunqing take risks. Just when she was frowning, someone walked out of her space door. The existence of the space door. Few people knew about it. She immediately looked over, and after seeing that it was not Zhang Mingchen and Zhang Rui, she breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, those people were walking towards her. The short figures looked like a group of kindergarten children. Why are there children here? Bai Yunqing asked in shock. They are my friends. Qin Qing immediately said. You guys stay here. I'll go up and take a look. Don't move around. She didn't know much about the temperament of these little people. She only knew that they loved to play, but they had mastered the method of controlling time and space. If they wanted to do something, no one could stop them. At this time, she was already close. One of the little people looked up and asked, Did you open the space door? It's me. I have something important to do, so I opened this space door. Qin Qing explained. If this space door has an impact on you, I can close it immediately. No. 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 Why do you want to close the space door? You are not allowed to close it. Qin Qing was surprised, but after questioning her, the little people walked firmly towards the hospital. Reincarnation mission time controller. She blinked and suddenly realized something. In the glowing mission space, the outer circle of light was peeled off bit by bit, and the light gathered in the hands of the little people and condensed into a crystal ball as big as an adult's fist, which was carefully held in the hands of several little people. That's our companion. Qin Qing lowered her head and looked at the little person who was still standing beside her. This little person was also the one who came out to talk to her at first. We had many companions before, but these companions slowly left us, and no one knew where they went. The little person said. So we made a deal with the god of space and exchanged it for the space stone, so that we could open the space gate to find companions. Where the space gate is, as long as there is the breath of companions, we can smell it. The little person said, and looked up at Qin Qing. They were too anxious just now. I don't blame you, but thank you for opening the space gate here, so that we can find our companions. Qin Qing opened her mouth, and didn't know what to say for a while. At this moment, the little people came back with the crystal ball. Sniffing, there are more. There are more here. There are so many. Let's go! Let's go. Find it, the little people said, and immediately drew a space gate, and rushed into the space gate one after another. On the same planet, it is very easy to open the space gate in this plane. Qin Qing can do it, let alone the little people. When the last little person left, he left a pile of space stones for Qin Qing. We will be back. These are gifts of thanks. Before Qin Qing could think about it, a group of people and ghosts walked out of the hospital behind her. Ah, we were scared to death. I thought I was going to die here. It's like a ghost wall. I'm scared. There's really no way out. I can't get out. I finally got out. Ha ha. I got out too. I got out. Ha ha ha. I finally got out. Don't laugh, buddy. It's creepy. Who's your buddy? Ghosts. Damn. Ghosts. It's not like I haven't seen them before. It's true. We've been together for many days. Do you know? One day in heaven is 1 year on earth. You have been on the mission for more than 10 days. Why are you still making such a fuss? That's right. We have spent hundreds of years on the mission and didn't say anything. Why are you so timid? Hee hee. Now that the mission is no longer trapping us, can we absorb human breath at will? Human. And fresh human breath. A group of ghosts said, turning their heads, and quickly found Qin Qing's location. Then laughed, revealing a terrifying appearance with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Some even explained, only when you are frightened can you release your soul. And that's when it's delicious. Otherwise, you can't eat it. Make them look ugly. These guys are also human beings. They are all scared. And this human being is still new to them. Qin Qing listened to the ghost's open and above-board plans, laughed, moved her hands, and clamped a few talismans between her fingers. One of them glared, and suddenly screamed, "Run!" It's a ghost-binding talisman. You have some knowledge, Qin said in surprise. But at the moment when the ghosts moved, she immediately threw the ghost-binding talismans over, each of which was accurately attached to the ghosts, leaving them no room to move. The ghost who called out the ghost-binding talisman begged for mercy first, and shouted loudly, "Auntie, spare me. We don't dare anymore. We really don't dare anymore." Qin calmly stepped forward and looked at the trembling humans. "The mission is over. Why don't you go back?" The few people reacted and quickly quit the mission, and soon disappeared in front of them. After making sure that there were no more humans left, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the ghost. "I am also a human, and I will never let go of any ghost that hurts people." The other party reacted and said immediately, "No. No. They are still here. Their souls are still here." Really? Chapter 238 Ghost Days. As far as I know, the souls left behind after the mission failed will die. Qin now has a much deeper understanding of purgatory on Earth than before, and naturally knows that the souls left behind are not so easy to survive. "Yes, that's normal," the other party said immediately. "But our mission space is a special mission. Those people failed the mission, and did leave souls behind, but their souls did not disappear. They are still inside, but... As he said, he looked at Qin carefully, under Qin's gaze, whispered, "It's just that the soul is there. The person may not be alive." Qin raised his eyebrows. How should this be understood? "That's right, the soul leaving state. The soul is alive at first, and then dead soul," the man said carefully. "Until now, many have become dead souls, but really, they are still there, and have not disappeared." "Is the living soul state a vegetative state?" Qin asked. "Is that right?" The other party nodded. After the mission failed, their bodies automatically separated, leaving only their souls. At that time, they were all living souls. But now? But we really didn't do anything evil, and it's none of our business. The mission space automatically left the souls behind. We have been in the mission space and cannot leave. Qin nodded, without asking more questions, and just said, "Where are they?" The other party immediately said, "They are all inside." Qin nodded again, and walked into the hospital that had appeared for a long time, but had never been entered. Under the guidance of the other party, she soon saw the souls of the taskers, who stayed here because of the failed mission. She could also tell the difference between the living souls and the dead souls. However, the taskers in this plane would automatically go back after the mission was successful. Now, they can't seem to leave automatically. How can I take them away? Qin asked the person who led the way. The other party shook his head. Seeing that Qin didn't believe him, he hurriedly said, "I really don't know. This place is very strange. I also tried many ways to get out, but I couldn't leave until today. I thought they failed in the mission, and would be the same as before. I didn't expect a group of villains to suddenly come." The villains did not enter the hospital. Qin knew what happened very well. She didn't let him continue, but took out her cell phone and found someone she had just contacted. "Woosen, are you resting now?" The other party replied quickly, "Not resting yet. Boss Qin, is there anything I can do for you? I have a group of living souls here. You find a way to send them back," Qin said, looking at the souls in front of her. "I will take some photos later. You find someone to confirm. If nothing unexpected happens, these people should be lying in the hospital." "How can there be living souls?" Woosen asked in shock. "I'll explain this to you later when I have a chance," Qin said calmly. "Just determine their location. Then come to my place and take these souls away." "Okay. Take the photos for me, and I'll confirm them. Are you in a hurry?" "If you are, I'll find someone right away." Woosen knew that some things were urgent, so he didn't ask any more questions. Qin took a look at the condition of these living souls, most of whom were weak, and said, "Okay, then please work overtime tonight." After that, Qin walked in directly. Everyone inside had heard what she said just now. When she went in, everyone looked at her expectantly, hoping to hear good news from her. Qin called out a group of people, took photos of them one by one, and then sent them to Woosen. "I'll ask someone to confirm their identities tonight, and I'll pick them up tomorrow morning." "Okay." After replying to Woosen's message, the few souls whose photos were taken were very happy. "So are we all still alive? Can we go back? I thought I was dead." "Yes, you are all still alive, and you can all go back, but you have to stay here at night." Qin looked at the souls. Just stay for one night, should be okay. Right? Everyone shook their heads and said happily, no problem. No problem. Chin nodded, looking at another group of people. You have to stay here for one night too. I will take you away tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately asked, where are we going? We are all dead. Are we going to the underworld? Or are we going to reincarnate directly? You will know tomorrow. Chin smiled. A lot of things happened at night. You have been trapped here for a long time. Rest well first. Don't worry. The world after death is not as scary as you think. After speaking, Chin left the hospital, and took the mission NPCs in the hospital with her, and took them to the building. Boss Chin, I'll do it. Chin took the initiative to step forward. Lock them up first. Right. Let them out after you make sure there's no danger. Yeah. Chin nodded. I'll go back and rest first, and we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything. Okay, Boss Chin. Have a good rest. After the two finished talking, Chin turned and headed towards the supermarket, and Chin's cheerful voice came from behind. You're lucky to be here. Did you see those talismans outside the building? These talismans can resist that inexplicable chill, so you won't get into trouble if you stay here. Really? Of course it's true. We've experienced it once before, and we were all fine. Who is she? Why is she so strong? Don't ask. There's no benefit in asking too much. Chin was busy all day, and fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. On the other hand, the photos Woosen sent out have been compared with all the owners through a powerful facial recognition system. As expected, these people are indeed lying in the hospital. Among the relatives of the photo owners, there are also people who know the existence of people with special abilities. Isn't this? I didn't expect to appear here. Lu Lao's granddaughter has been in a coma for more than half a year. She has tried various methods, but has not recovered. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Then the photo is of the soul. Right? Whose ability is so strong that he can even find the soul? Shh. Don't ask. We just need to do it as required. I will pick up my father in person. Be careful on the road. I will. Lian nodded. And finally a smile appeared on his stern face. This talisman can be used. Woosen handed the talisman he found to Chin. Can you draw it? Yes. Chin took the notebook, and took out a set of talisman drawing tools from under the cash register. You can walk around the town. I'll find you when I'm done. Okay, then I'll wait for you. This talisman is nothing else. It's a talisman that can protect the soul. The state of those living souls is not very good. If they are taken away directly, given the current situation of Blue Star, I'm afraid something will happen halfway. So after communicating with Woosen found this talisman, and asked her to draw it temporarily. This talisman was not difficult to draw. It didn't take long for Chin to draw more than a dozen talismans. Although it was enough, she still drew a few more, intending to let Woosen take them away later. If needed, she could use these talismans to protect the soul. After drawing all of them, she went to Purgatory on Earth to bring out those living souls, called Woosen back, and gave all the talismans to him. Chin said, you can see the living souls. I won't say much. How to send them away is up to you. Don't tell others too much about my situation. I understand. But they... Woosen looked at the living souls. They are fine. When they wake up, they won't remember what happened here. Chin said. Just send them back without worry. Woosen nodded, and drove away with a pile of talismans and living souls. There were many living souls, but they were all souls, and they could be squeezed into one car. Not long after he left, there were a group of more customers in the supermarket. Even the self-service vending system was not enough, so she had to keep busy. About an hour later, she received a message from Woosen. The first living soul had been taken away. Most of these souls were taken away by people who knew about the ability. As long as the souls were sent to the body, they would naturally possess the body and regain consciousness. After sending off another guest and fewer people came, Chin immediately went to the human purgatory. Boss Chin, you came so quickly. Where are we going? Don't worry. You will know soon. Chin took them out of the human purgatory and turned around to open the door to the plain supermarket leading to the soul world. I could have brought you here yesterday, but the situation here is special. It is inconvenient to go out at night, so I chose today. As soon as the door was opened, a noisy sound was heard. Good morning, Boss Chin. Good morning, Boss Chin. Oh, are there new people again? Why are there so many this time? What happened? Don't worry, they are the ones who had the accident before. After she brought everyone into the soul realm, she closed the door and said to them, "Let's go, this is where you should be." Where is this? Soul realm, you can also think of this as the underworld. Would you like a drink? Here are Coke, orange juice, coffee. Yes, do you have no place to stay now? My place is good quality and cheap, there are many single rooms, and complete furniture, you can stay for one night with one soul bead. To be honest, you can only buy one drink with one soul bead. Chin looked at the person who was talking. It was the person who asked her for a whole building before. Didn't you say you wanted to live alone? Which room do you want to live in? This is it. It's too big. It can't accommodate so many people, the person said, laughing. Besides, only newcomers can rent it. They will move out after a while. I only earn a little bit. Chin laughed and looked at the ghosts, who were still stunned. You are already dead in reality. There is no way to return to the world of the living. Just stay here. When you can be reincarnated depends on the situation in the soul world. As for how to live here, you can just ask them. There is nothing to do every day. So just stay at the door and chat. As he spoke, a car sped on the road not far away. On the other side, some people took out mahjong and poker cards. Someone else was holding a cell phone and shouting, "My friends, my Rolls-Royce Ghost has been upgraded. The new car is a special customized model, called EP181. Look for EP181, and you won't get lost. Thank you for your big plane. New ghosts. Can you still drive fast here? Play with your cell phone? Forget about Rolls-Royce. What is EP181? Is the life of a ghost so comfortable? Oh my god, a flying luxury yacht? Mom." Chapter 239, picking up the missing order. Why are you calling Mom? I don't know, I just suddenly wanted to call Mom, but if I had known that this place is so good, why did we bother last night? The main thing is that the boss didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Chin. Chin looked back. Do you have anything to say? No. No, I'm fine, boss. Don't worry, I will stay here safely. Yes, me too, I will never cause trouble for you. Boss, we can live here. Boss, you are busy. Looking at the people who were so servile, Chin laughed. Just stay here safely. If you have any questions, just ask the administrator directly. If you have special needs, you can place an order with me. I will find a way to buy it for you. After that, she looked at everyone, and saw that everyone nodded. Then she returned to her supermarket. Just after she left, someone asked curiously, what are special needs? Like yachts? Like airplanes? Like spaceships? Ah? Can you buy all of these? What? We are all ghosts. Not humans. We don't need real things. Printed products are fine. They can be used here. Everyone's needs are similar. Houses, cars, and so on. Anyway, you have seen luxury cars, villas, and luxury watches in real life. You can have whatever you want. What to eat? There are drinks over there. Coffee, cola, orange juice, and food can be bought directly from the vending machine. But you can't eat it directly. Otherwise it will be tasteless. See the candle over there, you smell it, and then eat the food in your hand. It tastes great, just like the delicious food you ate when you were alive. By the way, there are clothes in the vending machine. This is very cheap. If you have clothes you like, you can ask the boss to customize them. It is a bit expensive, but the quality is really good. Also, we have developed a full range of platforms here. You can watch short videos, read novels, watch movies. It's not that we have everything you want, but we have no shortage of entertainment. There are also things to play. A few days ago, the boss customized a full set of playgrounds. It cost a lot of money. You can go and play. Damn, is this the life that ghosts can live? This is too cool. Why can't I come earlier? Chin returned to the supermarket and took out her mobile phone. It takes a certain amount of time to send all souls to the location of their bodies. So far, she has received news that only one soul has been sent. Just when she was curious about the situation over there, Woosen took the initiative to send a message. The person has regained consciousness, but to live, he still needs long-term training. Chin, it's good that he can wake up. They need to take the talismans they drew before. Woosen, I will remember to remind them to go to the high-speed rail station immediately. Someone will pick them up at the high-speed rail station. I can send a group of souls here. Everyone is very happy. Chin, that's good. The car stopped at the agreed location near the high-speed rail station. Not long after the car stopped, someone came over. Wooson got off the car, and the other person bowed to him first. "You're welcome. Tell me your name," Wooson said. After the other person told his name, he took out a talisman, waited for a while, and then handed it over. "The first person has woken up. You can deliver this. After the person wakes up, you still need to keep it with you. Don't lose it. I'll pay attention. Thank you." After the first one, there was the second, the third, and the fourth. The high-speed rail station is indeed convenient to go back and forth. While he was waiting, the others also said that they would take the initiative to pick him up. In this way, he could send everyone away at the high-speed rail station here. At night, the people closest to him gradually regained consciousness. Wooson immediately reported the good news to Qin Qin, and then said, "They all thank me. I feel a little embarrassed." Qin Qin was eating at this moment, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork with chopsticks and putting it into her mouth. When she saw the message he sent, she smiled and replied, "It's what I should do. You have been running around for a day and a night for this matter. I don't want anything else, as long as they are safe." The two chatted for a while, and received a few more good news. They confirmed that there was no accident this time, and finally they were relieved. Wooson had to rush back to the Taoist temple, so the two of them stopped talking. Qin Qin thought of the Soul Realm, and asked the administrator about the situation of those people. The news she got was that they were very adaptable to the new environment, and there was almost no transition period. This was also good news. She did not deliberately learn about the family situation behind these people. If someone asked her, she would help a little, but if no one asked her, she would not do more. Otherwise, there were so many people in the Soul Realm, and she would probably explode with so many things to do. After dinner, she put the bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen to soak. As soon as she walked out, she saw Wei Xiaoshuang standing at the door of the supermarket. "Qing. Can I go back earlier today? I received a small order, which is a bit urgent and needs to be recorded. It's not quiet here. I will go back to do it in the evening." "It's okay. There is not much business in the evening. Just close the store," Qin said calmly. "Next time you have something to do, you can also leave early." Wei Xiaoshuang smiled and gave her an okay gesture, then closed the door, picked up the notebook, and rode the battery bike home. Qin watched her leave, and went back into the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding a skewer and a cup of milk tea she had stockpiled. Although Wei Xiaoshuang made milk tea every day, there were still more flavors outside. When she was craving for milk tea, she had to drink a cup of this to satisfy her craving. Back at the cashier, she moved the chair and stuck it behind the cashier, then lay down, holding a skewer in one hand and a cup of milk tea in the other, and feeling the cool breeze blowing in from outside. Feeling the coolness of autumn comfortably, she was definitely not in the mood to do anything else tonight. After all, she had to wait for the upgrade of the plain supermarket to be completed. I don't know how random transactions are randomized. She was checking the time while browsing her phone. When it was almost time for yesterday's upgrade, she clicked on the plain supermarket panel. The countdown time shown on it was 3 minutes away. Before the time was up, she received a new message on her phone. "Teacher Zhou, Xiaoqing, there is movement in the sound transmission note." Qin glanced at the message, and then at the countdown, and immediately got up, and came to the cultivation plain through the back door of the supermarket. Teacher Zhou had been waiting here since early morning, and when she saw her appear, he immediately handed the sound transmission note to her. "Ziyang Yuanjun? It's a good thing you're here, my friend." Ziyang Yuanjun's voice rang out in the sound transmission talisman. "I won't say much to you, I'll just say it directly. The Yuaning cultivator needs to pass the tribulation. If he wants to pass the tribulation, then pass it." "When?" Qin asked. When the transaction was first discussed, the Yuaning cultivator was also among them. The transaction amount was 15 million kilograms of spiritual rice. If she had this spiritual rice, she really wouldn't have to worry about the future. The tribulation will happen in the next 1 or 2 days. But it may be more dangerous than before, Ziyang Yuanjun said. "I just realized that she has been suppressing her cultivation. If she breaks through now, the power of the thunder tribulation will be huge. I am afraid that 6 puppets will not be enough." Qin heard her voice over, and after thinking for a while, she asked, "Can I raise the price? If you can successfully pass the tribulation, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Yuanjun said seriously. I know you definitely have more than 6 puppets. I'm telling you so that you can be mentally prepared. Also, where do you want to meet tomorrow? Let's go to the old place. Qin guessed that Yuanjun had a close relationship with the nascent soul cultivator who was going to pass the tribulation. But it didn't really matter to her. She just wanted to earn spiritual rice and upgrade the puppets. It would be great if she could successfully overcome the tribulation. If she could not, she would have no choice. At most, she would not be able to earn spiritual rice by this method in the future. After agreeing on a meeting time with Yuanjun, the sound transmission note became invalid. Qin said goodbye to teacher Zhou and returned to her supermarket. At this time, the plain supermarket had been successfully upgraded. In addition to random transactions, other pages also had some changes. The original plain supermarket panel was simply one page for each plane, and the options on it were also very simple, which was the choice of entering the plain supermarket. Now, there are new columns on it. Inventory on each plain supermarket page, there is an inventory column, which shows the inventory of goods. She can even click on these goods to choose to put goods on or off the shelves, or increase inventory. After upgrading, it will be much easier for her to put goods on. She does not need to go to the plain supermarket, but can directly operate on the panel. In addition to these, there are also buttons for opening and closing doors, and buttons for increasing defense and attack power. The former is useful, and the latter is not used by her for the time being, but all functions are placed on the panel, which really makes her actions much more convenient. She flipped back 2 pages, and found that the previous page was wrong. She flipped forward again. When she turned to the first page, she saw a full list of goods and inventory. After a closer look, it was almost the same as her own supermarket. The plain supermarket could actually display her own supermarket, and the quantity of goods was so complete. It would be much more convenient to purchase goods in the future. She took a quick look at the situation of several goods, and the more she looked, the happier she was. Before, when she judged the quantity of a certain product, it was just a rough estimate, and it could only be said that it was roughly the same. Now with such detailed data, she will be more targeted when purchasing. After looking around, she had already identified several items that needed to be restocked. However, she did not place an order immediately, but continued to scroll back page by page. She always saved the best for last, such as today's random deal, hoping that it would bring her a bigger surprise. The last page, the moment she turned to it, the words random deal popped up. But there were only 3 boxes at the bottom. There was a picture on each box. She put her hand on it, and the words quickly appeared on it. Want to buy soul gathering pills. Sell soul rice. Want to buy drinking water. Sell gold jewelry. Want to buy food. Sell clothes/whole warehouse. Qin. Got it. Single person transaction. Compared with the previous transaction method, the difference is not that big. It is just a one-to-one transaction without the physical plain supermarket. From the 3 purchase needs, it should be difficult. But she carefully looked at the situation of these 3 transaction boxes and immediately retracted her comment that the difference is not big. How can this difference be small? It is so big. 10,000 caddies of soul rice, but only 3 soul gathering pills. 2 caddies of gold jewelry for 1 liter of drinking water. The clothes in the last warehouse only need 20 caddies of food. What kind of super good random order is this? Chapter 240. Let's change someone else. Across the plain supermarket, Qin didn't know what was going on the other side of the transaction, but this didn't affect her transaction. After all, it was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain, and it would be a pity to miss it. Without hesitation, she immediately chose to confirm the transaction. The soul gathering pill was the kind she made herself, and the drinking water she chose was bottled mineral water, and as for the third food item, she chose the best spiritual rice in her hand. After putting the items on, the 3 transaction boxes on the page dimmed, and at the same time, 3 more items appeared in the storage area of the plain supermarket. Spirit rice, gold, and a warehouse of clothes. The 3 items are under the transaction box. You can click to withdraw at any time. There is not much business in the supermarket at this moment. Even if someone comes, customers are used to buying things by themselves during this period. She doesn't have to be there all the time. Looking at the sparse crowd outside the supermarket, she got up, went to the back door, opened the door, and came to the wasteland plain. Walking out of the supermarket in the wasteland plain, there is a whole empty area outside, which is also the place she thinks is most suitable for picking up goods. After standing still, she first took out the 2 kilograms of gold. The value of gold is not low, and its density is high, so taking out 2 kilograms of gold jewelry is not a lot. But as long as she thinks that she is exchanging 1 liter of drinking water for gold, she feels that this transaction is really worth it. She held the gold and looked at it for a while, then took out an exquisite box, put the gold in it, and put it aside. The next one is the spiritual rice. She looked at the extraction box, which only had spiritual rice on it, and no packaging bag. So she rummaged through the portable space and found the bag she used to buy rice before. She took out all the bags, put them in front of her, and clicked extract. All the spiritual rice really went into the bag as she expected. 20 bags of rice weighed 500 pounds each. This was exchanged for 3 soul-gathering pills. And the spiritual herbs she used to buy the soul-gathering pills were just a few white stones. 10,000 pounds of spiritual rice could be sold for 100,000 yuan, which was also earned. The last thing was the clothes in the warehouse. She only saw the general appearance in the transaction box, and didn't know how many clothes there were in the warehouse. So before taking out the clothes, she bent down and put the 20 bags of rice aside, and then clicked extract. The moment the extraction was confirmed, all the clothes appeared in front of her. Even though she was well prepared, she couldn't help but let out a surprised voice and an ignorant wow when she saw the pile of clothes suddenly appearing in front of her. However, after seeing the styles of this batch of clothes, she couldn't help but sigh. Not for anything else, but mainly because most of these clothes were red. Such a bright color doesn't have very poor sales. But it should be good, especially because Chinese people love red and can always wear this color on certain occasions. But now, so many clothes have all been bought by her at the price of 20 kilograms of food. I don't know what the situation is in the plane where clothes are sold, but it can't be too good. Zhang Mingchun saw the prompt message on the communicator and immediately came to the first floor area. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw clothes that took up a lot of space. Then she saw Qin Qing standing at the door of the plane supermarket. Knowing Qin Qing's character well, she subconsciously asked, "Did you go to pick up things again?" "I didn't this time. Besides, how could there be so many things?" Qin Qing snorted softly. "I just bought them, but you definitely don't know how much these things cost." "I spent." Before answering, Zhang Mingchun first glanced at the pile of clothes in front of him. What I exchanged for clothes is nothing more than food and water. Under special circumstances, these clothes should not be a problem to exchange for 100 kilograms of food. You guessed half right. Qin Qing smiled. It was indeed exchanged for food, but not that much, just 20 kilograms, only 20 kilograms, for so many clothes. So exaggerated? Zhang Mingchun looked at the pile of clothes in front of him. It seems that the situation in the plane you are trading with is more serious. Such a serious plane must be extremely dangerous. You have to be careful. I won't go this time. Qin Qing shook her head, simply told her the situation, and then said, "But it seems that there may be only 3 trading opportunities every day. In addition to these clothes, I also exchanged 10,000 caddies of spiritual rice, and 2 caddies of gold. Isn't it worth it? It's equivalent to not even taking out the spiritual rice." Zhang Mingchun smiled, and gave a thumbs up. This wave is really profitable. Isn't it? Qin Qing nodded immediately. 20 caddies of spiritual rice were taken out, and 10,000 caddies of spiritual rice were brought back. It's profitable anyway. Moreover, these spiritual rice seem to belong to special transactions. They don't need to go through the plain supermarket. How about I leave you 5,000 caddies? Zhang Mingchun knew that Qin Qing had a lot of spiritual rice, and he didn't be polite to her. He nodded directly. "Okay. Then you leave me 5,000 caddies. What do you want to do with these clothes?" "I'd better take it back and try to sell it online. The material of this batch of clothes is not too special, and the style is relatively modern. It is not suitable to be sold in the ancient plane. It can only be sold in modern times." She priced it lower, and it should not be difficult to sell it. As for Zhang Mingchun, she lacks food, but not clothes, and these clothes don't need to stay with her. However, after getting Qin Qing's reply, Zhang Mingchun still said, "These clothes are all naked, without outer packaging. I will clean them for you, and then take pictures of them according to the style of the clothes. Package them, and then you can sell them. The delivery speed will be faster." As she said, without waiting for Qin Qing to postpone, she said, "I have a clothing factory here. whether it is cleaning or packaging. It is very convenient. It is always faster than you taking it back to deal with it. Chin Chin thought about it and nodded. Then these clothes are all given to you. And I will keep half of the spiritual rice for you. After that, she put away the remaining 5,000 kilograms of spiritual rice and 2 kilograms of gold jewelry and returned to the supermarket. Everything was normal in the supermarket. When it was time to close the store, she closed the store directly, first went to Jean Rui's martial arts plane, left him 500 kilograms of spiritual rice, and then went to the ancient white stone plane. It was only a little after 8 o'clock in the evening, so it was not too late. In this plane, she never took the usual route, relying on the experience of the previous few times. She had no problems on the mountain, and soon reached a mountain near the city gate. She was about to go down, but saw chaos inside and outside the city gate. Someone shouted and laughed. The governor is just like this. Look, look, he's so scared that he wet his pants. Are all the people here? The governor's old lady is guarding the city gate? Your son is in my hands. You'd better open the city gate now, otherwise he will die. It's been so long, and you haven't come to an agreement? Are you still waiting for the so-called gods? What if there really is a god? What god? You believe the nonsense these people tell you. Listen, you'd better open the city gate. The governor can still have a chance to survive, otherwise. Before the threat was finished, the governor immediately shouted, Open the city gate. Mother, save me. Save me. No, you can't open it. Once the city gate is opened, what will happen to the people in the city? But he is the governor. Even if he is the governor, he can't ignore the lives of the people in the city. Old lady, think twice before you act. Once the city gate is opened, the people in the city will be in danger. The old lady said nothing, but the city gate was very lively. Even if Chin Chin was standing far away, she could vaguely hear the quarrel coming from there. Seeing this scene, she stopped her steps that were originally planned to appear, stood on the big tree in the original place, took out a telescope, and looked at the situation at the city gate. The bandits also heard the dispute inside the city gate, and shouted, We have 3 rules. You open the city gate, and as long as each family hands over 100 taels of gold, we will let you go. The smart bandits immediately responded, Yes. We want money but not life. And life is not worth much. If you give us money and food, we will never move. The governor grabbed the straw and shouted again, Mother, save me. I still want to live. Just open the city gate and give money and food. We can cooperate with them. Anyway, the world is in chaos now. This is courting death. The old lady's voice finally rang. Mother, have you discussed it? The bandit's knife fell on the neck of the governor. If you don't open the city gate, the head of your governor will really fall to the ground. Mother, wait a minute, wait a minute. The old lady hesitated. The governor realized what she was waiting for, and shouted loudly, What a bullshit god, you don't come out when you should, and always make trouble when you shouldn't. Oh, there's an internal conflict. Let me see, are you scared again? The bandit leader laughed, then looked at the old lady on the city gate fiercely. I'll give you 10 more chances. If you don't open the city gate, I'll really take action. 10. 9. 8. Old lady, make a decision quickly. Old lady. No, it can't be opened. There was a lot of noise on the city gate, and each family had their own ideas. The long sword was raised high. At this time, Chin Chin jumped forward and flew down. Her internal strength during this period was much stronger than before, and the distance she could fly with her lightness skill was also farther than before. Before, she had to land when she flew down, but now she could fly directly to the top of the city wall. The archers on the city wall subconsciously raised their bows and arrows, and then quickly put them down. The people who were shouting below also stopped, staring at Chin Chin, who was floating on the city wall. After standing still, she didn't say much, and directly drew an arrow from the guard beside her, and after applying her internal strength, she rushed directly to the people who had been shouting. With his hand as a gesture, an arrow pierced his heart. Everyone under the city wall subconsciously let go of their weapons, and the weapons fell to the ground, and everyone immediately crawled on the ground and trembled. But everyone on the city wall had a happy look on their faces. Miss Chin, you are finally here. It's a good thing you are here, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Everyone looked at Chin Chin with joy. The moment she appeared just now, she was really like a god descending to earth, saving them from the water and fire. Chin Chin's face was not very happy. She just stood on the city wall, looking down at the governor, and then looked at the old lady, who had no chance to make a decision. The governor is cowardly. And the old lady is selfish. I'm afraid she can no longer take responsibility for the people. It's better to change someone to take on the post of governor. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The governor was not convinced, and immediately said, Miss Qin, as the lord of the city, my life is extremely important, and I cannot die at will. Qin looked at the governor, who stood up at some point, and sneered, I came too early. If you were dead, this matter would be easier to solve. Right? It's normal for a damn immortal to come late. The governor looked at her coldly, and suddenly raised his hand. Listen, people on the city gate. This person pretends to be an immortal, but is just seeking fame. Kill her, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Qin looked around, and everyone just glanced at her, and immediately looked away. She smiled, raised her wrist, and the needle shot out instantly. The governor fell to the ground instantly. The old lady knelt down with weak legs. Miss Qin. Oh, he is not dead yet. You still have a chance to reminisce. Qin still used only an anesthetic needle. After all, the other party was still the governor. If the official business was not handed over, he would die. There would be a big problem later. As she said that, she did not look at the old lady again. Turned around again. Summoned the zombie puppets. Let them guard the people inside and outside the city. And returned to the Sunset Forest, calling Yunyang and her daughter overnight. After hearing the whole story, the two did not ask any more questions and immediately said, We father and daughter are willing to defend the city for the immortal. I don't ask where you come from. Nor do I want to dominate the world. I just hope that the people can live and work in peace and contentment. Qin said. The Sunset Forest is nice, but it is not a place for a long time. If you can hold on, I will support you in the future. Most of Yunyang and others can read. In this era, being able to read means that the family background is not low and they have knowledge. If they are in charge, they can't say that they will be able to manage it well. But at least they won't be in a hurry. After getting the affirmative answer from the two, she took them directly to the city gate. As for Yunyang's daughter, there would be someone to take care of her if she stayed in Sunset Forest. Managing the affairs of a city is not easy. Qin asked herself that her ability was far from being able to manage it. But inspired by Zhang Rui's search for a military advisor, she also felt that finding a military advisor was a better way. That's why she found the old Lin father and daughter. After sending them there, Qin put a weapon that she had rarely used on Yunyang's hand, and briefly talked to them, and then left the city's affairs to the two of them. If it really doesn't work, let's change someone else. Anyway, she can't do it. She can't manage it.